extremely personal for me because those who have been raised by a single mother, particularly somebody who makes a lot of sacrifice so that their children can get a basic living and can be raised with a set of values. Prime Minister feels very personal, the one that he shares with his mother. And therefore, I think that a lot of us, not just people from the BJP, but even ordinary countrymen and women, see in Heeraben some figure that is almost like a person of their own family. And therefore, she strikes as somebody who everybody could associate with, who everybody could see their own mother in. And she therefore had an impact not just on the life of the Prime Minister, but on the life of many of us. The manner in which she raised Prime Minister, the manner in which she made sacrifices, the relationship she shared with the Prime Minister, the love, the camaraderie, the warmth that she shared with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister, in turn, the respect that he had for her. He would always visit her on important occasions, whether it was starting something new, whether it was starting an important election campaign, whether it was sharing an important time in his life, whether it was his birthday or his mother's birthday or any other important occasion. He would always seek the blessings of his mother, and one can associate with that because a mother always gives you the comfort, the courage, the confidence to go ahead and do things in life which nobody else can. And therefore that relationship which we saw glimpses of is actually a microcosm of the relationship that everyone shares with their mother. So in that sense, it is not just Prime Minister Modi, but in fact over 100 billion Indians who are feeling the sense of loss today simply because she was the mother of every individual in that sense of this country and not just Prime Minister Modi. And therefore we all feel that it's a loss that is very personal to all of us.
All right, Mr. Poonawala, thank you so much for speaking with us. Right now, we're going to listen into an earlier statement that the Prime Minister had made.
अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
All right, we're also being joined in by Khushbu Sundar of the BJP. Thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Again, we are beginning the day on some very unfortunate news. Essentially, the Prime Minister's mother has passed away. We're yet to learn some more information about the last rites. Tell us more about your first reaction to this.
Very saddening. I mean, very unfortunate, very saddening because today the entire nation feels the loss. It's not the Prime Minister Modi ji alone. I think the entire nation feels that they've lost a mother. A mother is somebody every child feels connected with and the most closest to. She becomes the anchor of the life. And here, when you lose a mother, I think the words of pain and grief cannot be explained in words. And today, the entire nation, I'm sure the world stands with our Honorable Prime Minister and, is there to tell him that the nation is with you, the world is with you, and we are grieving with you in this loss. I think, we really need to appreciate the way the upbringing our Prime Minister has had with Heeraben ji, and I think, the way, the sense of responsibility, the sense of selflessness, what she has imbibed in him when he was growing up is so evident the way the Prime Minister runs the country. His love for the people, his love for the nation, everything comes next. But your dedication, your love, your patriotism for your nation should always be first. And that we see in our Prime Minister. So losing a mother today is not the Prime Minister alone. I think the entire nation has left, and we feel the loss. We feel the grief. We feel the pain. So all I say is we all stand with the Prime Minister as a nation with him, irrespective of any political parties people belong to. But I'm sure today the entire nation is going to mourn loss of a mother, of a son who has been doing the country proud.
Absolutely. Your party spokesperson, Shehzad Poonawalla, was with us on the phone just a few minutes ago. He'd also tweeted out saying that we've lost somebody who essentially really stood for humility and had a great amount of character. How do you think she impacted you when it comes to politics, when it comes to how you also conduct yourself on a daily basis? What lessons did you learn from her?
The way she impacts me is how a mother brings up her child, the kind of values she gives her child. And we see it in a prime minister, the kind of values she has given him in his growing up time, the kind of hardships he's been through. She is somebody who has never complained, always had a smiling face, brought him up with so much of love. And I think this nature, this entire being, expecting nothing in return, selfless, giving without expectations. I think this is what a mother does to her child, because a child grows up watching his mother or her mother, and a child takes all the good qualities of a mother. And here you have a child who has given everything for the nation.
Absolutely.
Selfless. And this is where I feel, we feel the loss, because we feel we have lost a mother here.
Absolutely. Ms. Sundar, thank you so much for speaking with us about this. We do value what you had to say about the Prime Minister's mother. We also offer our condolences. Over the years, the Prime Minister has shared several heartwarming photos of him seeking birthday blessings from his mother. The Prime Minister had in June tweeted a blog post, in fact, in which he penned his thoughts expressing joy and gratitude on the occasion of his mother's 100th birthday. Remember, that's on June 18th. And he had said that had his father been alive, he would have completed his centenary in 2022 as well. I do want to quote from what the Prime Minister had said in his blog post earlier this year in June. He had said, "Mother used to wash utensils at a few houses to help meet the household expenses. She would also take out time to spin the charkha to supplement our meager income. She would do everything from peeling cotton to spinning yarn. Even in this back-breaking work, her prime concern was ensuring that the cotton thorns don't prick us." So essentially a very sad day as the Prime Minister's mother has passed away. She passed away earlier this morning at around 3 a.m. I also want to go over some of the tributes that we have coming in for the Prime Minister's mother. First, of course, is the Prime Minister, where he had tweeted out saying she passed away 2 days after she was admitted to Ahmedabad's UN Mehta Hospital. What he had tweeted out was, "A glorious century rests at the feet of God." And he had shared her picture on Twitter, and he'd also said, "In Ma, I have always felt that trinity which contains the journey of an ascetic, the symbol of a selfless karma yogi, and a life committed to values." He had also added that when I met her on her 100th birthday, she had said one thing: "Always remember, work with intelligence, live life with purity." A few of the other tributes that I want to go through is they've come in from the Defense Minister and from the Gujarat Chief Minister as well. But before that, we are going to cross back over to CNN News 18's senior editor Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, over to you.
So the Prime Minister is expected to reach Ahmedabad, I think, in a short while from now. What we are picking up is he's expected to go straight to the residence, and the final rites will, of course, take place today. But more importantly, in the tribute itself gives an indication of the kind of scheduling the Prime Minister is going to be having, and something which clearly has learned from his mother. He said, "In her, I learned the Trinity, their sense of purity, and the one has to keep on doing one's work with sincerity." So his pre-scheduled programs in Bengal, where he was supposed to inaugurate a slew of projects, will continue as per schedule, because that's what we've been told by the government. Of course, it's now going to be through video conferencing, and because of this unfortunate news, there has been this change of plan. We've all been putting out pictures of the Prime Minister with his mother. As I said, I have been saying also that he's always made it a point to visit her on his birthday. Whenever he would travel to Gujarat on official work, he would try and, in fact, would make it a point to go and meet up with his mother. She would never, ever come and stay with him at his official residence. But there was one time around 5 years back when she had come to Racecourse Road, as it was called at that point of time, and there were pictures, of course, of him taking her around his office, come residence, and she had said it was a proud moment, but she was also knew that someday he's also going to become the Prime Minister of the country.
All right, Pallavi, do stay with us. We're being joined in now by Mr. Jairam Thakur, the former Chief Minister of Himachal. Mr. Thakur, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. There's some very unfortunate news that we're starting the day with. आपका पहला reaction क्या है?
जी, ये बहुत बड़ा एक भावुक क्षण पूरे देश के लिए है और पूरे हम सब लोगों के लिए तो है ही है, और व्यक्तिगत रूप से आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा है, क्योंकि सदैव हमेशा उनका मार्गदर्शन, माँ का स्नेह, माँ का प्यार जिस प्रकार से उनको हासिल हुआ, और मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा एक आशीर्वाद माँ का जो आगे बढ़ने की ताकत देता है। आज वो माँ नहीं रही, और इस बात का स्वाभाविक रूप से उन्हें व्यक्तिगत रूप से तो शक्ति प्रधानमंत्री जी को है ही है, लेकिन पूरे देश के लिए ये बहुत दुखद समाचार है।
बिल्कुल, और आप थोड़ा सा बात कर सकते हैं कि इनका इम्पैक्ट जो था वो आपका इम्पैक्ट क्या था, जो हीराबा का इम्पैक्ट आपका क्या था?
निश्चित रूप से एक माँ के रूप में बेटे के लिए आशीर्वाद का जो भाव देखने को मिलता था, जब भी उनकी बड़ी छोटी भेंट होती थी, मुलाकात होती थी, तो वो हम सबको प्रेरणा देती है, पूरे देश के किसी व्यक्ति को भी प्रेरणा देती है। और दोनों का जो मिलना होता था वो बहुत भावुक क्षण होते थे, और स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें हमने इस बात को भी देखा, जीवन उनका बहुत संघर्षपूर्ण जीवन रहा, लेकिन उसके बावजूद 100 साल की आयु पूरा करना और उसके साथ साथ में हर तरह से बिल्कुल मेंटली अलर्ट होकर के सारी चीजों को करना, ये सदैव हमेशा उनकी ओर से एक प्रयास जो है वो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए तो मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत भावुक क्षण ये होगा, जहाँ उनका आशीर्वाद लेकर के वो सदैव किसी भी शुभ कार्य के लिए निकलते थे, किसी भी काम की शुरुआत करने के लिए निकलते थे, तो वो कमी अब जीवन में रहेगी।
बिल्कुल जयराम ठाकुर जी, शुक्रिया हमें वो स्टेटमेंट देने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू CNN News 18। और आप कैसे याद करते हैं वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का माता जी को? Alright, we will try to reestablish that connection, but we are also getting live visuals. This is from the UN Mehta Hospital where Heeraba Modi was, and that is where she passed away earlier this morning. Back to the tributes that have come in for the Prime Minister's mother. What the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said is, "I'm deeply saddened by the passing away of Heeraba Matashi. The death of a mother leaves such a void that is completely impossible to fill. I express my condolences to the Prime Minister and his entire family in this hour of grief. Om Shanti." And beyond this, a few other tributes have come in. The Gujarat Chief Minister has also tweeted out. He has said, "I'm deeply saddened by the passing away of the Honourable Prime Minister's mother. And Pujya Heeraba was an epitome of generosity, simplicity, hard work and high values of life. I pray that God rest her soul in peace." Now remember, Heeraba had earlier lived in Resan village, which is near Gandhinagar, and as per the information that we've received about the last rite ceremony which is going to be taking place, it's likely going to be taking place in Gandhinagar itself. And she lived there with Pankaj Modi, and remember, that is who had brought her to the hospital in the first place. The Prime Minister has also regularly visited Resan and had also spent a lot of time with her during most of his Gujarat visits. He had regularly sought her blessings, you know, on his birthday or before elections as well. They shared a very special bond, and over the years he's also put out several heartwarming photos of him seeking blessings. Now, beyond this, he had in June tweeted out a blog post in which he penned his thoughts expressing joy and gratitude on the occasion of her 100th birthday. That was on June 18th this year. And I'm going to quote from that blog post. He had said that mother used to wash utensils at a few houses to help meet the household expenses. She would also take out time to spin the charkha to supplement our meager income. She would do everything from peeling cotton to spinning yarn. And even in this back-breaking work, her prime concern was ensuring that the cotton thorns do not prick us. That is what the Prime Minister had recounted in his post earlier this year in June, a blog post about his mother on the occasion of her 100th birthday. I'm crossing back over to CNN News 18, Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, do we have any more details about the last rites that are going to be taking place?
Yes, so we have some clarity now, at least. The mortal remains of Heeraba have already been taken to Pankaj Modi's residence in Ahmedabad. And PM Narendra Modi is likely to go directly to Pankaj Modi's residence at around 7:40. This is what the official schedule of Prime Minister is. This is what I'm getting to know from the official schedule of the Prime Minister. And then last rites of Heeraba are going to take place. Agni Sanskar is going to take place in Sector 30 of Gandhinagar. So now we have a clarity over the official protocol schedule of today. So mortal remains have already been taken to Pankaj Modi's residence. This is the same place where Heeraba used to stay. And in fact, Prime Minister, whenever he's in Ahmedabad, he goes to Pankaj Modi's residence only to meet Heeraba. So this is the same place where she used to stay. So mortal remains have been taken to that place for the Antim Darshan. And Prime Minister is also going to do Antim Darshan there at Pankaj Modi's residence. And at 7:40, Prime Minister is likely to arrive. And then she will be taken to Sector 30 crematorium in Gandhinagar. Also, Home Minister Amit Shah has tweeted and expressed his condolences to the Modi family. Amit Shah in his tweet says, and I quote, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की पूज्य माता जी हीराबा के स्वर्गवास की सूचना अत्यंत दुखद है। माँ एक व्यक्ति के जीवन की पहली मित्र और गुरु होती है, जिसे खोने का दुख निसंदेह संसार का सबसे बड़ा दुख है। हीराबा ने जिन संघर्षों का सामना करते हुए परिवार का पालन पोषण किया, वो सभी के लिए एक आदर्श है। उनका त्यागपूर्ण तपस्वी जीवन सदा हमारी स्मृति में रहेगा। पूरा देश दुख की इस घड़ी में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी व उनके परिवार के साथ खड़ा है। करोड़ों लोगों की प्रार्थना आपके साथ है। ओम शांति. Unquote. So Home Minister Amit Shah has also tweeted and expressed his condolences. Basavaraj Bommai, Chief Minister of Karnataka, has also tweeted. So all senior leaders from Gujarat BJP and Central BJP tweeting and expressing their condolences. We really don't know whether all these leaders are going to fly down to Ahmedabad to pay last respect to Heeraba. We are still trying to get more clarity on that. But right now, Prime Minister is going straight to Pankaj Modi's residence for the Antim Darshan, and from there, there is a possibility of a small procession being carried out till the crematorium. And Prime Minister is going to be with his brothers, and he will be doing doing the last rites. And we're still trying to actually get more clarity as far as last rites are concerned. But what Home Minister Amit Shah has highlighted is very well goes with Prime Minister and his mother's relationship. When Amit Shah says that mother-son relationship is for a son, mother is the first friend and a guru, and same applies to Prime Minister as well. And in fact, Prime Minister has spoken about it time and again, the contribution of Heeraba in his life and the way Heeraba raised him and his brothers with immense difficulties in life. And in fact, Prime Minister has talked about that how it was difficult for them then financially, and they used to stay in a small house in Vadnagar. And despite that Heeraba gave them good values in life and raised them. So Prime Minister was always thankful to his mother, and he was always fond of her simplicity. As I was mentioning before also, that Prime Minister had a had a career of more than 22 years of public life, and since then Heeraba only accompanied him twice on a public on public events, events. So that again defines the character of a woman, that she always stayed herself away from Prime Minister's public life. So that again talks about her character, and this was something which Prime Minister also highlighted in a blog which he wrote when Heeraba entered her sanitary year. So definitely a great sense of loss for Prime Minister and the entire family. All brothers are already in Ahmedabad. Soma Bhai and Pankaj Bhai are already there in Ahmedabad. And Prime Minister is going to reach. Once Prime Minister will reach, then official process of Antim Darshan will begin, and Prime Minister is going to be there at Pankaj Modi's residence all throughout the day, and then she will be cremated. She will be the Antim Sanskar. The last rites are going to take place at Sector 30, Gandhinagar Crematorium. Back to you.
Absolutely. You know, another thing is that there have been... All right, we are being joined by Mr. Giriraj Singh, Union Minister, on the line. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. We're starting the day with some very unfortunate news. ये खबर सुन के आपको कैसे लगा?
देखिए, आज पूरा देश, जब 2 दिन पहले ये सूचना मिली थी कि उनकी माताजी की तबीयत खराब है, तो लोग मर्माहत हुए थे। मर्माहत आज ये सूचना आई है, लोगों को मिला है, तो स्वाभाविक है कि लोगों के मन में वही दुख, वही पीड़ा है जो परसों लोगों ने उनकी तबीयत खराब होने पर ईश्वर से कामना कर रहे थे कि वो जल्द ठीक हो जाए, लेकिन ईश्वर को जो अच्छा लगा, ईश्वर के आगे किसी का चलता नहीं। मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि इस देश में प्रधानमंत्री जिस ढंग से अपने सारे राजनीतिक सामाजिक दायित्वों को पूरा करते हुए एक पुत्र का दायित्व निर्वाह करना, हम लोगों के गांव में कहावत होता है, श्रवण पुत्र। श्रवण कुमार को माता पिता का सबसे बड़ा भक्त के रूप में उदाहरण देते हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि आज के इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में जब मुख्यमंत्री हों, जब प्रधानमंत्री हों, ऐसे समय अगर भी अपनी मां के प्रति हम उस दायित्व को पूरा करते हैं, तो ये एक कलयुग के श्रवण कुमार के रूप में नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने पुत्र का जो दायित्व है, वो पुत्र के दायित्व और भाव प्रेम को निर्वाह करने का काम किया, और मैं इससे आगे और कुछ नहीं कह सकता। मेरी संवेदना पंकज जी के प्रति है, उनको धैर्य दें, और नरेंद्र मोदी की पीड़ा को तो नरेंद्र मोदी ही समझ सकते हैं, दूसरा कोई नहीं समझ सकता है कि जो व्यक्ति माँ के प्रति कितनी संवेदना और कितना प्रेम और कितना एक दूसरे के प्रति संबंध था, ये हम सब ने भी देखा है दूरदर्शन के माध्यम से। तो आज का दिन हमारे जैसे लोगों के लिए एक दुखद पीड़ा का समय है। मैं यही कहूँगा, इससे ज्यादा और कुछ नहीं कहूँगा। हम भी श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करता हूँ माँ के प्रति कि उनको भगवान, पुण्य आत्मा थी, पुण्य भगवान के शरण में गई हैं, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अंतर्वेदना को शक्ति दें सहने का, और पंकज जी के पूरे परिवार को बहुत।
गिरिराज जी, सिद्धांत बात कर रहा हूँ। दुख के इस घड़ी में एक सवाल आपसे लेना चाहूंगा। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री की बात करते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री होने के साथ साथ हमेशा उनके व्यक्तित्व का जिक्र जरूर आता है। जिस तरह उन्होंने संघर्ष भरा अपना जीवन जिया, उसी तरह प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी माँ के संघर्ष भरे जीवन की बात कही थी। एक ब्लॉग उन्होंने लिखा था, इसी साल लिखा था जून महीने में, जब वो 100वें वर्ष में प्रवेश किया था उन्होंने। और उन्होंने बताया था कि कैसे उनकी माँ ने एक साधारण जीवन जिया, बहुत ही संघर्ष के साथ सभी बच्चों को पाला, अच्छे वैल्यूज, अच्छी परवरिश उनको दी। और एक उन्होंने बहुत अहम बात की थी गिरिराज जी, और आज मैं आपसे उस बात का इम्पोर्टेंस समझना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने कहा था कि 2001 में प्रधानमंत्री ने मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ ली थी गुजरात के, तब से लेके अब तक उन्होंने सिर्फ 2 मौके हैं जब प्रधानमंत्री को किसी ऑफिशियल इवेंट में प्रधानमंत्री को साथ गए। तो हमेशा उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री की पब्लिक लाइफ से अपने आप को दूर रखा, और इस बात के प्रधानमंत्री जी भी मुरीद थे उनके। कि और परिवारों में और जगह हम देखते हैं गिरिराज जी कि अमूमन जो परिवार के सदस्य होते हैं वो हमेशा नेता के साथ चलते हैं, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री के परिवार के साथ कभी ऐसा नहीं था। उनकी माता जी ने एक प्रेसिडेंट सेट किया था। अगर उस पर थोड़ा प्रकाश डाल सके।
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री ब्लॉग पर लिखा, प्रधानमंत्री जब विदेश गए थे तो फेसबुक और परहैप्स गूगल या फेसबुक के ऑफिस में वो जब अपनी वेदना को कहा था कि मेरी माँ किस ढंग से मुझे परवरिश की, तो उनकी आंखों में आंसू छलछला गए थे और देखने वालों के आंखों में भी आंसू आ गए। और वो माँ जो जीवन में कभी सोची नहीं थी कि उनका बेटा किसी राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, कभी सोची नहीं थी कि उनका बेटा देश का प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनेगा, और अपने आप को उस चमक दमक से दूर रखना छोटी बात नहीं है। वो अपने स्नेह, अपनी पीड़ा, अपने प्यार सबको समेट करके जो बुरे दिनों में जो माँ का कर्तव्य होता है, जो माँ जिसकी तुलना कहा जाता है कि माँ माँ होती है, माँ ने सब कष्ट सहा, वो कष्ट सहा जो कष्ट आज कोई नहीं। सामान्य माँ, इसे तो सब माँ अपने बेटों के लिए, अपने बच्चों के लिए कष्ट सहती है, सहती रही है। ये परंपरा हमारी संस्कृति का रहा है। लेकिन उन कष्टों को, उन पीड़ा को कि दूसरे कहीं से भी कोई 2 पैसे अर्जित करके, सम्मान के साथ अर्जित करके अपने बच्चों के परवरिश में लगाना, ये और अपने आप को उसके सुख समृद्धि से अलग रखना, ये बहुत छोटी बात नहीं होती है। इसीलिए मैं तो इतना ही कहूंगा, वो माँ भी धन्य, ये पुत्र भी धन्य जो संबंधों को कभी आड़े नहीं आने दिया, और जब जब ऐसे समय आया तब तक वो जा करके अपनी माँ के चरणों में लिपट करके, माँ से लिपट करके उनके प्यार को लेना और अपना प्यार उनको देना। लेकिन ये प्रधानमंत्री और मुख्यमंत्री के पद को उनसे दूर रखना, ये कोई माँ ही समझ सकती है, दूसरा कोई नहीं समझ सकता है।
गिरिराज जी, एक और सवाल आपसे लूंगा। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी की बात करते हैं, हमने अभी आपने बताया कि कितना इम्पोर्टेंस था उनका प्रधानमंत्री जी के जीवन में, उनके व्यक्तित्व में। एक और बात है, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने मीडियोकर हम्बल अपब्रिंगिंग की बात करते हैं, जब वो बताते हैं कि बहुत सामान्य परिवार से वो आते हैं और उन्होंने सारी तकलीफें देखी हैं, और वो जो पॉलिसीज हैं गिरिराज जी, जो संघर्ष उन्होंने अपनी माँ का देखा, जो संघर्ष उन्होंने स्वयं किया, और अब जब वो प्रधानमंत्री बन के वो पॉलिसीज बनाते हैं या जो पॉलिसी सरकार बनाती है, वो संघर्ष का जो रिफ्लेक्शन रहता है उन पॉलिसीज में रहता है। और शायद यही वजह है कि आज घर के बाहर एक टॉयलेट बनाए गए हैं, आज हर घर गैस पहुंचाई जा रही है। और उनका जो प्रयास रहता है प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो यही रहता है कि जिस प्रकार से उनकी मां ने संघर्ष किया बच्चों को पालने में, और किसी माँ को देश में ना करना पड़े। तो वहां पे भी गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी उनके माँ के व्यक्तित्व और उनके संघर्ष का एक रिफ्लेक्शन रहता है। गिरिराज जी, इस बात पे
देखिए, आपने वो बातें छेड़ दी है जो शायद 70 साल पहले हम इन सब चीजों को, हमारे गांव की एक कहावत है, जिसके पैर फटे भी आई वही जाने पीर पड़ाई। इसका मतलब होता है जिसके पैर फटे, माने पैर उसी का फटता है जो खुले पैर चलते हैं और उसमें बियाई में दर्द होता है, इसीलिए ये कहावत कहा गया है। तो नरेंद्र मोदी आज अपनी माँ का, अपने परिवार का और समाज में जो गरीबों की पीड़ा देखा है, आज उसी पीड़ा को, जिसकी चर्चा आपने की, चाहे शौचालय 12 करोड़ बना करके घरों में देना, चाहे नल जल देना, ये उस सामाजिक पीड़ा उनके अंदर रग रग में बैठा है। चाहे माँ से उन्होंने उस पीड़ा को लिया या बचपन में पीड़ा, उस सारी चीजों को देखा, और आज वो गरीबों की बात हर समय करते हैं। ये वही है क्योंकि उन्होंने झेला है। और गांव की कहावत, मेरे गांव की कहावत जो है, वो चरितार्थ मोदी करते हैं, जिसके पैर फटे भी आई वही जाने पीर पड़ाई। ये कोई एसी कमरे में नहीं पैदा लिए, इसीलिए किताबों के आगे कोई योजना बनाते हैं। ये योजना वही बनाते हैं। ये 5 किलो अनाज महज एक गरीब कल्याण योजना नहीं है। ये योजना उस गरीब के मन को छूता है जो गरीब इस 5 किलो के अन्न का कीमत जानता है। वो नहीं समझ पाएगा 5 किलो अन्न का भाव, जो उसको कभी झेला नहीं हो। तो मोदी इन सबको झेला है और ये अपने माँ से बचपन में देखा है। धीरे धीरे बड़े होते गया, बड़ा होते ही तो वो एक सन्यासी जीवन में आ गए। पिताजी और माँ के साथ रहने के बाद वो एक सन्यासी जीवन में आ गए और फिर सन्यासी जीवन से सामाजिक जीवन में आ गए। सामाजिक जीवन को सबने देखा, उनकी गरीबी को, उनके माँ के साथ उस गरीबी में जीवन जीने को, अपने पिता के साथ चाय वाला कहलाने वाला व्यक्ति, वो गरीबी का जीवन देखना, और फिर बड़ा होने के बाद संन्यास से समाज की ओर आना, ये सब मोदी जी के जीवन की कहानी है। जब वो बातें करते हैं तो उनकी आंखों में आंखें नम हो जाती। लोग क्या सोचते हैं मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन मेरे जैसे लोगों की आंखें नम हो जाती है जब वो बोलना शुरू करते। तो लगता कि ये वही व्यक्ति बोल रहा है जो व्यक्ति इसको रियल जीवन में झेला है, देखा है, समझा है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी है। नरेंद्र मोदी कभी बनावटी बातें नहीं करते। नरेंद्र मोदी वही करते जो सच्चाई से जुड़ा होता है।
आप बोलते बोलते आपकी भी आप भी भावनाओं में मतलब ये ऐसा क्षण है कि मैं आपसे सवाल ले रहा हूं, पर मैं समझ सकता हूं कि आपके लिए भी कितना दुखद क्षण है। और जिस प्रकार से आप बोल रहे हैं, भारी आवाज, उसका व्यूअर्स भी समझ रहे हैं। पर एक और बात प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी माँ के लिए गिरिराज जी कही थी। उन्होंने कहा था कि जब भी कोई साधु, कोई फकीर, कोई भी शख्स अगर उनके दरवाजे आता था तो उस वक्त क्योंकि खुद प्रधानमंत्री जी के घर की परिस्थिति अच्छी नहीं होती थी, तो जो भी घर पे खाना बनता था उनकी माता जी उनको घर बुलाती थी, उन साधु संतों को और उन लोगों को, और खाना उनको बकायदा खिलाया जाता था। तो ये भी एक बताता है कि किन मूल्यों के साथ प्रधानमंत्री ने जो बचपन में जो मूल्य देखे, जो उनकी माँ ने जो जिस तरह उनकी माँ गेस्ट को इनवाइट करके ये प्रयास करती थी कि कोई भी घर से बिना खाए ना जाए, और वही मूल्य और वही वैल्यूज आज भी प्रधानमंत्री जी में। तो बहुत अच्छी बात उन्होंने ये भी ब्लॉग में लिखी थी कि तब परिस्थिति भी घर की अच्छी नहीं थी, पर मेरी माँ कभी किसी को बिना खाए घर से जाने नहीं देती थी।
ये बचपन में जो संस्कार उनको माँ से मिला, और वो संस्कार आज मोदी के रग रग में है, और मोदी उसे ऐसा नहीं कि अंदर में समाहित रखते हैं, और समय समय पर उसे कई तरह से प्रदर्शित भी करने का काम किया है। वो जो संस्कार उनको मिला है और उस संस्कार को लोगों के साथ जिया भी है, यही मोदी की सबसे बड़ी खासियत है। आपने देखा होगा कि मोदी जी, मैं कह नहीं सकता, मैं खुद कोरोना में एक दो दिन जब पहली बार उन्हें 20 में आया तो किसी कारण से मैं जा नहीं पाया, कैबिनेट में भी और एक और थी बैठक में। उन्होंने रात को फोन आया कि कहाँ थे हम, कि थोड़ी तबीयत खराब थी, और लगा जैसे कोई कहता हो कि बेवकूफ अभी तक आपने टेस्ट कराया कि नहीं कराया। तो ये केवल गिरिराज के साथ नहीं, हजारों गिरिराज जिनसे उनका सीधा संबंध, लाखों गिरिराज, वो उस संवेदना के साथ लोगों के साथ मिलते हैं, उसके साथ व्यवहार करते हैं। जितना लोग उन्हें बाहर से देखता है उससे उल्टा उसके अंदर है मोदी एक माने मोम से भी ज्यादा मुलायम है, पिघलने वाला। ये मोदी की खासियत है, और ये संस्कार लगता है कहीं न कहीं माँ से ही मिला है। और माँ से आप देखते होंगे कि हर साल जन्मदिन पर जाना, हर ऐसे कभी कार्यक्रम में जाना, ये क्या दर्शाता है? क्या मोदी अपने आवास पर माँ को रख नहीं सकते थे क्या? कोई मना करता क्या? लेकिन माँ ने भी उस कर्तव्य को निभाया और पुत्र ने भी उस कर्तव्य को निर्वाह करने का काम किया। दोनों अपने आप को, मैं तो सच पूछिए उनकी माँ की जितनी तारीफ करूं वो माँ नहीं देवी थी, लेकिन मोदी आज के युग में इस इतने बड़े पद पे रह करके हम लोग कहानी कहते हैं, बड़ा अनुचित होगा। हम लोग बचपन में सुना करते, रामायण में देखा करते, जनक सत्ता की कुर्सी पर रह के सत्ता से मोह नहीं, उसी तरह से मोदी अपने सत्ता पर रह करके सत्ता से मोह नहीं, और माँ और समाज के जुड़ने का उतना ही है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया गिरिराज जी आपके साथ जुड़ने का। आपकी खुद भी आवाज भारी हो गई मोदी जी की माता जी के बारे में बात करते करते। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हमारे साथ इस वक्त रवि किशन जुड़ रहे हैं, सांसद हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से। रवि भाई, उम्मीद कर रहा हूँ आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं।
जी जी
रवि भाई, बहुत ही जी जी जी
हम 2 साल पहले अपने पिता को खोए थे, तो वो दुख को मैं समझ सकता हूँ। और ऐसे वो पुजारी थे और इनकी माता जी की उसी कहीं से भी कम नहीं, एक निस्वार्थ त्यागी, इतने बड़े लीडर को जिन्होंने जन्म दिया, पूरा विश्व जिनको मानता है, जिन्होंने भारत की तस्वीर बदल दी, ऐसी माता। और आखिरी शब्दों की जो सीख उन्होंने, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ट्वीट किया कि काम करो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से, ये सीख, ये वैक्यूम बहुत बड़ा है। और नोटबंदी के दौरान का दृश्य भी सबको याद आता होगा कि कैसे उनकी माता जी एक लंबी कतार में, जहाँ लोग घर से नहीं निकल पा रहे थे, वो लंबी कतार में खड़ी थी, और रिक्शा में चलना, अपने जीवन को सादगी से जीना, सारा काम घर का स्वयं करना, ये बहुत बड़ी सीख दे के जाता है पूरे देश को। और मैं समझ रहा हूँ इस वक्त की प्रधानमंत्री जी पर उन पर बहुत बड़ा पहाड़, एक वज्रपात हुआ है। ये बहुत एक, क्योंकि हेल्दी थी, अभी जन्मदिन उन्होंने मनाया प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ,
किसी ने नहीं सोचा था ये सुबह ये ऐसी झंझोड़ने वाली खबर आएगी।
रवि भाई, इस वक्त गिरिराज सिंह से भी हमारी जो बातचीत हुई थी वो तो भावुक हो गए प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी के बारे में बात करते करते, बट जो सबसे अलग बात है प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी के बारे में, हीराबा के बारे में, वो ये है कि एक हमें भारतीय राजनीति में ये बड़ा कंसेप्ट है रवि भाई कि अगर एक विधायक भी बन जाता है तो तुरंत उसके परिवार के पास वाहन आ जाते हैं, उसके परिवार सारी सुख सुविधाओं से लैस हो जाता है, ठीक है ना, और जिसे कहते हैं ना पूरा एक सत्ता का उपयोग करता है। बट जहां तक प्रधानमंत्री उनके परिवार की बात है, उनकी माता जी की परिवार है, आप सोचिए कि 22 साल में रवि भाई सिर्फ 2 बार ऐसा हुआ है कि उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री के साथ किसी ऑफिशियल इवेंट में शिरकत की, उनकी माता जी ने। और तभी जैसा कि आपने जिक्र किया कि लाइनों में लगना नोटबंदी में एक आम आदमी की तरह, और वोट डालने जाना, फिर उसके बाद ऑटो में चलना, तो उनके कैरेक्टर, उनकी पर्सनालिटी डिफाइन करता है कि उन्होंने कभी अपने मूल्यों को नहीं बदला। उनका बेटा मुख्यमंत्री बन गया, उनका बेटा प्रधानमंत्री बन गया, उनके मूल्य, उनकी वैल्यूज वही थी। और उसके प्रधानमंत्री जी भी मुरीद थे, उन्होंने बाकायदा ब्लॉग में ये बात लिखी कि मेरे साथ वो सिर्फ 2 ही ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में आई इतने सालों में। इस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
ये देखिए बहुत बड़ी सीख है, यही मैं सबसे कहता हूँ, यही दर्शाता है कि इतने बड़े लीडर को जन्म देने वाली माँ कितनी शक्तिशाली होगी। ये बहुत बड़ी सीख है। नहीं तो सरकारी आवास में तुरंत परिवार पहुंचता है, खानदान पहुंच जाता है, गांव, मतलब सब लोग ज्यादातर आनंद लेने लगते हैं सरकारी सुविधाओं का। और उसके अंदर इस तरह से जीवन जीना, मतलब मैं प्रणाम, सत सत नमन की कितनी सुंदर आत्मा थी। और आज ये बहुत बड़ी सीख देगी गई कि राजनीति को भी उनकी माताजी ने सीख दिया, राजनीतिक परिवारों को भी सीख दिया, हम लोगों को भी दिया, आने वाली पीढ़ी को भी दिया, लिखा जाएगा। और ये आज जैसे लग रहा पूरे देश की माता को, सबको, पूरे देश को ऐसा लग रहा है कि हमने अपने परिवार से किसी सदस्य को खो दिया।
जी जी रवि भाई, एक मतलब जैसे उनके व्यक्तित्व की हम बात कर रहे थे, प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी की भी, और उन्होंने हमेशा अपने आप को एक अलग रखा, प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो पब्लिक जीवन था उससे, और उनका मार्गदर्शन जो था वो प्रधानमंत्री जी को सदैव प्राप्त था। मतलब अभी हमारे सीनियर एडिटर हैं ब्रिजेश जी, जो कि प्रधानमंत्री जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तब वो गुजरात, तो उन्होंने ये बात बताई जब पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ओथ लिया था तो उन्होंने सबसे जो गुरुमंत्र प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया था वो ये था कि कभी भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करना है। फिर अभी जो आपने शुद्धि वाली बात कही, जो जिसका जिक्र प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने ट्वीट में भी किया, तो वक्त वक्त पे वो गुरुमंत्र जो प्रधानमंत्री को देते रहते थे, और आज उस वही वजह है कि प्रधानमंत्री के गवर्नेंस में भी उसका रिफ्लेक्शन है। अगर हम हर घर जल की बात करें, अगर हम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की बात करें, टॉयलेट्स की बात करें, राशन की बात करें, इसकी सब प्रेरणा वहीं से आई है, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी माँ को संघर्ष करते देखा है।
देखिए, मैं बहुत सत्य कहूँगा, चूंकि मैं कलाकार से राजनीति में आया। हम लोग सिनेमा जब करते थे तो भ्रष्टता वाली फिल्में, भ्रष्ट चीजें, भ्रष्ट हर जगह, तो उस पर कहानियां ज्यादा करते थे। फिर मुझे भी लगता था कि यार मेरा देश ऐसा क्यों। तो जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ये ऐसे वक्त पे ये सब बात नहीं करनी, लेकिन अब आपने बोला तो 2014 से प्रधानमंत्री बने और पूरे देश ने महसूस किया, जब वो शौचालय हो, प्रधानमंत्री आवास हो, वो गरीबों का कल्याण हो, हर जात को सम्मान हो, बेटियों के लिए हर पॉइंट को छूना, ये शिशु प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो किया, ये पूरी माँ की सीख है। और जब आप माँ भी अध्यात्म से जुड़ी रही, पूजा पाठ, खुद भगवान दिन रात वो पूजा में रहती हैं, ईश्वरी शक्तियां फिर आती हैं, फिर देश का कल्याण, मानवता का कल्याण, यही थॉट आता है। जब आप अपनी ही नहीं सोचते हो, तो निस्वार्थ जब होते हो आप, तो आपको फिर पूरी दुनिया, बहुत हर दुनिया के हर चीजों की तकलीफों को आपको दिखाई देते हैं, क्योंकि आप अपने आप से मुक्त हो जाते हो। ये चीज उनकी माता में थी। तो ऐसे अद्भुत पुत्र को उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जन्म दिया, और आज पूरा देश देख रहा है वो शक्तियों को, और हम लोग स्वयं महसूस कर रहे हैं, अपने नए भारत को हम लोग बदलते देख रहे हैं।
All right, so we're getting live visuals right now. This is the Prime Minister at the airport. We believe that he has reached Ahmedabad, but we will get some clarity on that. All right, so we do have a confirmation. This is the Prime Minister at the Ahmedabad airport where he has now reached. He will be proceeding straight to Pankaj Modi's residence, which is where Heeraba used to reside. We're crossing over to CNN News 18, Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, we're now getting live visuals of the Prime Minister. He has reached Ahmedabad.
Well, yes, Prime Minister has arrived, and we are getting those visuals of Prime Minister at Ahmedabad airport. And we've been told that in the next 10 minutes he is going to reach Pankaj Modi's residence. Heeraba's mortal remains have already been taken to Pankaj Modi's residence, and there the arrangements for Antim Darshan are currently going on. So the Antim Darshan of Heeraba is going to take place at Pankaj Modi's residence. Actually, that is the place where she used to live. She has lived all her life there with Pankaj Modi in Ahmedabad. So is going to be her mortal remains were also brought there, and Prime Minister is also going for Antim Darshan to Pankaj Modi's residence. We have also been told that from there a small procession. In a small procession, her mortal remains will be taken to Sector 30 crematorium in Gandhinagar, and where last and final rites will take place. We are still awaiting the official confirmation, or for that matter, more clarity on this schedule, since Prime Minister is in Ahmedabad. So there's going to be the official protocol, minute to minute schedule for everything as far as procession, last rites are concerned. So we're still awaiting official confirmation, but right now we have got this clarity that her mortal remains have been brought to Pankaj Modi's residence. Prime Minister is going to do Antim Darshan there. Then Prime Minister is going to be there for a while. He's going to be with the other family members. The entire family is going to unite at Pankaj Modi's residence today. And from there, a small procession will start, and then she'll be taken to Sector 30 crematorium in Gandhinagar. There's a possibility of Chief Minister Bhupen Patel and other senior leaders from Gujarat BJP, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi's friends, when he was a pracharak, when he was before him becoming the Chief Minister. Those friends can also come for the Antim Darshan, because those friends of Prime Minister have personal connect with the Heeraba, because then Prime Minister, they used to visit Prime Minister Heeraba along with the Prime Minister. So there's a possibility of those leaders, the tall leaders, they can come and meet and meet Prime Minister, and also for the Antim Darshan they can come and also be the part of the procession. So this is what right now we have been told. The condolence messages are coming from everywhere, and Prime Minister, there's a great sense of loss, not just for the Prime Minister but the entire country. We were having a discussion with senior minister in the government, and in fact Member of Parliament Ravi Kishan, and all were talking about that how the struggle of Prime Minister's mother and the Guru Mantra that she used to give to Prime Minister in all these years. And the reflection can be seen as when the policies are framed in this government. The schemes for poor. When schemes like Swachh Bharat, schemes like free toilets, then free ration. So it's even the ministers and MPs in the government have agreed that these schemes are nothing but a reflection of the Guru Mantra and the struggle that Prime Minister has seen, he himself has seen, and his mother has seen in the lifetime. That today policy is not being made, on some book information or stats available with the government, but it has more to do with the personal connect and the personal and the problems that people face in their lives on a daily basis. So that reflection can be seen in today's governance. Also, our Prime Minister's mother was very special to him in a way that he has always talked about his mother and how important her presence is. एक बहुत छोटी सी बात उन्होंने लिखी थी अपने ब्लॉग में. उन्होंने कहा था कि जब भी मुझे वो कुछ खिलाती थी और अगर मेरे मुंह में कुछ लग जाता तो वो खुद ही अपने हाथ से नैपकिन से मेरा मुंह साफ करती थी. So those are some special moments which Prime Minister shared with his mother, and in fact he has spoken about it. Also, Prime Minister said that the simplicity of his mother and her extraordinary character.
Absolutely. Siddhant, I do want you to stay with us. We're also being joined in by Brajesh Singh, our group editor. Mr. Singh, so what the update is that the Prime Minister, we've received visuals of him at the Ahmedabad airport. Now, we were getting an overview of what his movements are likely to be today. Would you be able to tell us more?
PM Modi has just reached Ahmedabad, and now he is going to reach at his brother's Pankaj Modi place in next 10-15 minutes, because his mother Heeraba is lying there, and obviously he is going to pay respect to his mother. And then his her mother's last journey will start from the brother's place, and it will end at the Sector 30 crematorium known as Mukti Dham in Gandhinagar. I think the cremation will take place around 8:30. That is what the police source sees at the moment. So obviously it's a great loss, and because of the mother's demise, Prime Minister in the Gandhinagar, and the span of 3 days, it's his second visit. Obviously on June 18th this year, he was there to attend the mother's 100th birth anniversary, and now in the 100 years of her life, now Heeraba is no more. So obviously only two personal programs to attend the cremation and before paying the last respect to his mother Heeraba. So in next 10 to 15 minutes, he will reach the Rashid area of Gandhinagar. It's on the outskirts of the Gandhinagar, where his younger brother Pankaj Modi lives, and then they will move towards the Sector 30 crematorium. So that's the brief program of the Prime Minister today.
All right, now do we also have any information about which senior leaders will be joining in?
Because this cremation is going to take place very soon, so obviously all the local leaders and the ministers, including the Chief Minister of the Gujarat State, Bhupendra Patel, he will be there. Apart from him, obviously the Home Minister Harshangi, he is looking after all the arrangements. So obviously the leaders from Gujarat plus the ministry members, as well as the local major personalities of the different walks of life, obviously they will be the present at the Sector 30 crematorium that is known as Mukti Dham.
All right, and could you go over the important tributes that have come in so far?
As of now, at the Pankaj Bhai place, the younger brother of Mr. Narendra Modi, the whole area is cordoned off. Obviously, the huge contingent of media is there, but because it's a very personal moment, it's a great loss to the family. So all the members of the family, they are waiting for the arrival of the Prime Minister. And the deep connect between the mother and son, it was all evident. In fact, even I'm witness to it in last 30 years. Even his period as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he was in a practice to visit very regularly to his mother, and perhaps she was the only connect with the family, because way back in 70s he joined the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, and as Pracharak they are not supposed to visit the family, but after becoming the Chief Minister, technically the Pracharak days are over, because if you have joined any executive position, but even during the Pracharak days, on major occasions, he was in the habit to visit the mother, because she was the source of strength for Narendra Modi, as always narrated by him. Even his tweet about the sad demise of his mother is giving a reflection of the said thing. Even the last words she uttered when they met last time. So, great personal loss. His father, Damodar Das Modi, he died in 1988, and now the mother Heeraba. So obviously this loss is
All right, Mr. Singh,
simply.
please do stay with us. We're being joined in by Mr. Prahlad Patel, Union Minister. Mr. Patel, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. ये देश के लिए बहुत धूप की घड़ी है. ये खबर सुन के आपको कैसे लगा?
देखिए, भारतीय संस्कृति में जो शतायु होता है वो उत्सव की आयु मानी जाती है, और जो माँ जिसकी कोख से एक ऐसा नेतृत्व उसने दिया हो जो देश और दुनिया में अपनी ख्याति प्राप्त करता रहा हो, स्वस्थ आयु, शतायु आयु, कोख से एक यशस्वी पुत्र को जन्म देकर जिसने देश और दुनिया का जो नेतृत्व कर रहा है, ये जीवन वास्तव में हीराबा का जीवन सिर्फ जीवन नहीं है बल्कि पूरी जीवनी है. मैं उनके चरणों में नमन करता हूं, और भारतीय परंपरा में इस आयु को और ऐसे जीवन को अनुकरणीय जीवन माना जाता है, और उस जिसके लोग शायद शताब्दियों में प्राप्त नहीं कर पाते, वो जीवन हीराबा ने प्राप्त किया है. मैं उस पूज्य ज्योति के चरणों में नमन करता हूँ.
बिल्कुल. और आप कैसे याद करते हैं माता जी को?
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना कि शताब्दियों में ऐसा जीवन तो मनुष्यों को मिलता नहीं है जो जीवन उनने पाया, और इसलिए उसमें सीखने के लिए 10 आयाम है, और मैं इस दृष्टि से ही देखता हूँ कि वो एक तीर्थ के समान है जिनकी सदैव पूजन होगा, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ.
और उसका इम्पैक्ट जो था, आप पर क्या इम्पैक्ट था?
नहीं, सीखने का. क्योंकि ऐसा भी जीवन हो सकता है कि जो जीवन भर परिश्रम करे, जिसका पुत्र देश के शीर्ष पर बैठे, लेकिन उनके मन में कोई भाव ना हो, निष्काम भाव से अपना जीवन जिए. ये सब चीजें त्याग की चीजें हैं जो सीखने के लिए मिलती हैं.
बिल्कुल. प्रहलाद पटेल जी, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18 about this. Again, unfortunate news to begin the day with. The Prime Minister's mother, Heeraba Modi, passed away earlier this morning at the UN Mehta Hospital. This took place at around 3:30 a.m. this morning. She was born in Balampur and essentially she lived a very long life. Her birthday, her 100th birthday, was on June 18th earlier this year. I do want to go over what transpired in the last couple of days. On Wednesday, the Prime Minister had visited Heeraba at the UN Mehta Hospital where she was admitted, because on Tuesday night, that is when Pankaj Modi had brought her to the hospital. She wasn't feeling well and her health was deteriorating. Now, to tell us more, we're being joined in by CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, over to you.
Yes, in fact, if you remember, she was admitted to the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad just day before, and the Prime Minister had rushed to meet her. He spent a short time with her, but when he came out, the message which was given to us from the hospital is that her condition was stable and he was improving. Unfortunately, the news came in at 3:30 a.m. early this morning. The Prime Minister has just about reached. He rushed to Ahmedabad, and of course, the final rites will be taking place today itself. The Prime Minister has been meeting up with his wife, and which has become now ritual for him every time on his birthday, year after year. And also, of course, when he would travel to Gujarat or even on official work, he would make it a point as much as it was possible to take a detour to, Ahmedabad to meet up with his mother, who lived with his younger brother. She never came to Delhi, and in fact, I remember the Prime Minister said after he became the Prime Minister and he shifted into Lok Kalyan Marg that she didn't want to leave her roots in Ahmedabad, but she's always with me. It was around 5 years back, I think, when we actually got those first pictures when Heeraba came to Racecourse Road, or Lok Kalyan Marg as it's called now. And there are pictures of the Prime Minister who took her around his entire residence, in a sense showing off, the son showing off to his mother his achievements. She would always say that in her first official statement after he became the Prime Minister in 2014, she said, "I always knew he would become the Prime Minister." In his tribute, in his Shraddhanjali, you can hear those that inspiration or the learnings he's got from his mother of purity, of sincerity, on carrying on with your work. You have to do your duty. I think it's best symbolized in his schedule for later today. His programs, which were pre-scheduled in Bengal, slew of development projects, redevelopment of the station in New Jalpaiguri, all that is as per schedule. The only thing that has changed now is because of the circumstances is going to be done now through video conferencing.
Absolutely. Now, essentially, when it comes to the schedule, what we do know about is that the last rites are going to be taking place. What we learned is that it's going to be taking place at around 8:30 in Gandhinagar. Pallavi, do we have any information about any leaders who are going to be taking part? We did speak to Brajesh Singh, group editor. He was saying that anybody who's there locally will be participating.
Well, as of now, no program of any minister or central leaders rushing there. We have no details on that. But naturally, the chief minister, the health minister, who had also visited the hospital when she was admitted a day before, the entire Gujarat cabinet, the local leadership are expected to be there whenever those final rites are going to be taking place. The Hindi rituals, of course, are going to be followed. 13 days of mourning is what the family always observes. But it's going to be back to work for the Prime Minister. At least that's what we have been told by our sources. In fact, even today, the Prime Minister was scheduled to be in Bengal. He has cut that visit. It's going to be now on schedule, but through the video conference. But naturally, he's in Ahmedabad. The final rites he's going to be attending. But as of now, even as tributes pour in from all the ministers, leaders cutting across party lines in his moment of grief, no such information yet available about whether anyone from the central leadership will be rushing there.
Absolutely. Pallavi, do stay with us. I'm just going to read out what the Prime Minister had tweeted out. I'll come back to you for more questions. What the Prime Minister had tweeted out upon learning that his mother had passed away was, "A glorious century rests at the feet of God." Then he had shared her picture and said, "In Ma, I have always felt that Trinity, which contains the journey of an ascetic, the symbol of a selfless karma yogi, and a life committed to values." He had also added that when I met her on her 100th birthday, remember that was June 18th this year, she said one thing: always remember, work with intelligence, live life with purity. Crossing back over to CNN News 18 senior editor Pallavi Ghosh. Pallavi, will you be able to tell us more about the tributes that are pouring in?
Since morning, in fact, the Prime Minister himself broke the news to the nation when he talked about the unfortunate demise of his mother. But after that, there has been, as we said, spectrum of tributes pouring in, condolence messages, not just from the BJP, but cutting across party lines. I mean, you have the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, you have the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, you of course have the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. Apart from that, the Home Minister Amit Shah, all the Chief Ministers of the BJP, all the Defence Minister Mr. Rajnath Singh, all of them talking about the kind of bond which was shared between the Prime Minister and his mother, and also offering their condolences.
Stay with us. We're also getting some live shots where the Prime Minister, as we mentioned, has reached Ahmedabad airport. Now he's heading straight to Pankaj Modi's residence in Raisan. Remember, that is where Heeraba had resided. And what we're going to be seeing today is the cremation at 8:30, and this is going to be taking place in Gandhinagar. Now, as per the live visuals that we're receiving, the Prime Minister has reached Gandhinagar. He's essentially going to be heading straight to Pankaj Modi's residence. Pallavi, could you tell us once more about what we're going to be seeing today in terms of the rituals?
Okay, so the Prime Minister has landed in Ahmedabad, as you're pointing out. Those pictures are already there. He left immediately early this morning for Ahmedabad. He landed a short while back, and he's heading straight to his residence of his mother, who lived with his younger brother. And that's where he would always go and visit her on his birthday or any other occasion. Her mortal remains were actually taken from the hospital to the residence where she has been lived over for 100 years, of course. I mean, she has been there. And the Prime Minister is expected to go straight to his mother's residence or the residence of his younger brother, pay his tributes over there. And then, of course, he's going to stay back to do for the final rites, which we are told it's going to take place in an hour or so. And then it's back to work for the Prime Minister. We were talking about his earlier schedule in Bengal. That is very much on schedule. Only thing is now going to be done through video conferencing. We have to wait for some more details about the final rites, the timing, who else are expected to attend, if anyone is going to be coming in from Delhi, but that seems highly unlikely at this point of time. As of now, the Gujarat Chief Minister, the entire cabinet are very much there with the Prime Minister in his moment of grief.
Absolutely. Now, as you mentioned, as per what sources have told us, he is going to continue to take part in the events that were slated for today via video conference. What do we know about whether this is going to impact the rest of his schedule for the week and beyond that?
I think the fact that the Prime Minister is going to be carrying on with his scheduled programs in West Bengal through video conferencing just goes on to show that he is sending out what he said. He had been inspired by his mother, which means you have to carry on doing his duty. So it's highly unlikely it's going to have an impact on his other schedules for the week or over the next 13 days. He was supposed to go to West Bengal today. That, of course, is not taking place. And if you listen to the release which has come in from the government also now, that the programs which he is going to be launching includes the launching of the key connectivity-related projects and a meeting of the National Ganga Council. That meeting is very much on schedule, but it's going to be now through video conferencing. Obviously, it's going to now take place after the final rites take place. But I think the messaging is very clear from the Prime Minister that work has to go on despite your private moment of grief.
Absolutely, Pallavi. Thank you so much for joining us and for giving us that information. We will continue to return to you for more updates. For right now, we're crossing over to News 18's Geeta Mehta. Geeta, अभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर गांधीनगर में है, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है आपके पास?
जी, पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी और सीएम भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल एक ही कार में सीएम बंगलो से रायसन जहां हीराबा का पार्थिव शरीर को लाया जा रहा है वहां पे पहुंचे हैं। बस कुछ ही सेकंड्स में वो रायसन अपने घर पे पहुंच जाएंगे। हीराबा 3:30 AM लेट नाइट वो सारवार के दौरान उनका देहांत हो चुका है और अभी उनके पार्थिव शरीर को यूएन मेहता हॉस्पिटल से उनके घर जो गांधीनगर के रायसन में स्थित है वहाँ पे ले जाया जा रहा है। जी,
और कोई और इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो लास्ट राइट्स के बारे में?
पार्डन?
कोई टाइमलाइन है लास्ट राइट्स के बारे में? हमने सुनकर कि 8:30 बजे होंगे।
जी, अभी तो पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच रहे हैं। उनके घर पहुंचने के बाद ही पता चलेगा कि आगे वो अंतिम विधि किस तरीके से करना चाहते हैं, क्या करना चाहते हैं। अभी तो सीएम और पीएम बस कुछ ही सेकंड्स में माता हीराबा का जो घर है रायसन में वहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं और पार्थिव शरीर भी अभी रायसन जो घर है उनका वहाँ पे पहुंचने की तैयारी है। जी
जी, all right. Geeta Mehta, thank you so much for speaking with us and for giving us that update. We will continue to return to you for more updates as well. Now, remember, I do want to go over what transpired over the last few days. On Wednesday, that is when the Prime Minister had rushed to Ahmedabad upon learning that his mother was in the hospital. She was admitted the previous night, Tuesday night, and that is when her health had deteriorated. But beyond that, a few hours after she was admitted, there was a statement from the hospital, UN Mehta Hospital, where she was admitted, saying that her condition was stable. But unfortunately, after that, her condition continued to deteriorate, and this morning, she lost her life. She passed away at around 3:30. That is when the health bulletin came in from the hospital saying that she had passed away. Now, the Prime Minister had tweeted out a very emotional message when he learnt that his mother was no more. Of course, he had said, "A glorious century rests at the feet of God. And in Ma, I have always felt that trinity which contains the journey of an ascetic, a symbol of a selfless karma yogi, and a life committed to values." He had also added that when I met her on her 100th birthday, she said one thing: always remember, work with intelligence, and live life with purity. And as we were speaking to CNN News 18 reporters, we also learned more about the impact of that, where she had said, always remember, work with intelligence, live life and purity. Because later today, the Prime Minister actually had a few events that he was scheduled to attend, and he has not cancelled them. He is still going to be attending, but via video conference. So that commitment remains even on a day like this. We're crossing back over to CNN News 18, Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, so we're getting visuals of the Prime Minister. He's at Gandhinagar. Tell us more about what's going to be taking place in the next few hours.
Well, yes. Prime Minister has arrived at Pankaj Modi's residence, where he's going to do the Antim Darshan of his late mother. So, mortal remains of Heeraba were brought to Pankaj Modi's residence this morning, as Heeraba was a very popular figure in the local area. People used to come and meet her, and her personality was such that it was full of love, care, affection for neighbors, family, friends. So she was very popular. So for them to do the Antim Darshan and to make it easier, it was decided by the family that she will be brought to Pankaj Modi's residence where she used to live. And the people have been asked, the people have been informed that for Antim Darshan they can come to Pankaj Modi's residence. And this is the reason the Prime Minister has also reached Pankaj Bhai Modi's residence where he is going to do the Antim Darshan. And Prime Minister is going to be in Ahmedabad whole day today. And in fact, we have been told that in Sector 30, Gandhinagar crematorium, last rites are going to take place. But what is interesting here is that there were a couple of engagements, Prime Minister's engagements today in Kolkata. So those engagements, those official events have not been cancelled. They are running as per the schedule, and Prime Minister is likely to join those official events through video conferencing. Again, proves the commitment of Prime Minister for the country, for the government. In these times, when there is a great sense of loss for him and his entire family, he is committed to his work. So he's going to be in Ahmedabad, but he is going to join the event in Kolkata through video conferencing, again setting a very new precedent in Indian politics, where politicians go on holidays, vacations for 10 days, 15 days. So this defines Prime Minister's personality and the kind of upbringing he has received from Heeraba. And in fact, he has also talked about the personality, the values that he has got from Heeraba in a blog, a very emotional blog that he wrote in the month of June when Heeraba entered her cemetery year. So those values, those principles are very much reflected in the governance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And one such example is today when his mother is no more, but he is committed to his work. He is committed for the nation, and he is going to attend those meetings, those very important meetings and events through video conferencing. So right now, Prime Minister is at Gandhinagar and at Pankaj Bhai's residence, and he is there to do Antim Darshan. He's going to be with the family members, and Prime Minister is also going to, the entire family is uniting after a long time actually. And Prime Minister, obviously, they will decide what needs to be done in these hours especially. A family needs a lot of strength. And in fact, the Chief Minister Bhupen Patel was there at the hospital. Also, other senior leaders also did come to see Heeraben. Today also, there's a possibility of all the ministers, chief ministers arriving at Pankaj Modi's residence. So, but it is ultimately up to the family to decide that how the last rites and then the entire rituals are going to take place. Because in Hindu religion, the rituals take
Yes, Adhan, do stay on with me. Pushkar Singh Dhami, Uttarakhand Chief Minister, joining us on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Unfortunate circumstances that we are speaking in, and the Prime Minister is already there in Ahmedabad. सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से हमने देखा है कि इस वक्त में सारे अपने पॉलिटिकल डिफरेंसेस रख के साइड में मोदी जी के साथ खड़े हैं इस वक्त में। धामी जी
जी, माता जी का देहांत बहुत दुखद समाचार है और हम सब लोग दुखी हैं। किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का साया उड़ जाना, आसमान सरीखा हाथ उड़ जाना जैसा होता है। ऐसे समय में यहाँ संपूर्ण देशवासियों के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ साथ ये बहुत दुखदायी क्षण है, क्योंकि पूज्य माँ ने एक ऐसा बेटा जना, ऐसा बेटा भारतवासियों को दिया जिसने संपूर्ण दुनिया के अंदर भारत का मान सम्मान, स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने का काम किया। माँ के संस्कार जो है, सबसे पहले अगर किसी बच्चे को शिक्षा मिलती है तो अपनी माँ से मिलती है, संस्कार मिलते हैं तो माँ से मिलते हैं। तो उनके जीवन में जो अभाव थे, जो परेशानियां थी, जो कठिनाइयां थी, जो जीवन की सरलता थी, जिसके बेटे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हों, वो एक सामान्य सा जीवन, सामान्य से घर में, सामान्य से एक छोटे से कमरे के अंदर जिन्होंने व्यतीत किया, निश्चित रूप से उन सब की छाप थी कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के जीवन में उन्हीं माँ का, वही छाप के कारण से सारे भारतवासियों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, समाज के अंतिम छोर में खड़े हुए लोगों के लिए जो उन्होंने काम किए, ऐसी माँ का ऐसे समय में चला जाना निश्चित रूप से उनके साथ साथ संपूर्ण भारतवासियों के लिए बहुत दुखद क्षण है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि परमपिता परमेश्वर माँ की दिवंगत आत्मा को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे और उनके सभी आत्मीजनों को इस दुख की घड़ी में इस दुख को सहन करने की क्षमता प्रदान करे, शक्ति प्रदान करे। ओम शांति, ओम शांति, ओम शांति।
और धामी जी, पूरा देश खड़ा है मोदी जी और उनके परिवार के साथ आज इस दुखद घटना में। आई बिलीव वी लॉस्ट दैट लाइन विद द उत्तराखंड चीफ मिनिस्टर देयर, बट कंडोलेंसेज आर pouring in for the Modi family. Prime Minister Modi there in Gandhinagar. The last rites will be conducted shortly. At 3:30 a.m. this morning is when Heeraba, Prime Minister Modi's mother, passed away after she was hospitalized 2 days ago. It was just 2 days ago that the Prime Minister was there in Ahmedabad, where he met her in the hospital. She had complained of chest discomfort, breathlessness, and that's why she was hospitalized. She used to live with her younger son, Prime Minister Modi's younger brother, who rushed her to the hospital, and the Prime Minister himself had rushed to Ahmedabad to visit her. Merely 24 hours after he returned to the national capital, unfortunately, he's had to go back to Ahmedabad for a circumstance that...
और बहुत ही भावनात्मक पल है ये, और प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी मां को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित की, कंधा दिया, और ये उनकी माताजी की अंतिम यात्रा है। भले ही हीराबेन अब चली गई हों, ये अंतिम विदाई है उनकी, लेकिन वो यादों में उनके साथ हमेशा रहेंगी, और जिस व्यक्तित्व को वो गढ़कर जा रही हैं समाज के लिए, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमेशा हम उनके हर एक कार्य में, हर एक दृष्टिकोण में, हर एक वक्तव्य में माँ की छाप को देखा जा सकेगा। क्योंकि हम लगातार कह रहे हैं कि माता पिता कहीं नहीं जाते, वो यादों में हमेशा हमारे साथ रहते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं अपना वो आशीर्वाद हमेशा बरसाते हैं, भले ही वो हमारे साथ ना हो। क्योंकि ये जिक्र भी अपने ब्लॉग में प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था। ये सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं अंतिम यात्रा में शामिल होते हुए प्रधानमंत्री अपनी मां की, और ये उन्होंने अपने ब्लॉग में भी लिखा था कि जब उन्होंने घर छोड़ने का कठिन फैसला लिया तो अपने कलेज...
The Prime Minister there accompanying the cortege of his mother. It's the final journey before she is cremated. Several people and hundreds have thronged there in Gandhinagar outside her residence to stand with the Prime Minister, to stand with the Modi family in this time of grief.
माताजी की अंतिम यात्रा में प्रधानमंत्री शामिल होते, तो मां के पार्थिव शरीर को शमशान घाट ले जाया जा रहा है। और
Siddhant continues to be with us. Siddhant, unfortunate circumstances there. The country woke up to this shocking news, and everybody across political party lines have been standing with the Prime Minister in this moment of grief. There are several people that have thronged there in Gandhinagar as well, and in just a short while from now is when Heeraba will be laid to rest.
Well, yes, absolutely. In fact, this morning her mortal remains were brought to Pankaj Bhai Modi's residence, and now the visuals that we are getting from Gandhinagar is that in an ambulance the mortal remains are being taken to a crematorium, sector 30 of Gandhinagar, and Prime Minister is on board that ambulance. In fact, Prime Minister ने अपनी माता को कंधा दिया. He becomes the pall bearer also. कंधा देकर माता जी को एम्बुलेंस तक, माता जी के पास शरीर को एम्बुलेंस तक ले गए. सभी भाई और जो पड़ोसी थे उन्होंने हीराबा को कंधा दिया. प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं एम्बुलेंस में मौजूद हैं, एंड द वन हु इज ऑन बोर्ड, and the ambulance along with the convoy is going to crematorium in sector 30 of Gandhinagar, where final rites will take place. So as we were discussing before, Poonam, the people you are seeing in visuals, they are not BJP karyakartas, they are not BJP supporters. they are the local people, local neighbors of Pankaj Modi. As I said before, that Heeraba was very popular amongst her neighbors and in that locality because of the affection, the care, the love she used to shower on children, on people in the neighborhood. And this is the reason you see that we cannot see any popular faces or senior dignitaries attending this procession. The normal people. These are the personal fan base of Heeraben. The love that she has showered, and all have come to pay last respect to her. And now the mortal remains are being taken to crematorium. Prime Minister Modi himself present. We have also been told, Poonam, that again, it proves the commitment of Prime Minister for the nation and the work. That once the funeral will get over, Prime Minister is going to connect to the events which are scheduled to take place in Kolkata through video conferencing. So again, this commitment can only come with the Guru mantras that his mother has given him during her lifetime. And Brijesh ji rightly said when he was passed on a phono. जब पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री मुख्यमंत्री बने थे तो उनकी मां ने उनको यही सीख दी थी कि भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करना है. And today also, at the time of sharing this information that his mother is no more, Prime Minister ने उनके ही एक गुरु मंत्र को tweet किया. So because of those guru mantras, because of the values, the principles that have been passed on to Prime Minister, and even we all, like in media fraternity also, can see the reflection of those values and principles in the governance of Prime Minister. The policies that are being made by the government these days. गरीब आदमी को कितना लाभ करा दिया जाए, जो रोज के संघर्ष होते हैं उनको कितना आसान बनाया जाए गरीब आदमी के लिए. Prime Minister's efforts are in that direction only because he has seen his mother's sufferings. He has seen that how difficult it was then for her mother to raise him and his brothers, and the bad times they have seen. So the reflection is very much in the governance and the bond. Yes, coming back to the bond that he used to share with his mother. एक बहुत छोटी सी बात उन्होंने ब्लॉग में लिखी थी कि जब मुझे वो अपने हाथों से खिलाती थी तो मेरे जब खाना लग जाता था मुंह के पास तो वो खुद नैपकिन से साफ करती थी. So I'm sure Prime Minister is going to miss that bond. And this bond was very important for him. This is the reason that he has mentioned that in a blog which he wrote this year.
Absolutely, the bond that the Prime Minister shared with his mother, he's often spoken of that. It was just a few days ago when he had met his mother when the second phase of elections were being held in Gujarat. 24 hours ago, he was in Ahmedabad when his mother had to be hospitalized, where he went to the hospital and he met her. Unfortunately, within 24 hours of him returning to the national capital, his mother passed away at 3:30 a.m. this morning. Pallavi, my colleague, also joins us. And Pallavi, at times like this is when we see the true character as a human being. And across political party lines, keeping their ideologies separate, every single politician from every single political party has stood with the Prime Minister in this time of his grief.
Yes, Poonam, and it is these moments when you see those pictures of him carrying the mortal remains of his mother. It's not the Prime Minister, it's his son paying his final tribute to his mother on her last journey. He rushed down to Ahmedabad early this morning, is something what we all have been reporting on, rushed to his residence, her residence rather, where he would always meet her and make it a point definitely on his birthday, but on other occasions as well. And of course, the last time around he was in Ahmedabad was the day before when he had rushed to the UN Mehta Hospital. He had come out and, we were told that she was improving and her condition was stable. But unfortunately, at 3:30 a.m., she breathed her last. You see those pictures of the son, who's also, of course, the Prime Minister of the country, going out. But, if anyone thinks that he's not going to complete his work today or his duty, that's certainly not going to be happening. In fact, in his tribute, you get a sense of his sense of duty. He said, this is something I've always learned from her: purity, sincerity, and one must respect and value and treasure one's values. And one of the values he would always pick up from her, and he would often say that actually, I remember in many of the sound bites also, that one thing he always learned from her is that if you've come up the hard way, you have to value the work you're doing. So today there's going to be no change in his schedule at all. He's definitely carrying on with his programs, with the several projects. He's going to be unveiling, and more importantly, the National Ganga Council meeting also, of course, he will be addressing. But this is all going to now be through video conferencing. That's the only change of program which has taken place because of these unfortunate circumstances. So the Prime Minister very much there, carrying the mortal remains of his mother. He's going to be there doing the final rites. It's going to be done through the deep Hindu rituals, 13 days of mourning, personally. And of course, he's been surrounded by his family members. His younger brother lives with his mother. And of course, the state leaders, including the Chief Minister.
Pallavi, are we going to be expecting anyone from the Congress, former chief ministers or leaders of the state who could be perhaps meeting the Prime Minister during this difficult time?
Well, we'll have to wait to see that, because, see, the Prime Minister's schedule, which we are being told by government sources, is actually in the sense packed. I mean, he's not changing his programs. He's going to be busy with video conferencing. Highly unlikely that he's going to spend too much of time in Ahmedabad in that sense. He's done. He's doing his duty as a son, paying his final tribute. But condolence messages certainly have been pouring in. I mean, this is also a part of the Hindu culture, Indian culture, that that in these moments of grief you all stand together. So cutting across party lines, everyone has poured in their condolences. Of course, from within the government, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, you have the Chief Ministers, and of course from other political parties, you have M.K. Stalin, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, the Congress President Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, all of them offering their condolences to the Prime Minister.
Absolutely. Condolences pouring in for the Prime Minister and for the Modi family there in this difficult time. The final journey of Heeraba is currently underway. The last rites will be conducted by the Prime Minister and his brothers in Gandhinagar in just a short while from now. The Prime Minister, of course, rushed to Ahmedabad this morning. At 3:30 a.m. is when Heeraba passed away in the hospital. She was admitted 2 days ago when she complained of breathlessness and some discomfort. She lives with Prime Minister Modi's younger brother, one of her sons, where her mortal remains were first taken, and from there is where the Prime Minister and his family took the mortal remains to the crematorium, where her final rites will be conducted in just a short while from now. Several of her neighbors have also gathered there outside the crematorium, outside her residence, standing with the Modi family. The bond that Heeraba shared with the people there on ground is also something that we do see on display there, as there are several people who've come out to stand with the family, to express their grief and, of course, to extend their condolences to the Modi family. It's not just a loss for the Prime Minister and for the family, but the kind of person that she was, the testimonies that have come to the fore from several politicians, from several people that have known her in their life. They've all come out to talk about the simplicity and generosity of Heeraba, and that is how she will be remembered. Condolences are pouring in from across political party lines. Siddhant and Pallavi continue to be with us. Siddhant, we're given to understand that the final journey is underway, and in a short while from now is when the Prime Minister with Heeraba's cortege will be reaching the crematorium. Siddhant? I believe we do not have that line with...
Yeah. So Poonam, the procession is right now going on, and Pradhan Mantri ji ne swayam kandha diya Mata ji ke Parthiv Sharif ko, and we are getting those visuals of convoy moving towards a crematorium. So in these times, especially Poonam, so Prime Minister, since Prime Minister is there in Ahmedabad, so there is going to be a protocol. But at the same time, in these times, it's family which decides what needs to be done and what kind of pujas or what kind of sanskar needs to be done. So it is a call of a family, and since the entire family is there, Prime Minister himself is there. The other two brothers are also there. So the call has been taken to take the mortal remains to the crematorium in the morning only, to start the final rites. And this is exactly happening. The convoy is about to reach Gandhinagar crematorium, where last rites are going to take place. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his brother is going to do the last ride. This is what we have been told. And this morning at around 3:30, Heeraba passed away. After which her mortal remains were taken to Pankaj Bhai Modi's residence for the final rite, for the Antim Darshan. And from there now mortal remains are being taken to the crematorium in Gandhinagar. So Prime Minister and his brothers are going to do the final rite. And as we were discussing, Poonam, after which Prime Minister is going to connect through video conferencing the events which are scheduled to take place in Kolkata, and he's going to address people there, and he's also going to inaugurate the projects which are scheduled to be inaugurated. So that again shows the commitment of the Prime Minister for the nation and for his work. But right now it's a great sense of loss for him and the entire family. And in fact, the reactions are coming, the condolence messages are coming from everywhere, not just from the senior leaders from Bharatiya Janata Party, but the opposition parties, chief ministers and senior leaders are also expressing condolences in these when Prime Minister has lost his mother, and also Poonam, since Prime Minister has spoken a lot about his mother and the emotional blog which he wrote last year in the month of June, and each time around when he's in Ahmedabad, he makes sure he visits his mother, and in fact in the last Vidhan Sabha elections also he was there to meet his mother one day before the vote. And next day, his mother went to vote, even at this age. So that was the enthusiasm level of Heeraba. That is how she was. Her personality, full of love, affection for people. एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लिखी थी अपने ब्लॉग में पूनम, और इस वक्त मैं उसका जिक्र करना चाहूँगा. When Prime Minister was living Vadnagar with his mother and father, तब उन्होंने बताया था कि उस वक्त आर्थिक रूप से वो संपन्न नहीं थे, पर उसके बावजूद भी कभी भी कोई साधु संत उनके घर पे, उनके द्वार पे आता था तो उनकी माता जी उनका स्वागत करती थी और बिना खाना खिलाए किसी को जाने नहीं देती थी. So those values, that kind of value Prime Minister has received, and that kind of upbringing he has received, and that is exactly that is being reflected in the kind of governance that he is giving to the country. So in that blog also he mentioned that the simplicity of her mother, how he was fond of simplicity of her mother and her extraordinary character. That despite the woman of a prime minister, she used to roam around in auto rickshaws. She used to do chaupas the same way as she used to do it before. जो घर के आंगन में चौपाल लगा लेना पड़ोसियों के साथ, same way there was no change in her life. और उन्होंने आज तक सिर्फ 2 बार प्रधानमंत्री के साथ उनके ऑफिशियल कार्यक्रम में शिरकत की है. So that again defines her character, that she has always kept herself away from Prime Minister's public life. And Prime Minister was fond of this attitude of Heeraba, yes. And he has mentioned that in the blog which he wrote in the month of June.
Absolutely, he penned his thoughts there. He has spoken of every single moment that he is going to be cherishing for life. Geeta Mehta also joins us on this broadcast. Geeta Mehta, unfortunate circumstances we are speaking in. The Prime Minister there carrying the mortal remains of his mother. The last rites will be conducted shortly.
जी पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी पार्थिव शरीर के साथ अभी गांधीनगर में जो सेक्टर 30 है वहाँ पे एक अंतिम धाम है, वहाँ पे माताजी की मृतदेह को अग्निदाह देने के लिए रवाना हो चुके हैं. मेरे पीछे जो आप देख रहे हैं वो माता हीराबा जिन्होंने अपना पूरा जीवन यहाँ पे व्यतीत किया, उनका घर है. आप देख रहे हैं कि उनके जो स्नेहीजन हैं, जो रिलेटिव्स हैं, वो घर के बाहर आ गए हैं, वो बैठे हैं. करीबन देर रात को 3:30 पे माता हीराबा का निधन हुआ है. 2 दिन से उनकी सारवार चल रही थी UN मेहता हॉस्पिटल में और लगातार उनकी तबीयत जो थी वो सुधार पे थी, परंतु देर रात 3:30 पे उनकी तबीयत में करीबन 3 बजे के करीब उनकी तबीयत में लगातार गिरावट नोटिस हुए और 3:30 पे उन्होंने देह त्याग किया। पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी और सीएम दोनों करीबन 8 बजे माता हीराबा जो रायसन में रहती हैं गांधीनगर में, वहाँ पे पहुँचे और अभी उनके मृतदेह को लेके रवाना हो चुके हैं।
जी, उनके पार्थिव शरीर को लेकर रवाना हो चुके हैं। वहाँ काफ़ी उनके जो नेबर्स हैं, जो हीराबा को जानते थे, जिन्होंने उनके साथ कुछ समय बिताया है, वो सारे वहाँ खड़े हैं मोदी परिवार के साथ। गीता, इस डिफ़िकल्ट समय में
जी बिल्कुल, आप जो दृश्य देख रहे हैं वो हीराबा के घर के पास के हैं, बाहर के हैं। तो हीराबा के साथ के जो स्नेही जन थे, जो उनके सगे थे, वो सभी यहाँ पे पहुँच चुके हैं। साथ में आसपास के पड़ोसी भी आप देख रहे हो। हीराबा 18 जून को उन्होंने 100 वर्ष पूर्ण किए थे और पूरा जीवन जो उनका है वो सादगी से व्यतीत हुआ था और बचपन से ही उन्होंने लगातार एक कठिनाई भरा जीवन व्यतीत किया। और पीएम मोदी जब गुजरात के सीएम थे तभी भी वो इतनी ही सादगी से वो रह रही थी और आज भी जब वो पीएम हो चुके थे बाद में भी उनका जो पूरा जीवन है वो सादगीपूर्ण तरीके से व्यतीत हुआ। सादा जीवन जीती थी, सादा खाना खाती थी। पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी उनके बहुत ही करीब थे। जब भी उनका जन्मदिन होता था वो उनको मिलने आते थे, जबकि जब भी खुद का जन्मदिन होता था तब भी पीएम मोदी समय निकाल के माता के आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए पहुंचते थे। एक समय था जब पीएम मोदी छोटे थे, तब उनका जो जीवन है वो बहुत ही गरीबी में व्यतीत हुआ और बाद में अभी तक वो एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली की तरह जिए हैं माता हीराबा और पीएम मोदी खुद।
जी बिल्कुल, सादगी की ज़िंदगी थी हीराबा की और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी एज वेल हैज़ बीन ट्राइंग टू एनकम्पास दोज एग्जैक्ट culture, those exact values that have been instilled in him by his mother, and he spoke of that as well today, this morning, when he took to Twitter, where he said, there's one thing that my mother told me and I will always cherish that and always remember that and live by that through my life. He says, काम करो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से was the message my mother gave me, and that's the message I am going to live by. It was the 100th year of Heeraba, where unfortunately she passed away this morning at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. She will be laid to rest shortly. Siddhant and Pallavi also continue to be with us. And Siddhant, we've seen the kind of bond that the Prime Minister shared with his mother. Every time he was in Ahmedabad, he made it a point that he would have some time to spend with his mother. Geeta Mehta also continues to be with us. And Geeta, जब भी प्रधानमंत्री अहमदाबाद में होते हैं, गुजरात में होते थे, वो ज़रूर समय निकाल के अपनी माँ से मिलते थे. That was the kind of bond that the Prime Minister shared with his mother. We'll try and reconnect with my colleagues there who are getting us all of the latest that is happening there on ground. Also the kind of condolences, the messages that are pouring in for the Modi family, for the Prime Minister. Political parties, ideologies, all kept aside in this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines is when we see condolence messages pouring in from Congress leaders, from the TMC, from the Shiv Sena, from Mayawati and Mamata Banerjee as well. The Modi family is thanking everyone for standing by them for their prayers in these tough times. The Modi family has also requested everyone to keep the departed soul, their mother, in their thoughts and continue with their pre-decided schedule and commitments. It would be a befitting tribute to Heeraba, is what the family says, and that is something that the Prime Minister is also going to be living by, because the Prime Minister, who was scheduled to attend a program in West Bengal for developmental works, will continue to do so today, even after he's laid his mother to rest, because that is the kind of work ethic that his mother has inculcated in him, is also something that he spoke of. Pallavi is also with me, and Pallavi, the family also there going on to pass on that very message that we thank you for standing with us, but a befitting tribute to Heeraba would be that we all continue with the work that we have scheduled for us.
Yes, so this is a statement which has been issued by the family sources, and I think the last line is especially captures what the essence of what she has left behind, and that is everyone should continue with its decided schedule and commitments, and that would be a befitting tribute to Heeraba. What we are also now learning is that no change of programs. All government programs which were pre-scheduled will carry on as per schedule, whether it's at the state level or whether it's at the central level, which means the only change which has taken place in the Prime Minister's schedule, for example, is that instead of physically going to Howrah because of the changed circumstances, it will be done through video conferencing.
Right, but the Prime Minister is going to be attending that program. The country will always come first, and that's the message that the Prime Minister is also trying to send. He is, of course, there at the moment in Gandhinagar, standing with his family in this time of grief. He will be laying his mother to rest along with his brother in just a short while from now in the crematorium in Gandhinagar. The cortege is on its way there. It's the final journey of Heeraba. And Pallavi, the Prime Minister has on multiple occasions spoken of the bond that he has with his mother. He's written several blog posts about it as well. And every time he visited Gujarat, he visited Ahmedabad, irrespective of what was on agenda, he did find some time to spend with his mother.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the simplicity of the living and the fact that two pictures of the Heeraba often stands out. One, of course, very recently in the Gujarat state elections which just went by, she had actually gone on a wheelchair and had also cast a vote, showing the spirit of democracy and the spirit of those who really want to exercise their rights to vote. That's one. And second, if you remember, during the demonetization times, despite the fact that she's the Prime Minister's mother, she had actually stood in a queue and she had to take out cash from the many ATMs. These are two stark pictures which always stand out, which also exemplifies the fact that she never used the position that her son was the Prime Minister of the country and life carried on as normally as before. I mean, the only time she really came to Delhi was around 5 years back when she went to his official residence, come office, and he had actually given her a tour of his entire racecourse road, as it was called at that point of time, Lok Kalyan Marg now. Apart from that, she would never ever make a visit. Never ever would you see, her using her son's name or his position. And I think this is something which he also imbibed from her, and he would often talk about the fact that you would not see him like many other politicians hobnobbing with his family getting benefits of his position. He certainly kept his family away from his public life. And these were those private moments he would spend when he would go to spend time with her. And I remember at one of his occasions, he had also said that his favorite meal was actually khichdi and his mother would feed them. And those little moments of bond and emotions which were shared between the Prime Minister and his mother Heeraba. But apart from that, you would rarely, never ever see her in the national capital. In her death, in her passing away, whatever she taught him from a humble beginning, and I remember she would, in one of his many blogs, he also wrote, in fact, in one of his interviews in the Facebook Giant, he also said that, his mother epitomizes what woman power is all about. She used to wash utensils. She led a very, very tough life. And, this is something which she imbibed in us. And, only a woman can do it. And therefore, the Prime Minister's deep faith in women power, women empowerment, actually stems from the kind of scenes or times he must have spent with his mother. It all comes out even more today because in his tribute to her, he talks about purity, he talks about sincerity. And in that statement which has been issued by way of family sources, it's very clear that they do not want anyone to stop working. Even on a day like today, the Prime Minister is going to lead by example, carrying on in his pre-scheduled programs of West Bengal. He's also going to chair the Ganga Council meeting, but of course through video conferencing moments after the final rites are over.
Absolutely. Siddhant is also with us. The final rites will be conducted in just a short while from now. And like we've been discussing, Siddhant, the simplicity of it all, the simplicity of Heeraba's life, the values that the Prime Minister is also going to live by. And it's not just after he became Prime Minister, even when he was the Chief Minister, Heeraba always wanted to be the ordinary person, the simple woman that she was, just a mother and nothing more than that, because there's something that the Prime Minister also recounts in his blog where he says that when I became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, I wanted to felicitate her as the teacher of my life, but she declined, saying that I'm just your mother and your greatness is what the Almighty has given you. That's the kind of simplicity that his mother believed in, that his mother lived by all her life.
Well, yes, she has lived her life, leaving behind a legacy example for many in this country. I was speaking to Member of Parliament Ravi Kishan this morning, and we were discussing the same thing कि गांव में एक आदमी विधायक भी बन जाता है तो 2 गाड़ी लग जाती है, बंगला लग जाता है, सारी सुख सुविधाएं आ जाती परिवार के पास. But look at Prime Minister's family. Nobody can ever raise a question. From his mother to his brothers, nobody has ever been involved in the public engagements or have been benefited because Narendra Modi is a Prime Minister. Never ever. So in fact, Prime Minister also recalls that only twice his mother has accompanied him on public events. So even Prime Minister was also fond of this simplicity of Heeraba. तो घर के बाहर वैसे ही चौपाल लगाना, लोगों से मिलना, उनका जो रूटीन था हीराबा का वो वैसे ही था. जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रचारक थे या बीजेपी के सदस्य थे तब भी वैसे ही उनका दिनचर्या थी, और जब वो मुख्यमंत्री बने और फिर प्रधानमंत्री बने वैसे ही उनकी दिनचर्या थी. सो दैट डिफाइंस द कैरेक्टर ऑफ अ वुमन एंड सिंप्लिसिटी, हर एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी नेचर. And in fact, while I was speaking to the Member of Parliament and the other senior leaders of BJP this morning, they also said that those values, those guru mantras of Prime Minister's mother Heeraba can be seen getting reflected when Prime Minister takes decision, when Prime Minister makes policies. केंद्र में हमेशा वो शख्स रहता है प्रधानमंत्री के जब वो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं जो संघर्ष करता है रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में. एंड दिस इज द रीजन प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान योजना, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, मेकिंग टॉयलेट्स, then ration, the distribution of ration. So all these schemes are somewhere inspired. The inspiration is Heeraba, because Prime Minister has seen the tough times that his mother has gone through while raising him and his brother, and then he himself has seen those tough times. So he understands the rozmarra की जो तकलीफें हैं लोगों की, and that is very easily reflected in his style of governance. There is no bookish style of governance that he follows, which used to be followed before in Latian zone. So now that is not being followed. So the inspirational story of Heeraba, the inspirational story of Prime Minister is easily reflected in the style of governance that he is offering to the nation. And look, today also, Poonam, the message has come from a family that the biggest tribute to Heeraba would be if people will continue the daily work as per the schedule. So look at the thought process of the family. Look at the values of the family. Considering Prime Minister Narendra Modi such a popular leader of the country, many BJP leaders and in fact MPs, MLAs, they all want to go and do Antim Darshan of Heeraba. But again, coming from a very humble background, Prime Minister understands that karm hi puja hai, and this is the reason that this decision has been taken, that people, in fact, the events of government have also not been cancelled. Prime Minister is going to chair the Ganga Council meeting, and he's also going to inaugurate Vande Bharat through video conferencing. So that again shows his commitment for people, nation, his work, and the same he wants his party karyakartas, the people in government, to follow. And this is the reason that nobody has been asked to come to Ahmedabad to join the procession. No fanfare, no procession, no show of stunt, nothing at all. A very simple, a very humble, full of emotions, the procession has taken place in Gandhinagar, and now and in fact the last rites are going to take place in some time from now, and this message has also been sent out by the Modi family that the biggest tribute to Heeraba would be if people will continue with their daily work. So that because Heeraba herself was a very simple person, and Prime Minister was fond of her simplicity, her extraordinary character. So that reflects, that shows the humble background of the family, that shows that how seva pehle parivar baad mein bhav of Prime Minister Modi and his family, and all these guru mantras which Prime Minister has always spoken about, spoken of, like उनकी माता जी ने उनको ये गुरु मंत्र दिया था कि भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करना है. ब्रजेश जी आज बता रहे थे हमें जब वो पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री बने. Then there were other guru mantras also which his mother used to give him time to time, and he was always thankful and grateful for that. So the kind of upbringing he has received, the way his mother has raised him and his brothers, he has always been thankful, and this is the reason that in this year in the month of June, when his mother entered sanitary year, he was there with her, and in fact he wrote a very emotional blog, talking about her life struggle and how difficult it was for her to raise children, and then give children good upbringing. Also, the seva bhav that Prime Minister always talks about. He calls himself Pradhan Sevak. He never calls himself Pradhan Mantri. So that seva bhav comes from this very idea of Heeraba. जब प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कि उनके घर पे कोई भी साधु संत या कोई भी कभी आता था तो शायद चाहे घर में खाना नहीं रहता था, बट हीराबा यूज्ड टू मेक श्योर कि उनके घर से बिना खाए कोई ना जाए. सो दैट वाज अ सेवा भाव दैट हीराबा, that was an idea of Heeraba as far as seva bhav is concerned, and that is being followed by Prime Minister, and in fact the BJP karyakartas, the other leaders, other senior ministers in the government have also been asked to follow the same seva bhav. इसी सेवा भाव के साथ लोगों की मदद करनी. So those are the ideas, those are the principal values which have been passed on to Prime Minister by his mother, and this is the reason that he has always been grateful and a great admirer of his own mother. Back to you.
Absolutely, a glorious century rests at the feet of God is how the Prime Minister bid adieu to his mother this morning when he took to Twitter before he rushed to Ahmedabad to be with his family, to be with his brothers, with his siblings in this time of grief, also to lend a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains, the teacher of his life, as he's often called her. She was a constant source of inspiration for him. He's recounted on multiple occasions how it is the upbringing that his mother gave him, even in difficult times, is what has made him the man that he is today, and that is something that he is going to live by. That is something that he will always cherish. And Siddhant, no matter how old you are, how much older you get, a mother's place is always important in your life. That void is something that nobody can fill, and the Prime Minister will also be feeling that.
Yes, absolutely. Nobody can ever fill that place, and Prime Minister is a very sensitive man. We all know that. In fact, whenever he gets to know about someone dying, or if there is a news of a casualty, so he immediately tweets, and he makes sure that his office takes care of everything on ground. So that reflects the personality of the Prime Minister. Also, today, going by his tweet, at the time of informing people of his mother passing away, Prime Minister has put out a very nice photo of Heeraba, and then there was a caption which was written. तो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने शब्दों में बताया कि उनकी माताजी ने उनसे बोला था कि काम करो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से. So these are the Guru Mantras, Poonam, which we were discussing before, and these Guru Mantras are reflected in Prime Minister's governance, and these Guru Mantras make him a sensible, sensitive man. And and this is the reason that Prime Minister was a great admirer of his mother. And in fact, he wrote this long blog talking about the difficulties that his mother has gone through, the tough times they have seen. And he has talked about every minute details, the moments that he has cherished with his mother. छोटी सी बात पूनम उन्होंने लिखी थी ब्लॉग में, प्रधानमंत्री के कद का कोई आदमी इतनी छोटी बात का जिक्र करे कि जब भी वो उनको अपने हाथों से दही खिलाती थी या कुछ भी खाना खिलाती थी, और अगर उनके खाना लग जाता था मुंह पे तो उसको नैपकिन से पोंछती थी. सो दैट ओनली मदर कैन डू. And Prime Minister used to love this gesture of Heeraba, and this is the reason कि कितने भी वो busy रहते थे, कहीं पे भी busy रहते थे, he used to make sure if he is in Ahmedabad, he finds out time and he used to go and visit Heeraba. तो अब वो जो एक ठिकाना था प्रधानमंत्री का हीराबा से मिलने का, and that quality time that he used to spend, the leisure time that he used to spend with Heeraba in Ahmedabad, I'm sure he is definitely going to miss those moments and that time which he had cherished with Heeraba. And this is the reason that, in fact, day before yesterday also, the time he got to know that Heeraba is admitted to the hospital, he immediately left all his work and rushed to Ahmedabad. And in fact, the doctors briefed him that Heeraba is responding and she is stable. Then only he left the hospital. This morning also, he was informed about it. He is in Ahmedabad without the work of government getting compromised. He is going to chair the Ganga Council meeting through video conferencing. He is also going to inaugurate Vande Bharat, and the other meetings are going to take place as per the schedule. Also, it has been told and it has been in fact conveyed to the government, also all the ministries also, that work should not be paused, work should go on as per the schedule, and that is definitely going to be the biggest tribute to Heeraba. Back to you.
Absolutely, that will be the biggest tribute to Heeraba. And like the Prime Minister has ensured that his schedule, his developmental works for the country do not take a backseat, the Modi family has also asked for everyone else to also ensure that that happens, because that is the way we can give a fitting tribute to Heeraba, is what the Modi family had also come out and said just a short while ago. The Prime Minister, with his family, with the mortal remains of his mother, just about reaching the crematorium is what we're given to understand. The last rites will be conducted shortly. Condolences, of course, are pouring in from across all quarters. Union ministers, BJP leaders, Congress leaders, former ministers, everyone standing with the Prime Minister, with the Modi family in their time of grief. The cortege there with the mortal remains of Heeraba has just reached the crematorium there in Gandhinagar. Pallavi also with me. And Pallavi, we've been talking about how it is the principles and values that his mother taught that have guided the Prime Minister, and that's not just in personal life, that is also seen in certain aspects of his style of governance, his style of working as well. And something that he spoke of in his blog is the importance that Heeraba actually put on sanitation, on cleanliness, and that is also something that the Prime Minister has been stressing on ever since he took office.
Yes, and in fact, I think much of his governance, much of his policies really come from the kind of background he himself comes in from and what he saw in his childhood. I mean, he very publicly, I remember, would mention, and even when he had gone abroad in an interview to the Facebook CEO, he had spoken very emotionally about his mother and said, like she really went through very, very hard times. His mother had lost her mother when she was very young. She had also married into a very humble family. His father himself was a tea seller. And apart from that, his mother used to wash utensils, brought up her children single-handedly. But she imbibed in all of them this simplicity, and also the fact that no work is menial. I mean, every work needs to be respected. And, whatever he would watch his mother do and not benefits she would not get, the hardships, I think he put that into his work. And, if you look at the fulcrum of the Modi government, I mean, as you're rightly pointing out, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the need for toilets for women for that matter, the sanitation issues, the fact that women's health gets affected because they don't have access to clean water, health facilities, even using the chula for that matter, the need why, you have that Ujjwala mission. It's all actually an inspiration he got from his mother. she would never ever be seen publicly. I mean, unlike any other politician, she would never ever be seen publicly by his side, except I remember the first time he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, she was there at her oath-taking ceremony. But when he took oath as the Prime Minister of the country at the forecourt of Rashtrapati Bhavan, she was conspicuous by her absence. He had, of course, rushed to take her blessings the moment the Lok Sabha results had come out in 2014. But not just her, but his entire family. He's never ever been seen publicly by his side. That's one distance he always maintained, and that's something he would say he learned from his mother, because she would always make the point that we have to continue to live as we used to live earlier, which is why without any qualms, when everyone was standing in line, for example, to take out cash from the ATM during the demonetization time, his mother was very much there. She was last seen casting her vote on a wheelchair recently in Gujarat elections, again sending out the point that we have to do our duty as a citizen of the country. Today, the same thing is captured in that brief statement issued by the family that everyone must carry on with their programs. In fact, after the final rites are over, we're going to see the Prime Minister back to work. It's going to be business as usual, no change of his programs. Only it's going to be through video conferencing, and his schedule for the rest of the week or the next few days. 13 days is normally, if you go by Hindu rituals and, traditions, is the day of mourning. But he's going to carry on with all his pre-scheduled programs. Nothing is going to be changing.
All his pre-scheduled programs will continue. His service to the nation, as he says, will continue, is something that his mother has always asked him to do, and that's the principles, that's the values that he is going to cherish and live by.
है अपने माताजी के जीवन से सीख ली है। फिलहाल ये सीधे दृश्य हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये पार्थिव शरीर की जो अंतिम यात्रा है वो अपने अंतिम पड़ाव की ओर इस वक्त पहुंच चुकी है। यहाँ अग्नि को समर्पित किया जाएगा पार्थिव शरीर, जो ये आप सीधे दृश्य इस वक्त देख रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी हीराबेन का पार्थिव शरीर अपने अंतिम पड़ाव पर इस वक्त पहुंच चुका है और हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार जो भी कर्मकांड किए जाते हैं उनको यहाँ पर अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। और प्रधानमंत्री के लिए एक काफ़ी दुख का ये समय है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री के जीवन में बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा उनकी माताजी हीराबेन की रही है। जब जब प्रधानमंत्री गुजरात जाते थे, प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद वो अपनी माताजी से मुलाकात करते थे और वो तस्वीरें, वो दृश्य पूरे देश दुनिया के सामने आती थीं। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि 100 साल की उनकी उम्र थी, लेकिन वो काफ़ी एक्टिव रहती थीं। कोरोना महामारी के दौर की हम बात करें तो प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी ने खुद सबसे पहले कोविड वैक्सीन लगाकर पूरे देश को एक उदाहरण दिया था। और उस उम्र में कोविड वैक्सीन लगाकर पूरे देश को एक ताकत मिली थी वैक्सीन के प्रति कि वैक्सीन लगाकर कोई नुकसान नहीं है। जब पूरी दुनिया में हम देख रहे थे तमाम देशों में वैक्सीन के प्रति कई नकारात्मक बातें सामने आ रही थीं और कई बड़े विकसित देशों में एक जनसंख्या का हिस्सा था जो वैक्सीन लगाने को तैयार नहीं था। ऐसे समय में प्रधानमंत्री की 100 साल की माताजी ने आगे बढ़कर खुद वैक्सीन लगवाई और पूरे देश को एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया। और उसके बाद जब हम बात करते हैं हाल के विधानसभा चुनावों की, तो हाल ही में विधानसभा चुनाव संपन्न हुए हैं गुजरात में और हमने देखा कि प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी खुद पोलिंग बूथ पर पहुंची थीं। वहां पर जाकर उन्होंने वोटिंग की थी। लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में, जो महापर्व उस वक्त चुनावों का चल रहा था, उसमें उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया। या हम बात करें नोटबंदी की, उस वक्त के भी कुछ दृश्य सामने आए थे कि किस तरह से लाइन लगी हुई थी नोटों को बदलने की और प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी भी उसमें सम्मिलित हुई थी। अनिल बंसल जी हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं और इस वक्त ये सीधे दृश्य हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। हिंदू रीति रिवाज के अनुसार पार्थिव शरीर के अंतिम संस्कार की जो रस्म है वो वहां पर निभाई जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री वहां पर मौजूद हैं, परिवार के अन्य सदस्य वहां पर मौजूद हैं। अनिल बंसल जी, सवाल ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री पद पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हैं और ऐसे पद पर अगर परिवार के सदस्यों को कई तरह की सहूलियतें मिलती हैं, परिवार के सदस्य जो एक सामान्य परिवेश होता है उसमें कम ही देखने को मिलते हैं, लेकिन हम
The last rites of Heeraba will be conducted in just a few minutes from now. Her mortal remains have reached the crematorium. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in the cortege that was carrying her mortal remains along with his siblings. They lent her mortal remains a shoulder when they brought her out of his brother's home to be taken to the crematorium. Her final journey. She is going to be laid to rest in just a few minutes from now. As per Hindu culture, as per the Hindu religion, faith, the rites will be conducted. The Prime Minister and his brothers will be lighting the funeral pyre in just a few minutes from now. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours of this morning at about 3:30 a.m. is when she breathed her last, as a statement confirmed from the UN Mehta Hospital. Within a few hours, the Prime Minister was in Ahmedabad to stand with his family, with his siblings in this time of grief, and of course to fulfill his duty as her son, to ensure that he bids his final goodbye to his mother, to his constant source of inspiration, and to someone that he is often called as the teacher of his life. Siddhant, those rituals are taking place there as we speak. In just a few minutes from now is when the Prime Minister, the Modi family and everyone else there will be bidding the final goodbye to Heeraba as the funeral pyre will be lit.
That's right, Poonam, and in fact we are getting those visuals from inside the crematorium, जहाँ पे हिंदू रीति रिवाज के हिसाब से अंतिम संस्कार की तैयारियां की जा रही हैं. प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. And in fact, you know what is interesting, Poonam, here is I can see Shankar Singh Waghela in those visuals, if I'm not mistaken. Then along with Shankar Singh Waghela and the other old-time friends of Prime Minister, they all have come because the current generation or the current government in Gujarat or the current leadership is new, but the old-time friends of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, like Shankar Singh Waghela, you know, they started their political innings from RSS. So he, Shankar Singh Waghela, and the other old-time friends of Prime Minister, they all have come. So it's a very small family and friend gathering. They all have come for the Antim Darshan. Poonam, we cannot see any as such dignitary arriving at a crematorium or at Pankaj Modi's residence for final darshan. A very humble, you know, gathering. What I can see, and there you see Shankar Singh Waghela, you know, meeting Prime Minister. So these are the old timers, and they are the old friends of Prime Minister, and they have their own stories to tell about Heeraba, because when Prime Minister was a pracharak, and in fact then he became he got a post in the party. Then the Shankar Singh Waghela and the other people are friends with Prime Minister from those days, and this is the reason that, and this is the significance of this friendship, that today when other dignitaries have not come, when all other people have been asked to focus on work, to go ahead with the routine schedule, you know, the close family friends have arrived. The close people to family, they all have come, including Shankar Singh Waghela and the other old friends of Prime Minister from the RSS day, Pracharak days. So that is the beauty of Prime Minister's personality. You know, there's no pomp and show, there is no fanfare, there is no as such long procession. You know, a very humble, you know, a very humble way of Antim Sanskar, and it's a crematorium like any other family in India. You know, like any other family in India, Modi family.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you there. Siddhant, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is with us on this broadcast. धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए इस दुखद घड़ी में. प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी अपनी मां के अंतिम संस्कार के लिए वहां गांधीनगर में हैं। पूरा देश खड़ा है मोदी परिवार के साथ, प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मातोश्री का दुखद देहांत हुआ है। ये बहुत ही दुखद घटना पूरे देशवासियों के लिए है। 100 साल का जो जर्नी है उनकी आज रुक गई है और एक आदर्श माता के रूप में उनका जीवन उन्होंने दुनिया के सामने रखा है और ये मोदी साहब के रूप में उन्होंने अपने देश को एक आदर्श सुपुत्र भी दिया है। इतने बड़े पद पर होने के बावजूद उनके माताजी ने बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन बिताया है। ये अपने आप में एक मिसाल है और मैं हमारे महाराष्ट्र की ओर से उनको भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। उनके दुख में महाराष्ट्र सहभागी है, उनके दुख में हर एक देशवासी सहभागी है।
और एकनाथ शिंदे जी, एक सिंपल जिंदगी जी है हीराबा ने और वही जो वैल्यूज हैं, वही जो सीख दी गई है प्रधानमंत्री जी को, वो भी हमको देखने मिलती है। आज ही नहीं बल्कि जो जीवन मोदी जी भी जी रहे हैं, जो उनके गवर्नमेंट में हम देख रहे हैं, वो सारे वैल्यूज, वो सारे टीचिंग्स उनके माँ के ही दिए हुए हैं।
हाँ बिल्कुल, उनकी सीख है, उनका ही आदर्श है कि मोदी जी के जीवन में उन्होंने जो सीख दी है कि एक बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन उन्होंने बिताया है। खुद का काम खुद ने कर अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है और माँ बेटे का जो रिश्ता है मोदी जी के साथ, और मोदी जी भी उनको मिलते तो भावुक हो जाते थे, ये सब दुनिया ने देखा है। ये बहुत ही सादगी भरा जीवन उन्होंने बिताया, ये दुनिया के लिए आदर्श है।
जी बिल्कुल एकनाथ शिंदे जी, और हमने काफ़ी बार तस्वीरें देखी हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी की उनके माताजी के साथ, और बच्चा कितना भी बड़ा हो जाए माँ के लिए वो बच्चा ही होता है। और वही दृश्य हमने देखे हैं कई बार जब प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने माताजी से मिलते थे गुजरात में।
तुम्ही क्या व्यक्तीशी बोलत?
That was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, standing with the Modi family, with the Prime Minister, recounting the simplicity of Heeraba's life and the values that have been inculcated by her in the Prime Minister, something that he lives by as well. She was a simple human being who lived an extraordinary life, is how the Prime Minister has often recounted the struggles, the principles that Heeraba has inculcated in him, the difficult times that she's had, the difficult times that the Prime Minister and his siblings had when they were children.
इस वक्त हम गांधीनगर से आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि हिंदू रीति रिवाज के अनुसार जब अंतिम संस्कार किया जाता है तो अंतिम संस्कार करने से पहले शव को नहलाया जाता है, शव पे लेपन किया जाता है, और ये आप देख सकते हैं ये हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार अंतिम संस्कार की जो परंपरा है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस वक्त निभा रहे हैं। उनके परिवार के सदस्य, उनके भाई सब यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। अनिल जी हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं, वरिष्ठ पत्रकार हैं। अनिल जी, 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब दिल्ली आए, प्रधानमंत्री बने, तो किसी को ये आशा नहीं थी कि उसके ठीक बाद प्रधानमंत्री स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू करेंगे, और शायद बहुत कम लोगों को इस तरह की आशा रही होगी कि इस तरह का कोई अभियान प्रधानमंत्री की ओर से शुरू किया जाएगा। और आज 2022 है, इन 8 सालों में आप देखिए तो भारत के अंदर स्वच्छता को लेकर के एक मानसिकता ही बदल चुकी है। और उसके बाद जब हम जाते हैं प्रधानमंत्री के बचपन में, और सब कुछ हमको जो भी कंटेंट इससे रिलेटेड आज इस ब्लॉग के ज़रिए मिल रहा है, वो लिखते हैं कि किस तरह से उनकी माताजी को स्वच्छता पसंद थी, वो बिस्तर को सलीके से लगाती थीं। तो ये जो सीख है स्वच्छता की, जो बचपन में अपनी माताजी से उन्होंने सीखी, और जब उनको मौका मिला वो देश के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन हुए, तो उन्होंने इस सीख को देशवासियों के सामने भी रखा। अनिल जी,
देखिए, स्वच्छता के मार्ग में सबसे बड़ी बाधा जो मल विसर्जन को उन्होंने पाया, तो इसके लिए आवश्यक था कि शौचालयों की व्यवस्था। तो पूरे देश में ये शौचालयों का एक अभियान चलाया गया, मुफ्त शौचालय, उसमें सरकार ने योगदान किया, क्योंकि लोग खुले में शौच करते थे, इससे दुर्गंध भी फैलती थी और गंदगी भी फैलती थी। फिर कूड़े के बारे में लेकर किया गया और इसका प्रभाव हुआ है काफी। मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि 100% लोग शुद्धता के प्रति अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वाह कर रहे हैं। सरकार के सहयोग में, सरकार की प्रेरणा में, सरकार के चेतना जगाने में कोई कमी नहीं रही है। पर अभी हम लोग चूंकि खुद डल हैं, अभी हम जो सैकड़ों वर्षों का हमने एक बीमारी पाल रखी है, उसको करने में समय लगता है। पर जो इनका विजन था प्रधानमंत्री का कि पूरी दुनिया में लोग जाते हैं, बाहर की सफाई की अपने देश में आकर सराहना करते हैं, और फिर टूरिज्म के प्रमोशन का भी इससे जुड़ाव है, स्वास्थ्य का बहुत बड़ा जुड़ाव है। अगर स्वच्छता नहीं होगी तो गंदगी के कारण बीमारियां बढ़ेंगी ही। ये जो उन्होंने सोचा स्वच्छ भारत स्वस्थ भारत, तो स्वच्छ भारत होगा, स्वस्थ भी होगा, और इससे दुनिया में भारत की धाक बढ़ेगी। और जो हमारे पास टूरिज्म का उनका एक सपना है कि आज दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में टूरिज्म है, तो भारत में भी पर्यटन इसका विकास होगा, पर्यटक आएंगे, सबकी आय बढ़ेगी, और दुनिया भारत की संस्कृति और यहाँ के प्राचीन स्मारक और दूसरे जो यहाँ के प्राकृतिक स्थल हैं उनको देखेगी। और भारत एक जो विश्व गुरु बनने का उनका सपना है, बनाने का भारत को, वो पहले से रहा है।
और वो ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿಯಾದಾಗ ಅವರು ತೋರಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಅವರು ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಣವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಈ ಇಳಿ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಮರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
भारत की ओर देख रही है। सबको लगता है यहाँ निवेश किया जा सकता है, यहाँ शांति है, यहाँ विकास का वातावरण है। तो ये जो स्थिति आई है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस विजन के कारण ही आई है कि
ठीक है अनिल जी, इसी बात को हम आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे। फिलहाल हम दर्शकों को बता दें कि ये सीधे दृश्य हम इस वक्त गांधीनगर से दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी हीराबेन का अंतिम संस्कार की प्रक्रिया इस वक्त चल रही है। हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार अंतिम संस्कार की जो कर्मकांड हैं, जो अंतिम संस्कार की जो रस्में हैं, वो यहाँ पर निभाई जा रही हैं। और हम लगातार बातचीत कर रहे हैं कि कितनी बड़ी प्रेरणा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए उनकी माताजी हीराबेन थीं। प्रधानमंत्री ने जो ब्लॉग लिखा है उसकी कई लाइन्स हम लगातार अपने दर्शकों को भी बता रहे हैं और उस पर अपने विशेष मेहमानों से बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस ब्लॉग में प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी माताजी को जिस तरह से डिफ़ाइन किया है, उसको अगर हम पढ़ते हैं तो आज प्रधानमंत्री की जो सोच है, जो नीतियां हैं, जो उनकी दूरदर्शिता है, वो सब उसमें परिलक्षित होता है। अनिल जी, एक जगह वो लिखते हैं कि आज अगर मैं अपनी माँ और अपने पिता के जीवन को देखूं तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषताएं रही हैं ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान। गरीबी से जूझते हुए परिस्थितियां कैसी भी रही हों, मेरे माता पिता ने ना कभी ईमानदारी का रास्ता छोड़ा, ना ही अपने स्वाभिमान से समझौता किया। उनके पास हर मुश्किल से निकलने का एक ही तरीका था, मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत। अनिल जी, 2014 के बाद 8 साल हो गए हैं। भ्रष्टाचार का कोई भी मामला मोदी सरकार पे अभी तक नहीं आया है। ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान, चाहे आत्मनिर्भर भारत की हम बात करें या दुनिया में जिस तरह से भारत अपने रसूख को दिखाता है उसकी बात करें, तो ये प्रधानमंत्री की हर बातों में, हर वक्तव्य में ये परिलक्षित भी होता आया है। साथ ही मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत, वो भी हम प्रधानमंत्री की मेहनत को अगर हम देखें तो आज वो बंगाल में होते हैं, कल केरल में होते हैं, परसों वो महाराष्ट्र में होते हैं। शायद ही ऐसा कभी दिन रहा हो कि आपको 2-3 दिन लगातार ऐसे मिले हों जब प्रधानमंत्री।
The last rites of Heeraba are being conducted there as we speak. The funeral pyre will be lit in Gandhinagar by the Prime Minister and his siblings. Heeraba led a life of simplicity. The fact that her son was first the Chief Minister, the longest serving one of Gujarat, and then the Prime Minister, never affected the life that she lived. She continued to live the life that she had always lived by, the principles that she had always lived by. And that kind of simplicity is something that we see even today in life and in death, because we do not see any dignitaries, we do not see any crowds there really. It is just the close family, just her sons who are there at the crematorium as the funeral pyre is being lit by the Prime Minister there. For Heeraba, she was just a mother. She was a mother to a man who was in the hands of Almighty, who had done good work for this country because that's what the Almighty chose for him. All she had done, all she was a vehicle in the hands of God, and that's the life that she led. And even in death, we see that kind of simplicity on display. It is a final goodbye to the Prime Minister's mother, Heeraba, as the funeral pyre has now been lit by the Prime Minister himself. His siblings, Heeraba's other sons, are also present there. Some very close family members, those who've known Heeraba for a very long time, not just the Prime Minister, but his mother as well. People who've had constant touch with his mother. Some of them are also present there, but mainly it is just a close-knit family that is there bidding their final goodbye to the woman who, in the Prime Minister's words, was a simple human being who lived an extraordinary life. It was Heeraba's principles that really guided the Prime Minister ever since he's taken office in 7 Racecourse Road earlier, now Lok Kalyan Marg.
देश और दुनिया के सामने आते रहे हैं। कई तरह से वो दृश्य आए। 100 साल की उनकी जिंदगी, हाल ही में उन्होंने अपना 100वां जन्मदिन मनाया, लेकिन अपने अंतिम पल तक वो सक्रिय रहीं। चाहे कोविड की वैक्सीन लगवाने की बात हो या हाल ही में संपन्न हुए गुजरात विधानसभा चुनावों में पोलिंग बूथ पर जाकर वोटिंग करने की बात रही हो, या नोटबंदी के दौरान हमने देखा था कि वो खुद लाइन में लगी हुई थीं आम जनता के साथ। सक्रिय हीराबेन की जीवन यात्रा अब अग्नि को समर्पित हो गई है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित हो गया है और ये शरीर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। आप देख सकते हैं, हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार अंतिम संस्कार की जो प्रक्रिया है, उस प्रक्रिया को इस वक्त मूर्त रूप दिया जा रहा है। हीराबेन के बेटों के द्वारा मुखाग्नि दी गई है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, उन्होंने भी मुखाग्नि दी। और एक मां के लिए इससे सफल यात्रा क्या हो सकती है कि अभाव में, गरीबी में बीती हुई जिंदगी, और उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को ऐसे संस्कार दिए, ऐसी शिक्षा दी कि आज एक पुत्र भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है। और न सिर्फ भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है, बल्कि उसका नाम आज देश और दुनिया के शीर्ष नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष ताकतवर नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष विख्यात नेताओं में लिया जाता है। ये एक सफल जीवन है, जो जीवन इस लोक में खत्म हो गया। पार्थिव शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित किया जा रहा है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर फिर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी के अनुसार आत्मा अमर रहती है, अजर रहती है, शरीर खत्म हो जाता है और पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर यहाँ अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है और वापस ये शरीर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। लेकिन आत्मा अमर है, अजर है, और वो आत्मा उसकी सीख आज भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में इस देश में मौजूद है और लगातार वो जिंदगी जिसने अपने जीवन का एक बड़ा हिस्सा संघर्षों में जिया, अभाव में जिया, गरीबी में जिया, लेकिन ईमानदारी के साथ जिया, स्वाभिमान के साथ जिया, मेहनत के साथ जिया, वो सीख जो उन्होंने अपने परिवार को दी, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को दी, और वो सीख जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में आज हम लोगों के सामने है। और लगातार हम उस ब्लॉग की बात कर रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी कुछ ही महीनों पहले हीराबेन के 100 साल पूरे होने पर, उनके 100वें जन्मदिन पर लिखा था। उस ब्लॉग में लिखा गया है कि किस तरह से वो अभाव भरी जिंदगी में भी स्वाभिमान के साथ जीती थीं, स्वच्छता का जीवन जीती थीं, पक्षियों के लिए, जानवरों के लिए किस तरह से वो खाना रखती थीं, और साथ ही साथ कोई स्वच्छता कर्मी, कोई सफाई कर्मी उनके घर के पास आकर सफाई करता था तो उसको भी पूरी इज्जत देती थीं, और उस स्वच्छता कर्मी को पता होता था कि इसी घर में उनको चाय मिलेगी। उसके अलावा कई सारी विशेषताएं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने ब्लॉग में लिखी है, उन विशेषताओं को अगर देखें तो वो आज प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण के रूप में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के रूप में वो लगातार दिख रही हैं। चाहे हम अंत्योदय की थीम के साथ जो योजनाएं हैं, जनधन योजना की हम बात करें, महिलाओं के लिए उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर की हम बात करें, उसके अलावा स्वच्छ भारत की हम बात करते हैं, जल संरक्षण की हम बात करते हैं, हर नीति में कहीं न कहीं उस नेतृत्व ने, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो अपने बचपन में सीखा है, जो उनकी माताजी से उनको प्रेरणा मिली है, हर योजना में वो भाव परिलक्षित होता है। और जैसा कि अभी हम उस ब्लॉग के हिस्से को भी आपको पढ़कर सुना रहे थे, वो लिखते हैं कि आज अगर मैं अपनी माँ और अपने पिता के जीवन को देखूं तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषताएं रही हैं ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान। गरीबी से जूझते हुए परिस्थितियां कैसी भी रही हों, मेरे माता पिता ने ना कभी ईमानदारी का रास्ता छोड़ा, ना ही अपने स्वाभिमान से समझौता किया। उनके पास हर मुश्किल से निकलने का एक ही तरीका था, मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत। और अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है। ये पार्थिव शरीर पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में शरीर खत्म होता है, आत्मा नहीं खत्म होती। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि के जरिए फिर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है। और साथ ही साथ वो सीख, वो प्रेरणा भी अमर है, और वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में हमारे पास मौजूद है। हीराबा की दी हुई शिक्षाएं, हीराबा की दी हुई सीख, हीराबा के जीवन से जो प्रेरणा मिली है, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने जीवन में अभाव, गरीबी, संघर्ष देखा है, आज वो इन्हीं कारणों से देश को भी समझते हैं और अपनी इस तरह की नीतियां बनाते हैं। अनिल बंसल हमारे साथ लगातार बने हुए हैं। अनिल जी, पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर वापस पंच
The Prime Minister there and his family leaving the crematorium after the funeral pyre was lit. The Modi family has bid adieu to Heeraba in her 100th year. She breathed her last at 3:30 a.m. this morning at the hospital. There were several family members, several close relatives, those who've known Heeraba and the Prime Minister for several decades now were also present at the funeral. These are shots coming in from that crematorium where several people have come to offer their condolences to the Modi family, to stand with the Modi family and the Prime Minister in their time of grief. Prime Minister Modi just a few minutes ago lit the funeral pyre of his mother Heeraba. That's the former Chief Minister of Gujarat also there to stand with the Modi family. The Prime Minister and his brother lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his mother. It is a gaping hole that she leaves because she was a constant source of inspiration for the Prime Minister. He's often spoken of the bond that he's had with his mother from early on, even after he left his home state of Gujarat, moved to the national capital after he was elected the Prime Minister of this country 8 years ago. But his bond with his mother never took the hit. He made sure that he spent any time that he could with his mother every time that he was in Ahmedabad. Just a few days ago, when he was in Gujarat to cast his vote in the beginning of this month during the second phase of elections, even during that time, he did spend some time with his mother. And that's really the bond that he shared with his mother that goes on to show the importance that she had, and it's a void that will be left unfilled. Siddhant is in Ahmedabad there, he is in Gujarat, and Siddhant, we are seeing several BJP leaders, former chief ministers also there at the crematorium, standing by with the Prime Minister in his time of grief with the Modi family.
As I was highlighting before, that it is more a gathering of Prime Minister's old friends from his RSS days. It's more a gathering of neighbors and people living next to Pankaj Modi's residence. It's more a gathering of well-wishers of family. So I can barely see any VIP in the visuals that we are getting from the crematorium. Yes, the ministers from Gujarat government, MLAs, and Chief Minister Bhupen Patel were there. But talking about the simplicity angle of it, Poonam, then I cannot see dignitaries arriving, or I cannot see VIPs landing in Ahmedabad. That has not happened. The entire procession was humble. अंतिम संस्कार भी जो किया गया बहुत ही जैसे एक आम परिवारों में जिस प्रकार से अंतिम संस्कार किए जाता है. There were no black glares, white kurtas, very humble looking people were there. So it defines the character of Prime Minister and the values that Modi family holds. And at the same time, the message has also been sent from the family that the befitting tributes to Heeraba would be that if people will continue with their pre-scheduled commitments. So that is a thought process. This defines the value, the idea, of Prime Minister Modi and Heeraba. Because Prime Minister Modi, being such a tall leader, Prime Minister of a nation, there's a possibility that the BJP Karyakartas and other dignitaries, VIPs would have gone to Ahmedabad for Antim Darshan, or there are a lot of government engagements today that those have been planned by the government. But the idea is that work should not suffer. The seva bhav for nation should not suffer, and this is the reason that after completing Antim Sanskar, Prime Minister has now left the venue, and we have been told that he is going to connect and he is going to chair Ganga Council meeting through video conferencing. Then he will also inaugurate Vande Bharat train and other projects in Kolkata through video conferencing. So that is the seva bhav, that is the idea And in fact, I was listening to the other guest on the show, and you know, जो भाव है, जो सेवा का भाव है, the values are still with the Prime Minister, and that reflects in his style of governance. उन्होंने अपनी माता जी के बारे में जो बात कही थी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, कि उनके माता पिता ने जीवन में इतने संघर्ष देखे, बट कभी भी अपने मूल्यों से समझौता नहीं किया, अपने वैल्यूज से को कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं किया. एंड द सेम कैन बी सीन इन प्राइम मिनिस्टर इन लास्ट 8-9 years of his governance. Not a single blot of corruption on his administration, not only in center but even when he was the chief minister of Gujarat. क्योंकि उनकी माता जी ने जब वो उन्होंने पहली बार शपथ ली थी, बात बोली थी कि भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करना है. सो यू नो दैट रिफ्लेक्ट्स इन प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स गवर्नेंस. अगेन हार्ड वर्क, यू नो, नसीब के भरोसे नहीं बैठा जाता है. द काइंड ऑफ हार्ड वर्क प्राइम मिनिस्टर डज, लाइक यू नो, ईच टाइम अराउंड ही इज सीन ट्रैवलिंग, इनॉग्रेटिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स, लेइंग फाउंडेशन स्टोन्स, टेकिंग मीटिंग्स, you know, and coming up with the new ideas, speaking to people, you know, public engagements, media engagements. Every time Prime Minister is busy. So again, this comes from the values that Heeraba has passed on to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has always been a constant admirer of his mother, and he always calls his mother as his first guru, and he always relied upon the guru mantras that his mother used to give him time and again. आज भी उन्होंने सुबह जो ट्वीट किया उसमें उन्होंने लिखा कि काम करो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से. This was the idea of Heeraba's life, and the same has been passed on to the Prime Minister. So this is the reason that I'm drawing parallel on this very day, because looking at the pictures coming from crematorium, looking at the pictures coming from Gandhinagar, you know, being a Prime Minister, you know, there could have been lot of arrangements done. There could have been lot of tents, then cars, convoys, you know, security details, areas getting cordoned off. Nothing of that sort happened. You know, it was a very simple gathering. It was a very humble gathering of old family friends, of Prime Minister's old friend, like Shankar Singh Waghela came inside the crematorium. So Shankar Singh Waghela still holds a very special place in Prime Minister's heart, because he is his friend from RSS days, and Shankar Singh Waghela has stories to cherish with Heeraba also. So he was there on this day with Prime Minister. So the old RSS friends, neighbors, family friends, only they could be seen in the visuals. No as such dignitaries or VIPs or central ministers flying down to Ahmedabad to pay tribute. So this is the beauty. This is nothing but a simplicity. You know, this only defines not just Prime Minister, but the values that his mother has passed on to him. And you know, that is exactly being reflected in his style of governance and decision making. Back to you.
And that's the style of governance and decision making that we have seen over the last 8 years, Siddhant. The guiding principles of this government, of Prime Minister Modi's working style, has also been the kind of teachings that his mother has inculcated in him. Her struggle is also something that the Prime Minister has kept in mind. Several schemes for women's empowerment to enable women to live a life of dignity, move out of their homes, be empowered, be a person of their own, is also something that this government has done, and that's perhaps something that the Prime Minister got from his mother, because he often has spoken of the difficult times that she's lived in right from her childhood.
Well, yes, absolutely. And you know, when Prime Minister says that my parents have never compromised, even when they were going through bad times, even when they were seeing tough days in life. And in fact, एक बात का उन्होंने जिक्र किया था कि जब भी सफाई कर्मचारी घर पे आते थे तो उनका कितना आदर सम्मान से उनको रखा जाता था, उनको ट्रीट किया जाता था. एंड इवन सफाई कर्मचारी ऑल्सो यूज टू नो दैट अगर उसको सुबह की चाय मिलेगी तो हीराबा के घर पे ही मिलेगी. सो दैट वाज अ लव एंड अफेक्शन दैट हीराबा यूज used to shower. And this can be seen in Prime Minister's governance also, when he goes and washes feet of Safai Karmcharis in Banaras, if you remember that visual, Poonam. Then and as we were discussing, his policy making, especially free ration, free vaccination, then the chulha service, gas connection, free gas connection at cheaper, Har Ghar gas connection, then toilets that he made, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. So all these schemes, the policies are nothing but the inspiration that Prime Minister has taken from his mother, the experiences that he and his family have gone through during their tough days in Vadnagar and then later in Ahmedabad, and that really motivates him to work more for the common man, for the Aam Aadmi of the country. And again, Poonam, we were discussing the Guru mantras of his mother, and he always said that my mother has been my constant guru and my constant guru, and this is the reason, Poonam, that despite such a busy schedule, each time around, whenever he is in Ahmedabad, Prime Minister is in Ahmedabad, he used to make sure that he visits Heeraba. In fact, this time during election, जब पूरा उन्होंने कैंपेन पूरा कर लिया, तो शाम को चुनाव से एक दिन पहले शाम को हीराबा से मिलने पहुंच गए. एंड ऑल्सो वन मोर थिंग, आई वुड लाइक टू हाईलाइट हेयर कि कई बार ऐसा होता था कि हमको सूचना तब लगती थी कि प्रधानमंत्री हीराबा से मिलने पहुंचे जब वो पहुंच जाते थे उनके घर. ऐसा भी नहीं कि कोई उनके शेड्यूल में रहता था कि दैट ही इज गोइंग टू मीट हीराबा एंड मीडिया इज इन्फॉर्म्ड much media is informed before his arrival at Heeraba's residence. No, he used to go there, and then we used to get we got to know that okay, Prime Minister is meeting his mother. So it was never about media optics. It was never ever about elections, about politics. Nothing. Heeraba has always kept herself away from Prime Minister's public life. पर कभी भी कोई ऐसा उत्सव होता था या वो चुनाव जीतते थे तो वो हीराबा से आशीर्वाद लेने जरूर जाया करते थे. इनफैक्ट आई रिमेंबर इन 2014 आई वाज रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम आउटसाइड पंकज मोदीज रेजिडेंस एंड द टाइम बीजेपी वन लोकसभा पोल्स. द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट प्राइम मिनिस्टर डिड बिफोर कमिंग टू दिल्ली वाज to go and seek blessings of Heeraba at Gandhinagar residence. I was very much there. So that was a level of bond. क्योंकि जो उनको एक विश्वास था, जो as I said that he always considered Heeraba as his guru, and this is the reason that कोई भी खुशी का उत्सव हो या कभी कोई तकलीफ हो तो वो हीराबा से ही बांटते आए थे. and they used to have a good quality time together. In fact, the photographs and visuals are very much in public domain. They used to talk a lot. They used to chit chat. जो एक माँ बेटे की बीच की बातचीत होती थी वैसे ही झूले पे बैठ के आंगन में हुआ करती थी. तो आई एम श्योर प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज गोइंग टू miss that, and it's a great sense of loss for not just him but the entire Modi family, because in fact while covering elections I got a time to visit that locality where Heeraba used to stay, and she was quite popular there क्योंकि उनका वो चौपाल लगाने का वही अंदाज था, लोगों से मिलने का वही अंदाज रहा. तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो मिस करेंगे अपनी माँ को, बट एट द सेम टाइम द लोकल्स देयर इन गांधीनगर are surely going to miss Heeraba because such an affectionate personality, caring, full of love. और जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक बार जिक्र किया था कि बिना किसी को घर से खाए वो जाने नहीं देती थी. So that defines the character of a woman, and this is the reason that Prime Minister has written this long blog on a day when she entered her sanitary year. And in fact, Prime Minister was very excited to celebrate her 100th birthday. But unfortunately, he is unable to do that now. But there was a plan, there was an idea. So he wrote that emotional blog in June when she entered sanitary year, and he talked about her struggle, difficulties,
yes.
And how with so much difficulty in life she raised all of them, and the values she has passed on. So yes,
and those are the values that the Prime Minister will cherish for the rest of his life. The country and across political party lines, everyone stands with the Modi family in their time of grief. the moment. Dhahan, thank you so much. We're shifting focus now to some more news coming in, and breaking news coming in of cricketer Rishabh Pant being seriously injured after a shocking car accident that came to the fore early this morning. He's admitted to AIIMS in Rishikesh in Uttarakhand. He was en route Roorkee when the accident took place. Police sources are now telling us that Rishabh Pant was alone in the car when he crashed with the divider. Perhaps due to slumber, perhaps due to sleeplessness is what could have been the cause of the crash, is what police are now telling us. These visuals on your screens are the aftermath of the accident where his car has been completely gutted. Rishabh Pant is in AIIMS in Rishikesh getting the best treatment there, of course. He will soon be brought to Dehradun as well. Anupam Trivedi, my colleague, joins us for more on this. Anupam Trivedi, क्या जानकारी मिल सकती है? ऋषभ पंत की हालत कैसी है अब?
Yes, first sources, his right leg has been fractured, so the doctors have advised to further investigate him. So he'll be in moments now. He'll be brought into the Max Hospital here in Dehradun. So as per sources, he met with an accident due to, as you told the viewers, that he perhaps he met with an accident due to sleeplessness around 5 a.m. today morning near Mangalore while he entered Uttarakhand. And just to add that he has a house in Roorkee, so he was born and brought up in Roorkee, Rishabh. So he makes a point to visit his home in some time, and this time he was here in Roorkee to celebrate the New Year when this accident happened. So he is expected to arrive in hospital anytime now.
Right, he is going to be brought from Rishikesh to Dehradun is the latest that we are gathering. We've also seen the aftermath of the accident. Anupam, his car was completely gutted. It caught fire after it hit the divider, is what we're given to understand. For now, Anupam, it's just a fracture, and otherwise he's stable. Is that the latest on his condition?
Yes, there's a police sources have told that, but to rule out any untoward kind of an if there is some injury or further investigation, therefore he was referred to the hospital here in Dehradun. And meanwhile, the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has assured all help to his family and to Rishabh. And CM has also said if needed, he could be airlifted to any other location if the family wishes. And just to add that Rishabh is also brand ambassador. He was appointed the brand ambassador of Uttarakhand just a couple of weeks back.
Yes, stay on with me. Anshul, my colleague, also joins us for more on this. Anshul, unfortunate news coming in of the accident of Rishabh Pant. He is recuperating now at the moment in Rishikesh, perhaps to be brought to Dehradun is the latest that we are gathering. What more details have you gathered from the police there?
So yes, the details that we are picking up that this accident happened in the VRs of today, and yes, Rishabh Pant is injured at this point in time. He has a fractured leg, is what we have been told. And also, Rishabh Pant was not keeping well. He was in fact not selected in the Indian team for the upcoming tours of Sri Lanka. In fact, he was told to recuperate in the National Cricket Academy in Bangalore. Was his plan for the next few days. And while he was returning from the national capital to Roorkee, we have been told that he met with an accident due to sleeplessness. It's the initial information that we are picking up at this point in time. The visuals that we are seeing on our screen is definitely very, very disturbing for his fans all across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant has not had the best time over the last 1 year, especially when it comes to ODI, one-day national cricket and T20 national cricket. So yes, the prayers are ongoing, but yes, it remains to be seen what more details it can be picked up once he reaches Dehradun once he will be admitted in AIIMS for more treatment. But yes, at this point in time, the doctors and the police officials they are telling us that he is fine. He has a fractured leg and he is recuperating at this point in time.
Yes, he is recuperating now. The police has also confirmed that the incident took place at Mohammadpur Jat near Roorkee. According to what we've gathered from our sources within Uttarakhand police, is that Rishabh Pant perhaps dozed off while he was driving. He was en route Roorkee, which is his hometown. And as a result, the car collided with the divider. You can see the aftermath there on your screens. The car was reduced to ashes after it caught fire when it hit the divider, perhaps at a high speed. He was moved to a Roorkee hospital from where he perhaps will be taken to Dehradun shortly. VVS Lakshman, the chief of the National Cricket Academy, has also taken to Twitter where he says he's not only praying for Rishabh Pant, but thankfully he is out of danger. That's the latest as far as Rishabh Pant's health condition is concerned. And Anupam, whether he's taken to Dehradun or not, or whether he's airlifted out of Uttarakhand altogether, that is something, it's still early to say that. Anupam? I believe we do not have that line with Anupam, but Anshul continues to be with us. And Anshul, like we've been discussing, at the moment he is in AIIMS Rishikesh. But the government there, Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister, has also said that not just Dehradun, but if the family wishes that he be airlifted perhaps to the national capital, then that could be arranged as well.
So yes, the Chief Minister had just put out this, in fact the office of the Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, had put this out that yes, the accident happened in the at around 5:30 a.m. this morning. But yes, if the family wants that he should be treated in AIIMS in the national capital, then that could be arranged as well. But yes, at this point in time, the silver lining being that Rishabh Pant did not injure himself in a very, very bad manner, and he is recovering. He has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, the visuals that we are seeing on our screen, he has injured his back as well. There are spots on his back that can be seen in the visuals that we have accessed. But yes, the entire country is now praying for the speedy recovery of Rishabh Pant, because as I was mentioning that the last year has not been very, very good for Rishabh Pant, and the entire fan base of Rishabh Pant was actually expecting him to recover back from his injury and get into the national side and perform for India, as the country knows him to be the star cricketer for India. So yes, the Chief Minister at this point in time is also making sure that all the arrangements are in place in AIIMS Rishikesh so that his treatment could happen at the earliest and he could recover at best. But yes, if the family wants him to be transferred from Rishikesh to the national capital, that would be arranged as well in the shortest of time. But yes, at this point in time, what we are being told that his treatment is ongoing in AIIMS Rishikesh, and once he gets more stable, then we could expect if the family wants at all him to be moved from Rishikesh to Dehradun, that would happen as well.
Right, at the moment he has a fracture, and that's what the latest health condition of Rishabh Pant is. Whether he is airlifted from there, brought to Dehradun or brought to the national capital, we still have to see. But not just the state police there in Rishikesh, but the state government is also taking note. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, personally has also taken note of what's transpired, assured all assistance, all help to the family of Rishabh Pant. Remember, this accident took place at about 5:30 a.m. this morning when he was driving to his hometown in Roorkee, perhaps for the New Year's. He was alone in the car. He was driving the car himself, and his luxury car there reduced to ashes after the accident. That goes on to show perhaps that he was driving at a high speed when he hit the divider. And that's what really caused the car to catch fire after that accident. And the car has now been reduced to ashes there. Rishabh Pant is admitted to a hospital, to AIIMS Rishikesh at the moment. From Roorkee, he was brought to Rishikesh and admitted to AIIMS. He was driving his Mercedes-Benz GL when the accident took place. Anshul, have we had any more reactions coming in from the cricketing fraternity? VVS Lakshman, of course, did take to Twitter and confirm that he was out of danger, and he did wish him a speedy recovery as well.
Well, let's see, the entire cricket fraternity is absolutely in shock at this point in time, because yes, we have been seeing reactions coming in from senior cricketers who are praying for his speedy recovery, from the likes of Munaf Patel to Gautam Gambhir. They have all come out and tweeted wishing for the speedy recovery of Rishabh Pant. And also not only these players, but international players have also come out and tweeted praying for the speedy recovery of Rishabh Pant, because this was absolutely unexpected. Even Virender Sehwag has tweeted बहुत जल्द से जल्द तुम स्वस्थ हो जाओ. So these are the kind of emotions that are connected with Rishabh Pant, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a player who is chatterbox, is what he is called behind the stumps, and the kind of relationship that he has been able to develop with not only players within the country, with his colleagues within the country, but also international players as well. And he has that rapport with
each and every player that he plays with, that the kind of person that Rishabh Pant is, the kind of motivation that he puts into the team, that is something really very unprecedented from a wicketkeeper coming out and supporting his bowlers in the manner that he does. Whenever the team is down, Rishabh Pant is the person that they look towards to motivate the entire team from behind the stump itself. So yes, Rishabh Pant, IPL team Delhi Capital has also come out and tweeted that they are wishing for the speedy recovery of Rishabh Pant, because yes, he is a very, very significant part of this Indian cricket team, the Indian cricket team that is en route to dominate the entire cricketing world at this point in time. So yes, the entire cricketing system is now looking towards Dehradun and Rishikesh just to get some updates on how quickly can Rishabh Pant recover, because he is an inseparable part of this Indian cricket team, and that is going to dominate the world cricket, is what the fans expect at this point in time. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant now recover from this very, very bad accident that he has had to face today. But yes, what sources within the hospital are telling us that his condition is very much stable at this point in time. His family members are also expected to reach there in the next few minutes. And yes, Rishabh, what we are expecting also, that if the family deems that the treatment is not accurate in Roorkee and in Rishikesh, then he could be brought to the national capital, where a more all-round treatment could be given to him. Yes, Poonam.
Yes, Anshul, do keep a track of how his health goes. But for the moment, thank you so much. Hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition, but we're beginning with some unfortunate news that came to the fore this morning, where at 3:30 a.m., Prime Minister Modi's mother passed away at the hospital in Ahmedabad. Her funeral pyre was lit just a few minutes ago. The Prime Minister rushed to Ahmedabad at about 7:30 a.m. this morning. The final journey of Prime Minister Modi's mother has now concluded. The funeral pyre was lit by the Prime Minister along with his siblings, along with his brother there. Heeraba lived a life of simplicity, of humble beginnings. The fact that her son was first the Chief Minister of the state, the longest serving Chief Minister of the state, to then becoming the Prime Minister of this country, did not change the kind of life that Heeraba led. And that's the simplicity, that's the message that the Prime Minister is also taking from his mother's life. Those values are something that the Prime Minister will cherish for years to come. It is a gaping hole, a void that his mother leaves behind. Siddhant, my colleague, now joins us. Siddhant, the Prime Minister has bid the final goodbye to his mother. The funeral pyre was lit just a few minutes ago. He's left the crematorium, is what we're given to understand.
Well, yes, he has left the crematorium, and as per his official schedule, he is going to connect to the programs in Kolkata through video conferencing, and he is also going to inaugurate Vande Bharat train. He is also going to chair National Ganga Council meeting. So there are list of programs which are scheduled to take place today, and that Prime Minister is going to attend through video conferencing. Also, the idea is that that no government work should be paused. No important work should be kept on hold, and in fact there is a message also which has been sent out by the family members in Ahmedabad that the befitting tribute to Heeraba would be that if people will continue with the pre-scheduled work. So that is a message, a very clear message, which has been sent out to all the family, friends, and everyone, and also especially to people here in government and especially people in party, that there is no please continue with the preoccupied work, and that is going to be the biggest tribute to the Heeraba, and that is exactly Prime Minister is also doing. that he is going to connect through video conferencing. He is going to take those meetings, and then we have been told that he is going to stay in Ahmedabad today at least. We are still trying to get more clarity on Prime Minister's schedule right now. But yes, he has left the crematorium after completing all the rituals, after completing final rites. He has left the crematorium. Now he's going to connect through video conferencing and take all those meetings which are taking place in Kolkata. Back to you.
Yes, the Prime Minister is going to stick to his schedule as far as inaugurating the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal is concerned. The developmental works of the country are not going to take a backseat, even though it is a personal loss for the Prime Minister. That's the message that not just was sent by the Prime Minister, but also from the Modi family, where they asserted that they thank everyone for standing with them in this time of grief, but they requested all family members, all supporters, everyone who was standing by with them to resume their work, as that would really be the befitting reply to Heeraba. Condolences are now pouring in from across all political parties, from across all quarters. Let's listen in to some of those reactions.
100 साल की एक बहुत ही संघर्षपूर्ण किंतु उतनी ही अर्थपूर्ण इस प्रकार की जिंदगी जीने के बाद उन्होंने आज अपना देह त्याग दिया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी। माता जी को पिछले समय मिलने के बाद माता जी ने जो नसीहत उनको दी कि कोई भी कार्य बुद्धि से और आत्मा की शुद्धि से करना चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसी बात से उनका जो जीवन था वो किस प्रकार का जीवन था, ये हमारे ध्यान में आता है।
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son. We could have seen, and we have seen it from his Chief Minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son. And Narendra Modi ji always visited her in spite of his busy schedules. He never lost opportunity to see her, to be with her, and spend some really good time. And she also gave a lot of affection. And one thing we could see that she maintained the role of a mother to a son, rather than to the different positions what he is today. That shows the equanimity of thinking of the great Heeraben, and the way she blessed him, the way she gave food, the gave his money, it was so affectionate.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरे देश को अपना परिवार मानते हैं, वैसे ही पूरा देश प्रधानमंत्री जी के परिवार को भी अपना परिवार मानता है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी की पूज्य माता जी के प्रति भी वही भाव था। देश के लगभग सभी परिवारों में जब से प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी अस्पताल में भर्ती हुई हैं, सबके द्वारा लगातार यही पूछा जाता रहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी का स्वास्थ्य कैसा है। जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
ये बहुत बड़ा एक भावुक क्षण पूरे देश के लिए है और पूरे हम सब लोग के लिए तो है ही है, और व्यक्तिगत रूप से आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा है, क्योंकि सदैव हमेशा उनका मार्गदर्शन, माँ का स्नेह, माँ का प्यार जिस प्रकार से उनको हासिल हुआ, और मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा एक आशीर्वाद माँ का जो आगे बढ़ने की ताकत देता है। आज वो माँ नहीं रही, और इस बात का स्वाभाविक रूप से उन्हें व्यक्तिगत रूप से तो शक्ति प्रधानमंत्री जी को है ही है, लेकिन पूरे देश के लिए ये बहुत दुखद समाचार है।
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का साया उठ जाना, आसमान सरीखा हाथ उठ जाना जैसा होता है। ऐसे समय में यहाँ संपूर्ण देशवासियों के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ साथ ये बहुत दुखदायी क्षण है, क्योंकि पूज्य माँ ने एक ऐसा बेटा जना, ऐसा बेटा भारतवासियों को दिया जिसने संपूर्ण दुनिया के अंदर भारत का मान सम्मान स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने का काम किया। माँ के संस्कार जो है, सबसे पहले अगर किसी बच्चे को शिक्षा मिलती है तो अपनी माँ से मिलती है। ऐसी माँ का ऐसे समय में चला जाना निश्चित रूप से उनके साथ साथ संपूर्ण भारतवासियों के लिए बहुत दुखद क्षण है। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि परमपिता परमेश्वर माँ की दिवंगत आत्मा को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दे।
100 साल का जो जर्नी है उनकी आज रुक गई है और एक आदर्श माता के रूप में उनका जीवन उन्होंने दुनिया के सामने रखा है और एक मोदी साहब के रूप में उन्होंने अपने देश को एक आदर्श सुपुत्र भी दिया है। इतने बड़े पद पर होने के बावजूद उनके माताजी ने बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन बिताया है। ये अपने आप में एक मिसाल है और मैं हमारे महाराष्ट्र की ओर से उनको भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। कि मोदी जी के जीवन में उन्होंने जो सीख दी है कि एक बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन उन्होंने बिताया है। खुद का काम खुद ने कर अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है और माँ बेटे का जो रिश्ता है मोदी जी के साथ, और मोदी जी भी उनको मिलते तो भावुक हो जाते थे।
The Prime Minister has on multiple occasions recalled the bond that he shared with his mother. He wrote a blog post just a few months ago, in June, if I'm not mistaken, when his mother turned 100 or entered her 100th year. Unfortunately, she passed away at 3:30 a.m. this morning, even as condolences are pouring in. The Prime Minister, when he took to Twitter this morning, he said that he will always remember the principles that she lived by, and those are going to be the guiding light that he lives his life with. Listen in to what he had said a few years ago about the kind of struggle that his mother had to go through, and that is something that guides him in living his life and making important decisions as part of the government now. These are visuals coming in from Gandhinagar, where the Prime Minister is just leaving the crematorium. The final rites of Heeraba have just about concluded. He was there at the crematorium with his brothers, with his family members. There were several other politicians who've known the Prime Minister for decades together, who perhaps shared a bond with his mother as well, who came there to stand with him in this difficult time. The Prime Minister landed in Ahmedabad at about 7:30 a.m. this morning. Remember, at 3:30 a.m. is when his mother breathed her last at the hospital. She was admitted there since Wednesday morning. Unfortunately, she lost her battle to life in the wee hours of this morning, and the Prime Minister rushed to Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty as a son, to bid the final goodbye to his mother. He's fulfilled his duty as a son, and he is now going to be ensuring that his duty towards the country is also something that is fulfilled. That does not take a backseat, which is why we are going to be seeing the Prime Minister after this hold several meetings via video conferencing, also flag off the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal, which he was scheduled to attend personally. But given the circumstance, he is going to be attending that event via video conferencing. The Prime Minister there, his motorcade just about leaving the crematorium in Gandhinagar. He is going to be in Ahmedabad for a few hours now. It is from there that perhaps that he will be addressing those meetings via video conferencing and inaugurating that Vande Bharat Express as well. But it was pertinent for him to be in Ahmedabad this morning to bid a final goodbye to his mother, to the teacher of his life, as he says, to the guiding principle, to the source of inspiration that the Prime Minister has often spoken of over the years, ever since he took office. The Prime Minister has just left from the crematorium. The final rites have concluded. Condolences have poured in from across all political quarters. We've seen Union Ministers Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah take to Twitter, take to social media. We've also seen opposition leaders, chief ministers of opposition states, including Mamata Banerjee, who did take to social media and pen a heartfelt condolence message to the Prime Minister in his time of grief. But the bond between the Prime Minister and his mother is something that he will cherish. That is something that he's never going to forget, and that is something that is going to guide him personally as well as in his governance style. And listen in to what he had to say about his mother's life and how that guides him back in 2015.
अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Siddhant is with me for more on this. Siddhant, the Prime Minister has left the crematorium. The final rites have just about concluded. Now he has several other meetings, several other developmental works that he needs to flag off through the rest of the day. He's going to do all of that via video conferencing, but is he going to do it from Ahmedabad or is he going to be here in the national capital?
Well, it looks like that he is going to do it from Ahmedabad. Because there must be other rituals that Prime Minister will perform after Antim Sanskar. So there's a possibility, and it looks like that he's going to connect over video conferencing from Ahmedabad. But again, Poonam, the message is that Seva Bhav, work over personal commitments. And look, today is the saddest day of Prime Minister's life. You know, he has lost his mother this morning after fulfilling all rituals, after doing all rituals there at crematorium. Now he has left to join video conferencing, and these are pre-scheduled events. And in fact, Poonam, the message is also for the government and party, especially that continue with the pre-scheduled programs, and that is going to be the befitting tribute to Heeraba. So now the government will function the same way. The programs are going to take place in the same manner. And Prime Minister himself, since Prime Minister himself has set this precedent, he himself is going to connect through video conferencing. So the message is clear. Seva, nation, service to people over personal commitments. So now Prime Minister will flag off Vande Bharat train in Kolkata. Then he is also going to chair National Ganga Council meeting. Then there is one other meeting which is scheduled. So he's going to participate in a program which is currently underway in Kolkata. And again, you know, this makes Prime Minister a great leader, that on the saddest day, the day when he has lost his mother, he is working. And this again defines his character and, you know, his never-ending spirit of serving this nation, of serving people of this country. Back to you.
Absolutely, and that's something that the Modi family also has come out and said, Siddhant, because not just is the Prime Minister ensuring that he fulfills his duty towards the country, but the Modi family also came out earlier this morning and said that even though they appreciate the fact that everyone has stood by them in this time of grief, they want everyone to really go and do their business as scheduled, because that really would be the kind of tribute that Heeraba would want. That nothing changes your particular schedule, nothing changes your particular work ethic.
Yeah, a very small example I would like to share here, Poonam, that in every state we have big political families. You know, there are a lot of karyakartas, those who go and get clicked with a family member of a leader and then post it on social media, various other social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. But have you ever seen this happening with Heeraba or any of the family members of Narendra Modi? No, I have never seen that. So Heeraba herself has distanced from Prime Minister's public life, and Prime Minister was also fond of this attitude of Heeraba. None of BJP Karyakarta had ever gone to click a photo with Heeraba, or there was no as such public dealing of Heeraba ever taken place. So that defines the character of Heeraba, and that defines that how simple and humble she was, and that makes Prime Minister and his family different from the other political family in the country. And going back to your question, that Prime Minister is going to take meetings, but at the same time the message is for the government and the other senior leaders that there's not going to be elaborated events post the demise. Whatever rituals pundits will say will be followed by the family and close friends, and all have been asked to continue with the pre-scheduled work. So again setting a precedent that of simplicity, which needs to which is for each one of us, and especially the political families of the country, that in such a simple, sober manner हीराबा का अंतिम संस्कार किया गया, उनको क्रेमेटोरियम ले जाया गया. And even that one gathering, Poonam, if we look at the visuals from the crematorium, Shankar Singh Baghela was there. Why Shankar Singh Baghela was there at crematorium? Because Shankar Singh Baghela is an old friend of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. तो जब परिवार में ऐसी कोई घटना घटती है तो जो पुराने दोस्त होते हैं वो सब दौड़ के भागे चले आते हैं. So that is a connect with Shankar Singh Baghela. Then obviously Chief Minister Bhupen Patel was there because he's the Chief Minister of the state, and other MPs, MLAs from Gujarat unit were there. But other than them, it's only neighbors, old friends of Prime Minister, आस पड़ोस के लोग, जो एक आम परिवार में जैसी गैदरिंग होती है अगर इस तरह की घटना घट जाती है. So this makes Prime Minister, this makes him different, this makes his family different, and these are nothing but the ideas, the principle, values of Heeraba, which Prime Minister is following. And he has always said that I have been a constant admirer of Heeraba's personality, her simplicity, her extraordinary character. And the same values and principles have been passed on to the Prime Minister, and the same were reflected today at the time of cremation, at the time of Antim Sanskar. The same was reflected, Poonam. Back to you.
Yes, the values and principles that Heeraba leaves behind for the Prime Minister, for the entire family, is something that they will cherish and live by. Siddhant, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us that. We are taking a quick pause here for a break, but we'll be back with more news on the other side. Do stay tuned.
That there was any bit of threat, they would have asked the protectee that let's move you to a safer location. They didn't. So ultimately, if you are blaming the entire paraphernalia, you're laying the blame at the CRPF's doorstep. And the reason why I bring this up is because there's a history and a pattern of abusing our security forces, whether it's the Pitai statement, whether it's doubting surgical strikes, Balakot strikes, or whether it is calling the army chief Sadak Ka Gunda, or doubting the bravery of Mohan Chand Sharma from the Delhi police, where Sonia Gandhi was crying copiously for the Batla House encounter.
All they're saying is that there was a security lapse. That lapse could have been responded to. Let me bring in Mahima, who's joining us from the Congress party now. Mahima, once again, the question that is being raised, and we've spoken to people who have served in the CRPF, we've spoken to people who've been protectees of SPG protectees in the past, and everybody is saying that, it's not right for you to keep maligning these forces that protect you when you yourself don't follow protocols, and Rahul Gandhi is a history sheeter in that.
Good evening. Shivani, I have been traveling with the Yatra. We have come all the way along from Kanyakumari to Delhi. And what has happened here not happened in any other state? It has, nowhere. If that was the case, that would have happened in any other state also. Why has it happened specifically in Delhi? It has happened specifically in Delhi because the Bharatiya Janata Party has been absolutely, initially they have tried whatever they could to actually malign. We are not maligning CRPF or any security forces. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party that wants a Congress-free Bharat. That's something everybody knows about. And so they if they could not fight this initiative of the Congress party, if they could not, mock at this initiative of the Congress party, finally they have come to this.
No, but what are you alleging? Mahima, you are going even one step to what K.C. Venugopal has alleged so far. You are now insinuating that this has been done deliberately to put Rahul Gandhi's safety in jeopardy?
Is this an official statement of the Congress?
I'm not insinuating anything. I am not insinuating anything. Rather, I am just saying that, why has it happened specifically in Delhi?
So your allegation is it has happened in Delhi because Delhi police comes under the MHA, so there is some political reason behind it, right?
I am just saying what has happened. I'm just speaking aloud, what goes on in the mind of an average Bharat Yatri, an average citizen who's watching this entire scenario. There were intrusions on the campsite, in the containers. We held a press conference yesterday about it. So I'm just wondering, as a common Indian, as a common Bharat Yatri, that what is this all about? Because across...
Are you alleging, no, let's be clear, Mahima, are you alleging that the CRPF, under political duress or whatever, did not do its job? Please be clear about it. Are you alleging that the Delhi police did not do its job deliberately?
It was not CRPF that was intruding in the containers on the campsite. It was not CRPF. We are not alleging anything like that.
But this breach is under CRPF. No, let's stick to this breach first. I'll come to the container IB theory later. 1 second. No, Mahima, this is very serious. This breach that you have highlighted and the footage of which has been released by the Congress party, this is under CRPF protection. I spoke to a high-profile protectee earlier. He said Delhi police will be external protection. This perimeter is CRPF perimeter. Are you saying they deliberately allowed the perimeter to be breached?
Shivani, I am not the person who's answerable here. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's the government that was meant to ensure that the security is impeccable.
I was asking the BJP and even a former CRPF head this question, but you've shocked me by suggesting that there is almost a political conspiracy to put Rahul Gandhi's life in danger.
I'm just saying, see, as I said earlier, as a Congress worker, as a Bharat Jodo Yatri also, I feel that what should have been done has not been done sufficiently. What could have been done also by the government and what shouldn't have been done, they've been doing it all along. I am just saying that everybody is wondering about this right now. We have written a letter to the ministry. K.C. Venugopalji has written the letter to the ministry. Let them come clean on that. I'm just saying that, you see, these are the questions that arise in the mind.
What about the question? Okay, I'll bring in Shehzad and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
These are not, if I may, these are not issues that we discuss upon based on feelings of Yatris. These are discussed upon protocols, the standard operating procedure and on facts. Let's get that very clear. You have insinuated that the Bharatiya Janata Party wanted to eliminate Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police and the CRPF. You can have that allegation against us and frankly take it from me. We want Rahul Gandhi to live a very long life. He's an asset certainly for us. But on a more serious note, there is no way on earth that a professional force like the CRPF or the Delhi police, both of whom swear allegiance not to any political party but to the law and order of this country and to the constitution, would do anything at anybody's behest. To make that kind of insinuation at people who have spent their lives, who are willing to take a bullet for you and to save you, is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if these remarks are actually going to be endorsed by her party, but for her to say that we would partake in assassinating or eliminating Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police is absolutely the most shocking statement I have heard. And Shivani, I can't believe that the Congress party would endorse this kind of ridiculous and irresponsible commentary.
Statement that the CRPF has put out. Once again, the allegation is that Rahul Gandhi doesn't follow the instructions. That was the case when he was an SPG protectee. The government has been on record on that. And that's the same thing the CRPF is once again signaling. Do you believe that under these circumstances, Rahul Gandhi is himself?
Thank you for staying with us. Heeraba, the Prime Minister's mother, passed away this morning at about 3:30 a.m. She was admitted to the UN Mehta Hospital on Tuesday night after her health deteriorated. She was undergoing treatment, but unfortunately, she lost the battle to life at the age of 99. Tweeting out when he learnt about the news, the Prime Minister said, "A glorious century now rests at the feet of God." She passed away at 3:30 a.m. this morning, like I said, and tributes are pouring in from across the country. from across all political party lines. We've seen condolence messages pouring in on social media, standing with the Prime Minister and with the Modi family in this time of grief.
100 साल की एक बहुत ही संघर्षपूर्ण किंतु उतनी ही अर्थपूर्ण इस प्रकार की जिंदगी जीने के बाद उन्होंने आज अपना देह त्याग दिया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माताजी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी। माताजी को पिछले समय मिलने के बाद माताजी ने जो नसीहत उनको दी कि कोई भी कार्य बुद्धि से और आत्मा की शुद्धि से करना चाहिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसी बात से उनका जो जीवन था वो किस प्रकार का जीवन था ये हमारे ध्यान में आता है।
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son. We could have seen, and we have seen it from his Chief Minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son. And Narendra Modi ji always visited her in spite of his busy schedules. He never lost opportunity to see her, to be with her, and spend some really good time. And she also gave a lot of affection. And one thing we could see that she maintained the role of a mother to a son rather than to the different positions what he is today. That shows the equanimity of thinking of the great Heeraben, and the way she blessed him, the way she gave food, the way she gave money, it was so affectionate.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माता श्री हीराबेन जी का आज निधन का समाचार प्राप्त हुआ है और ये बहुत दुखद है, क्योंकि किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा। जीवन में माँ के अभावों को देखा, उन संघर्षों को देखा, जिसके कारण से आज पूरे देश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तमाम प्रकार की योजनाओं को देश की जनता को समर्पित किया।
जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरे देश को अपना परिवार मानते हैं, वैसे ही पूरा देश प्रधानमंत्री जी के परिवार को भी अपना परिवार मानता है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी की पूज्य माता जी के प्रति भी वही भाव था। देश के लगभग सभी परिवारों में जब से प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी अस्पताल में भर्ती हुई हैं, सबके द्वारा लगातार यही पूछा जाता रहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता जी का स्वास्थ्य कैसा है। जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
अभी वो हमारे बीच में अग्नि संस्कार करके हम अभी आ रहे हैं और हीराबा के आशीर्वाद सबके साथ रहे। पुत्र प्रेम क्या होता है इसका एग्जाम्पल मिला। पुत्र प्रधानमंत्री नहीं होता, पुत्र होता है। एक अच्छे परिवार से आई और सबकी सेवा करके सबको साथ में रखने की सीख देती थी। पहले पूछती थी खाना खाया नहीं खाया, यही माता थी, रियल माता थी।
उनका जीवन संघर्ष में रहा, हम जानते हैं, और एक ऐसे पुत्र को जन्म दिया जिसने अपने पार्टी के लिए, जिस व्यक्ति ने अपने पार्टी के लिए हमेशा संघर्ष किया, कष्ट किया। फिर वही नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री भी बन गए, देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। ऐसे पुत्र को जन्म देकर हीराबेन ने इस समाज पे और देश पे एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान भी उनका रहा। कठिन समय होता है और हम पूरा शिवसेना परिवार, ठाकरे परिवार, हमारी जनता उनके साथ ही मिलकर खड़े हैं।
ये बहुत बड़ा एक भावुक क्षण पूरे देश के लिए है और पूरे हम सब लोगों के लिए तो है ही है, और व्यक्तिगत रूप से आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा है, क्योंकि सदैव हमेशा उनका मार्गदर्शन, माँ का स्नेह, माँ का प्यार जिस प्रकार से उनको हासिल हुआ, और मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा एक आशीर्वाद माँ का जो आगे बढ़ने की ताकत देता है। आज वो माँ नहीं रही और इस बात का स्वाभाविक रूप से उन्हें व्यक्तिगत रूप से तो शक्ति प्रधानमंत्री जी को है ही है, लेकिन पूरे देश के लिए ये बहुत दुखद समाचार है।
100 साल का जो जर्नी है उनकी आज रुक गई है, और एक आदर्श माता के रूप में उनका जीवन उन्होंने दुनिया के सामने रखा है, और ये मोदी साहब के रूप में उन्होंने अपने देश को एक आदर्श सुपुत्र भी दिया है। इतने बड़े पद पर होने के बावजूद उनके माताजी ने बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन बिताया है। ये अपने आप में एक मिसाल है, और मैं हमारे महाराष्ट्र की ओर से उनको भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ कि मोदी जी के जीवन में उन्होंने जो सीख दी है कि एक बहुत ही सामान्य और सादगी का जीवन उन्होंने बिताया है, खुद का काम खुद ने कर अपना कर्तव्य निभाया है, और माँ बेटे का जो रिश्ता है मोदी जी के साथ, और मोदी जी भी उनको मिलते तो भावुक हो जाते थे।
देखिए, भारतीय संस्कृति में जो शतायु होता है वो उत्सव की आयु मानी जाती है, और जो माँ जिसकी कोख से एक ऐसा नेतृत्व उसने दिया हो जो देश और दुनिया में अपनी ख्याति प्राप्त करता रहा हो, स्वस्थ आयु, शतायु आयु, कोख से एक यशस्वी पुत्र को जन्म देकर जिसने देश और दुनिया का जो नेतृत्व कर रहा है, ये जीवन वास्तव में हीराबा का जीवन सिर्फ जीवन नहीं है बल्कि पूरी जीवनी है। मैं उनके चरणों में नमन करता हूँ, और भारतीय परंपरा में इस आयु को और ऐसे जीवन को अनुकरणीय जीवन माना जाता है, और जिसके लोग शायद शताब्दियों में प्राप्त नहीं कर पाते, वो जीवन हीराबा ने प्राप्त किया है।
बचपन में जो संस्कार उनको माँ से मिला, और वो संस्कार आज मोदी के रग रग में है, और मोदी उसे ऐसा नहीं कि अंदर में समाहित रखते हैं, और समय समय पर उसे कई तरह से प्रदर्शित भी करने का काम किया है। वो जो संस्कार उनको मिला है और उस संस्कार को लोगों के साथ जिया भी है, यही मोदी की सबसे बड़ी खासियत है। आपने देखा होगा।
Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar is with us on the phone line. Thank you so much for speaking with us, sir, here on CNN News 18. It is an unfortunate circumstance that we are speaking in. The final rites are over. The Prime Minister has fulfilled his duty to his mother as duty as a son, and his duty to the country, to the service of the nation will continue, because even in this personal moment of grief, he still has dedicated himself to everything that was on his schedule as far as developmental works for the country is concerned.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the nation grieves for him, and the nation grieves with him on this, the loss of his very inspiring and loving mother. And I think to a man and woman, every countryman today and countrywoman is praying for not just our Prime Minister and his mother, his departed soul of the mother, but also for giving him more strength and more in a sense, fortitude to deal with the loss and continue with his unrelenting quest to build this new India. So today, his actions of placing the country and duty at the same time as he mourns and grieves for his mother is totally emblematic of the person and the leader that Prime Minister Modi ji is, that he never takes falters in his duty to the country, and even when he is grieving. So our prayers are with him, the nation grieves with him, and the nation prays for him and the departed soul of his mother.
And Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the guiding light that his mother has been for the Prime Minister over the last 8 years, ever since he's been in office, has been seen not just in his personal life, but in his style of working, in his style of governance as well. A lot of what her life struggles were has prompted the kind of decisions that the Prime Minister has taken, be it schemes for women's empowerment or be it the Swachh Bharat campaign.
Absolutely right. And, it is the first time after several decades and years that India has had a leader who has come up from poverty, from a poor background, having experienced the struggles that his mother had experienced firsthand in bringing up the family, and using that experience to ensure that future generations of Indians don't have to go through the same experience. So I think his life and his mother's life have been absolutely very instrumental in making the leader that our Prime Minister is. And in a lot of ways, future generations of Indians have a lot to thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and the departed soul of his mother for creating this better future, this better pathway that the Prime Minister is working day in and day out to build for generations of Indians. So, I think in a lot of ways, his life and his mission, and today he has credited his mother with teaching him the use of buddhi and shuddhi in his life of public service, and in most ways and many ways represents the story and the inspiration that his mother had on him and his life of public service.
Absolutely, and those principles are something that the Prime Minister will cherish for his entire life and be the guiding principles for him. For the moment, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 in this difficult circumstance. The bond between the Prime Minister and his mother is something that the Prime Minister often spoke of. We've seen several pictures of them sharing their moments of love, sharing their moments of the bond that they had every time the Prime Minister was in Gujarat. Every time he was in Ahmedabad, he would make it a point that he found time in his schedule to meet with his mother, to spend time with her. Just this year in June, when she entered her centenary year, is when the Prime Minister penned a blog, an emotional one at that, where he spoke of the struggles that she had to go through right from her childhood, and it was never an easy life for her. But even after he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat and then later on the Prime Minister of the country, her life did not change. She still wanted to live that life of simplicity, that life of humility, and that really is something that he takes away from his mother. The entire Modi family, of course, grieving at the moment. The Prime Minister is still in Ahmedabad, but he is going to be carrying on with everything that was on his agenda as far as his duties towards the country as the Prime Minister are concerned. Listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say about the bond that he has with his mother and the kind of life struggles that she's had that shaped him as a son, as a human being, and as the Prime Minister. This is what he said back in 2015.
हर किसी के जीवन में, आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में देखें, किसी भी की बायोग्राफी देखें, ऑटोबायोग्राफी देखें, दो चीज़ें हमेशा आती हैं कि मेरे जीवन में मेरे टीचर का क्या रोल रहा, मेरे जीवन में मेरी माता का रोल क्या रहा। हर एक के जीवन में आता है। मैं भी एक सामान्य परिवार से हूँ। मेरे जीवन में मेरे माँ बाप का बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है। माता जी है, 90 साल से भी ज़्यादा उम्र है, आज भी अपने सारे काम खुद करती हैं, सब कुछ काम खुद करती हैं। पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है, लेकिन टीवी के कारण उनको समाचारों का पता रहता है, दुनिया क्या चल रही है, वरना कुछ पता नहीं था। अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में बर्तन साफ करना, पानी भरना, मजदूरी करना, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक मां ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा। और ये सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी के केस में नहीं है, भारत में ऐसी लाखों माताएं जिन्होंने अपने बच्चों के सपनों के लिए अपना पूरा जीवन आहूत कर दिया है।
Senior journalist R. Rajgopalan joins us in this broadcast. Unfortunate circumstances that we are speaking in, Rajgopalan ji, but for any child, the mother is the first teacher, and more so as far as the Prime Minister's life is concerned, not just personally, but the kind of life he's led as a leader, as a politician, first as the Chief Minister and now as the Prime Minister. You see the kind of impression his mother has left on every single decision that he makes.
Poonam, I have a great amount of admiration for the mother because, Poonam, I would like to share one or two important points with the News18 viewers. One, he has served his mother as a dutiful son. He has done his, he discharged his duty to, go for the final rites and, lit the pyre, etc. But soon after that, he is back and he is serving the motherland by, he has also called Ma Ganga. Ganga as a river is also a mother for him. So therefore, two mothers, real mother and Ganga Ma. Today he is going to have that Ganga Namami function in Calcutta. From Ahmedabad, he is going to join through virtual meetings. Apart from that, Poonam, I would like to share an emotional things with News18 viewers that M.B. Kamath, a tall journalist, wrote a book after interviewing Mataji Heeraben, in which, in the book he mentions, I have a copy of the book also, that book also mentions how Mr. Narendra Modi left the house when he was 17 years. For 2.5 years, he went to Himalaya to do tapas. Mother says to M.B. Kamath that Narendra Modi may become a sannyasi. But, after 2.5 years, when he returned, in his bag, the mother, Heeraben Shaw, took out 2 clothes, one, a book, another one pen, and one diary, plus few rupees cash. And interestingly, the emotional point, what M.B. Kamath describes as mentioned by his mother is the photograph of his mother, that is Heeraben. So such a devoted son, Mr. Narendra Modi, he is so dear to her. Therefore, her loss, as News18 viewers and the entire country is mourning the passing away of Heeraben, we also join, the entire team of News18 joins to pay our condolences and offer our prayers. Apart from that, as a dutiful son to the mother and to the motherland, as he was brought up by the RSS Swayam Sevak, as I have known him, I have met him several times, not one or two, from 1995 onwards. I have been in frequent contacts with him, but his style and approach is still the same as I saw in 1995. He did not change. His devotion towards the family, his devotion to the mother, yes. And not only to that, Poonam, his devotion, his duty towards those who are in distress. For example, I tell you Nepal earthquake. When Nepal earthquake took place and any international disaster, it is Narendra Modi who stood first to help that.
Sorry to interrupt you there, R. Rajgopalan, but we have some news coming in. These are visuals on our screens that we are bringing for our viewers of the accident that cricketer Rishabh Pant was in at about 5:30 a.m. this morning. He was travelling to Roorkee in Uttarakhand, which is his hometown. And the ball of fire that you see on your screens is Rishabh Pant's car, in fact, that has now been reduced to ashes. Right after that accident, the car hit the divider at about 5:30 a.m. this morning. It caught fire. It has now been reduced to ashes. Rishabh Pant, meanwhile, has been admitted to AIIMS Rishikesh, perhaps to be airlifted to Dehradun in a short while from now. At the moment, the latest that we have on his health condition is that he has an injury on his back. He's fractured one of his legs as well, but he's out of danger. He remains stable at the moment. But these are visuals on your screens of the moment, or just a few minutes after the accident that took place at about 5:30 a.m. this morning. Anupam Trivedi, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Anupam, we are bringing these visuals for our viewers where you can see that ball of fire really, and that is the aftermath of the accident. The car hit the divider and then it caught fire.
Yeah, of course, and the CCTV visual shows that perhaps it was running in a very high speed. The exclusive visual which you are showing in our channels right now, it shows that the car was coming in a very high speed. So perhaps this is the reason that Rishabh might have met with an accident with a divider. And after this accident happened, he came out of the car as what police told safely. And after that, in few moments, that the car turned into the firewall.
Yes, the kind of visuals that we are bringing to our viewers goes on to show the gravity of the situation, goes on to show what kind of impact it would have had when the car actually hit the divider. Perhaps, like you said, he was driving at a high speed. It was 5:30 a.m. in the morning. He was traveling to Roorkee. Fortunately, though, he has escaped with minor injuries, just a fracture in his leg at the moment is what we're gathering.
Yeah, of course. And the information which we have gathered from the hospital sources that says that he is out of danger. So it means that he hasn't, there's no such serious injuries with him. But in few moments, the health bulletin is expected from the hospital side, and it would elaborate the other reasons and the fractures or whatever. Is there any problem with him? They will elaborate in that health bulletin.
Yes, at the moment, Anupam, he is in AIIMS Rishikesh. Do we have any details of whether he is going to be shifted to Dehradun or perhaps out of the state altogether?
I would just like to correct you here that he has already been shifted to the Max Hospital, and Max is already he's being treated at the Max Hospital. And this information which I shared with you this moments back is from the Max Hospital sources, and they say he is out of danger, though there are some injuries in the body parts. There's an injury mark in the thigh, in the back, and in the head also, but CT scan has revealed that he is out of danger as of now. But the more details will be revealed in the health bulletin, which will be shortly released.
Yes, that health bulletin will be released shortly, and we'll get more details to the extent of the injuries that have been reported as far as Rishabh Pant goes. And those visuals on your screen not only show the moment of the accident, the aftermath, and of course Rishabh Pant now recuperating. We're given to understand, Anupam, that the Chief Minister himself is also personally monitoring. We had a statement coming to the fore from Pushkar Singh Dhami's office as well.
Yeah, of course. CM is out of station today. He's in Kolkata to attend a meeting, but he has issued a statement, and he has said since Rishabh also belongs to Uttarakhand and he's a famed cricketer as well as a brand ambassador of the state. So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if he's needed to be airlifted to another higher center, or say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirm that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens, where you see a fireball That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant, though, had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does, though, have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed, and what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car behaved in planes also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन.
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ? जी,
अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो एवेल्यूएशन होगी. सो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं. बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा एवेल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है. फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है. अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है.
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया, यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे.
सर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड में तो कोई
नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है. एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम
बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे हैं सर, बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे हैं, किन किन हिस्सों में, क्या कुछ थोड़ा एक
बार पूरी डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएट कर ले उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता दीजिए सर आप.
डॉक्टर आशीष यादव. एक बार इवैल्यूएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है.
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He of course went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very crucial matches, where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes, currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
Right. Anshul, you rightly mentioned that, the entire Indian cricket team must be concerned right now. And in fact, considering he's been the star wicket-keeper batsman, it's not just the Indian cricket team, but the entire nation which is heaving a sigh of relief now that Rishabh Pant, we are hearing that his condition is stable. Having said that, important to also establish the time at which his car hit the railing. And this was 5:20 a.m. that we are talking about. Rishabh Pant was driving. He was behind the wheel in his Mercedes GLE. Having said that, also important to establish the fact, Anshul, how the CCTV footage only goes on to establish that there was no fog at that time. So the possibility that Rishabh Pant may have dozed off seems like a bigger chance.
So yes, the police has still not been able to speak to Rishabh Pant to actually establish the sequence of events in this entire matter. But yes, what we have been told that prima facie, it seems that Rishabh Pant actually dozed off while he was driving from the national capital to his hometown in Roorkee. So yes, the CCTV footage that we have managed to access clearly shows that there was actually no fog at that point in time in that entire highway that leads from the national capital to Dehradun. But yes, he dozed off while he was driving the car, and as he dozed off, he rammed his car into the divider, is what we have been told, and is what can be seen in that CCTV footage at this point in time. But yes, a lot of prayers are still pouring in. Now it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant be discharged.
And Anshul, for the benefit of our viewers, if you could also elaborate this extremely shocking CCTV footage which we have received. It goes on to show how the car was speeding and went on to, in fact, hit the divider railing. And in fact, it skids a few times before catching that ball of, turning into that ball of massive fire.
वो अंदर मौजूद हैं और वो उनको जो है देख रहे हैं, उनका चेकअप किया जा रहा है। फिलहाल अभी उनके कुछ टेस्ट होना बाकी है, जिसके बाद डिटेल जानकारी दी जाएगी।
Right, so our News18 reporter over there establishing the fact that Rishabh Pant is stable at the moment, but as we were also highlighting what Dr. Ashish from his team had to say, that a team of plastic surgeons as well as orthopedics are looking at Rishabh Pant. They are evaluating him in greater detail, as Anshul, our correspondent, was also highlighting that Rishabh's back seems to have been severely affected, and that is why orthopedics as well as plastic surgeons are trying to corroborate whether or not there seems to have been a more serious injury, a more internal
तरीके से परखच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है। एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है, उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं, उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है। लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे। लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर ये है कि खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ पंत, उनके तमाम फैंस जो हैं वो इस बात के लिए ईश्वर का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो परेशानी जैसे इस खबर को मिली थी कि उनका ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जैसी तस्वीरें हम सब ने देखी, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। उसके बाद रुड़की से उन्हें यहाँ लाया गया, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। टीम यहाँ पर पूरी अंदर मौजूद है, चाहे पुलिस की टीम की बात कर ली जाए या प्रशासन की टीम की बात कर ली जाए, सभी लोग अंदर मौजूद हैं और डिटेल जानकारी यहाँ पर ली जा रही है। जी।
All right, so Network 18 reporter establishing the fact in terms of injuries, as far as the injuries sustained by Rishabh Pant are concerned. There's been an injury in his thigh, and that is why orthopedic surgeons are currently examining his bones to establish whether or not there have been any internal injuries so far. There's also a head injury which is evident from the images that have surfaced, and that is why plastic surgeons are also looking at those head injuries to see in terms of what kind of treatment Rishabh Pant will be needing. At the same time, there's also a detailed examination that's taking place of Rishabh Pant's injuries, only to corroborate whether or not there are any internal injuries. Having said that, the doctors have been very cautious. Let's also listen into the Network 18 reporter.
फुटेज निकाले जा रहे हैं, उसमें रुड़की प्रशासन जो है वो लगातार लगा हुआ है। कोऑर्डिनेशन देहरादून से भी बनाया जा रहा है, यहाँ की टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है। चाहे डालनवाला की बात कर लें, वो सीओ यहाँ पर मौजूद है, राजपुर की पुलिस टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है, सिटी मजिस्ट्रेट यहाँ पर मौजूद है, आला अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और वो तमाम जानकारी ले रहे हैं कि आखिरकार क्या वजह रही। इसके अलावा डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है वो ऋषभ से बातचीत कर रही है, उनसे पूछ रही है। राहत की बात ये भी है यहाँ पर कि ऋषभ जो है वो बात कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं उनके साथ क्या कुछ हुआ, और उसके बारे में थोड़ी इंतजार हमें और करना चाहिए। जब डॉक्टर्स की टीम मेडिकल बुलेटिन यहाँ पर जारी करेगी, क्या उनके ऋषभ से बातचीत हुई, शायद ये भी बता दें, और उसके बाद हम खुलकर कुछ भी कह पाएंगे स्पष्ट तौर पर।
So we are learning that a team of the cops is accompanying Rishabh Pant at the hospital. Of course, apart from a team of highly capable doctors that are looking at Rishabh Pant, important to establish that Rishabh Pant met with this terrible accident at 5:20 a.m. Let's also listen into more details.
फादर यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, लेकिन अभी जो है वो भी सामने यहाँ पर नहीं आए हैं। ऑलरेडी सब लोग अस्पताल के अंदर हैं और सभी लोग जो वो बैक गेट से यहाँ पर आए हैं। इमरजेंसी में सिर्फ अभी ऋषभ को लाया गया, जो हम इमरजेंसी के बाहर मौजूद हैं, और उनको यहाँ पर लाया गया जिसमें उनके साथ जो है टीम मौजूद रही है। चाहे हम उनके आगे आगे पुलिस प्रशासन की बात कर ले, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद रहे, लेकिन हाँ उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स की अगर बात करें, अभी तक कोई भी सामने नहीं आया है। कोई भी इस घटना के बाद सभी लोग इतने परेशान हैं, इतने आहत हैं कि कोई भी अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहा है। लेकिन हाँ, डॉक्टर्स ने जैसे ये इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है कि ऋषभ खतरे से बाहर है, सभी ने राहत की सांस जरूर ली है।
All right, so our Network 18 reporter highlighting how Rishabh Pant's this accident has sent shockwaves across the entire nation, especially in Dehradun, where he's accompanied not just by his father, but also a team of efficient doctors and cops as well. As I was informing you earlier, it was on in one of the districts of Roorkee, while travelling from Delhi to Roorkee, that Rishabh's car was involved in this shocking accident. He, of course, as we know, is the Indian cricket He's part
अस्पताल तक, चाहे वो उससे बात करने की कोशिश की, हमने लगातार कोशिश की है। लेकिन हाँ, तस्वीर में ज़रूर दिखाऊंगी कि देखिए पुलिस की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और लगातार जो है वो यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का कोई क्योस क्रिएट हो इसलिए जो है मौजूद है। फैंस की आपने बात की, अस्पताल का एरिया है और मैक्स अस्पताल के अंदर किसी को भी ऐसे फैंस को आने की परमिशन यहाँ पर नहीं है। सिर्फ और सिर्फ यहाँ पर अभी मीडिया कर भी मौजूद है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम आप ज़रूर देख पा रहे हैं, यहाँ पर डॉक्टर्स की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जो लगातार अपडेट ले रही है। उनसे भी हम बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो भी सिर्फ यही मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट अभी आए थे और उन्होंने जो है वो जानकारी यहाँ पर दी। उन्होंने भी कहा है कि थोड़ा सा इंतजार और कर लीजिए, आधे घंटे का समय, जिसके बाद मेडिकल बुलेटिन ऋषभ की हेल्थ को लेकर यहाँ पर जारी किया जाएगा और वो बताएंगे कि क्या कुछ उनकी स्थिति यहाँ पर रही है।
Quickly go across to our correspondent Anupam, who's bringing us all the latest. Anupam, important to talk about how even the doctors are being very cautious of Max Dehradun. Right now, we heard them establish the fact that a detailed investigation is yet awaited. But how important to talk about how currently Rishabh Pant is being looked after by orthopedic and plastic surgeons.
Yeah, of course, Akansha, there's a team of doctors who are looking after the Rishabh Pant, and as we told you earlier also to our viewers, that he has some mark of injuries in his thighs, in his back, and his head also.
Right.
So they are doing a thorough investigation, and the sources say that he has no such serious kind of an injury. So what kind of injury do we have? How many days he will take to recover? These all details will be shared with the team of the doctors later on. But as you said, that doctors are taking every precaution, and since he is a cricketer, so they are also sharing information very diligently. So as far as his family members are concerned, they are yet to reach Heeraben. So all are waiting from them. The Chief Minister has also assured them whatever the help is needed from the state government, state will provide, and if he needs to be lifted to some other location, so that will be provided. But this is the call of the family and the doctor's advice. They have to take on the later on.
Right. Anupam, important to also talk about how Rishabh Pant actually managed to set himself free from the car. We are also learning of reports, in fact, statements coming from the Director General of Uttarakhand Police stating that he had to Rishabh Pant had to break the windscreen to get out of the burning car. What could have possibly led to the accident is also being discussed at the moment, since the CCTV footage goes on to only indicate that there was no fog on the road that time.
Actually, we have some contradictory kind of information. The local police told us earlier that he escaped from the vehicle, and later the vehicle caught fire due to some electric malfunction or something. But now, as you said, the TGP has revealed that he has to break the window to come out. So whatever, but he has been safe, and it was a fraction of a second when he just came out of the vehicle and saved his life. Otherwise, the kind of accident, the amount of years we've seen that it just the entire vehicle, it has turned into rubble. So what kind of the enormity of the accident would have been at that time, we can just imagine. So it was a fraction of the time when he just came out, and more details are expected anytime soon.
Absolutely, but there are two facts that that emerge out of the CCTV footage. A, the car was speeding, as one can make out from the footage. B, the fact that there was no fog. So what exactly led to the car to bang into the railing is something that will perhaps be probed by the cops.
Yeah, of course, earlier it was said that there could be a sleep or something which might have occurred the accident. But as you said, the CCTV footage clearly shows the vehicle was speeding. So this might be a reason why he met with an accident. He just banged with the divider on the road, and the vehicle then turned into the rubble and everything. It was just turned into a fireball. So the police have yet to reveal more details as the day proceeds.
Right, and it is, of course, a very shocking incident, but at the same time, I'm sure the Indian cricket team as well as the entire nation is heaving a sigh of relief. Having said that, Anupam, if you could take us through who all are accompanying Rishabh at the moment, are his family members present over there, his family and friends?
No, Rishabh, because his family is yet to reach Heeraben, and as per information we have just gathered from the local sources, that is because his home is in Roorkee. So he was about to give a surprise to his mom, who just stays in Roorkee, and sometimes she stays with him at the Gurgaon house, sometimes she stays in Roorkee. So she was presently in Roorkee. So Rishabh was, he had planned to give a surprise to his mother when this accident happened. So family members are yet to come to Heeraben, Ganesha.
Anupam, important to also, discuss how this has, there's been adequate action taken by the cops over there, and it was a timely action because perhaps if he was not ferried to the hospital, as one of the local cops, I can read from the reports, has stated that, that Rishabh Pant has been lucky to survive, and it was only because of the due diligence shown by the cops over there on the spot that he's managed to get this treatment in Max Dehradun.
Yeah, of course, there was a patrol team was moving around, the police patrol team was moving around. They also spotted, they gathered some information from the locals who were driving at the highway at that time when this accident happened. So it was the fraction of seconds, and they moved very quickly, and somehow this, the entire accident happened. But his life was saved. Otherwise, the enormity of the accident clearly shows that what would have been the scene otherwise.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you talk about that enormity of the accident, it's also important to talk at length about the injuries that he sustained. The images, of course, go on to show and depict the kind of injuries he sustained on his head. At the same time, you were also informing our viewers about the injury on his thigh. Very crucial for the doctors to probe the thigh injury, particularly to sort of rule out the possibility of any further internal injuries.
Yeah, of course, because you know, in the coming seasons, his entire he has to play for the India in the coming seasons with the New Zealand and other matches as well. So the doctors will clearly tell whether he'll be able to play in the next couple of weeks or will he has to wait for some time. But the initial reports also suggested that he has there's a fracture, kind of a hairline fracture in his leg.
Yes.
But doctors are yet to second and from the Max Hospital, we are yet to get the detailed report on it.
All right. We are also learning that the collision may have had some sort of a massive impact in terms of his head, knee and shin.
Yeah, because, you know, as I told you, because the doctors will elaborate later on what kind of injuries he has received or he has sustained. But the initial report suggests that he has no such serious injuries or the internal injuries. So this is one news for his fans. So there is no such serious injuries. But the other injuries which he has received in his thighs and back, whether he will be able to play in next couple of weeks or he will have to wait for some time, this yet to be, you know, cleared by the doctor's team, and the health bulletin is expected in some moments now.
All right, stay with us, Anupam, because I'll quickly go over to Dipankar, who's also joining me. Dipankar, क्या डिटेल्स शेयर कर सकते हैं? अभी डॉक्टर आशीष को सुना, उन्होंने हमें बताया कि अभी भी डिटेल इवैल्यूएशन हो,
जहां सक्षम हॉस्पिटल रुड़की में उनका डॉक्टरों की टीम के द्वारा उपचार किया गया। उपचार के उपरांत बेहतर उपचार और एहतियातन उनको देहरादून मैक्स हॉस्पिटल रेफर किया गया है। कार में वो अकेले थे, स्वयं चला के आ रहे थे रुड़की अपने परिजनों से मिलने के लिए, और ऋषभ पंत का स्वयं मानना है कि संभवतः झपकी आने के कारण ये दुर्घटना हुई होगी, लेकिन अभी बाकी सभी पहलुओं से भी जानकारी की जा रही है।
कैसी हालत है सर
उन्हें कुछ माइनर इंजरीज आई हैं, लेकिन एहतियातन और बेहतर उपचार के लिए उन्हें हायर सेंटर रेफर किया गया है ताकि जल्द से जल्द स्वास्थ्य लाभ हो सके।
सर, एक्सीडेंट कहाँ पर हुआ है?
एक्सीडेंट का जो स्पॉट है वो नारसन चौकी से लगभग 1 किलोमीटर रुड़की की ओर ये घटनास्थल है। वहाँ से अभी कार को क्रेन की मदद से हटा दिया गया है ताकि यातायात सुचारू रूप से चल सके।
All right, let's quickly go across to Dipankar. Dipankar, अभी हमने सुना उत्तराखंड पुलिस का क्या कहना है। उन्होंने यही कहा कि ऋषभ पंत का मोस्ट लाइकली यही खुद बिलीफ भी यही है कि वो शायद डोज ऑफ कर गए थे व्हील पे, इसीलिए ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ।
बिल्कुल, जिस तरह के अभी डॉक्टर्स निगरानी में ऋषभ पंत और डॉक्टर की हालत स्थिर है, किस तरह के इनका भी।
दीपांकर, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
क्या मिल रही है?
All right, we'll try and reconnect that the connection with Dipankar. But Anupam, you heard what, if you could make out what Dipankar had to say. He was only going on to elaborate what the cops have to say. They have also now officially confirmed that this is what Rishabh Pant himself has to say, that there could be a possibility that he dozed off while behind the wheels. Anupam, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Anupam as well. But at the moment, it's important to establish what the cops have to say. They have only gone on to establish Rishabh Pant's statement, which sort of himself indicates that he could have dozed off behind the wheel, that led to the car speeding up and eventually banging into the barricade. Anshul is back with us. Anshul, take us through what information you are gathering. We also heard what one of the cops with the Uttarakhand police had to say. He's obviously gone on to sort of validate the reports that have been doing the rounds that it was Rishabh Pant who perhaps may have dozed off behind the wheel and that led to the accident.
So yes, the premise aside the information that is trickling in at this point in time that late last night, Rishabh Pant left from the national capital to his hometown in Roorkee, and while he was traveling from the national capital to Roorkee, that highway is the kind of highway in which generally cars can speed up because it is a very, very well built highway, and that is the reason why the visuals that we have access on CNN News 18 that the manner in which the car of Rishabh Pant was speeding at that point in time during the wee hours of this morning, while the car was at a very, very high speed, Rishabh Pant dozed off, and that is the point at which the car went ahead and rammed itself into a divider is what we have been told. But yes, the entire sequence of events would be very, very clear once the police is able to talk to Rishabh Pant and hence figure out the entire sequence of events. But yes, aside the information that is coming in that he dozed off while he was traveling in that car. The accident happened at 5:20 a.m. This morning, and the situation of the car is also very, very bad. In fact, the car turned into a ball of flame as we have seen in that footages. And thankfully, Rishabh Pant did not get very injured or something untoward did not happen at that point. But at this point, what we are being told from the doctor's side, from the hospital that he is admitted in now in Heeraben, is that his situation is stable. He has a fractured leg, and also there are injuries on his back as well as on his head. And in the next few days, we could expect that Rishabh Pant would be talking to the police, where he could narrate the entire sequence of events to them, and that is when we could get more clarity as to how did this accident actually happen.
All right, Anshul, I'm going to request you to continue to stay with me. In the meantime, let's also listen into what the doctors at Max Dehradun have to say.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
Right, so let's quickly go back to Anshul Singh, who continues to stay with me on the phone line. Anshul, we heard what the doctor at Max Dehradun had to say. He's also only validated what the statement from the police has been so far, that Rishabh Pant has not sustained any sort of serious injuries. These are minor injuries. Yet there is a detailed evaluation awaited, which is only going to rule out the possibility if there are any internal injuries as well.
So yes, this is what we have been told, that a team of doctors is actually looking into Rishabh Pant. The initial reports that came in that there could be a fractured leg of Rishabh Pant, and also the kind of injuries that he has sustained on his face. That is also a very, very very big part of this entire the thing that is going recovery of Rishabh Pant. But yes, what we are expecting is that in the next few days, since the doctors have been mentioning that the injuries are not very, very serious, and in the next few days we are expecting that Rishabh Pant could actually be discharged from the hospital as well. But yes, at this point in time, the situation is that Rishabh Pant is stable, and the process of recovery is going to start very, very soon. The team of doctors are actually trying to figure out as to what other parts of Rishabh Pant are injured, because remember, in such kinds of accidents, the injuries could not only be on the outside part of the body, but could also be internal injuries as well, and that is what is being accessed at this point in time. And the doctors are trying to make sure that Rishabh Pant, the injuries are not internal injuries, because internal injuries can be very, very serious and fatal at times as well. So yes, the doctors are trying to figure out if there are some internal injuries that could have happened, but yes, it is going to take some time, and in the next few hours we are expecting that a detailed report from Max Hospital could come out, and in which the entire details of his injuries could come to the fore. But yes, at this point in time, what we are picking up that he has a fractured leg. There are injuries on his back as well as there are injuries on his face as well.
Right. We'll keep coming back to you, Anshul, for more details. Remember, Rishabh Pant has been this star wicket-keeper batsman, and that is why it's very, very crucial for him to undergo proper treatment, one that also rules out any possibilities of any serious injuries if he may have sustained any. For now, the doctors and the police in Uttarakhand maintaining steadily that Rishabh Pant is stable and he has not sustained any serious injuries as of now. Many thanks to you, Anshul, Anupam and Dipankar, for bringing in the latest. We'll be back with more stories and updates after a quick break.
Of SPG protectees in the past, and everybody is saying that, you know, it's not right for you to keep maligning these forces that protect you when you yourself don't follow protocols, and Rahul Gandhi is a history sheeter in that.
Good evening. Shivani, I have been traveling with the Yatra. We have come all the way along from Kanyakumari to Delhi. And what has happened here not happened in any other state? It has, you know, and nowhere. If that was the case, that would have happened in any other state also. Why has it happened specifically in Delhi? It has happened specifically in Delhi because the Bharatiya Janata Party has been absolutely, you know, initially they have tried whatever they could to actually malign. We are not maligning CRPF or any security forces. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party that wants a Congress-free Bharat. That's something everybody knows about. And so if they could not fight this initiative of the Congress Party, if they could not, mock at this initiative of the Congress Party, finally they have come to this.
No, but what are you alleging? Mahima, you are going even one step to what KC Venugopal has alleged so far. You are now insinuating that this has been done deliberately to put Rahul Gandhi's safety in jeopardy?
Is this an official statement of the Congress?
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm not insinuating anything. Rather, I am just saying that, you know, why has it happened specifically in Delhi?
So your allegation is it has happened in Delhi because Delhi police comes under the MHA, so there is some political reason behind it, right?
I am just saying what has happened. I'm just speaking aloud, you know, what goes on in the mind of an average Bharat Yatri, an average citizen who's watching this entire scenario. There were intrusions on the campsite, in the containers. We held a press conference yesterday about it. So I'm just wondering, you know, as a common Indian, as a common Bharat Yatri, that what is this all about? Because across...
Are you alleging, no, let's be clear, Mahima, are you alleging that the CRPF, under political duress or whatever, did not do its job? Please be clear about it. Are you alleging that the Delhi police did not do its job deliberately?
It was not CRPF that was intruding in the containers on the campsite. It was not CRPF. We are not alleging anything like that.
But this breach is under CRPF. No, let's stick to this breach first. I'll come to the container IB theory later. 1 second. No, Mahima, this is very serious. This breach that you have highlighted and the footage of which has been released by the Congress Party, this is under CRPF protection. I spoke to a high-profile protectee earlier. He said Delhi police will be external protection. This perimeter is CRPF perimeter. Are you saying they deliberately allowed the perimeter to be breached?
Shivani, I am not the person who's answerable here. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's the government that was meant to ensure that the security is impeccable.
I was asking the BJP and even a former CRPF head this question, but you've shocked me by suggesting that there is almost a political conspiracy to put Rahul Gandhi's life in danger.
I'm just saying, see, as I said earlier, as a Congress worker, as a Bharat Jodo Yatri also, I feel that what should have been done has not been done sufficiently. What could have been done also by the government and what shouldn't have been done, they've been doing it all along. I am just saying that everybody is wondering about this right now. We have written a letter to the ministry. KC Venugopalji has written the letter to the ministry. Let them come clean on that. I'm just saying that, you see, these are the questions that arise in the mind.
What about the question? Okay, I'll bring in Shehzad and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
You know, these are not, if I may, these are not issues that we discuss upon based on feelings of yatris. These are discussed upon protocols, the standard operating procedure and on facts. Let's get that very clear. You have insinuated that the Bharatiya Janata Party wanted to eliminate Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police and the CRPF. You can have that allegation against us, and frankly, take it from me, we want Rahul Gandhi to live a very long life. He's an asset certainly for us. But on a more serious note, there is no way on earth that a professional force like the CRPF or the Delhi police, both of whom swear allegiance not to any political party but to the law and order of this country and to the constitution, would do anything at anybody's behest. To make that kind of insinuation at people who have spent their lives, who are willing to take a bullet for you and to save you, is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if these remarks are actually going to be endorsed by her party, but for her to say that we would partake in assassinating or eliminating Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police is absolutely the most shocking statement I have heard. And Shivani, I can't believe that the Congress party would endorse this kind of ridiculous and irresponsible commentary.
Statement that the CRPF has put out. Once again, the allegation.
लिया है इस संकल्प की सिद्धि में पूर्वी भारत का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहेगा। पूर्वी भारत विशेषकर वेस्ट बंगाल में रेलवे, हाईवे, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, गैस, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ केयर, एयरपोर्ट्स इत्यादि मूलभूत सुविधाओं के विकास के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विशेष ध्यान दिया है। इसी कड़ी में आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वेस्ट बंगाल को वंदे भारत का उपहार दिया है। ये अत्याधुनिक ट्रेन हर मायने में विश्व स्तरीय है, वर्ल्ड क्लास है। इसकी डिजाइन भारत के इंजीनियर्स ने प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से की है। यात्रा इसमें आरामदायक है, बड़ी बड़ी खिड़कियां हैं, रिवॉल्विंग सीट्स हैं, न शोर न झटके। हावड़ा और न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी को जोड़ने वाली ये ट्रेन नॉर्थ बंगाल को राजधानी के साथ सुदृढ़ रूप से कनेक्टिविटी प्रोवाइड करेगी। इसके साथ ही साथ न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को वर्ल्ड क्लास बनाने के लिए आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 335 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से वर्ल्ड क्लास रेलवे स्टेशन का फाउंडेशन स्टोन ले करेंगे। कोलकाता निवासियों को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की तरफ से एक और सौगात है, जोका से तरतला कोलकाता मेट्रो का एक्सटेंशन। लंबे समय से चली आ रही है कोलकाता मेट्रो की परियोजना, इसमें गति आई 2014 से। 2014 के पहले मात्र 27 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बनी थी, अब 48 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बन चुकी है और तेजी से करीब 12 किलोमीटर और बहुत एडवांस स्टेज में है। पश्चिम बंगाल में रेलवे के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 22-23 में 10,262 करोड़ का बजट एलोकेशन किया है। 10,262 करोड़ का। 2009 से 14 तक एवरेज 4,380 करोड़ का बजट आवंटन होता था। उससे 2 गुने से ज्यादा बजट आवंटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बंगाल के लिए किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए यथेष्ट फंड्स की व्यवस्था की है और रेलवे की टीम प्रोजेक्ट्स के एग्जीक्यूशन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और सहयोग मिलेगा। पश्चिम बंगाल में एक आधुनिक रेलवे नेटवर्क का निर्माण होगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मंत्र है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। सभी के प्रयासों से ही सबका विकास संभव है। आइए इस पवित्र अवसर पर हम सभी संकल्प लेते हैं कि हम पश्चिम बंगाल को विकसित राज्य बनाने के लिए मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं आज के कार्यक्रम की विशिष्ट अतिथि आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदया सुश्री ममता बनर्जी से मैं सादर निवेदन करता हूं कि वो हम सभी को संबोधित करें।
Respected Prime Minister, today is a sad day for you personally, and it's a great loss. And it's a great loss of your personal life. I pray to God, may God give you the strength and bless you so that you can love your mother with your action and your activity. Sir, I convey my gratitude to you because you are supposed to come to West Bengal today. But because of the sad demise of your mother, you could not reach, but heartily you have reached to us through your virtual program. Even I will request you make the program cut to short, and please take rest because just you are coming from the cremation. Sir, you will be happy to know today is my happiest day because my dream project when I was the railway minister, that Taratala Joka, I inaugurated this along with I invited Pratibha Patil ji, the then president. And also I must thank today the then Kolkata Corporation chairman, Shobhan Chattopadhyay, because he collected all the land for this Joka rail station, for Taratala rail station, and my urban minister Firhad Hakim. And sir, other 3 projects also you are inaugurating today. I am very happy that Dankuni, Shaktigor, or Chabdani, Boichi, or Ammani Phalakata, all are material modification program. 3rd line I started, it is in 2010 budget and 2010 and 11 budget. Everything was there, and today I lay the foundation stone. It is 2000, when Lotolji was the Prime Minister, 2099 or 2000, 2001, and some projects in 2009 and 10 and 11 also. Out of 5 projects, sir, 4 projects in my time. But now you are inaugurating, I am very happy. At least it is completed, and I kept money for the pink book so that this project should not be overlapped or it should not be stopped. One new train you have given Vande Bharat today. It is very good. I thank you so much for this, and also the Railway Minister and GM Eastern Railway. My Honorable Governor is also here, and the other ministers are also here, and the public representatives. Today I should not forget the sacrificing of the Behala people. 10 years they suffered because the railway work was, construction work was going on. And that time, some shopkeepers, the hawkers, the passengers, how they suffered. And today, their dream, আমার স্বপ্নের program, আজকে implemented হচ্ছে, আমি বেহালাবাসী সহ সারা পশ্চিম বাংলাকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। And sir, you will be happy when I was a railway minister, I submitted one white paper and also one 2010 vision. That vision document, railway minister must be knowing that 50 world-class station is being kept there, along with that Jalpaiguri is also was there. So I'm very happy that Bengal is getting this, and there are so many other 49 world-class stations. On behalf of West Bengal people, I thank you so much. You have taken trouble to come over here today. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot. Please take some rest. And I do not know how to give my condolences message to your family members and the others, because mother is no substitute to any other. Your mother means our mother also. I remember my mother also. Sir, may God give you the strength to continue your work with this. This is a very sad day for you, but you are coming virtually. It is your great honor, and you pay respect through your activities to your mother. Thank you so much. Thanks to all my central officers, the state officers, my honorable governor, the RPF, GRPF, my DG police, my chief secretary, my home secretary, my Howrah commissioner, my DM, and all the people from all the officers level, all the ministers, all the MPs, all the MLAs, all the councillors, and all the public representatives and the community people. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय। सादर एवं सबने निवेदन करता हूं कि पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस द्वारा फ्लैग ऑफ कर इस क्षेत्र के लाखों लोगों के सपने को साकार करें। और प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। इसी के साथ ही हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन अपनी प्रथम यात्रा पर और यहां पर उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथि भी हरी झंडी दिखाकर पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को उसकी पहली यात्रा पर रवाना करते हुए बेहद महत्वपूर्ण क्षण। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए एक गौरवशाली क्षण। आधुनिक भारत की उपलब्धियों में एक और कड़ी स्वनिर्मित 7वीं वंदे भारत। 7वीं वंदे भारत की मधुर सौगात पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासियों के लिए एक अनुपम भेंट जो उनकी यात्रा को सुगम एवं सुखद बनाएगी। वंदे भारत की सेवा व्यवसाय और चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में भी अवसरों के नए द्वार खोलेगी। पश्चिम बंगाल के पर्यटन पर भी सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालेगी। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए और मंच पर उपस्थित अतिथिगण भी उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए तमाम खासियत के साथ देश की 7वीं स्वदेशी वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस आत्मनिर्भर भारत की अवधारणा को एक मूर्त रूप प्रदान करते हुए गति, सेवा, सुरक्षा का पर्याय वंदे भारत न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी तक की 561 किलोमीटर की दूरी मात्र 7.5 घंटे में तय करेगी। इस मधुर सौगात से सभी पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। वंदे भारत को सफलतापूर्वक विकसित करना भारतीय रेलवे के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि। यात्रियों को सुखद यात्रा अनुभव प्रदान करने के लिए बेहतर डिजाइन, उत्तम इंटीरियर और आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस धीरे धीरे गति पकड़ते हुए, विश्वास दिलाते हुए भारतीय रेलवे और पश्चिम बंगाल के विकास को गति और नई दिशा मिलेगी। हर कोच में ऑन बोर्ड वाईफाई इंफोटेनमेंट, जीपीएस आधारित यात्री सूचना प्रणाली जैसे फीचर हैं। साथ साथ रोगाणु मुक्त वातानुकूलित हवा की आपूर्ति के लिए भी इंटेलिजेंट एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम का प्रावधान किया गया। यात्रा के लिए यात्रियों को विमान जैसी यात्रा अनुभव और कवच तकनीक सहित उन्नत अत्याधुनिक सुरक्षा सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। यात्रियों के मुख पे मुस्कुराहटें और उत्साह साफ झलकता हुआ हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए गौरवशाली क्षण। अतीत और वर्तमान मिलते हुए जहां भविष्य को एक नई दिशा मिलेगी। इस ट्रेन में सभी यात्रियों के लिए विशेष ध्यान, दिव्यांगजन यात्रियों के लिए विशेष शौचालय, टच फ्री सुविधाओं के साथ बायो वैक्यूम शौचालय, यात्री सुरक्षा एवं संरक्षा को महत्व देते हुए सभी कोचों में फायर डिटेक्शन एंड सप्रेशन सिस्टम, रेल यात्रियों की सुख सुविधाओं में विस्तार, विकास में सतत योगदान, इसके लिए प्रतिबद्ध भारतीय रेलवे, जिसका एक प्रतिरूप आपके सम्मुख प्रस्तुत, वंदे भारत गति पकड़ते हुए हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, गौरवशाली क्षण, और मंच के सामने से गुजरती हुई वंदे भारत अपनी प्रथम यात्रा की ओर अग्रसर। निवेदन करता हूं कि वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा जोका से तारातला मेट्रो सेक्शन पर पहली मेट्रो ट्रेन सर्विस का शुभारंभ करें। और इसी के साथ चालक दल ने भी हरी झंडी दिखाई और जोका से नई मेट्रो ट्रेन की प्रथम यात्रा का शुभारंभ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब जोका से तारातला तक मेट्रो सेवा आम जन के लिए उपलब्ध रहेगी। इस प्रदूषण मुक्त, सुविधाजनक और आरामदायक यात्रा की मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता के सभी निवासी काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारतीय रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा एवं दिशा निर्देशन में देश की जीवन रेखा की भूमिका निभाते हुए देश के सतत विकास योगदान में अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान दे रही है। इसी संदर्भ में आज उद्घाटित होने वाली परियोजनाओं के मुख्य बिंदु एक छोटे चलचित्र के माध्यम से आप सभी के अवलोकन हेतु प्रस्तुत।
ये है वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस, मेक इन इंडिया का शानदार उदाहरण। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी जाती है साथ में लाती है सौगातें और समृद्धि की बहार। और आज पश्चिम बंगाल में देश की 7वीं वंदे भारत ट्रेन को लॉन्च कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। गति, सुरक्षा और सेवा के ध्येय के साथ निर्मित वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस नए भारत के तेजी से बदलते रेलवे का नया चेहरा है। पश्चिम बंगाल का ये नया हमसफर यात्रियों को यात्रा का एक नया और अद्भुत अनुभव प्रदान करेगा, क्योंकि ये ट्रेन जीपीएस आधारित ऑडियो विजुअल यात्री सूची।
All right, so under the Prime Minister's infrastructural boost for the state of West Bengal, we just saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating through a virtual ceremony, flagging off the Vande Bharat Express that connects Howrah to New Jalpaiguri. At the same time, he also inaugurated the Joka Taratala stretch of the Purple Line of the Kolkata Metro. But what stood out in today's ceremony was the stoic presence of the Indian Prime Minister. As we all know, he is currently mourning as his mother Heeraben passed away today in the morning. Let's also listen in to this flagging off ceremony.
सरकार तेजी से शहरों में मेट्रो सुविधा का प्रसार कर रही है। कोलकाता वासियों की सुविधा के लिए हो रहा है इसी प्रयास का विस्तार। आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा कोलकाता के जोका से तारातल्ला तक मेट्रो रेल सेवा का शुभारंभ हो रहा है। अब कोलकाता का दक्षिणी हिस्सा भी शहर के मुख्य बिजनेस एरिया से जुड़ेगा। 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबे इस रूट में 6 एलिवेटेड स्टेशन हैं। डायमंड हार्बर का सफर जो सड़क से 30 से 40 मिनट में पूरा होता है, अब मेट्रो से 15 मिनट में पूरा होगा और इसका फायदा प्रतिदिन सफर करने वाले 25 से 30 हजार लोगों को मिलेगा। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट का भी आज शिलान्यास हो रहा है। जून 2025 तक ये स्टेशन विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से युक्त पूर्वोत्तर का पहला अंतरराष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल बनेगा। इस हेरिटेज टर्मिनल को अगले 45 सालों तक रेल ट्रैफिक सुगम बनाने के विजन के साथ डिजाइन किया गया है। ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट, पोडियम पार्किंग, आगमन और प्रस्थान के लिए अलग द्वार, दिव्यांगों के लिए अलग सुविधाओं के साथ सीसीटीवी से लैस इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग बनाने के लिए सोलर एनर्जी, जल संरक्षण, वर्षा जल संचय की व्यवस्था होगी। साथ ही आज पश्चिम बंगाल को मिल रही है कई और सौगातें। 25.83 किलोमीटर लंबी पैंची शक्तिगढ़ थर्ड लाइन, जिससे हावड़ा और वर्धमान के मध्य बढ़ेगी यात्रियों की संख्या, मिलेगा छोटे व्यापारियों और क्षेत्रीय लोगों को लाभ। 25.41 किलोमीटर लंबी दानकुनी चंदनपुर फोर्थ लाइन, जो बढ़ाएगी यात्रियों की सुविधा, छोटे व्यापारियों और श्रमिक वर्ग को होगा लाभ। निम्तिता न्यू फरक का डबल लाइन ट्रैक, जिससे हावड़ा और गुवाहाटी के बीच सफर में लगेगा कम समय। और अंबारी फालाकाता न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानीहाट डबलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, जिससे कूच बिहार और जलपाईगुड़ी क्षेत्र के विकास के खुलेंगे द्वार। यात्रा का समय घटेगा और क्षेत्रीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में आजादी के बाद पहली बार भारतीय रेल की क्षमता को इतने बड़े स्तर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अब भारतीय रेल देश के साथ साथ संस्कृति, पर्यटन, तीर्थाटन को भी एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है। देश की प्रगति को मिलती रहे एक नई गति, इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयासरत है भारतीय रेल।
हमारे परम आदरणीय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा नित नवीन पराकाष्ठा निर्मित की जा रही है, उसी दिशा में एक मील के पत्थर हैं आज के लोकार्पण और शुभारंभ किए जाने वाले परियोजनाएं। इस श्रृंखला में सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से सादर निवेदन करता हूं पूर्वोत्तर सीमांत रेलवे के न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन के पुनर्विकास परियोजना का वीडियो लिंक द्वारा शिलान्यास कर पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र की विकास यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाएं।
न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को 337 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं के साथ पहले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल के रूप में 30 महीने की लक्षित अवधि में पुनर्विकसित किया जाएगा। इसमें लिफ्ट, एस्केलेटर, रूफटॉप प्लाजा, पोडियम पार्किंग के साथ अन्य विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाएंगी। ऊर्जा एवं जल संरक्षण के साथ वर्षा जल संचयन के माध्यम से इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के रूप में भी विकसित किया जाएगा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से रिमोट द्वारा जोका तारातला मेट्रो खंड का लोकार्पण करने का सादर अनुरोध।
₹2535 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबी जोका तारातला मेट्रो परियोजना अब लोगों की सेवा के लिए तैयार है। यह बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि कोलकाता में मेट्रो नेटवर्क की स्थापना के बाद से इसी एक वर्ष में मेट्रो रेलवे नेटवर्क में सबसे अधिकतम विस्तार 14.23 किलोमीटर का विस्तार वर्तमान वर्ष में हासिल किया गया। इस मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता और आसपास के क्षेत्र के निवासी बहुत लाभान्वित होंगे।
एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर आग्रह, बेंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पण कर राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करें।
बेंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन परियोजना एक महत्वपूर्ण सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना है जिसे पूर्व रेलवे द्वारा रिकॉर्ड समय में सफलतापूर्वक पूरा किया गया। इस परियोजना से हावड़ा मंडल में मेल एक्सप्रेस और उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की पंक्चुअलिटी में सुधार होगा, मालगाड़ियों की औसत गति में वृद्धि होगी तथा उपनगरीय यात्रियों के साथ स्थानीय व्यवसायियों को लाभ पहुंचेगा। इस परियोजना के दौरान लगभग 20 लाख मानव दिवसों का भी प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार सृजित हुआ।
अब मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से दानकुनी चंदनपुर के बीच चौथी रेलवे लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करने का सादर अनुरोध करता हूं।
565 करोड़ रुपए लागत वाली सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना में दानकुनी चंदनपुर के बीच 25.4 किलोमीटर लंबी चौथी रेलवे लाइन का निर्माण हुआ। इस परियोजना से पश्चिम बंगाल की बेहद घनी आबादी वाले जिले हुगली के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। स्वचालित सिग्नलिंग से सुसज्जित इस लाइन में 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति और 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का त्वरित आवागमन होगा, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप बेहतर गतिशीलता और थ्रूपुट प्राप्त होगा तथा उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की गति में भी वृद्धि होगी।
मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से साग्रह सविनय निवेदन करता हूं कि निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का के बीच दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करें।
254 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का दोहरीकरण परियोजना से हावड़ा से गुवाहाटी तक की यात्रा अवधि कम होगी। यह परियोजना घनी आबादी वाले मुर्शिदाबाद जिले में स्थित है और इस क्षेत्र के लोग इस परियोजना से काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। इस नवनिर्मित दोहरीकृत ट्रैक पर 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति एवं 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का परिचालन होगा। परिणाम स्वरूप ट्रेन ऑपरेशन में लचीलापन आएगा और अनुभागीय थ्रूपुट में भी वृद्धि होगी।
इसी क्रम में एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानी हाट दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करने के लिए
1461 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 88.17 किलोमीटर लंबी आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानी हाट दोहरीकरण परियोजना में पश्चिम बंगाल के 11 स्टेशन एवं 24 प्रमुख पुल शामिल हैं। कूच बिहार से जलपाईगुड़ी तक विस्तृत पूर्वोत्तर सीमांत रेलवे की इस परियोजना के पूरा होने से इस क्षेत्र की लंबी समय से चली आ रही मांग पूरी होगी, जिससे इस क्षेत्र के समग्र आर्थिक विकास के साथ कृषि उद्योग को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा।
इन महत्वपूर्ण परियोजनाओं के लोकार्पण के पश्चात मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो यहां की सभा को अपने आशीर्वचन से अभिसंचित करें।
नमस्कार। पश्चिम बंगाल के राज्यपाल सीवी आनंद बोस जी, मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय ममता जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, सुभाष सरकार जी, निशित प्रामाणिक जी, जॉन बारला जी, नेता विपक्ष शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी, सांसद प्रसून जी, मंच पर विराजमान अन्य साथी, देवी और सज्जनों, आज मुझे आप सबके बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं। बंगाल की पुण्य धरती को कोलकाता की ऐतिहासिक धरती को आज मेरे लिए नमन करने का अवसर है। बंगाल के कण कण में आजादी के आंदोलन का इतिहास समाहित है। जिस धरती से वंदे मातरम का जयघोष हुआ, वहां अभी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। आज 30 दिसंबर की तारीख का भी इतिहास में अपना बहुत महत्व है। 30 दिसंबर 1943 उस दिन ही नेताजी सुभाष ने अंडमान में तिरंगा फहराकर भारत की आजादी का बिगुल फूंका था। इस घटना के 75 वर्ष होने पर साल 2018 में मैं अंडमान गया था। नेताजी के नाम पर एक द्वीप का नामकरण भी किया था और अब इस समय देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। इसी अमृत महोत्सव में देश ने 475 वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू करने का संकल्प लिया था। आज इसी में से एक हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन यहां कोलकाता से शुरू हुई है। आज ही रेलवे और मेट्रो की कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े अन्य प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। करीब 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो प्रोजेक्ट पर काम हो रहा है। इसमें से जोका तरालता मेट्रो रूट बनकर तैयार हो गया है। इससे शहर के लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग और बढ़ेगी। साथियों, कुछ देर बाद ही मुझे गंगा जी की स्वच्छता और पीने के पानी से जुड़ी अनेक परियोजनाएं पश्चिम बंगाल को सौंपने का अवसर मिलेगा। नमामि गंगे मिशन के तहत पश्चिम बंगाल में सीवरेज के 25 से ज्यादा प्रोजेक्ट्स को मंजूरी दी गई है। इनमें से 11 प्रोजेक्ट पहले ही पूरे हो चुके हैं और 7 प्रोजेक्ट आज पूरे हो रहे हैं। आज 1,500 करोड़ की लागत से 5 नई परियोजनाओं पर काम भी शुरू हो रहा है। इसमें जो प्रमुख है वो है आदि गंगा नदी का पुनरुद्धार। मुझे बताया गया है कि अभी आदि गंगा नदी की स्थिति दुर्भाग्य से बहुत खराब है। इसमें जो कूड़ा कचरा गिरता है, सीवर का गंदा पानी गिरता है, उसकी सफाई के लिए 600 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया जा रहा है। हम लोग अक्सर व्यक्ति के जीवन में प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर की बात तो करते रहते हैं और हम कहते हैं कि दिनचर्या वो होनी चाहिए कि बीमारी की नौबत ही ना आए। ठीक इसी तरह नदी की गंदगी को साफ करने के साथ ही केंद्र सरकार प्रिवेंशन पर भी बहुत जोर दे रही है और इस प्रिवेंशन का सबसे बड़ा और आधुनिक तरीका है ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट। आने वाले 10-15 साल बाद की जरूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए देश में आज ही आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगवाए जा रहे हैं। आजादी के अमृत काल में हमें फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग सोच और अप्रोच के साथ देश को आगे ले जाना है। साथियों, इस 21वीं सदी में भारत के तेज विकास के लिए भारतीय रेलवे का भी तेज विकास, भारतीय रेलवे में तेज सुधार, ये सारी बातें बहुत जरूरी हैं। इसलिए आज केंद्र सरकार भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए, रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए रिकॉर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है। आज भारत में भारतीय रेलवे के कायाकल्प का राष्ट्रव्यापी अभियान चल रहा है। आज वंदे भारत, तेजस, हमसफर जैसी आधुनिक ट्रेनें देश में बन रही हैं। आज विस्टाडोम कोचेज रेल यात्रियों को नए अनुभव करा रहे हैं। आज सुरक्षित आधुनिक कोचेज की संख्या में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि हो रही है। आज रेलवे स्टेशन को भी एयरपोर्ट की तरह विकसित किया जा रहा है। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन भी इसी लिस्ट में शामिल है। आज रेलवे लाइनों का दोहरीकरण, रेलवे लाइनों का बिजलीकरण जिस रफ्तार से हो रहा है वो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। देश में जो ईस्टर्न और वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं वो लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाने वाले हैं। सुरक्षा हो, स्वच्छता हो, सामर्थ्य हो, सामंजस्य हो, समय की पाबंदी हो, सहूलियत हो, भारतीय रेलवे आज एक नई पहचान बनाने की हम सबकी कोशिश रंग ला रही है। बीते 8 वर्षों में भारतीय रेलवे ने आधुनिकता की नींव पर काम किया है। अब आने वाले 8 वर्ष में हम भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिकता की नई यात्रा पर निकलते हुए देखेंगे। भारत जैसे युवा देश के लिए भारतीय रेल भी युवा अवतार लेने जा रहा है और इसमें निश्चित तौर पर 475 से ज्यादा वंदे भारत ट्रेनों की बड़ी भूमिका होगी। साथियों, आजादी के बाद के 7 दशकों में 20,000 रूट किलोमीटर रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हुआ। वहीं 2014 में हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद बीते 7-8 वर्षों में ही 32,000 रूट किलोमीटर से ज्यादा रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हो चुका है। ये है देश के काम करने की रफ्तार, रेलवे के आधुनिकीकरण की रफ्तार। और इस रफ्तार को तेज करने के लिए अब भारत में दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली बिजली के रेल इंजनों का भी तेजी से निर्माण हो रहा है। साथियों, आज के भारत की स्पीड और स्केल का एक और प्रमाण हमारा मेट्रो रेल सिस्टम है। कोलकाता के लोग जानते हैं कि दशकों से मेट्रो रेल पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का कितना बेहतरीन माध्यम रही है। 2014 से पहले तक देश में कुल मेट्रो नेटवर्क 250 किलोमीटर से भी कम था और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी हिस्सेदारी दिल्ली एनसीआर की ही थी। केंद्र सरकार ने इस स्थिति को भी बदलता हुआ है, उसको बदलने का पूरा प्रयास किया है और बहुत तेजी से बदला है। बीते 8 वर्षों में हमने मेट्रो का 2 दर्जन से अधिक शहरों तक विस्तार किया है। आज देश के अलग अलग शहरों में लगभग 800 किलोमीटर ट्रैक पर मेट्रो चल रही है। 1000 किलोमीटर के नए मेट्रो रूट पर तेजी से काम चल रहा है। जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो परियोजना इसी संकल्प का हिस्सा है। साथियों, पिछली सदी के भारत की दो और बड़ी चुनौतियां रही हैं जिन्होंने देश के विकास पर बहुत नकारात्मक असर डाला है। एक चुनौती रही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कार्यों में विभिन्न एजेंसियों में तालमेल की कमी और दूसरी चुनौती रही ट्रांसपोर्ट के विभिन्न साधनों में भी आपसी तालमेल का जीरो होना। इसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि सरकार के एक विभाग को पता ही नहीं होता था कि दूसरा विभाग कहां नया काम शुरू करने वाला है। इसका खामियाजा देश के ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर को उठाना पड़ता था। देश का ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर हमेशा से सरकारी पैसे की बर्बादी से, परियोजनाओं में देरी से, भ्रष्टाचार से नफरत करता है। जब वो देखता है कि उसकी गाढ़ी कमाई से दिए हुए टैक्स से गरीब का नहीं बल्कि किसी भ्रष्टाचारी का भला हो रहा है तो उसका खिन्न होना स्वाभाविक है। पैसे की इसी बर्बादी को रोकने के लिए विभागों में, सरकारों में तालमेल को बढ़ाने के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान लागू किया गया है। अब चाहे विभिन्न राज्य सरकारें हो, अलग अलग सरकारी विभाग हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन से जुड़ी एजेंसियां हो या इंडस्ट्री के लोग हो, सब एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर आ रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति देश में ट्रांसपोर्ट के अलग अलग माध्यमों को जोड़ने, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी के काम को भी गति दे रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड तेजी से हाईवे बन रहे हैं, एयरपोर्ट बन रहे हैं, वाटरवे बन रहे हैं, नए पोर्ट बन रहे हैं और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि इन्हें अब इस तरह तैयार किया हाईवे बेहतर तरीके से रेलवे स्टेशनों से कनेक्ट हो, रेलवे स्टेशन एयरपोर्ट से कनेक्टिविटी हो, लोगों को ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के दौरान सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी भी मिले। साथियों, 21वीं सदी में तेजी से आगे बढ़ने के लिए हमें देश के सामर्थ्य का सही इस्तेमाल करना होगा। मैं देश के लोगों को वाटरवेज का उदाहरण भी देना चाहता हूं। एक समय था जब भारत में व्यापार, कारोबार और टूरिज्म के लिए वाटरवेज का बड़े पैमाने पर इस्तेमाल होता था। इसलिए कितने ही शहर नदियों के किनारे बसे, नदियों के किनारे इतना औद्योगिक विकास हुआ, लेकिन इस सामर्थ्य को पहले सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी और फिर आजादी के बाद की सरकारी उदासीनता ने तबाह कर दिया। अब भारत अपनी इस जल शक्ति को बढ़ाने पर काम कर रहा है। देश में 100 से ज्यादा वाटरवेज और विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। भारत की नदियों में आधुनिक क्रूज चले, व्यापार भी हो, टूरिज्म भी हो, इस दिशा में हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार ने बांग्लादेश सरकार के सहयोग से गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्र नदियों के बीच वाटरवे लिंक स्थापित करने पर भी काम किया है। मैं आज देश के लोगों को इससे जुड़ी भी एक जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। 13 जनवरी 2023 को काशी से, वाराणसी से एक क्रूज जा रहा है जो 3200 किलोमीटर लंबे वाटरवे से होते हुए, बांग्लादेश से होते हुए डिब्रूगढ़ तक पहुंचेगा। ये पूरे विश्व में अपनी तरह का अभूतपूर्व क्रूज होगा। ये भारत में बढ़ते क्रूज टूरिज्म का भी प्रतिबिंब बनेगा। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि इसका जरूर लाभ उठाएं। वैसे आज मैं एक और बात के लिए विशेष तौर पर बंगाल के लोगों को नमन करना चाहता हूं। बंगाल के लोगों में देश की मिट्टी के प्रति जो प्रेम रहा है, उसका तो मैं हमेशा कायल रहा हूं। देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों को जानने के लिए, देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में भ्रमण के लिए बंगाल के लोगों में जो उत्साह होता है वो अद्भुत होता है। बहुत से लोग पहला मौका मिलते ही किसी और देश में घूमने निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन बंगाल के लोग हमेशा अपने देश को प्राथमिकता देते हैं। बंगाल के लोग पर्यटन में भी नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना को लेकर चलते हैं। और आज जब देश में कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है, रेलवे, हाईवे, वाटरवे आधुनिक हो रहे हैं, तो इससे ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल भी उतना ही बढ़ रहा है। इसका बड़ा लाभ बंगाल के लोगों को भी मिल रहा है। साथियों, गुरुदेव टैगोर द्वारा रचित प्रसिद्ध पंक्तियां हैं, ओ ओमार देशेर माटी, तोमार पौरे ठेकाई माथा, यानी हे मेरे देश की माटी, मैं तुम्हारे आगे अपना सर झुकाता हूं। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में मातृभूमि को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए हमें मिलकर काम करना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत को बहुत भरोसे से देख रही है। इस भरोसे को बनाए रखने के लिए हर भारतीय को पूरी शक्ति लगा देनी है। हमें हर दिन का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है, हर पल का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है। देश सेवा के कार्यों में हमें रुकना नहीं है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अनेक परियोजनाओं के लिए बंगाल को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। फिर एक बार आपका अभिवादन करता हूं और मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That was the Prime Minister there inaugurating several key developmental works in West Bengal, going on to stress that development of Bengal will remain top priority and the centre will ensure all assistance to the state government as far as these developmental works are concerned. He also spoke of the cleaning up of River Ganga. It's another meeting and another event that the Prime Minister is going to be attending virtually in just a short while from now. Remember, this morning he was in Ahmedabad to pay the final tribute, pay a final goodbye to his mother who passed away at the age of 99 early this morning. He was supposed to be in West Bengal for this event, physically present there, but because of his personal moment of grief, he could not do so, which is why he flagged off the Vande Bharat Express there in West Bengal virtually. He joined in that event via video conferencing from the Raj Bhavan in Ahmedabad. The Prime Minister there going on to stress on the need to ensure that his service for the country is still paramount. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, who was also present at that particular event, expressed her condolences, extended her condolences to the Prime Minister and to the Modi family. Before she spoke of the projects that have been flagged off by the Prime Minister there. Remember, these railway lines that have been flagged off by the Prime Minister are going to be extremely crucial in the developmental work of the state, also as far as convenience to the people of certain parts of the state is concerned. The Prime Minister there ensuring that his duty to the country does not come second to the duty that he has to pay or that he had to pay this morning as a son to his mother who breathed her last this morning. With that, it's time for a quick break on this edition. Back in just a few minutes.
In the containers, we held a press conference yesterday about it. So I'm just wondering, as a common Indian, as a common Bharat Yatri, that what is this all about? Because across
Are you alleging, no, let's be clear, Mahima, are you alleging that the CRPF, under political duress or whatever, did not do its job? Please be clear about it. Are you alleging that the Delhi police did not do its job deliberately?
It was not CRPF that was intruding in the containers on the campsite. It was not CRPF. We are not alleging anything like
But
that.
this breach is under CRPF. No, let's stick to this breach first. I'll come to the container IB theory later. One second. No, Mahima, this is very serious. This breach that you have highlighted and the footage of which has been released by the Congress party, this is under CRPF protection. I spoke to a high-profile protectee earlier. He said Delhi police will be external protection. This perimeter is CRPF perimeter. Are you saying they deliberately allowed the perimeter to be breached?
Shivani, I am not the person who's answerable here. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's the government that was meant to ensure that the security is impeccable.
I was asking the BJP and even a former CRPF head this question, but you've shocked me by suggesting that there is almost a political conspiracy to put Rahul Gandhi's life in danger.
I'm just saying. See. As I said earlier, as a Congress worker, as a Bharat Jodo Yatri also, I feel that what should have been done has not been done sufficiently. What could have been done also by the government, and what shouldn't have been done, they've been doing it all along. I am just saying that everybody is wondering about this right now. We have written a letter to the ministry. K.C. Venugopalji has written the letter to the ministry. Let them come clean on that. I'm just saying that, you see, these are the questions that arise in the mind.
What about the question? Okay, I'll bring in Shehzad and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
These are not, if I may, these are not issues that we discuss upon based on feelings of yatris. These are discussed upon protocols, the standard operating procedure and on facts. Let's get that very clear. You have insinuated that the Bharatiya Janata Party wanted to eliminate Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police and the CRPF. You can have that allegation against us, and frankly, take it from me, we want Rahul Gandhi to live a very long life. He's an asset certainly for us. But on a more serious note, there is no way on earth that a professional force like the CRPF or the Delhi police, both of whom swear allegiance not to any political party but to the law and order of this country and to the constitution, would do anything at anybody's behest. To make that kind of insinuation at people who have spent their lives, who are willing to take a bullet for you and to save you, is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if these remarks are actually going to be endorsed by her party, but for her to say that we would partake in assassinating or eliminating Rahul Gandhi using the Delhi police is absolutely the most shocking statement I have heard. And Shivani, I can't believe that the Congress party would endorse this kind of ridiculous and irresponsible commentary.
Statement that the CRPF has put out. Once again, the allegation is that Rahul Gandhi doesn't follow the instructions. That was the case when he was an SPG protectee. The government has been on record on that. And that's the same thing the CRPF is once again signaling. Do you believe that under these circumstances, Rahul Gandhi is himself responsible for any breach? Or should the CRPF also clarify why this particular breach happened during his rally?
In fact, I feel that CRPF has been doing its duties very commendably. And in fact, while speaking to some officers in the past, it has often been reported that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has often violated the security protocols, because of which they have problems in securing him. And in addition, the responsibility lies on the individual also, the protectee, to take care himself, because he cannot be at liberty to take his own decisions when he is protected by the CRPF personnel. In fact, during this year, between last year and this year, there have been so many violations. And in the parliament, Mr. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, had said that there were nearly 1,700 violations between 2015 and 2019. So such violations should be taken note of, and until they take note of such things, the security will always be at peril, and one needs to pay attention towards this particular aspect, that security can in no wise be compromised.
Okay.
And the CRPF personnel are doing their job commendably, and there have been no complaint from others. In fact, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not the only one who has been caught violating these protocols. There are several others also. But since he is a very important person and he is one of the top leaders of Congress party, that is the reason why these things keep coming up every now and then.
Okay. Sir, I thank you for your opening comments. I'm going to come back to you because
protective.
you've set this up for us. And we did speak to a former XPG officer also who said the same thing, that you have to cooperate.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. And the story we're tracking at this hour is about cricketer Rishabh Pant, who met with an accident in the wee hours of this morning. He's seriously injured. His car hit a divider in Roorkee in Uttarakhand this morning. He was about 90 kilometers away from Dehradun. According to the police, the star wicketkeeper batsman of the Indian cricket team was alone in the car when his Mercedes GLE car hit the divider railings on the Delhi-Haridwar highway at about 5:30 a.m. The moment cricketer Rishabh Pant's car crashed into the divider was caught on camera. That CCTV footage has been accessed by CNN News 18 here. You can also see the fireball that was once Rishabh Pant's car. The minute it collided with the divider, it burst into flames. Rishabh Pant walked out of his car where he was then given immediate assistance. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has come forward to help Rishabh Pant. He was seen talking to Pant's mother, having a phone conversation with Rishabh Pant's mother. He's vowed complete support to the Pant family after the accident. The Chief Minister himself is not in the state as we speak, but he has ensured that the family is given all sort of help that can be given to them.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं।
ऋषभ पंत का भी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
My colleagues Anshul and Bharti Saklani join us on this broadcast. Bharti is reporting from outside the Max Hospital in Dehradun where Rishabh Pant is currently recuperating. Bharti, बताया जा रहा है कि ऋषभ पंत की मां और उनके कुछ परिवारजन भी अभी पहुंचे हैं वहां अस्पताल।
बिल्कुल, माँ जो है वो अंदर है, उनकी डॉक्टर से बातचीत लगातार की जा रही है। और पूनम, एक बड़ा अपडेट यही है जो ऋषभ के फैंस के लिए जानना बहुत जरूरी है कि ऋषभ की हालत में सुधार है। डॉक्टर्स आए थे, मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट, उन्होंने बताया कि ऋषभ को अभी सिर में चोट आई है और उनके थाई में जो है वो चोट आई है। तो अभी जो हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन वो उनको एग्जामिन कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा ऋषभ के कुछ टेस्ट होना बाकी हैं। उन टेस्ट रिपोर्ट के बाद ही डॉक्टर्स यहाँ पर पूरी स्थिति बता पाएंगे ऋषभ की कैसी है, उनकी हेल्थ कैसी है। लेकिन हाँ, फिलहाल ये बताया जा रहा है कि ऋषभ की हालत में सुधार है। तो उनके फैंस को ये राहत भरी खबर हम दे रहे हैं कि ऋषभ की हालत में सुधार है और वो बात भी कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं उनके साथ क्या कुछ हुआ, जिसकी डिटेल जानकारी डॉक्टर्स ले रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, उनकी स्थिति में सुधार है। उनको काफ़ी इंजरीज हैं अभी भी। देयर आर इंजरीज टू हिज हेड एज वी कैन सी इन दोज विजुअल्स। ही हैज आल्सो अ फ्रैक्चर्ड लेग एंड सम इंजरीज ऑन हिज बैक इज व्हाट वी आर गैदरिंग। Though he is out of danger and he is recuperating, his family members, his mother is also there at the hospital in Dehradun. Remember, it was his mother that he was visiting. Roorkee is his hometown where Rishabh Pant was headed perhaps for the New Year's. And Bharti continues to be with us. Bharti, कुछ ही समय पहले पुष्कर सिंह धामी मुख्यमंत्री ने भी ऋषभ पंत की माताजी से बातचीत की। बताया जा रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री इस वक्त उत्तराखंड में नहीं है, लेकिन उन्होंने फोन पर बातचीत करके अपने ऑफिस से भी ये कहा है कि जो कोई सहायता पंत के परिवार को चाहिए होगी वो स्टेट देगी उनको।
बिल्कुल, अपने ऑफिस से भी ये बात कही है, अस्पताल प्रबंधन से भी बातचीत की है, इसके अलावा प्रशासन को भी कहा है, पुलिस को भी कहा है कि जो भी इलाज में व्यवस्थाएं बनानी है उसको बनाया जाए। इसीलिए हमने यहाँ पर ये भी देखा कि पुलिस की टीम की अगर हम बात करें, सिटी मजिस्ट्रेट अगर हम बोले तो वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके थे। एम्बुलेंस के पहुंचने से पहले ही उन्होंने अस्पताल में आकर व्यवस्थाओं को देखा, अरेंजमेंट्स यहाँ पर किए, उसके बाद एम्बुलेंस आई और तुरंत ऋषभ को अंदर ले जाया गया इमरजेंसी में, जहां पर उनको एग्जामिन किया गया है, उनको देखा गया, उनके टेस्ट यहाँ पर कुछ हुए हैं और उन टेस्ट रिपोर्ट्स का ही फिलहाल इंतजार किया जा रहा है पूनम, जिसके बाद डॉक्टर्स पूरी जानकारी यहां पर दे पाएंगे। लेकिन फिलहाल ये कहा जा रहा है कि कोई इंटरनल इंजरी उनको तो नहीं है, इस बात के टेस्ट यहां पर किए जा रहे हैं, कुछ एक्सरेज उनके हुए हैं, अल्ट्रासाउंड उनका यहां पर हुआ है, जिसकी रिपोर्ट का इंतजार किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद मेडिकल बुलेटिन अस्पताल की तरफ से जारी किया जाएगा और बताया जाएगा कि ऋषभ की हालत कैसी है। लेकिन हाँ, फिलहाल ये कहा जा रहा है कि ऋषभ बात कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं उनके साथ क्या कुछ हुआ और इसे घबराने वाली बात नहीं है।
जी बिल्कुल, he is out of danger and that really is the most important bit as far as this accident goes. We are getting you continuous updates from the hospital there where he is recuperating. The extent of injuries that Indian cricketer Rishabh Pant has sustained, that is still being ascertained, but for the moment the doctors are sure that his condition is improving. There are no internal injuries and all of the injuries that he has suffered are all under control. The doctors are giving him complete attention as far as his treatment goes. He is at the moment in a hospital in Dehradun. But the accident took place at about 5:30 a.m. this morning. 90 kilometers from Dehradun. It happened on his way from Roorkee to the national capital. We're given to understand that he swerved into the divider when his car collided, and that moment of that particular accident that was caught on CCTV footage is also accessed here on CNN News 18. Anshul, my colleague, is also with us on this broadcast. And Anshul, we've seen the kind of messages that have been pouring in all over social media, wishing Rishabh Pant a speedy recovery. And for now, we can tell our viewers and all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger.
So yes, that's the good news that is coming in, that the doctors have confirmed that Rishabh Pant is definitely out of danger. However, the extent of his injuries are still being examined by the doctors at this point in time. And yes, the kind of person, the kind of personality that Rishabh Pant is, he has definitely made a lot of friends across the cricket fraternity. And also the kind of performance that he has given, he has also earned a lot of respect amongst the cricketing world. And that is the reason why we are seeing messages pouring in from across the cricket fraternity. Not only Indian players and former Indian players have come out and wished him a speedy.
You there, Anshul, we have a report coming in from the accident site. Let's just cut across there.
रूट से डिसबैलेंस होकर आ रही थी गाड़ी, यहाँ से डिसबैलेंस होकर यहाँ नहीं लगी है, गाड़ी उस तरफ से पीछे से डिसबैलेंस होते हुए आ रही थी। कई ऐसे मौके, और उसका कारण जो रोड वाइज समझ आ रहा है, तो रोड वाइज तो इतना समझ आ रहा है कि 3 लेन की जो लेन है वो अचानक से उस पॉइंट पे जहाँ वो काले रंग का बोर्ड लगा है, उस पॉइंट पे वो 3 लेन की जो रोड है वो सीधा 2 लेन की हो जाती है। और 2 लेन के रोड पे भी हल्का सा एक बम्प बना हुआ है, यानी कि अगर आप मान लीजिए 100 की स्पीड में भी आ रहे हैं तो आप बम्प महसूस करेंगे। और अगर आप हल्की भी नींद में हैं या हल्के भी कंट्रोल में आपकी गाड़ी नहीं है तो गाड़ी उछलेगी, डिसबैलेंस होगी, इतना बम्प वो वहां पर नजर आ रहा है। वहां से जो गाड़ी डिसबैलेंस हुई है उसके बाद संभली ही नहीं है। 100 मीटर से ज्यादा ये गाड़ी खिंचकर जब स्पॉट पर पहुंचती है, ऐसी आग धधकती है कि गाड़ी पहचान पाना मुश्किल होता है कि ये कौन सी गाड़ी थी, किसकी गाड़ी थी। एक एक पुर्जे गाड़ी के बुरी तरीके से जलकर राख हो जाते हैं, जिसका कालापन अभी भी राख का जो है वो सड़कों पर नजर आ रहा है। टूटे हुए शीशों के टुकड़े नजर आ रहे हैं। हालांकि लोगों के लिए रोड के लिए लोगों के लिए ये जो रोड है, देखें आप, फिलहाल इसको पूरा खाली कर दिया गया है और इसको कोशिश की जा रही है कि जल्दी से जल्दी कवर अप किया जाए, क्योंकि हाईवे का रास्ता है और अभी ट्रैफिक को सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए यहाँ पर पुलिस वाले भी मौजूद हैं। लेकिन शाम के वक्त में ये और ज़्यादा क्राउडेड ना हो जाए, लंबा जाम ना लग जाए, इसकी पूरी कोशिश की जा रही, पूरे रास्ते को साफ किया जा रहा है। ये तस्वीरें आप लगातार देख रहे हैं जहाँ हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से डिसबैलेंस हुई ऋषभ पंत की पूरी कार और वहाँ से लेकर यहाँ तक जलती हुई आई है। आप देखें, ये मैं जो बता रही हूँ आपको कि 100 मीटर तक का पूरा डिफरेंस रहा है। ये तस्वीरें आपको लगातार दिखा रहे हैं, जो जल कर गाड़ी राख हुई, उसके कुछ टुकड़े, वो जो सफ़ेद रंग के कॉटन्स के आप देख रहे हैं ना, वो जो सीट्स होती हैं, जो पिल्लोज होते हैं, उसके उड़े हुए कॉटन के वो कुछ रेशे नज़र आ रहे हैं। शीशे टूटे हुए गाड़ी के, वो चकनाचूर हुए वो नज़र आ रहे हैं। कुछ हिस्से जो जल के कहीं ना कहीं डैशबोर्ड का या कोई हिस्सा थोड़ा बहुत वो नज़र आ रहा है, बल्कि गाड़ी जो है वो तो पूरी तरीके से जलकर राख हो गई है। तस्वीरें उस स्पॉट से जहां पर ऋषभ पंत का इतना बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हुआ और बाल बाल बचे इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम के क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत। 25 साल के ऋषभ पंत न्यू ईयर मनाने के लिए, सरप्राइज देने के लिए अपने परिवार को देर रात दिल्ली से निकले और सुबह 5:22, 5:25 तक की भी लगभग की बात बताई जा रही है कि ये एक्सीडेंट की कॉल हुई। कितना भयानक एक्सीडेंट था वो हम लगातार आपको बता रहे हैं कि जहां हम खड़े हैं यहाँ से 100 मीटर दूर से ही गाड़ी डिसबैलेंस होना शुरू हो गई थी और गाड़ी एक बार जो डिसबैलेंस हुई है उसके बाद दोबारा बैलेंस में आ ही नहीं पाई। लगातार गाड़ी डिसबैलेंस रही। जो साइड की रेलिंग है, जो साइड के आयरन शीट्स लगी रहती हैं रास्तों को कवर करने के लिए, उन तमाम चीज़ों को तोड़ती हुई, मोड़ती हुई, गड्ढे करती हुई, ये पिलर गिराती हुई, डिसबैलेंस करती हुई गाड़ी वहाँ से आगे आई और उसके बाद यहाँ से तो रोड ही पार कर ली। डिवाइडर पे तो जब तक थी तब तक थी, जब यहाँ आई रोड पार करके गाड़ी इस तरीके से हिट हुई है कि हिट होने से पहले ऋषभ पंत जो है वो निकले, गाड़ी से कूदे और उसके बाद गाड़ी में आग लग गई। और आग लगने के बाद की ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि फिलहाल तो रोड को खाली कर दिया गया है, लेकिन ये जो जली हुई रोड है, जो जला हुआ आपको पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, राख नज़र आ रही है, वो अपनी कहानी खुद ही कह रही हैं। आपको फिर तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं कि यहाँ किस तरीके से आप ये देखें कि पूरी रोड आपको जली हुई यहाँ जो फिलहाल नज़र आ रही है, ये जो रोड पर जले हुए हिस्से नज़र आ रहे हैं, ये ऋषभ पंत की उसी महंगी गाड़ी के हिस्से हैं जिन पर सवार होकर वो दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रहे थे। लेकिन तस्वीरें अपने आप बता रही हैं कि कितना भयावह वो एक्सीडेंट रहा होगा, कितना खतरनाक वो एक्सीडेंट रहा होगा, क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट जो आप देख रहे हैं वो सिर्फ इस हिस्से में नहीं हुआ जो मैं लगातार बता रही हूँ। तो तस्वीरें आपको लगातार हम दिखा रहे हैं कि देखिए किस तरीके से लगातार आपको दिखाया कि 100 मीटर तक लगातार गाड़ी डिसबैलेंस होती हुई आई। ये विजुअल्स आप देखिए और समझिए कि कितना भयावह वो एक्सीडेंट उस वक्त रहा हो गया।
CNN News 18 got you visuals of CCTV footage of the crash, and this is another exclusive video that we have accessed for you here, and this is right after the crash. Minutes after or seconds after the car collided with the divider, Rishabh Pant walked out with a bloodied face, as you can see there, blood trickling from his forehead, walking out of his car with the highway patrol corps assistance there. He was then taken to the hospital in Roorkee, then to AIIMS Rishikesh, and he is now in Dehradun. But that's the moment of the accident. You saw the accident on CCTV, and now this video is another exclusive video that we've accessed for you here on CNN News 18, which goes on to show the aftermath of how injured Rishabh Pant was. He was in a condition where he could have walked out of his car and stood there while he got the assistance and he was taken to the nearby hospital. Bharti, my colleague, continues to be with us from outside the Max Hospital in Dehradun. और भारती, एक और वीडियो आया है जिसमें भी दिख रहा है कि जब गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ उसके बाद ऋषभ पंत खुद गाड़ी से उतरे, खुद चल के खड़े हुए, वहां उनके सर से खून निकलता हुआ आ रहा है, बट उनकी स्थिति स्थिर थी तब भी जब वो कार से निकले बाहर।
बिल्कुल, देखिए खुद गए क्योंकि गाड़ी में अकेले थे वो पूनम, और ये एक वजह रही है। हालांकि आसपास के लोग उनकी मदद के लिए जरूर आए, उन्होंने मदद की, अस्पताल तक भिजवाया, अस्पताल तक पहुंचाया ऋषभ को, और वहां रुड़की में अस्पताल के बाद उन्हें देहरादून यहां पर शिफ्ट किया गया ताकि उनको प्रॉपर इलाज यहां पर मिल सके। ये बताया गया ऋषभ के द्वारा खुद कि उनको हल्की नींद की झपकी आ गई थी, जैसा कि अधिकारियों के द्वारा हमें बताया जा रहा है। जैसा कि रुड़की प्रशासन हमें बता रहा है कि वहां पर ऋषभ ने उन्हें खुद बताया कि उनको शायद हल्की नींद की झपकी आ गई थी, जिस वजह से ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। हालांकि अभी वो यहाँ मैक्स अस्पताल में एडमिट है और यहाँ पर इमरजेंसी में उनका इलाज चल रहा है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम लगातार हर एक टेस्ट उनका कर रही है। इसके अलावा हड्डियों में जो चोट की बात निकलकर सामने आ रही है, जो उनके ये बताया जा रहा है कि थाई में चोट है फिलहाल अभी, बाकी टेस्ट के बाद जो रिपोर्ट आएगी उसके बाद बताया जाएगा कि कोई इंटरनल इंजरी उनको तो नहीं है। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन वहां पर है क्योंकि फेस में भी उनके कुछ चोट आई है, कुछ निशान वहां पर भी बने, तो इसलिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है। टेस्ट रिपोर्ट के बाद ही डॉक्टर्स ये कह रहे हैं कि आगे कुछ बता पाएंगे क्या स्थिति है, लेकिन फिलहाल जो बताया जा रहा है खतरे से बाहर जरूर है ऋषभ पंत। उनके फैंस के लिए एक राहत की बड़ी खबर है।
जी बिल्कुल, इट इज़ अ मैटर ऑफ रिलीफ फॉर द इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम एज वेल, फॉर ऋषभ पंत्स fans as well. He is injured, but he is out of danger. Doctors are monitoring his situation round the clock. He is currently at the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where his family members, including his mother, has also now reached. The state, on the other hand, has assured the family of all assistance, of all help that is required. Let's listen in to some reactions coming in as well.
चोटिल होने का समाचार से मैं बहुत चिंतित हूँ। मैंने ऋषिकेश में भी जानकारी ली है और जगह भी जानकारी ली है, और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं चिंतित इस बात से हूँ कि उनकी कमर में भी चोट लगने की शिकायत है। अब किस तरीके की है मैं समझता हूँ। ऋषिकेश एम्स के लोग देख रहे हैं उनको, और यदि आवश्यकता पड़े तो राज्य सरकार को जो है प्लेन चार्टर करके उनको दिल्ली भेजना चाहिए और दिल्ली एम्स में उनका इलाज करवाया जाना चाहिए। इस तरीके के जहां भी विशेषज्ञ हैं वहां उनका इलाज कराया जाना चाहिए। और देश की निधि है, और हमें गर्व है कि उत्तराखंड ने देश को एक निधि दी है।
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं, और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
The doctors there confirming that at the moment Rishabh Pant is stable, his condition is improving, he is conscious, he's speaking to the doctors, he's speaking to his mother as well, who is now at the hospital with him. Chief Minister of the state, Pushkar Singh Dhami, spoke with Rishabh Pant's mother just a short while ago and assured her of all assistance and of all help, and that the state stands with the family in this tough time. But Rishabh Pant, even though is injured, is currently stable. हरिद्वार रूरल एसपी स्वपन कुमार इज नाउ विथ मी ऑन दिस ब्रॉडकास्ट। स्वपन कुमार जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए यहाँ CNN न्यूज 18 पे। क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप हमें? सुबह 5:30 बजे ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ बताया जा रहा है।
जी हाँ, ये सुबह 5:30 बजे के आसपास की घटना है। हम लोगों को हमारे रुड़की कंट्रोल रूम से सूचना मिली कि ऋषभ पंत की कार दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई है। इस सूचना पर कोतवाली मंगलौर पुलिस और मैं सभी पहुंचे वहां पर ये इंजर्ड हालत में थे। इनको तत्काल डॉक्टरों की टीम ने सक्षम हॉस्पिटल रुड़की में इनका उपचार किया, और उसके बाद जब इनके एक्सरे वगैरह की रिपोर्ट्स थोड़ी ठीक दिखी तो इनको आवश्यक उपचार देने के बाद बेहतर और उपचार के लिए एहतियातन हायर सेंटर देहरादून मैक्स हॉस्पिटल रेफर किया गया।
जी और
इनके परिजनों को, चूंकि इन्होंने अपने माताजी का जो नंबर दिया था वो उस समय कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा था, तो तत्काल थाने की गाड़ी भेजी गई जो उनकी माताजी को वहां हॉस्पिटल लेकर आई, और उसके बाद प्रॉपरली कॉन्शियस वे में थे, बातचीत कर पा रहे थे, सब कुछ बता पा रहे थे, बिल्कुल वेल ओरिएंटेड और ठीक कंडीशन में दिख रहे थे।
जी, और स्वपन कुमार जी, इनिशियल रिपोर्ट्स के मुताबिक ऐसे कहा जा रहा है कि शायद उनकी आंख लग गई थी जब वो ड्राइव कर रहे थे, उस वजह से यह घटना घटी है।
उन्होंने ही ये बताया कि शायद मुझे झपकी लग गई थी और इसका कारण ही ये दुर्घटना हुई है। तो वो बाद में ये दिखा कि डिवाइडर से गाड़ी टकराई है और डिवाइडर से टकराने के बाद गाड़ी में आग लग जाने की घटना हुई है।
जी, और स्वपन कुमार जी, अभी तो उनकी स्थिति बताई जा रही है कि वो स्टेबल हैं, वो आउट ऑफ डेंजर हैं। जैसे आपने कहा कि वो बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं, वेल ओरिएंटेड हैं, तो इंटरनल इंजरीज के हिसाब से तो कोई इंजरी उनको हुई नहीं है, ऐसे लग रहा है इनिशियली।
यहाँ पर भी जो डॉक्टरों की टीम ने उनको अटेंड किया, उनका उपचार किया, उनका भी यही मानना था कि इन्हें कोई लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग टाइप की कोई इंजरी नहीं है, एक्सटर्नल इंजरीज हैं। कोई बोनी इंजरी एक्सरे में नहीं बताई गई थी डॉक्टरों के द्वारा। तो लेट्स होप सो कि सब कुछ ठीक हो जाए, जल्द से जल्द वो स्वस्थ हो जाए।
जी बिल्कुल, स्वपन कुमार जी धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए यहाँ CNN News 18 पे. So the Superintendent of Police of Haridwar Rural also confirming that the accident did take place at about 5:30 a.m. this morning, but there are no grievous injuries that have been suffered by Rishabh Pant. At the moment, he is stable. He was conscious and well oriented even right after he got out of the car that then burst into flames. Let's also listen into some more reactions coming in.
5:22 जो टाइम का पता चला था, दिल्ली रुड़की हाईवे पर जो है ऋषभ पंत जी दिल्ली से आ रहे थे अपने घर की ओर, तो वहां डिवाइडर से गाड़ी लड़ने के कारण जो पलटी थी, इसके बाद उसमें आग लग गई थी. वहीं पर हरियाणा रोडवेज की एक बस भी जा रही थी, उनके ड्राइवर थे सुशील कुमार, इनके द्वारा तत्काल कंडक्टर के साथ उसमें मदद की गई और 112 को फोन किया गया. चूंकि नारसन चेक पोस्ट पर हमारी पुलिस वहां रहती, वहां 10 मिनट के अंदर ही पुलिस पहुंचने के बाद उनको एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से जो है नियर बाई हॉस्पिटल में लाया गया प्राथमिक उपचार के लिए, जहां पर डॉक्टर ने बताया कि वो खतरे से बाहर है, उनको कोई ग्रीवियस इंजरी नहीं है, लेकिन उनको हायर सेंटर के लिए रेफर करने के लिए बताया गया, जिसपे लाइफ सेविंग हमारी जो एम्बुलेंस होती है उसको अरेंज करने के बाद उनको हायर सेंटर दून मैक्स हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया गया, जहां पर वो सकुशल पहुंच भी चुके हैं. साथ ही साथ उनकी मदर को भी सूचना मिलने के बाद पुलिस द्वारा जो है उनको घर भेज के गाड़ी उनको लाया गया और उनके साथ वो उनको रवाना हुई. प्राथमिक जो जानकारी मिली है उसमें यह पता चला है कि झपकी लगने के कारण जो मॉर्निंग में रहता है, इस कारण से जो है गाड़ी अनियंत्रित होकर लड़ गई थी. बाकी अन्य पहलुओं के लिए भी हम इसमें हमारी टीम जो है सीसीटीवी फुटेज अन्य चीजों की जांच कर रही है. बाकी अभी तक की जो जानकारी है उसमें वो सकुशल है, कोई लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग इंजरीज नहीं है.
There are no life-threatening injuries. He is currently stable. That's the good news as far as Rishabh Pant's health is concerned. It was a scare for a few hours in the morning for Rishabh Pant's fans, for his colleagues in Team India as well about his condition. But we have confirmation from doctors of the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he is currently recuperating, that his condition is stable. There are some injuries to his face, which is why cosmetic surgeons are also looking at it. There are some bone injuries as well. Perhaps there is a fracture that is being treated. He is conscious. He's speaking with his mother, who is there at the hospital, present there. We are going to be seeing several other family members also there, and we'll keep a track of all the developments that happen on ground there in Uttarakhand. But for the moment, a quick break. Back in just a few minutes.
That Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest, but yes,
right.
Currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है. एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है. उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं. उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं. इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है. लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे. लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर यह है कि खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ पंत. उनके तमाम फैंस जो हैं वो इस बात के लिए ईश्वर का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो परेशानी जैसे इस खबर को मिली थी कि उनका ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जैसी तस्वीरें हम सब ने देखी, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे. उसके बाद रुड़की से उन्हें यहाँ लाया गया, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे. टीम यहाँ पर पूरी अंदर मौजूद है, चाहे पुलिस की टीम की बात कर ली जाए या प्रशासन की टीम की बात कर ली जाए, सभी लोग अंदर मौजूद हैं और डिटेल जानकारी यहाँ पर ली जा रही है. जी,
Those visuals on your screen not only show the moment of the accident, the aftermath, and of course Rishabh Pant now recuperating. We're given to understand, Anupam, that the Chief Minister himself is also personally monitoring. We had a statement coming to the fore from Pushkar Singh Dhami's office as well.
Yeah, of course. CM is out of station today. He's in Kolkata to attend a meeting, but he has issued a statement and he has said since Rishabh also belongs to Uttarakhand and he's a famed cricketer as well as a brand ambassador of the state. So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if he's needed to be airlifted to another higher center, or say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirmed that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens where you see a fireball. That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant though had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does though have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car we have been playing also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल.
Welcome back. News coming in now from West Bengal, where just a short while ago the Prime Minister inaugurated some development works there. But at that particular event, there were Jai Shri Ram slogans that were raised by some BJP supporters. Those are the slogans that you see on your left side of the screens, where those slogans are being raised. And that seems to have irked the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamta Banerjee. On the right-hand side of your screens is where Mamta Banerjee seems to be walking around, irked with these kind of slogans that were raised at that particular event. We are learning also that she, after this particular incident, refused to be a part of the event and be there on stage. Instead, she was down there during that particular event. Kamalika, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. What more details can you share with us? What exactly transpired, Kamalika?
Yeah, please, first of all, let us show that this is the place. This was the stage. This was the stage where Mamta Banerjee, Shubhendu Adhikari, Governor and all the other dignitaries like Central Ministers, Chief Minister and Governor was supposed to, Railway Minister was supposed to be here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also supposed to be here but today's morning his mother passed away, so he was there in video conferencing. But when Mamta Banerjee came here, while she was coming here, if we can show, the side where I am standing, there were slogans from this side. Now this was Modi Modi slogan, this was, Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, and also the slogan of Jai Shri Ram. And TMC supporters, some of the TMC supporters were there. they also countered, and there was a commotion out there from this side. Mamata Banerjee was standing there, Ashwini Vaishnav was also standing there. Then it was quite clear that the way this chantings was going on, the way the slogans were taking place, Mamata Banerjee was not happy, and here she stood there, and the Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, and the other dignitaries, railway officials, they went there and they tried to convince Mamata Banerjee that come to the stage, let us start the event. Mamata Banerjee, what we could see, she refused, she did not go to the stage, but she was very much part of the entire event. She sat there in a chair along with the DG and Chief Secretary. She was sitting there, and then when her turn came to give the speech, she said she offered a condolence for Prime Minister. She said that, mother is everything, so it is very tough time for Prime Minister, but she thanked Prime Minister for Vande Bharat. She also expressed that this Joka project and also the other projects were initiated by Mamata Banerjee when she was the rail minister. She did give a speech which was a very dignified speech, but she did not say anything about her not going into the stage or the chants or the slogans that were started from here. Now, when we spoke to Loket Chatterjee and the BJP people, they were of the opinion that Jai Shri Ram comes from within. That slogan came from within. TMC countered their slogan. So now there is a war of words for this from TMC, from BJP and TMC. But this was an effort where both state and central government were supposed to come together. They were together seen, but the stage was different. Mamata Banerjee did not go to the stage. So the event took place and she was there in the event, but this was again another show where it showed that, this type of, when it showed that slogans and counter slogans by both the parties created a commotion there, which led to, bad spot in the entire event. And, Mamata Banerjee, clearly she was very angry and she did not go to the stage, but she attended the event.
Okay, Kamalika, we'll just request you to stay on with us. We're getting a reaction from BJP MP Loket Chatterjee as well. Let's listen in.
स्वागत किया एज एन एमपी स्वागत किया रेल कर्तृपक्ष ने सबको स्वागत किया, लेकिन वो लोग ने जैसे तरीका से स्लोगन उठाया था ये ठीक नहीं है। अगर यहाँ पे बंगाल पश्चिम बंगाल में वो क्षमता में है, वो अगर ये दिखाएंगे रास्ता तो हमारे तृणमूल लोगों का जो स्लोगन उठाया था, इसमें हमारा कर्मी लोग भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देख के ऐसे ही स्लोगन मन से उठाया था। इसमें कुछ राजनीति नहीं था, लेकिन ऐसी जगह में चला गया था कि दोनों दलों का स्लोगन में झगड़ा चल रहा था, ये ठीक नहीं है।
And what Mamata Banerjee did not... There a reaction coming in from Loket Chatterjee. I also have BJP's Amit Malviya now. Okay, we seem to have lost that connection with Amit Malviya. But my colleague Kamalika continues to be with us. So Kamalika, we were hearing Loket Chatterjee and she was saying that there were certain slogans that were raised by people of TMC as well. And then that was, of course, reiterated with these Jai Shri Ram slogans. What is the TMC saying as far as these Jai Shri Ram slogans were concerned?
No, as far as TMC is concerned, what we are getting it from them is that there is no problem with Jai Shri Ram slogan. But the way this commotion started, continuous sloganing, and when just Mamata Banerjee just started coming in, just she was seeing the Vande Bharat Express, the way the slogans came in, that was something which created the commotion, which created the problem. So, earlier also we have seen that Mamata Banerjee has got angry with Jai Shri Ram slogan. But as far as TMC is concerned, there was absolutely indisciplined, natured crowd. That's what they are saying from TMC party unofficially, that the crowd was very rowdy and they were giving slogans and there was a commotion. That's what the projection of TMC is. On the other hand, the BJP is of the point of view that Jai Shri Ram is a slogan which comes from within. And BJP at one point of time, in this stage, we saw Subhash Sarkar, who is the Minister of Education. He just said it in the mind that this is a government program. Let us all do the government program together. Let us be quiet because, there was a commotion. There was war of words there between two parties, the BJP was sloganing, the TMC was also sloganing, while Mamta Banerjee left also, that point of time also Jai Shri slogan, Jai Shri Ram slogan was given. But this was the scene when the BJP minister himself said there is no required of any commotion there. This is a government program. So both the governments, the leaders, they really wanted to have a good program today from both the sides. But this sloganing and counter-sloganing really created a ruckus, and Mamta Banerjee undoubtedly was angry. That was seen in the visuals.
Okay, Kamalika, we'll leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Well, good afternoon. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Rhythm Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes. We're beginning with our top focus. Cricketer Rishabh Pant was seriously injured in a road accident while driving home from Delhi to Roorkee. He was about 90 kilometers short from Dehradun. Now, according to the police, the star wicketkeeper batsman of the Indian cricket team was alone in the car when his Mercedes GLE hit the divider railings on the Delhi-Haridwar highway early this morning. Now, the moment cricketer Rishabh Pant's car crashed into a divider, it was caught on CCTV camera. CNN News 18 has now accessed some exclusive visuals from Uttarakhand showing Pant's Mercedes hitting the divider at an extremely high speed.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी जो भी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं।
ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है, उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
इस वक्त हम उस जगह मौजूद हैं जहां पर ऋषभ पंत की कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। ये तस्वीर जो फिलहाल आप देख रहे हैं, जिसे टेप कर दिया गया है, एग्जैक्टली यहीं पर जो कार के विजुअल्स हम आपको सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं, धुआं धू कर जो कार जली है वो ठीक इसी जगह पे जली है, जिसको अभी भी रास्ते को साफ करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल तो आपको राख और ये सब चीजें ही दिख रही हैं, जो गाड़ी के पार्ट जले हुए वही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से पिलर्स जो लगे हुए हैं साइड में, जो ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है वो भी टूटी हुई हैं। ये जो आप साइड में पिलर देख रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर खास बात ये है कि जिस सड़क पर मैं फिलहाल मौजूद हूँ, ये सड़क देहरादून से दिल्ली की तरफ जाने वाली है, जबकि ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रही थी।
So let's first show you the entire sequence of events. As we said, this accident in fact has been caught on CCTV camera. We here at CNN News 18 have access some exclusive visuals as well. Let's first begin with that exact moment which has now been captured in CCTV cameras, which shows the car colliding with the divider. Now, as I pointed out earlier, Rishabh Pant was on his way from Delhi to Roorkee. We are understanding he was about 90 kilometers short of Dehradun when the car at a very high speed hit the divider and unfortunately then turned into a fireball as well. Let me show you what happened exactly after the car hit that divider. As I pointed out, after the car crashed into the divider, the car turned into a fireball minutes after that collision. So this really is a miraculous escape for the cricketer. Just look at the visuals that we're putting out. And if you look at the after pictures, the vehicle is completely charred. Now, as of now, the good news is that the cricketer is out of danger. What we're also understanding is that he was alone in the car when he was driving from Delhi to Roorkee. It was a Mercedes is what we're understanding now. The GL series is the details that we're picking up. But unfortunately, that vehicle has been completely charred. It's been burnt to ashes after this accident. And just look at the visuals behind me. This is the after spot. So the car has been completely charred. As I said, a miraculous escape for the cricketer. Now, the more important question, what is the current situation of Rishabh Pant? Now what we're understanding is, and we've spoken to a lot of authorities also, the cricketer is stable as of now, but he has suffered a head injury as far as this accident is concerned. Initial reports also now suggesting that the cricketer was first treated at a local hospital and then moved to a bigger hospital. We've also heard from the Chief Minister that he's actually personally monitoring and ensuring that Rishabh Pant gets the best treatment. As for injuries, as I pointed out, yes, there are some injuries. We're understanding his back has been injured. These were the visuals that we got right after that accident. We're also understanding there is a fracture in one of his legs. But the good news, as I pointed out, is as of now, he is stable. It has been a miraculous escape. Let me bring in my colleague Anshul also, who has been tracking these developments for us. Anshul, as I said, a miraculous escape because the car was speeding. It hit a divider. We're understanding Rishabh Pant actually fell asleep when he was driving. But the more important question is, what is his condition as of now?
So yes, his condition is stable is what we are being told from sources within the hospital, and yes, a team of doctors is still monitoring his condition, because remember there are many injuries to him, including his leg. His back has also been injured, and there are injuries on his face as well. So yes, a team of doctors is continuously looking into his condition. Also, they are trying to examine if there are some internal injuries that Rishabh might have sustained during this very shocking incident that happened this morning. And also a sequence of event has been established by the police at this point in time. So the entire sequence of event that the police has been able to establish while speaking to Rishabh Pant is that accident happened at 5:21 a.m. this morning. He was pulled out of the car by a truck driver who was passing by at that very point. And after that, the local police reached on the spot, which was approximately 10 minutes away from the exact location. The local police reached the spot. They informed his mother, and then Rishabh Pant eventually told the police that he fell asleep while he was driving the car, and hence the entire incident happened. So yes, the current condition of Rishabh Pant, if you speak at this point in time, is stable. His family members are at the hospital, is what we are being told. Also, the CM has spoken, Uttarakhand Chief Minister has spoken to the family members of Rishabh Pant and have assured them of each and every assistance that they will be that they'll be providing to them. So yes, in the next few hours, you might get a detailed medical bulletin of Rishabh Pant as to what is his condition and what are the injuries that he has sustained, and for how long will he stay out of the cricket field. That is the biggest question that is being asked at this point in time.
And the entire nation as of now praying for a speedy recovery for Rishabh Pant. Anshul, I'll leave the conversation there. We'll of course continue to come back to you right through the day. Let me also now bring in our guest. We have the editor Overdrive, Bert D'Souza, now joining us on the broadcast. Bert, good to have you with us here on CNN News 18. While, as I said, the entire nation is praying for a speedy recovery of Rishabh Pant and also to have some sort of clarity on when we can see him back in action. But once again, that age-old debate that yes, you might have the best car and you might be very confident behind the wheel, but speeding is still going to be an issue.
Well, yes, of course, speeding. I wouldn't necessarily say speeding is the issue over here, to be honest, because speed limits on most of our roads have increased considerably right now, given the quality of roads. But at the same time, it's human error in this case that led to this incident. And Rishabh Pant has been lucky to kind of get out of this with relatively lesser injuries than the severity of the crash we're seeing on those video clips. It's quite a severe crash. I mean, him having fallen asleep at the wheel, a lot of things would have happened after that. We had no control absolutely over the car, and because of which it led to a series of incidents that got him here. But all we can say is that he's lucky to have gotten out of this, and well, it's also fortunate that the road had those railings. It had various other safety features built into it, which probably kept him in a slightly safer situation, and things could have gotten a lot more worse if it was probably some of the other roads which are not as well developed as the Delhi-Dehradun highway.
Bert, we're talking about a Mercedes GL, and of course, the details that we're picking up is that once the car collided with the divider, you would have had the airbags that would have been deployed. But just talk to us about the vehicle itself. How foolproof is this or accident-proof is this in previous crash stress? What do we know so far about the vehicle itself?
Well, the GLE that he was driving has been rated has got some of the highest safety ratings across the world. So in that case, in that sense, the car is extremely safe. But if you look very closely at what the incident is showing us, at least the CCTV footage, the speeds of the car were fairly high. Now, this could have happened because he fell asleep at the wheel. He could have stepped on the throttle harder than what was presumed. And that would have left to, and of course, he had no control over the steering wheel, which is why if you see the cars moving in a straight line and straight towards the barrier, there is no vehicle in the world that can prevent or avoid what happened given the severity of that crash, given the severity of that impact. Because from what we've seen, the car not just hit the barricade but went on to the and rolled over and multiple times. And in incidents of this sort, especially where severity is so high, anything could go wrong. There isn't anything that will protect you 100%. What you must realize also at this point in time is that the car is so well built that despite that the severity of that impact, despite the rollover, Rishabh still managed to crawl out of the car without too many, without too many injuries for that matter. Grazes on his forehead, maybe a fracture, lacerations across his body. All of this are expected in a crash of this sort. I'm not very
गाड़ी
sure.
है, पूरा हिस्सा आपको जले हुए आगे से लेकर पीछे तक गाड़ी के नजर आ रहे हैं और ये अपने आप में बताने के लिए काफी है कि कितना मेजर एक्सीडेंट सरवाइव किया है क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत ने। ये तस्वीरें अपने आप बता रही हैं कि क्या हालात थे, जिन हालातों से बचकर सरवाइव कर गए हैं ऋषभ पंत। ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं कि गाड़ी का केवल बाहर का ढांचा रह गया है। मैं जैसे कि लगातार बता रही हूँ, केवल वो हिस्सा जो जल नहीं सकता सिर्फ वही बाकी है, बाकी हर एक चीज इसमें से जल गई है। और यहाँ आप देखें कि इस गाड़ी को टो करके यहाँ पर अभी चौकी में रखा गया क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर हाईवे में गाड़ी को छोड़ा नहीं जा सकता। तो ये जो हिस्से यहाँ तक आए हैं, आप अंदाजा केवल इन तस्वीरों को देखकर लगाइए कि क्या चीज से सरवाइव किया है। और इसीलिए इसको मिरेकल कहा जा रहा है, चमत्कार कहा जा रहा है, क्योंकि गाड़ी जो है वो डिवाइडर से भी डिसबैलेंस होती होती आगे बढ़ी है और उसके बाद जहां टकराई है वहां क्या हाल हुआ है। अगर समय रहते खुद बाहर नहीं निकलते ऋषभ पंत, क्योंकि ऋषभ पंत की जो तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है लहूलुहान नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जान बच गई है, खतरे से बाहर है। और ये तस्वीरें अपनी कहानी खुद कह रही हैं। ये गाड़ी इतने बड़े ब्रांड की है, अगर ये इस गाड़ी का ये हाल हुआ है तो अंदाजा लगाइए कोई आम शख्स वहां पर होता तो उसका क्या हाल होता। ये एक ऐसी गाड़ी है जहां पर चारों सीटों में आपको एयर बलून्स मिलते हैं से जो आपके स्टीयरिंग पे लगे रहते हैं, जो आप इस तरीके की घटना हो तो सीधा खुलते हैं जिससे आपको एक्सीडेंट फेस ना करना पड़े। ये हालात उस गाड़ी के हैं और ऐसे में इस गाड़ी के हालात देखकर ये अंदाजा लगाना बेहद आसान है कि कितने बड़े चमत्कार का हिस्सा ऋषभ पंत बने हैं, जो इस गाड़ी के एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद भी, जलने के बाद भी बच गए हैं। जी प्रशांत।
So our colleague from News 18 there actually showing us that charred vehicle, and as she rightly pointed out that this has been a miraculous escape because half the vehicle, as you can see in those visuals, has been completely burnt to ashes. There's only one part of the vehicle that actually has remained, and now the car is being moved to ensure that there is no stopping of vehicular movement and traffic as well. But Bert continues to be with us. Bert, when you look at those visuals of the Mercedes GLE completely charred, we're understanding it hit a divider, there was a collision, and then it all went up in flames. Is that because of the speed or is there any other reason?
Both speed and the impact, various things could have gone wrong because of that. A fuel line could have got severed somewhere, or the fuel pump, even the fuel pump, but the fuel tank could have got damaged significantly. Again, the vehicles crashing on the road, friction raises up sparks. Sparks would have lit up the fuel line. So there's a lot of factors. Now, one of the other factors we hear also is that he is driving a petrol car now, which is why it would have caught fire because petrol ignites much faster. Would have taken no time. In those few seconds that the incident took place in, petrol would have caught fire with the sparks rising up from that impact, and that's how that's how the whole thing took place. But yeah, overall, I guess he's pretty lucky to have gotten out of that. Lesser cars, the impact would have been a lot more severe, a lot worse for Rishabh Pant.
But what are our learnings? As you were rightly pointing out that this has been a miraculous escape. Luckily, he was also alone in the car, so there are no other injuries and he could manage to crawl out of the vehicle just at the right time. But what are our learnings? He, of course, fell asleep behind the wheel is what we are understanding.
Well, there are a lot of learnings. One, of course, is that this was a fairly good stretch of road, the Delhi Dehradun road. I've driven on the highway myself, and it's a fairly good surface. It's got good surface quality. It's got a lot of crash barriers on the side to prevent incidents of this sort to happen. But for most people, what we do need to keep in mind is a lot of the incidents, a lot of the accidents that take place on Indian roads are down to driver error, and this is something that we need to avoid. Leaving very early in the morning, for that matter. You just need to make sure that you've got a good night's sleep before that. You're well rested, so that you don't fall asleep in that sense. And Rishabh Pant would have been fairly exhausted because keep in mind the Mercedes-Benz car that he's driving also has a safety feature called attention assist, which detects drowsiness in a driver and it advises you to stop and take a break if you are feeling sleepy. Now, it's quite possible that feature would have come on as well. But would Rishabh have ignored it and continued driving like most people do? We just ignore these warning signs and then continue on. And at some point, he would have fallen asleep immediately. He would have been pretty exhausted. to have gotten into that deep slumber and not having realized, that he's lost control of the car.
But I also want to, understand, since you touched upon this, that this is not just any regular car that we're talking about. If you talk about, a hatchback or any other regular car, you usually just speak about the airbags. But because we're talking about a top-end luxury car from the Mercedes-Benz stable, you were speaking about some safety features like the safety assist. What are the other safety features that were present in this particular vehicle?
Well, in this vehicle, there are plenty of features. You've got the ESP, you've got the ESC, you've got the airbags. There are not just 4 airbags, there'll be more airbags. You've got 6 airbags in this vehicle. You've got impact collision prevention systems as well within this vehicle. It's just that the nature of the accident happened in such a way, apart from the the attention assist, the downhill assist, the uphill assist, the 4-wheel drive system that you've got in this. So there are plenty of safety systems on board, both active and passive, that enable or at least keep you, safe whether an incident happens or prevent you from, getting into an incident of this sort, for that matter. All of this comes at a price, and that's why you see all of these top-end safety features in cars like the Mercedes, Benz, BMWs, Audis, and higher for that matter. They're also percolating down to more affordable cars these days, but not as much as it is available in these high-end premium cars. So that's essentially what the Mercedes GLE would have had in its portfolio of safety features on this car.
But I also want to understand, okay, but I'll just request you to stay on with us. Our colleagues from News 18 continue to get us ground reports. Let's take a look.
के बगल में इस वक्त मौजूद हूं और ये ड्राइवर सीट यहाँ पर जलने की फिलहाल भी बदबू आ रही है। ये ड्राइवर सीट के मैं आपको हाल दिखा रही हूँ। देखिए सिर्फ एक स्ट्रक्चर बचा है जिस ड्राइवर सीट पे जाहिर तौर पर बैठे होंगे ऋषभ पंत, ये उसका सिर्फ ये बाहर का खांचा बचा हुआ है। सीट का नीचे का हिस्सा पूरे जो इसमें गद्दे लगे रहते, जो सीट लगी रहती है, पूरी तरीके से जल गई है। स्टीयरिंग का कुछ अता पता नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। ये शायद मिरर की कोई जगह रही होगी या ऊपर की कोई जगह जो नीचे पूरा आ चुका है। हर एक हिस्सा जो है वो पूरी तरह जल गया है। मैं हाथ लगा रही हूँ तो ऊपर से इसमें जले हुए सामान जो नीचे गिर रहे हैं। ये केवल ये गाड़ी का हिस्सा है जो गाड़ी के रंग को बता रहा है। ये पर्पल कलर की उनकी गाड़ी जो उन्होंने आईपीएल सैलरी मिलने के बाद खरीदी थी, वो उनके फेवरेट गाड़ी जिस पे वो आज अपनी मां को सरप्राइज देने के लिए आ रहे थे, इस गाड़ी का ये हाल हुआ है, जिसकी तस्वीरें अपने आप में बता रही है कि कितना भयावह ये एक्सीडेंट रहा होगा। गाड़ी का कुछ भी बाकी नहीं रहा। गाड़ी इस तरीके से पूरी तरीके से जल गई। यहाँ पूरे गाड़ी के हिस्से जहां पर भी आप हाथ फेरेंगे वहां आपको जो जले हुए हिस्से हैं वो नजर आ रहे हैं। गाड़ी के आगे के अंदर के हिस्से तो हमने दिखाए, पीछे तक कुछ भी बाकी नहीं है। गाड़ी जितने हिस्से जो गाड़ी में थे, जो जल सकते थे, जिनमें आग लग सकती थी, उस पूरे हिस्से में आग लग चुकी है। केवल स्ट्रक्चर्स रह गए हैं। ये एक हिस्सा जो साबुत नजर आ रहा है, इसके अलावा सब कुछ गाड़ी में जला हुआ नजर आ रहा है। और इसी से अंदाजा लगाना बेहद आसान है कि कितना भयावह वो एक्सीडेंट रहा होगा। छत की तरफ अगर आप देखेंगे तो पूरा हिस्सा जो है वो जलकर गिरा हुआ है। ये एक ऐसी गाड़ी, एक इतनी बड़ी कंपनी की गाड़ी जो सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी प्रदान करती है, उस गाड़ी का अगर ये हाल हुआ है तो समझना मुश्किल नहीं कि अगर ऋषभ पंत खुद समय से पहले गाड़ी से कूदे नहीं होते तो क्या हालत होती। लेकिन फिलहाल उनके फैंस के लिए खुशखबरी यही है कि वो खतरे से बाहर हैं और लगातार डॉक्टर से कम्युनिकेट भी कर रहे हैं। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट विपिन पुजारी के साथ प्रियंका कांडपा, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, उत्तराखंड।
Okay, so we were getting another ground report just to understand the severity of that crash, and more importantly, just look at the visuals of the car. It has been completely charred to ashes, and as we've been saying, it was a miraculous escape that Rishabh Pant managed to crawl out and then ask for help. Currently is stable. But Editor Overdrive continues to be with us. But I apologize for interrupting earlier. Essentially what I was trying to understand, if you just compare this to what we see when there's an air crash, the black box becomes extremely crucial to try and understand what really went down. In a car crash of this severity, would you still have some remnants to understand what really went wrong?
Well, yes, there are systems on board also which will understand or at least give you certain information as to what speeds the car was being driven at, where the control was lost, and at what point the signal was, kind of lost. So it will kind of give you some data. Well, not as intricate and not as as all-encompassing as a black box would on a flight, but you'd certainly get some data from a vehicle. Now, what the state of the data is, given that it caught fire and post that, we'll still have to examine that. I'm sure Mercedes-Benz will send somebody over to examine that data and to understand, and that data will be shared with authorities as well. But in all likelihood, from what I'm seeing from that accident, from the video clips also, is that what would have happened is due to that impact, the kind of impact that took place, because it went into a railing, not into a solid fixed object like a wall or some other vehicle, it's quite possible that the airbags may not have deployed, because the sensor takes, those sensors take into account the kind of impact that is there also. In certain kind of impacts, the airbags may not deploy also, because it may be more dangerous for the individual driving the car. It'll all depend on the kind of nature and of impact, the nature of the accident that has taken place. There's certain safety features that have come on to try and prevent it, certain safety features to try and keep him safe after the impact also. So in that sense, a lot of things are now covered, and a lot of these are now becoming far more important in everyday cars, because Rishabh Pant's incident may be just one of several others, hundreds and thousands of others that take place on our streets every year, every day, every week of the year.
Right. But I also quickly want to understand, auto companies themselves do some sort of reassessment after an accident like this to try and understand what went wrong, and do they have a data?
Yes, they will have data. Like I said, the car will be examined. Some data will be sourced back from it, from the ECU, to understand, like I said, the basics, the basics that they can get access to. Things like speed. What was the speed that Rishabh Pant was driving at that point in time? Probably a few seconds before. Where did he lose control? Were his hands on the steering wheel? Whether there was an angle of turn on the steering wheel, because it's electronic assisted steering. There are sensors that will assess all of this, and this data will be available on the electronic control unit, for that matter. Mercedes-Benz would be able to access this if that ECU is still in a state to be read. If the data is, they can read that data. But again, I guess this data will be shared, of course, with the authorities at some point in time once the evaluations take place.
And quickly, Bert, how long does it... Okay, Bert, I'll just request you to stay on with us, because now we're getting a very crucial BCCI statement on cricketer Rishabh Pant as well, and this is what it says. That the BCCI will see to it that Rishabh Pant receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this traumatic phase. This, of course, is a lengthy statement that has been put out. Let me bring in my colleague Shivani, who in fact has accessed that statement for us. Shivani, of course, every fan today wondering when Rishabh Pant will be able to play next. So talk to us about when he was supposed to play next, and what does the BCCI statement say?
Well, currently he is, not scheduled to play soon. Of course, he's in the test team. But, more than that, the priority is on his health and safety right now. What the BCCI has given in detail is that Rishabh Pant has 2 cuts on his forehead. He has a ligament tear in his right knee. He has also hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, and has suffered abrasion injuries on his back. They have said that he is stable now. He's been shifted to Max Hospital, Dehradun, as we know. He will undergo MRI scans to ascertain the extent of his injuries and formulate his further course of treatment. The BCCI is in touch with his family, and as you said, the board is saying that they will see to it that he receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this phase. Currently, the focus is not so much on when he can come back onto the field, but obviously his immediate health and physical safety. The good news that is emerging is that there is, of course, no mortal danger despite the very severe accident that he met. His car caught on fire as well, but there are, in the list that the BCCI has mentioned, there are no burn injuries. But what he has suffered is appeared to his knee, his wrist, ankle and toe on the right side of his body. So I think now for an athlete, the biggest issue that becomes is that after his initial treatment, he will have to, of course, take care of all of those issues that have emerged, especially in his right knee.
So as you're pointing out, all these injuries that the BCCI has now, of course, mentioned in the statement, how crucial will be the road ahead, and what is the kind of impact that these injuries can have on his performance?
Well, in the list of the injuries that the BCCI is mentioning, I think the one on his right knee, the ligament tear, his injury to the right wrist, ankle and toe become very, very crucial, because obviously as an athlete, as a batsman, as a wicketkeeper, these are injuries that can affect his performance. There are, of course, other injuries on his forehead, and there are injuries, but abrasion injuries on his back. So those obviously one can recover from a little bit quicker. The good news is that there are no internal injuries being mentioned, so his recovery, at least physically on the outside, could be quick. And also the fact that there is no severe damage that has come to light so far. So what everybody is hoping for, and fingers crossed, that the injuries can be treated very, very quickly.
Rani, we'll leave the conversation there. So that's the BCCI statement that's coming in on Rishabh Pant, which says that the BCCI will see to it that Rishabh Pant gets the best possible medical care. Some other reactions coming in.
चोटिल होने का समाचार से मैं बहुत चिंतित हूं। मैंने ऋषिकेश में भी जानकारी ली है और जगह भी जानकारी ली है, और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं चिंतित इस बात से हूं कि उनकी कमर में भी चोट लगने की शिकायत है। अब किस तरीके की है मैं समझता हूं। ऋषिकेश एम्स के लोग देख रहे हैं उनको, और यदि आवश्यकता पड़े तो राज्य सरकार को जो है प्लेन चार्टर करके उनको दिल्ली भेजना चाहिए और दिल्ली एम्स में उनका इलाज करवाया जाना चाहिए। इस तरीके के जहां भी विशेषज्ञ हैं वहां उनका इलाज कराया जाना चाहिए। और देश की निधि है, और हमें गर्व है कि उत्तराखंड ने देश को एक निधि दी है।
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
Was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does though have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car behaved in planes also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन।
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ है? जी,
अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो इवैल्यूएशन तो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है। फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है।
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया, यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे।
सर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड में तो कोई
नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है, एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम।
बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे सर? बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे, किन किन हिस्सों में क्या कुछ थोड़ा?
एक बार पूरी डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवेल्युएट कर ले, उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता
बताते
दीजिए सर आप।
हैं। डॉक्टर आशीष याग्निक।
तो सर ये एक बात और बता दीजिए, प्लीज ये जारी करें।
एक बार इवेल्युएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है।
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He, of course, went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons, and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends.
Good afternoon, you're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you some breaking news now coming in, and this is over the alleged security breach of Rahul Gandhi as alleged by the Congress party. Delhi police has now responded. Sources are now telling your channel that Delhi police has submitted a report to the Home Ministry over the letter that the Congress had written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah about alleged security lapses of Rahul Gandhi during the Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Delhi police has now claimed that adequate arrangements were made for Rahul Gandhi in Delhi at the time, and this report has now been submitted to the Home Ministry. It was done so on Wednesday evening. In that report, we're now learning that Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora has said that Delhi Police has not been negligent in any way as far as the security arrangements go. Remember, yesterday the CRPF had come out and rebutted the Congress's allegations, even listing out the violations on part of Rahul Gandhi himself, not just during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but in the past as well. Now we're given to understand the Delhi police too has come out and said that there was absolutely no lapse or negligence on their part. Shankar Anand, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Shankar, और क्या जानकारी आपने प्राप्त की है अपने सूत्रों के हवाले से?
देखिए, जिस तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय को वो रिपोर्ट सौंपी गई है कि जब 24 दिसंबर को राहुल गांधी दिल्ली पहुंचे थे और भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के दौरान में जो उसकी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के मसले पर जिस तरह से सवाल उठाया गया था और कांग्रेस के नेताओं के द्वारा, तो इस मसले पर कांग्रेस के द्वारा एक जवाब दिया गया। इस मसले पर दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा जवाब दिया गया है कि कांग्रेस का जो आरोप है वो बेबुनियाद है, और कई जगहों पर ऐसा देखा जा रहा था कि राहुल गांधी खुद अपना जो एक सुरक्षा घेरा है उसको तोड़ते हुए वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और कई जो उनके साथ में जो लोग हैं उन पर भी जो एक कहा जा सकता है उससे संबंधित एक रिपोर्ट दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर के द्वारा केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय को दिया गया है। तो एक तरह से देखा जाए कि पिछले कुछ दिन पहले जिस तरह से सीआरपीएफ के द्वारा एक रिपोर्ट सौंपी गई थी गृह मंत्रालय पे, और उस मामले में बताया गया था कि राहुल गांधी के द्वारा किस तरह से कई बार जो एक सुरक्षा घेरा है वो तोड़ा गया है, जो नियम तय होते हैं सुरक्षा एजेंसियों के द्वारा उसको तोड़े गए। उसी के बाद अब दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा जिस तरह से बकायदा रिपोर्ट सौंपा गया है, तो ये मसला भी अब काफी महत्वपूर्ण हो गया है, और एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि इस मामले को भी लेकर निश्चित तौर से जो राजनीतिक प्रतिक्रिया जो है वो अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद शुरू हो सकती है। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस की जो रिपोर्ट है उस रिपोर्ट में साफ तौर पर बताया गया है कहीं से भी किसी भी नजरिए से राहुल गांधी की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के साथ में कहीं से भी कोई लापरवाही नहीं बरती गई है, और ना ही इस मामले पर चूक बरती गई है। और इसके साथ साथ उस रिपोर्ट पे इस बात का भी जिक्र है कि काफी संख्या में, सैकड़ों की संख्या में सादे वर्दी में जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान थे वो चप्पे चप्पे पर नजर रख रहे थे और हर एक संदिग्ध गतिविधियों पर नजर बनाए हुए थे। तो कहीं से भी राहुल गांधी की सुरक्षा का जो मसला है वहां पे कहीं पे भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हुआ है, और राहुल गांधी पर और राहुल गांधी के आसपास उन तमाम लोगों पर विशेष तौर पर नजर रखी जा रही थी और शायद इसी का तकाजा है कि हजारों की भीड़ में भी दिल्ली पहुंचने के बाद कहीं से भी कोई भी ऐसी खबर नहीं मिली है और जिस तरह से कांग्रेस के द्वारा आरोप लगाया गया है कहीं न कहीं वो बेबुनियाद नजर आ रहा है।
जी, दिल्ली पुलिस का भी यही कहना है। कल सीआरपीएफ ने भी ऐसा ही एक स्टेटमेंट इशू किया था, जहां उन्होंने कहा था शंकर कि ऐसा कई बार हुआ है पिछले 2 सालों में जहां राहुल गांधी ने खुद अपनी सिक्योरिटी गाइडलाइंस फॉलो नहीं की हैं, अपने गाइडलाइंस को उन्होंने तोड़ा है और सीआरपीएफ ने ये हमेशा मेंटेन किया है कि उनकी निगरानी में जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स होने चाहिए राहुल गांधी के लिए वो बनाए रखे हैं उन्होंने एवर सिंस दे हैव बीन गार्डिंग हिम।
देखिए, सीआरपीएफ की रिपोर्ट की अगर बात करें तो जिस तरह से ये रिपोर्ट कल चर्चा के केंद्र बना था, तो सीआरपीएफ के द्वारा ये बताया गया था कि साल 2020 से लेकर अब तक तकरीबन 113 बार वो सुरक्षा घेरा और जो नियम कानून तय किए जाते हैं उसका उल्लंघन किया गया है। तो 113 बार का जो आंकड़ा है ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा आंकड़ा है और राहुल गांधी और उसके साथ साथ राहुल गांधी पर जो आरोप लगे थे तो उन तमाम मामलों पर जो एक रिपोर्ट बनाई गई थी उस रिपोर्ट को केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय को सौंपा गया था सीआरपीएफ के द्वारा। तो इस मामले में कहा जा सकता है कि कई बार जो सुरक्षा घेरा बनाया जाता है और खास तौर पर जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी को जज श्रेणी की जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था दी गई है तो उनको बताया जाता है कि आपको क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है। तो जो दिशा निर्देश दिए जाते हैं, जो कानून के मुताबिक जो उचित दिशा निर्देश दिए जाते हैं, तो कई बार उसका उल्लंघन किया जाता है। तो उसको भी सीआरपीएफ अपने एक डायरी में उसे नोट करती है और उसके बारे में तमाम जो एक रिपोर्ट तैयार किया जाता है। तो साल 2020 से लेकर अभी तक 113 बार का जो जिक्र है वो सीआरपीएफ के द्वारा तय किया गया। तो कहीं न कहीं अब कहा जा सकता है कि इस मामले में अब कांग्रेस की आज की क्या प्रतिक्रिया होगी वो देखने वाली बात होगी।
जी बिल्कुल, बिकॉज सीआरपीएफ कल और दिल्ली पुलिस आज जो जानकारी हमें मिल रही है इज दैट बोथ ऑफ देम हैव सेड दैट दे हैव नॉट been negligent at all. And BJP's RP Singh is also with me on the phone line. RP Singh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The Congress had made some grave allegations, written a letter to the Union Home Minister just a few days ago. Now, 2 agencies have come out and refuted those claims. Do you think the Congress will come out and accept the blame on part of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, see, we should understand that Rahul Gandhi is a political man and he is breaking the protocol because of his political compulsions. But he should not blame the agencies for that. I mean, agencies are doing their job. He has got the security equivalent to the Home Minister of the country. Now, what else can be there? And he's been taken care as a security concerns. But we'll appreciate that now onward, at least when he has already broken his protocol many times in the Siyasra also. But since now it is Punjab and Jammu Kashmir, little more sensitive states. So he has to ensure that he follows a protocol laid by the CRPF and police. We understand the political compulsions, but he has to keep away those political compulsions and then ensure that his life is not at risk because of political compulsions.
Sure, we'll wait and watch how the Congress responds to this. But for the moment, RP Singh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. But now shifting focus to an unfortunate piece of information that came to the fore this morning, and that was the passing away of Prime Minister Modi's mother. Heeraba Modi, the Prime Minister's mother, passed away this morning at around 3:30 a.m. She was admitted at the UN Mehta Hospital on Tuesday night in Ahmedabad when she complained of restlessness, when she complained of ill health. She was undergoing treatment there, but unfortunately she passed away this morning at the age of 99. Tributes continue to pour in for the Prime Minister and for the entire Modi family.
glorious century rests at feet of God. That's how the Prime Minister bid the final goodbye to his mother, his constant source of inspiration. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours at an Ahmedabad hospital. Within a few hours, Prime Minister Modi was in Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty and stand with his siblings in this time of grief. The Prime Minister, along with his brothers, lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains and lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his teacher of life. His bond with his mother was often recalled by the Prime Minister. His mother's early struggle, her strong principles which stood the test of time, and the life committed to values. The Prime Minister spoke of the extraordinary life a simple human being lived.
जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Heeraba's life never changed even after her son took oath as the Prime Minister of the country, from queuing up outside an ATM like every other citizen, to casting her vote in a wheelchair in the recently held elections and fulfilling her duty towards her country, celebrating the festival of democracy. Heeraba led a life of simplicity and humility. Heeraba's principles have been the guiding light for the Prime Minister, not just in his personal life but also in the policy decisions he's made. Her struggle prompted the Prime Minister and his government to initiate multiple schemes to empower women and enable them to live a life of dignity. Her love for cleanliness and stress on sanitation guided the Swachh Bharat campaign. The Prime Minister in his blog recalled their house in Vadnagar became famous among Safai Karmacharis for tea after work. Condolences poured in from all quarters, giving strength to the Prime Minister. From union ministers to state chief ministers, everyone stood with the Modi family during this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines, messages poured in on social media from top leaders for the Prime Minister, recalling the bond between any mother and son.
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son, we could have seen, and we have seen it from his Chief Minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son.
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी।
जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
A simple soul, a karma yogi leaving this world, but her values will always guide the Prime Minister and his family. Work with intelligence and live life with purity. That's the message Heeraba leaves to the world.
Let's shift focus now to more news coming in, and this is over the investigation in actor Tanisha Sharma's death case. Her ex-boyfriend, co-actor and one of the accused in the case, Shizan's custody has now been extended by 1 day. This comes at a time when sensational claims are being made against him. Tunisha's mother held a press conference just a short while ago where she held Shizan and his family responsible for Tunisha's death. Her mother alleged that the duo had a fight and Shizan had slapped her on the sets of the TV serial that they were working together in. Tunisha's mother said, and I quote, "Tunisha cannot die by suicide. God knows what he did with my child since it happened in Shizan's makeup room." Listen in to these allegations that have now come to the fore.
कि शिजान को जब तक सज़ा नहीं मिलती मैं चैन से बैठने वाली नहीं हूँ। उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शिजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा, शिजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शिजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा सेट पे, रूम में। महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स मंगवाता था वो, उसको महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स देती थी वो। उसको समझ नहीं थी, उसकी फैमिली की इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत रही है, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन। मैंने शिजान से बात की, मैं क्या शिजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया।
Vinaya, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Vinaya, some grave allegations there coming to the fore from Tunisha's mother, where she says that there is no way that Shizan and the family cannot be held responsible.
Well, absolutely. In fact, she has also raised certain doubts with respect to the way Tunisha died, saying that she thinks that there can the possibility of foul play also cannot be denied. Because she says that when Tunisha left the house that day morning, she was quite happy. In fact, she had even called her mother through the day in the morning, saying that she was getting 2 days off for Christmas, and that is when she wanted to go to Chandigarh. So the mother was busy planning for that trip. Meanwhile, she got a call from the set requesting her to come soon. That is where she said she saw that Shizan himself removed the body, and there are so she says that there are certain apprehensions. I cannot deny that whether it can be a murder as well. So several serious charges there by Tunisha's mother. She says the family is involved. She says the family should also be made the co-accused. She has accused Shizan of deceiving Tunisha and has expressed apprehension that there can be a foul play involved as well.
Right, those apprehensions have been raised by Tunisha's family right from day one. Ever since on December 24th, Tunisha was found hanging, Vinaya, in her makeup room on the sets of that series. This also comes at a time when another extension of custody has been granted to the police.
Well, yes, Shizan was produced in the court today. Remember, the first time he was arrested, he was given 4 days of custody. Thereafter, when the custody ended, he was again produced in the Vasai court, which gave him a 2-day extension for the police custody. Today, again, as his custody ended, the police produced him in front of the Vasai court, which granted an extension again for another day in police custody. This after the police said they wanted to probe in detail further, and that they wanted to know about the last conversation. Now remember, the reference to the last conversation keeps coming time and again, not just in the police probe, but also in the mother's conversation. Whether it be the police probe, whether it be the family's apprehension, the contention seems to be that something happened in those 15 minutes, in that 15-minute conversation window between Shizan and Tunisha, which might have likely triggered the step. That is the angle in which the police are also probing. They are saying that they would need to seek further details and that Shizan has not been cooperating and giving out details, thereby another day's extension in his police custody, while the family has spoken on record today expressing contentions with respect to the way this has developed. Back to you.
And Vinaya, a few days ago when the custody was extended of Shizan, his counsel and Shizan himself had said that I don't mind it being extended by a day or two because I want the truth to be known by the country, by the people who loved Tanisha, because he has gone on to say that he has absolutely no role in this.
Well, yes, that is what Tanisha's defense team has told the court, that, since everyone is on the same side and that there are no two different sides in this matter, everyone does want to know the truth, and that is why, extension of the custody for a day or two should not be a problem. Remember, though, last time when he was produced, the police had asked for an extension of custody for 5 days. And that was opposed, saying a day or two should not be a problem. In the same vein, now the extension of custody has been given for another day. Shizan continues to maintain that he has nothing to do with it, that that there wasn't anything that transpired in that sense. And we will now hear the defense's arguments. Once the judicial custody is granted, that is when Shizan is likely to move for bail.
Right, Vinaya, thank you so much for getting us the latest in that investigation. We're moving on now to Chhattisgarh, where news is coming in of the Chief Minister losing his cool at a public event. Bhupesh Baghel was caught on camera, seen in public, losing his cool when Kishan Agarwal posed a question to the Chief Minister about reservations. The youth asked the Chief Minister not to provide reservations on the basis of population. The boy asked, and I quote, "Why are people of general category who are literate and have controlled the population being punished?" The boy said that he wanted a chance to speak with the Chief Minister for a few minutes, and that is when the Chief Minister lost his cool.
इसको मैं बोलता हूँ वो हाथ उठाते सबको मौका दे रहा हूँ नहीं दे रहा हूँ, ये गलत आरोप लगा रहा है कि नहीं लगा रहा है, वो आपको वापस लो, समझ गए? और ये मौका मिला है तो किस मुख्यमंत्री के पास तुम्हारे पिताजी की बात किए, तुमको मौका मिला है तो तुम मुझ पर आरोप लगाओगे? मैं कोर्ट के विरुद्ध जा रहा हूँ, ये बात बोले ना, माइक दो वापस दो।
सोशल मीडिया में एक वीडियो वायरल है जिसमें कि छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेश बाघेल अपना आपा खोते हुए और धमकी भरे लहजे से बड़े असंवैधानिक तरीके से और अभद्र तरीके से, अमर्यादित तरीके से एक युवक से बात करते नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि युवक ने उनसे एक कठिन सवाल पूछा। उसकी केवल इतनी गलती थी कि उसने अपने समस्या का समाधान मुख्यमंत्री जी से पूछा, तो मुख्यमंत्री उनको धमकी देते हुए कहते हैं, तुम्हारे माँ बाप ने कभी मुख्यमंत्री से बात की है? इस प्रकार की मानसिकता दिखाती है कि यह मोहब्बत की दुकान नहीं, कांग्रेस के एरोगेंस की दुकान है। क्या माफी मांगने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करेगी?
Pallavi, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Pallavi, this video has been tweeted by the BJP. They, of course, are upping the ante against the Congress party. Chhattisgarh is also a state which goes to elections next year. But have we had any reaction coming in from Bhupesh Baghel or anyone from the Congress party over this?
No, none yet. And I think we can expect one anytime now. But yes, as you heard the words of Shehzad Poonawala, that's exactly the point that the BJP is going to be raising. That if the whole idea of Bharat Jodo Yatra is to spread love, in the words of Rahul Gandhi, then why is it this kind of arrogance or entitlement even being allowed? See, Bhupesh is not just any other chief minister. He's very, very close to both the Gandhis, particularly Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as well as Rahul Gandhi, handpicked by them. So he has their complete support. So for the BJP, this kind of a video is also going to be used by them to hit out at the Gandhis, also to say that this is the kind of entitlement which is encouraged by them.
That will be interesting to see what kind of reaction actually comes to the fore from the Congress party. But like I said, given that Chhattisgarh is one of the states that goes to elections next year, the BJP is not going to let this go, at least in the near future, isn't it?
No, not at all. I think they're going to be keeping a close watch on what Bhupesh Baghel does, what he says. Because Chhattisgarh is again one state which goes to polls along with Madhya Pradesh. And the BJP's calculation is that it could be a rippling effect. They're quite confident of winning in Madhya Pradesh. They also hope that it could have an impact on Chhattisgarh. And the feeling is that they do have an edge. Chhattisgarh will be quite a chief minister. But the language becomes important, and it's more sense to a state like language is used repeatedly by the BJP to hit back at him.
Right, so the political war of words there escalating between the Congress and the BJP. We are hoping to get a response from the Congress party as far as this new video that has come to the fore of the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel. But Pallavi, as far as the issue at hand in that video goes, there was a conversation that was happening about reservations. What was the context, if you can put that out in perspective for our viewers. But before I get you in, let's once again listen in to that conversation that took place at that public event.
इसको मैं बोलता हूँ वो हाथ उठाते सबको मौका दे रहा हूँ नहीं दे रहा हूँ। ये गलत आरोप लगा रहा है कि नहीं लगा रहा है? वो आपको वापस लो, समझ गए? और ये मौका मिला है तो किस मुख्यमंत्री के पास तुम्हारे पिताजी की बात की है? तुमको मौका मिला है तो तुम मुझ पर आरोप लगाओगे? मैं कोर्ट में विरुद्ध जा रहा हूँ, ये बात बोले ना? माइक दो वापस।
We'll keep a track of that political controversy and much more here on CNN News 18. But with that, it's a wrap from my side. My colleague Akanksha joins you next.
Many thanks to you, Poonam. A very warm welcome to all our viewers here at CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's dive into this news segment with our top focus on the accident that Rishabh Pant, the cricketer, has suffered. He was seriously injured in a road accident while driving home from Delhi to Roorkee at about 90 kilometers from Dehradun. Now, according to the police, the star wicket-keeper batsman of Indian cricket team was alone in the car when his Mercedes car hit the divider railing on the Delhi-Haridwar highway early this morning. The moment the cricketer Rishabh Pant's car crashed into a divider was also caught on the CCTV camera. CNN News 18 accessed more such exclusive visuals from Uttarakhand showing Pant's Mercedes hitting the divider at high speed.
इस वक्त हम उस जगह मौजूद हैं जहां पर ऋषभ पंत की कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। ये तस्वीर जो फिलहाल आप देख रहे हैं जिसे टेप कर दिया गया है, एग्जैक्टली यहीं पर जो कार के विजुअल्स हम आपको सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं, धुआं धू कर जो कार जली है वो ठीक इसी जगह पे जली है जिसको अभी भी रास्ते को साफ करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल तो आपको राख और ये सब चीजें ही दिख रही हैं, जो गाड़ी के पार्ट जले हुए वही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से पिलर्स जो लगे हुए हैं साइड में, जो ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है वो भी टूटी हुई हैं। ये जो आप साइड में पिलर देख रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर खास बात ये है कि जिस सड़क पर मैं फिलहाल मौजूद हूँ ये सड़क देहरादून से दिल्ली की तरफ जाने वाली है, जबकि ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रही थी।
Remember, CNN News 18 continues to bring you a minute-by-minute coverage of how Rishabh Pant is doing after that accident. But shortly before that, we are also the channel which bring you the exclusive CCTV footage which has been accessed by us. In the first video, as you can see, the car has been speeding. It hits the divider soon after. It, of course, turns a few times before exploding. That is the first video that surfaced, and the CCTV footage also shows that there was no fog present. I'm going to request my team to cut to the second video. This is the video when the car turns into a fireball minutes after the collision happened. If you go by this video, the kind of fireball that you see the car now burning up into only goes on to show the enormity and how shocking this entire accident has been. Of course, the Uttarakhand police has maintained that Rishabh Pant miraculously escaped this accident, and this indeed has been a miraculous escape for the cricketer. Having said that, we have another video which goes on to show how the Mercedes turned to ashes after the accident. This is the accident spot that we are showing to you. All that debris is, of course, in the aftermath of that sort of impact the car had on that railing of the divider, as you can see, and that is the spot where the accident took place. The car, of course, is charred to bits. The next video that we have is, of course, of cricketer Rishabh Pant suffering head injury in this incident. Remember, this was a shocking video that surfaced soon after the accident took place in the morning. As you can see, Rishabh Pant stepped out of the car with a bloodied head. It's said that it's not just his head which has suffered injury, but also it's reported that his leg has suffered a fracture as well. And that is why the doctors are currently probing all these injuries only to rule out if there are any serious injuries that have happened to Rishabh Pant. But so far, the team of doctors have only established the fact that there are only minor injuries sustained by Rishabh Pant. At the same time, let's also show you the other video which establishes, this is one of those images, those crucial images that surfaced once Rishabh Pant was ferried to the hospital. Remember, he was taken to the Roorkee hospital and soon after he has been moved to Max in Dehradun. And it's important to inform you that Rishabh Pant's back has been injured. His leg is also fractured. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Anshul Singh, who's live from Delhi. And remember, we have continuous coverage. We have reporters from various parts as far as Dehradun and Roorkee are concerned. But for now, I'll first take my question from Anshul. Anshul, give us the latest update as far as Rishabh Pant's condition is concerned.
So yes, the doctors have been saying that Rishabh Pant's condition at this point in time is absolutely fine, and the doctors have managed to actually figure out what sort of injuries that he has sustained. The official statement of the BCCI has also come out, in which it is clearly mentioned that Rishabh Pant has injured his toe. There is a ligament tear in his left knee as well, which means that he would be away from the sport for a very, very long time now, because remember, it generally takes months to recover from a ligament tear, and since he has sustained that, it is going to be a very long road of recovery for Rishabh Pant. Also, the police at this point in time has been able to manage the exact sequence of events of how did the accident take place. The accident happened at 5:21 AM according to police, and a passerby truck driver was the person who pulled out Rishabh Pant from his car since he had injuries. The gate of the car, he was not able to open the gate of that car, and hence a truck driver came and he helped Rishabh Pant to get out of that vehicle. Soon after which the car was caught on fire and was gutted in fire. The visuals that we have been showing our viewers since morning. So and Rishabh, the police at that point reached over there in approximately 10 minutes, after which the police started interrogating as to trying to figure out as to how did the accident happen, to which Rishabh Pant replied to the police that he dozed off for a bit, due to which the accident took place. But yes, the latest coming in at this point in time is that the BCCI has given out an official statement and has given a list of injuries. There are abrasive injuries on his back as well, which means that there are no major injuries on his back, and the injuries that he has sustained are only superficial on his back and on his head. But yes, the injury on his leg is something that is very, very critical when it comes to the question of when could we see Rishabh Pant back on the field. But yes, that is going to be a very, very
Anshul, I'm going to discuss with you in terms of how this entire accident is going to impact his cricketing career for now. But let me also quickly go across to Binesh Panwar from Network 18, who's in fact stationed at the spot. Binesh, जो ऑन ग्राउंड फैक्ट्स हैं, अभी तक क्या पता चल पाया है? बहुत सी रिपोर्ट्स ये भी कह रही हैं कि ऋषभ पंत को जो है गाड़ी का शीशा तोड़ के निकलना पड़ा था बाहर, आग लगने लगी थी। कुछ ये भी कह रहे हैं कि जो है ऋषभ पंत, इनफैक्ट पुलिस ने खुद कंफर्म किया है कि ऋषभ पंत की आंख लग गई थी शायद वाइल ड्राइविंग। तो जो फैक्ट्स हैं अभी तक जो उभर के आए हैं, उनको हमारे व्यूअर्स के लिए प्लीज थोड़ा एस्टैब्लिश कर दीजिए।
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं घटनास्थल पर मौजूद हूं जहां पर ये दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में किस तरह से जो हाईवे है, इधर दिल्ली से आने वाला ये हाईवे है, इधर से वो कार आ रही थी जो ऋषभ पंत जिसमें सवार थे, कार चला रहे थे, और यहां से वो रुड़की जा रहे थे। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से डिवाइडर को तोड़ती हुई ये कार जब दूसरी रोड पर पहुंची, तो पहुंचने के बाद ये कार पलट गई, और मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं जो कार के जो पार्ट्स हैं, जो टूटे हुए पार्ट्स हैं, वो रोड पर बिखरे पड़े हैं। यही डिवाइडर से टकराकर ये कार पलटी, और पलटने के बाद तकरीबन वहां 50 मीटर की दूरी पर जहां आपको वो भीड़ दिखाई दे रही है, वहां वो कार पहुंची, और पहुंचने के बाद जब कार पलटकर वहां पहुंची तो कार में अचानक से आग लग गई। और जिस समय आग लगी तो यहाँ पर सुबह का सवेरे का समय था, और उसी समय स्थानीय लोग यहाँ पहुंचे, और पहुंचने के बाद बताया ये जा रहा है कि जब कार में आग लगी थी ऋषभ पंत उसी में मौजूद थे, और कार के जो शीशे हैं उनको तोड़ने के बाद ऋषभ पंत को बामुश्किल बाहर निकाला गया, जिसके बाद से उनको यहाँ के थोड़ी दूरी पर रुड़की से थोड़ा पहले एक स्थानीय एक निजी अस्पताल में उनको भेजा गया, और वहां से उनको हायर सेंटर देहरादून के लिए रेफर किया गया था। ये सामने तस्वीरें जहां पर वो भीड़ लगी हुई है, जो तमाशबीन लोग हैं इस समय वहां देख रहे हैं, वहीं पर वो ऋषभ पंत की कार इतनी दूर से पलटकर पहुंची थी, जिसमें वहां जाने के बाद आग लगी। तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं जहां वो सामने कार खड़ी हुई है, उसी कार के पीछे जो ऑन रोड जो आपको काले धब्बे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, आग लगने के बाद यहीं पर कार पलटी थी, और पलटने के बाद उस कार को तुरंत वहां से फिर यहीं स्थानीय एक पुलिस चौकी है वहां पर भेजा गया है। हालांकि यहीं क्रेन खड़ी हुई है, यह क्रेन उसको लेकर गई है। तो बिल्कुल यही कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरह जब कार पलटने के बाद इतनी दूरी पर आकर यहाँ कार टकराई, और फिर यही कार में आग लगी, जहां से ऋषभ ऋषभ पंत को शीशे तोड़कर बाहर निकाला गया। ये आप शीशे देख सकते हैं, जो कांच टूटा पड़ा है ये उसी कार का कांच है जिससे ऋषभ पंत को बाहर निकाला गया था कांच तोड़ करके। और ये पूरी की पूरी जो डिवाइडर, ये मोटी मोटी जो रोड लगी हुई है, इन्हीं रोड से टकराती हुई जब कार वहां पहुंची, इन तस्वीरों को देखकर आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि आखिर हादसा कितना भयानक रहा होगा।
जी, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं कि इससे हम सिर्फ अनुमान ही लगा सकते हैं कि कितना भयानक हादसा रहा है। वीडियोस भी बहुत ही शॉकिंग रहे हैं। पर दो सवाल मन में आते हैं विनेश कि कार इतनी स्पीड से क्यों जा रही थी, उनकी आंख लगी तो क्यों लगी, इस पे कुछ अभी तक पुलिस ने अगर कोई भी जांच करी हो या पुलिस या टीम ऑफ डॉक्टर्स का कुछ कहना है जो भी ऋषभ पंत ने बताया हो?
देखिए, कोई ऑफिशियल पुष्टि तो अभी पुलिस की तरफ या प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों की तरफ से नहीं की गई है, मगर इतना जरूर कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरह से कार आई थी, कार निश्चित तौर पर काफी तेज गति से थी और वो अचानक से पलटी। कहा यह भी जा रहा है कि डॉक्टरों से जब बात हुई, प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों से जब बात हुई, ऋषभ पंत ने स्वीकार किया है कि उनकी आंख लग गई थी। लेकिन अभी तक कोई प्रमाण सामने नहीं आया है, न ही कोई ऑफिशियल पुष्टि की गई है। लेकिन इतना जरूर कहा जा रहा है, जो स्थानीय लोग हैं उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है। मैं आपको तस्वीरों के माध्यम से थोड़ा समझाना चाहूंगा। जो घटना का एक मुख्य कारण ये भी बताया जा रहा है, स्थानीय लोगों की अगर बात करें जो यहाँ प्रत्यक्षदर्शी हैं, उनका कहना है कि यही वो जो चौराहा है, इसके इर्द गिर्द ही लगातार हादसे होते रहे हैं। जैसा ये हादसा हुआ, इससे पहले भी कई बड़े हादसे हो चुके हैं। और वहां तकरीबन जो सामने आपको बोर्ड दिखाई दे रहा है, वहीं पर एक रजवाहा है और उसी रजवाहे से लोग रोंग साइड को आते हैं, रोंग साइड को ही जाते हैं, जिस वजह से जो हाईवे से आने वाला जो वाहन है, वो जो बहुत तेज गति से वाहन आ रहा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं डिसबैलेंस होता है और डिसबैलेंस होने की वजह से ही यहाँ हादसे होते आए हैं। ये हादसा जो आज हुआ है, ये सेलिब्रिटी थे, इसलिए मुख्य रूप से बहुत दूर तक ये पहुंच रहा है कि यहाँ इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। लेकिन इससे पहले जो कुछ ऐसे हादसे हैं जो किसी की जानकारी में भी नहीं है, लेकिन लगातार यहाँ हादसे होते रहते हैं, जिसकी मुख्य वजह यही रजवाया बताया जा रहा है। और इसी रजवाए को पास करने के लिए यहाँ से जितने भी वाहन है वो रोंग साइड से आते हैं। रोंग साइड पर आने की वजह से जो हाईवे पर दिल्ली देहरादून जो ये हाईवे इसी पर जाने वाले जो वाहन है, इसी से डिसबैलेंस होते हैं और इसी से हादसे का ये कारण बताया जा रहा है। पर सबसे बड़ी गंभीर बात यह है कि अभी तक स्थानीय प्रशासन ने इसको क्यों गंभीरता से क्यों नहीं लिया है, इसको पहले से इसको चिन्हित क्यों नहीं किया गया, आखिर क्यों रोंग साइड इस रजवाई की वजह से रोंग साइड वाहन जाने को मजबूर हैं और इसी की वजह से हादसे हो रहे हैं, इस पर क्यों ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। अगर ध्यान दिया जाता होता और निश्चित तौर पर तो शायद हो सकता था कि यह हादसा भी ना होता। जी
विनेश, ये सारी जानकारी आपने हमें दी, पर ये भी बताइए ज़रा कि पंत जो है रास्ते में थे रुड़की जाने को अपनी फैमिली से मिलने के लिए, खास तौर से अपनी माँ से मुलाकात करने के लिए, क्या मालूम पड़ रहा है उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स क्या अब हॉस्पिटल पहुंच चुके हैं?
देखिए, जहां ये हादसा हुआ है, यहाँ से महज तकरीबन 20 से 25 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर रुड़की, जहां पर उनका जो टाउन कस्बा है, जो टाउन उनका निज निवास है, वहीं पर है। वहां उनकी माँ भी रहती है, उनकी वो भी बताया जा रहा है कि वो इस समय अस्पताल पहुंच गई है उनका पता लेने के लिए। और चूंकि उनका जो रुड़की पर निवास है, उस पर उनकी माता ही रहती हैं, उसके साथ साथ उनके कुछ दोस्त और परिजन नातेदार भी हैं, वो भी वहाँ अस्पताल उनका पता लेने के लिए पहुंचे हैं।
और विनेश, अस्पताल वालों का क्या कहना है? डॉक्टर्स की बहुत बड़ी टीम उनके साथ है। कुछ ही देर पहले हमने डॉक्टर्स का एक छोटा बुलेटिन भी सुना था जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत ही डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, वैल्यूएशन कर रहे हैं और तभी बता पाएंगे कि कब तक उनको छोड़ा जाएगा। पर अभी तक डॉक्टर्स ने कुछ इस्टेब्लिश किया है कि ये इंजरीज माइनर ही हैं कि कोई मेजर इंजरी भी है, और कब तक ऋषभ पंत को हॉस्पिटल से छोड़ा जा सकता है?
देखिए, अभी तक जो चिकित्सकों के द्वारा स्पष्ट किया गया है, तो इससे ये तो साफ है कि जो उनकी हालत है वो ज़्यादा नाजुक नहीं है। ये प्रशंसकों के लिए और क्रिकेट टीम के लिए बेहद खुशी की बात है कि ऋषभ पंत अब ठीक हैं, हालत स्थिर है। लेकिन उनके सर में भी चोट है और उसके साथ साथ उनके पैर में भी फ्रैक्चर आया है। उनके शरीर पर भी कई चोटें हैं, जिनको लेकर गंभीरता से उनकी जाँच की जा रही है। डॉक्टर अभी जाँच कर रहे हैं और जाँच के बाद ही ये स्पष्ट होगा कि आखिर कोई उनको गंभीर चोट और अंदरूनी गंभीर चोट तो नहीं है।
जी विनेश, अगर देखा जाए तो इसमें मतलब उत्तराखंड पुलिस ने बहुत ही क्रूशल रोल प्ले किया है, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है मामला बहुत ही गंभीर हो सकता था। कुछ ही मिनटों में अगर ऋषभ पंत टाइम पे नहीं निकल पाते गाड़ी से और उनको अगर टाइम पे अस्पताल नहीं पहुंचाया जाता, तो ज़रा इस बारे में भी बताइए कि किस तरह पुलिस ने बिल्कुल टाइमली एक्शन लिया है।
देखिए, जिस समय ये हादसा हुआ, हादसा होने के बाद जो कार थी वो वहां से पलट करके कुछ यहाँ पर आकर काफी दूरी पर आकर जब यहाँ पलटी और पलटने के बाद जब कार में यहाँ आग लग गई, आग लगने के बाद यहाँ स्थानीय 3 से 4 लोग कुछ यहाँ पहुंचे थे, जिन्होंने देखा। कुछ यहाँ जो लोग पहुंचे थे उन्होंने देखने के बाद सामने से दिखाई दिया कि कार में कोई शख्स मौजूद है, और जिसके बाद शीशा तोड़ने के बाद जब उनको बाहर निकाला गया तो स्थानीय लोगों को जानकारी हुई कि ये ऋषभ पंत, जो कि भारतीय क्रिकेट टीम के स्टार हैं, वो इस कार में मौजूद थे, जो कि घायल हुए हैं। उसके बाद पुलिस को भी सूचना दी गई। यहाँ से कुछ ही दूरी पर पुलिस चेक पोस्ट और चौकी है, जहाँ से पुलिस की जो पुलिस थी वो भी समय पर पहुंची, और पहुंचने के बाद यहीं पर कुछ ही दूरी पर एक निजी चिकित्सालय में उनको भर्ती कराया गया, और भर्ती कराने के बाद जहाँ पर डॉक्टर ने उनका चेकअप किया, और चेकअप करने के बाद उनको हायर सेंटर देहरादून के लिए उनको रेफर कर दिया गया। लेकिन निश्चित तौर पर यह बिल्कुल सही बात है कि स्थानीय लोग ना होते और यहाँ की जो पुलिस ना होती, समय से उनको ना पहुंचाती, तो निश्चित तौर पर गंभीर बात हो सकती थी।
जी विनेश, और कहा जा रहा है कि एक मर्सिडीज, जो कि एक अव्वल नंबर की लग्जरी कार कही जाती है पूरे भारत में, ऐसी गाड़ी का इस तरह से हादसा होना और पूरा जो आग के गोले में वो बदली है, उससे ये भी कहने को आता है कि मतलब हम किस तरह गाड़ियों की क्वालिटी को देख रहे हैं। ये भी अब शायद इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जाएगा कि एयरबैग्स टाइम पे खुले थे कि नहीं खुले थे। जरा इस बारे में भी हमें थोड़ी सी जानकारी दें।
निश्चित तौर पर सवाल खड़े होने लाजमी है, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी कंपनी जो कि बड़े बड़े वादे करती है, और वादे करने के बाद भी इस तरह का हादसा सामने आया, जिसमें जब कार पलटी पलटने के बाद अचानक से कार में आग लग जाती है। और फिर उसके बाद ये भी जांच का विषय है कि आखिर उसमें जो बैलून थे वो खुले थे या नहीं थे, क्या क्या खामियां निकल कर आई है, ये भी एक जांच का विषय है। लेकिन सवाल निश्चित तौर पर खड़े होते हैं, जिस तरह बड़ी कंपनी और बड़े बड़े वादे किए जाते हैं, वो तुरंत जितने वादे थे वो खोखले नजर आए। एकदम से जब गाड़ी पलटी और पलटने के बाद तुरंत उसमें आग लग गई। इतना बड़ा जो हादसा हुआ, उसमें एक बड़े हमारे देश के जो क्रिकेटर है, स्टार हैं, उनको गंभीर चोटें आई हैं।
जी विनेश जी, हमें इतनी सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे साथ बने रहिए। In the meantime, let me also quickly go back to our correspondent Anshul, who continues to stay with us. Anshul, we were also talking about how this may be a cause of concern for Rishabh Pant's cricketing future, because we all know that he was all set to head to the academy, the National Cricket Academy in Bengaluru, for strength and conditioning before the test series that he's set to play in February against Australia. Will that be able to happen now is the first question that arises.
So yes, the training of Rishabh Pant will happen at the National Cricket Academy, because that is the protocol that is followed by the BCCI. Whenever a player needs to recover, he is sent to National Cricket Academy, where the entire procedure of recovery happens, and also a very tight schedule is built for these players to make sure that they attain the top level of fitness at the earliest. But yes, since he has a ligament tear in his right knee, which actually takes somewhere around 6 to 8 weeks to fully recover from that injury. So yes, for the next 6 to 8 weeks, it is going to be very, very difficult for Rishabh Pant to actually get back on his feet and get back on the cricketing field. Once he is recovered from that ligament tear, then he would be sent to National Cricket Academy in Bengaluru, where he would be trained in a very sequential manner, and so that there is not much pressure on his knee as well. Because remember, Rishabh Pant is a wicket keeper, and wicket keepers need to squat after every ball during every ball. So yes, the knee injury becomes very, very crucial for the career of a wicket keeper batsman. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant get onto his field, after which he would go to the NCA, where his training and reconditioning would take place, and after which it is expected that Rishabh Pant might be able to enter the cricket field yet again. But yes, that is going to be a very, very long route as of now, and the fans and the BCCI is predicting at this point in time that Rishabh Pant could be seen playing cricket in the IPL, which is in the month of April, which is approximately 4 months from now. So during that period, it is expected that Rishabh Pant might be able to return back to the cricketing field. But yes, that is still a very big question mark on if at all Rishabh Pant, on how quickly can Rishabh Pant recover from this ligament tear, because there are injuries on his knee and also on his toe. So yes, all these injuries, he needs to recover from all these injuries, because he's a professional level athlete and international athlete, and hence the level of fitness that is required to compete in such competitions is absolutely top class. So it is still a very, very long road ahead. Now it remains to be seen as to how quickly and how determined is Rishabh Pant will be to get back on that cricketing field and represent India yet again.
All right, Anshul, stay with us because as we all know, this entire gruesome accident was captured on CCTV, and not just captured on CCTV. In fact, there were eyewitnesses all around at the time when Rishabh Pant's car in fact collided into that divider. We'll also get you an eyewitness account of everyone who witnessed this extremely shocking car crash.
ये जो पूरा मामला है, ये क्या किस समय की ये घटना है और क्या इसके बारे में जानकारी?
सुबह 5 बजे की घटना है।
अच्छा, क्या पता चला आपको? फिर आपने
पहले आवाज़ आई ज़ोर से, फिर उसके बाद जैसे मैं बाहर निकला तो गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी।
अच्छा,
तब तक मैं वहाँ पे पहुँचा गाड़ी के पास। एक गाड़ी और रोडवेज थी हरियाणा की, वो भी रुकी थी। 2 बंदे बाइक वाले थे, फिर काफ़ी हो गए थे। तब उन्होंने निकाल लिया गाड़ी, शीशा तोड़ के उनको। गाड़ी
में उस समय आग लगी हुई थी?
गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी।
तो जो सवारी थी यानी कि जो ऋषभ पंत थे वो वहाँ पे अंदर थे, बाहर थे
उस समय अंदर थे।
अच्छा,
अंदर थे। वो कांच तोड़ के उनको निकाल लिया तुरंत ही। और उनका एक बैग था काफ़ी बड़ा, बैग भी निकाल लिया था उन्होंने।
और भी कोई था गाड़ी में? अकेले थे। तो फिर भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई होगी वहाँ पर?
काफ़ी इकट्ठा हो गई भीड़।
पुलिस लगभग कितने समय बाद आई होगी?
पुलिस तब तुरंत आ गई थी, 10-15 मिनट में। जैसे उनको सूचना मिली तुरंत पुलिस आ गई।
तो फिर लोगों ने उनको बाहर निकाला ऋषभ पंत को?
हाँ, बाहर निकाल लिया, एक साइड पर उनको बैठा दिया। और फिर हम लोग, मैं तो तुरंत वहीं से वापस चला गया। पब्लिक वहीं थी, क्योंकि एम्बुलेंस को फ़ोन किया किसी सज्जन ने। वो यही कह रहे थे कि आ रहे हैं। तो हम इंतज़ार ना करते, हमने उनसे पूछा आप कौन है, कहाँ से आए? तब उन्होंने बताया कि मैं ऋषभ पंत हूँ, मतलब क्रिकेटर। सर पे चोट थी, एक पैर में ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी, और थोड़ी कमर में इस साइड से जैसे छिल जाते हैं, इस तरह से उनको था। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? तो वही बोल रहे थे कि हल्की सी मतलब नींद आने की वजह से ये सब कुछ हादसा हुआ।
All right, let's quickly go across to News18 correspondent Binesh Panwar, who's currently stationed at the spot, continues to stay with us. Binesh जी, आई विटनेस अकाउंट सुन रहे हैं तो काफ़ी मालूम पड़ रहा है कि कितना भयंकर एक्सीडेंट हुआ था ये, और किस तरह पुलिस के टाइमली एक्शन और जिन ने उनकी सहायता की उस टाइम पे, उस टाइमली एक्शन की वजह से ऋषभ पंत आज जीवित हैं।
बिल्कुल, सबसे पहले मैं उन्हीं शख्स साहब की बात कराना चाहूंगा कि जो मेरे साथ मौजूद है, प्रत्यक्षदर्शी हैं। वो 3 लोग थे जो यहाँ से गुजर रहे थे जब इन्होंने वो हादसा देखा। हादसे के दौरान सबसे पहले यही मौजूद थे और इन्होंने ही पूरी मदद की है, और इसी मदद से आज जो ऋषभ पंत है वो आज हमारे बीच में है। सबसे पहले आपने क्या देखा, आप कहाँ जा रहे थे, किस तरह हुआ घटना?
सर, मेरा नाम रजत कुमार है। मैं उत्तम शुगर मिल में काम करता हूँ। मैं काम पे जा रहा था, तो जब सुबह हम काम पे से आ रहे तो हमने देखा कि भाई के गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। तो हमने देखा तो यहाँ से एक्सीडेंट में भाई बाहर गाड़ी से बाहर थे।
जब आपने देखा उस समय क्या स्थिति थी कार की?
गाड़ी में आग लगी थी, भाई बाहर खड़े थे गाड़ी से। तो उसके बाद हमने भाई से कपड़े डाले अपने, जो भी हम लेकर आए थे सुबह, कम्बल वम्बल। तो उसके बाद हमने भाई से पता है कि कैसे हो। उन्होंने बोला भाई मेरी नींद की झपकी में आग लग गई थी, इस वजह से एक्सीडेंट हो गया। तो उसके बाद हमने एम्बुलेंस पर कॉल की, पुलिस पर कॉल की, सब आ गए। और हमने उसके जाने के बाद हम सक्षम हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया भाई को।
कार से कैसे आपने बाहर निकाला उनको?
नहीं, बाहर आए थे।
तो कैसे बाहर निकल गए थे? वो खुद ही निकले थे, क्या कोई था पहले?
नहीं, कोई नहीं आता, वो बाहर निकल गए थे जी।
और जिस समय आप आए जब वो बाहर निकल चुके थे?
हाँ जी, बाहर निकल।
क्या वो पूरी आग में भी झुलसे हुए थे? क्या स्थिति उस समय?
हाँ, उनकी शायद कमर पीठ जल रही है। उनकी झुलसे तो है नहीं थे, लेकिन उनकी पीठ जल रही है। वो बाहर खड़े थे, हमने उनसे वही पता किया था, बस ऐसे ही बताने लगे।
पुलिस कितनी देर बाद पहुंची? फिर आपने क्या किया, कहाँ पहुंचा?
पहले तो हमने एम्बुलेंस पे कॉल की। एम्बुलेंस पे कॉल करने के बाद 10 मिनट के बाद एम्बुलेंस आ गई। फिर पुलिस पे कॉल की, पुलिस भी आ गई। उसके बाद हम सक्षम हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया था जी भाई को।
ये बिल्कुल संदिग्ध थे जो कि यहाँ प्रत्यक्षदर्शी सबसे पहले यहाँ पहुंचे थे। 3 लोग थे, तीनों यहाँ शुगर मिल है, उत्तम शुगर मिल नज़दीक में ही, वहीं से अपनी ड्यूटी कर लौट रहे थे जिस समय हादसा हुआ। इन्होंने जब देखा तो देखने के बाद जो ऋषभ पंत है वो कार से बाहर आ चुके थे, कार में आग लगी हुई थी। इन्होंने इनके पास जो कंबल थे, कपड़े थे, उसी से उनको लपेट करके किसी तरह पुलिस को और स्वास्थ्य विभाग की टीम को सूचना की, जिसके बाद उनको अस्पताल ले जाया गया।
जी बिनेश जी, और मतलब ये तो बहुत ही क्रूशल इन्फॉर्मेशन है जो हमको आई विटनेस अकाउंट से मिल रही है। अभी वहाँ पे उस पूरे एरिया में किस तरह का कोई कॉर्डन है, सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन है, गाड़ी को रिमूव कर दिया गया है, अब क्या होगा? उस कार को भी क्या जो है उस पर भी जांच की जाएगी?
देखिए, मैं तस्वीरों से आपको दिखाऊंगा। आप देख सकते हैं कि ये जो पीछे तस्वीर थी, यहाँ पर यहीं पर वो कार आकर पलट करके पहुंची थी जब कार में आग लगी थी। ये बराबर में यही वो क्रेन है जिसके माध्यम से कार को उठा करके नज़दीकी पुलिस चौकी पर भिजवा दिया गया है। हालांकि जो जांच की बात सामने आ रही है, जांच का विषय तब पता चलेगा जब पूरी जांच हो जाएगी कि आखिर क्या क्या खामियां थी, क्या क्या दिक्कतें सामने आई है। लेकिन यहाँ से जितनी भी जो मलबा था कार का, जितने भी पार्ट्स थे वो सारे उठा लिए गए हैं। यहाँ पर सिर्फ अब कालस जो पूरी सड़क पर लगी हुई है, जो आग लगी थी वो सिर्फ बकाया है। उसके बाद जितने भी पार्ट्स थे, कार थी, डैमेज कार थी, उसको भी यहाँ से पुलिस चौकी भिजवा दिया गया है। यहाँ भीड़ लगातार लगी हुई है, क्योंकि जिसको भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि ऋषभ पंत कार में थे और इनकी कार का यहाँ पर जो सड़क हादसा हुआ है, तो उसको देखने के लिए यहाँ लोगों का जमावड़ा लगा है। जो आने जाने वाले युवा लोग हैं, जो युवा हैं, वो भी यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं और एक दूसरे से जानकारी इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं कि ऋषभ पंत कहाँ जा रहे थे और किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, ये देखने का यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर पूरा जमावड़ा लगा हुआ है, यही देख रहे हैं। कुछ स्थानीय जो लोग हैं, जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी हैं, वो भी हमारे साथ हैं। अभी एक प्रत्यक्षदर्शी थे जिन्होंने हमें स्पष्ट रूप से बताया कि 3 लोग थे। आप थे यहाँ पर?
नहीं, मेरे पास लाइव वीडियो है।
क्या वीडियो है? आप दिखाइए। एक शख्स है हमारे पास जिनका दिखाइए। उनका कहना है कि उनके पास लाइव वीडियो है उसी दौरान की। ये वही लाइव वीडियो इन्होंने बनाई थी, इनके पास जो पहुंची है, जो हम टीवी पर दिखा चुके हैं दर्शकों को। जिस समय ये आग लगी थी उस समय ये बच्चा जो हमारे पास प्रत्यक्षदर्शी के रूप में खड़ा था, ये भी इसी वीडियो में मौजूद है। जो इस समय ऋषभ पंत को जो कपड़े इस वीडियो में पहना रहा है, इनको कंबल जो इनके पास मौजूद थे, तीनों जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी थे, इन्होंने ही वो इनको कंबल उड़ाया था। और यही इसी शख्स ने, इसी बच्चे ने वो वीडियो बनाई थी जो सबसे पहले यहाँ ये पहुंचे थे। ये 3 ही लोग यहाँ पहुंचे थे जो तस्वीरों में मौजूद है।
दिनेश, ये कहना बिल्कुल जायज है कि प्रत्यक्षदर्शी जिनको आप कह रहे हैं, इन लोगों ने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल प्ले किया है आज ऋषभ पंत को बचाने में। पुलिस और एम्बुलेंस के आने के पहले या रवाना होने के पहले तो ये लोग वहां थे उनको बचाने के लिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल, जिस इनको कह सकते हैं, जिस तरह से जो लक्ष्मण को बचाने के लिए जिस तरह से संजीवनी बूटी लाई गई थी, इसी तरह से इन्होंने भी यही काम किया है। जो 3 शख्स थे, रात के सुबह सवेरा जब अपनी ड्यूटी पूरी कर शुगर मिल से वापस शुगर मिल में ड्यूटी करने के लिए जब ये जा रहे थे, तभी इन्होंने भयानक हादसा देखा और हादसे को देखकर ये रुक गए। जब कार में आग लगी हुई थी, जो ऋषभ पंत जो कि क्रिकेट टीम के सितारे हैं, तब तक इनको ये जानकारी नहीं थी कि ये ऋषभ पंत है। लेकिन इन्होंने किसी भी शख्स की जान बचाने के लिए मदद करने के उद्देश्य से यहाँ पहुंचे और इन्होंने मदद की। जो इनके पास कपड़ा था, जो इनके पास कंबल थे, उन्होंने उनको उड़ाए, जिसके बाद इनको जानकारी हुई वो ऋषभ पंत है।
तो
अभी इनसे कई बार अभी पहले भी इनसे पूछा कि किस तरह का हादसा हुआ, किस तरह का
हमारे लिए कि जब उन्हें पता चला कि जिनको उन्होंने कंबल उड़ाया है, जिनकी जान बचाई है। All right, we are getting in live. Those are shots and visuals of Rishabh Pant's mother, who's just arrived at Max Hospital in Dehradun. Remember, she was she's just arrived in Dehradun as Rishabh Pant, when he met with that accident at roughly 5:30 in the morning, was headed to Roorkee, where Rishabh Pant's mother stays and where his family in fact resides. And we are learning this is the image that we are bringing to you of Rishabh Pant's mother now inside Max Hospital in Dehradun. She seems to be having a sort of conversation with the doctors or trying to check in on her son. As we all know, the doctors are trying to establish the fact if there are any internal or serious injuries or not, and that is why it is very important for Rishabh Pant to remain at the hospital. Let's also go back to Binesh, who continues to stay with us. Binesh, अभी तस्वीर आई है, ऋषभ पंत की माताजी पहुंच चुकी हैं मैक्स हॉस्पिटल देहरादून में। क्या मालूम पड़ रहा है, कितनी देर तक रहेंगे ऋषभ पंत अस्पताल में?
देखिए, ऋषभ पंत अस्पताल में किस समय तक रहेंगे, कितना समय लगेगा, ये कहना बेहद मुश्किल है। चूंकि अभी तक जितने भी जो डॉक्टर हैं वो अभी जांच की बात कर रहे हैं कि कहीं गंभीर चोटें तो नहीं है। चूंकि अभी तक इतना पता चला है कि सिर पर चोट है, पैर पर भी चोट है और उनके कमर पर, पीठ पर भी चोट है। तो लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो पूरी जांच पड़ताल है वो की जा रही है। ऋषभ पंत के कई ऐसे टेस्ट हैं वो किए जा रहे हैं ताकि ये पता लगाया जा सके कि कहीं गंभीर चोट तो नहीं। हालांकि अभी तक ऋषभ पंत बात भी कर रहे हैं और उनकी हालत बिल्कुल स्थिर है। एक बार फिर मैं उन्हीं से बात करूंगा जो शख्स हमारे साथ मौजूद थे, ऋषभ पंत की जान बचाने के लिए जो भगवान रूपी बनकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे। यही 3 लोग थे जो अपनी ड्यूटी पर जा रहे थे जिस समय ऋषभ पंत हादसा हुआ, उस समय यहाँ मौजूद थे। आप बताइए कि जिस समय ये हादसा हुआ, क्या आपको पता था कि इसमें ऋषभ पंत है?
नहीं सर, हमें कोई आइडिया नहीं था कि भाई इसमें कौन है। उसके बाद जो हमने देखा भाई तो पता ही चल गया। उन्होंने भाई ने बोला कि हमारा नाम ऋषभ पंत है।
क्या आपने उनको पहचान लिया था या आपको उन्होंने बताया? उसके बाद
बताया था जी हमें कि भाई हम ऋषभ पंत है, तो इस वजह से हमने उनकी हेल्प की। वैसे भी कोई भी होता तो हेल्प करती, लेकिन मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि भाई हादसे किसी के भी साथ हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि कुछ लोग मैंने देखे हैं यहाँ कि भाई पैसे भी उठा रहे, कुछ सामान वामान उठा रहे, लेकिन कोई हेल्प नहीं कर रहा था। भाई हेल्प करनी चाहिए।
कितने यहाँ लोग थे, क्या किस तरह की स्थिति थी, कौन हेल्प नहीं कर रहा था, आप उस समय की तस्वीरें थोड़ी बताइए।
सर हेल्प के तो हाईवे है और रोड चलता ही रहे, कोई भी गाड़ी एक्सीडेंट के पास रुक रही थी, सभी सामान उठा रहे थे, कुछ भी कर रहे थे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए।
तो उनकी कार से कोई सामान भी चोरी किया है क्या? बताया जा रहा था, आप बता रहे हैं कि पैसे और कुछ सामान भी कार से निकले, तो क्या वो भी लोगों ने उठाए हैं?
हाँ, जो यहाँ पर लोग घूम फिर रहे थे उन्होंने उठा लेते सामान।
क्या सामान उठा कर ले गए, क्या देखा आपने?
मैंने देखा, मैं भाई को देख रहा था, मेरे पास 4000 रुपए थे, जो मैं 4000 रुपए मैंने पुलिस को दे दिए।
तो देखिए, जिस तरह से ये प्रत्यक्षदर्शी बता रहे हैं कि लोगों ने इन्होंने बिल्कुल मदद की थी। इन्होंने एक अनुरोध भी किया है हमारे चैनल के माध्यम से, अगर कभी किसी के साथ ऐसा हादसा हो तो निश्चित तौर पर उनकी जान बचाने के लिए, मदद करने के लिए जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इनका ये कहना है कि जब ये यहाँ पर हादसा हुआ था, ये तो उनकी जान बचा रहे थे, मदद कर रहे थे, लेकिन जो राहगीर हैं, चूंकि हाईवे है, यहाँ से लगातार गाड़ियों का काफिला गुजरता है, जो गाड़ियां रुक रही थी, कोई भी मदद करने को तैयार नहीं था। और स्थानीय जो लोग थे वो भी मुख्य दर्शक बने हुए थे, और बल्कि जो कार से जो सामान निकला था, इनका तो यहाँ तक कहना है कि उनका सामान तक भी लोग उठा कर ले गए। इनके पास कुछ नकदी थी जो इन्होंने पुलिस को सौंप दी, मगर और अन्य जो लोग यहाँ मौजूद थे, उन्होंने जो यहाँ से पैसा और सामान उठाया है वो लोग उठा कर ले गए। वो भी उनका घटना स्थल से उठा कर ले गए, मदद करने की तो बात दूर की है, उनका जो सामान था वो भी यहाँ से उठा कर ले गए। बेहद दर्दनाक, बेहद शर्मनाक। जी
दिनेश जी, लेकिन आपने हमें बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी दी इन आई विटनेसेस के थ्रू। हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेनी थैंक्स टू अंशुल ऑल्सो फॉर ब्रिंगिंग इन ऑल द लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स, एंड विद दैट लेट्स ऑल्सो लिसन इन टू सम वेरी क्रूशियल रिएक्शंस दैट हैव poured in. Let's begin with the reaction of Uttarakhand's Chief Minister.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा, तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं। ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है, उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है, और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
चोटिल होने का समाचार से मैं बहुत चिंतित हूँ। मैंने ऋषिकेश में भी जानकारी ली है और जगह भी जानकारी ली है, और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं चिंतित इस बात से हूँ कि उनकी कमर में भी चोट लगने की शिकायत है। अब किस तरीके की है मैं समझता हूँ। ऋषिकेश एम्स के लोग देख रहे हैं उनको, और यदि आवश्यकता पड़े तो राज्य सरकार को जो है प्लेन चार्टर करके उनको दिल्ली भेजना चाहिए और दिल्ली एम्स में उनका इलाज करवाया जाना चाहिए। इस तरीके के जहां भी विशेषज्ञ हैं वहां उनका इलाज कराया जाना चाहिए। और देश की निधि है, और हमें गर्व है कि उत्तराखंड ने देश को एक निधि दी है।
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं, और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
Right, CNN News 18 will keep bringing you the latest updates. Stay tuned. For now, it's time to slip into a quick break. News and updates continue on the other side.
After the car hit the divider, Rishabh Pant though had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him, and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does, though, have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was traveling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car blew up in flames also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है. अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन.
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ? जी,
अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो इवैल्यूएशन करेंगे. सो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं. बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है. फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है. अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है.
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया? यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे.
सर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड में तो कोई
नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है. एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम
बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे हैं सर? बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे हैं, किन किन हिस्सों में, क्या कुछ थोड़ा एक
बार पूरी डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएट कर ले उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता दीजिए सर. आप
डॉक्टर आशीष यादव. एक बार इवैल्यूएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है.
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He, of course, went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons, and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very, very crucial matches where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes,
Right.
currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है। आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है। एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर हैं ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है। उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं। उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है। लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे। लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर यह है कि खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ पंत। उनके तमाम फैंस जो हैं वो इस बात के लिए ईश्वर का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो परेशानी जैसे इस खबर को मिली थी कि उनका ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जैसी तस्वीरें हम सब ने देखी, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। उसके बाद रुड़की से
Welcome back. Now, in a major development in the Tanisha Sharma suicide case, Tanisha's mother and her uncle have made some shocking new revelations against her former boyfriend, Shehzan Khan. Tanisha's mother held that Shehzan and his family are responsible for Tanisha's death. She also alleges that the two had a fight and Shehzan had slapped her on the sets. While addressing the media, Tanisha's mother said, and I quote, "Tanisha cannot die by suicide. God knows what he did with my child since it happened in Shehzan's makeup room." Remember, the TV actor Tanisha died by hanging herself on the sets of a show Ali Baba on December 24th. Meanwhile, the co-actor Shehzan Khan's police custody has also been extended by 1 day till tomorrow. In the meantime, let's also listen into what Tanisha's mother Vanita Sharma has to say.
कि शेजान को जब तक सज़ा नहीं मिलती मैं चैन से बैठने वाली नहीं हूँ। उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शेजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा, शेजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शेजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा सेट पे रूम में। महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स मंगवाता था वो, उसको महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स देती थी वो। उसको समझ नहीं थी, उसकी फैमिली की इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत रही है, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन। मैंने शेजान से बात की, मैं क्या शेजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है और शादी का वादा किया।
All right, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Vinaya, who's bringing us the latest on this case. Vinaya, important to, in fact, first talk about all these shocking new claims which are being made by Tanisha's mother, especially whether it is about forcing Tanisha to embrace the religion or it is about the kind of physical violence that she was bearing. Take us through all those shocking revelations that are now surfacing.
Well, yes, two most important developments have taken place today in the Tanisha death case. One is that the mother has officially spoken on record to the media, so has the uncle. And secondly, since Shehzan's custody ended today, he was produced in front of the court, which granted him an extension of another day of police custody, which means Shehzan will continue to stay in Wild Police's custody for another day now. Secondly, what is important is that the family members have spoken. In fact, the mother has said that Tanisha was in good mood till the time she left home on the day when she died, and that in fact she had called her in a good mood on that very morning, saying that she was going to get a break for 2 days for Christmas, and that is when she planned to go to Chandigarh. In fact, she requested her mother to book her tickets for Chandigarh, and that is what the mother was planning when she got a call from the set asking her to come immediately. So what the mother has said now is that something happened in those 15 minutes between the two, between Shehzan and Tanisha. And she also suspects that there can be a foul play involved, because she says Tanisha isn't the kind of person who would die by suicide. In fact, she was not even suffering from depression. So the whole speculation about whether Tunisha had an anxiety attack, what happened exactly, the mother has put to rest all those speculations, saying that she had OCD. Apart from that, she was not depressed. She was not facing any mental illness for which she was undergoing treatment, and that is why there was no question that any help was sought there with respect to that. She has also said that the family members of Shizan are likely involved in this, and they too should be booked because she claims that the mother and the sister kept continuously calling and being in touch with Tunisha. And the mother, in fact, mentally disturbed Tunisha because she kept speaking of another girlfriend of Shizan, and that is what really upset her. So several revelations there by the mother. She says that the behavior changed in the last few days. That Shizan used to take expensive gifts from Tunisha. That Tunisha was made to spend a lot, and that she suspects that it may not be a case of death by
Right.
suicide. That the family too should be booked.
And
So several
it's
important
interesting. It's
details.
interesting that you mentioned that this could not be ruled out as a death by suicide because we are aware that Vinita Sharma has been alleging and rather accusing Shizan of abetting her daughter's suicide. Having said that, it's also important to talk about what are those factors that are actually leading to that belief that those claims that have now surfaced, because let's not forget that the uncle also spoke about how Shizan was having affairs with other women while he was already in a relationship with Tanisha, and that he's urged the cops to investigate this entire matter from all angles.
Well, yes, in fact, the mother has also said that, Tunisha herself saw the chats between Shizan and the other girl, which upset her further. And that is when Shizan told her that he cannot go ahead with her. So the question that the family kept on asking continuously was that if Shizan knew that Tunisha did not belong to the same religion, that she was 10 years younger to him, then why is it that they took this relationship ahead for such a long distance, especially when Tunisha was taken to the family, was introduced to the family members, was in continuous touch with the mother as well as the sister. Then suddenly this breaking up where Tunisha kept on requesting her mother to go and speak with Shizan again to get him back together. Clearly, the family seems to be upset that, the way Shizan and his relatives behave was way different from the way the casual breakup really took place, is what they seem to be saying.
Right, Vinaya, let's also probe a bit into what these claims have been like and how the fact that, Vinita Sharma is going on to establish that this could be a possible abetment of her daughter's suicide. She's had some very shocking claims, which is the basis for her accusations. Having said that, what is it, all those factors, I'd like you to highlight all those factors, whether it is the absence of a suicide note or the fact that Tanisha, when she spoke to her mother shortly before she was found hanging in that room, she seemed very happy, and in fact the mother's even gone on to claim that they were making plans to head to Chandigarh on New Year's.
Well, absolutely. So what the mother has said, in fact, is that Tanisha was upset that the breakup did take place, that she had cried, especially on the day when Shizan allegedly slapped her because she had seen through the conversations of Shizan and another girl, which is believed to be Shizan's another girlfriend, who's also believed to be the one who about whom Shizan's mother allegedly kept on talking to Tanisha. So what Tanisha's mother has said is that while Tanisha was trying to patch up again with Shizan, and while she had accessed some of the WhatsApp chats between Shizan and the other girlfriend, what she was specifically upset about was not just that she was physically abused when she was slapped, but also that Shizan refused to get back. And that is where the mother says that Tanisha kept on speaking with the mother, saying that she should in fact go ahead and meet Suzanne and request him to get back with Tanisha. Accordingly, the mother had also visited the set previously and had talked with Shizan, where Shizan had allegedly said, "I'm sorry, but I will not get back, or I'll not come back." And that is where she says that questions are being raised about Why is it that this relationship was taken ahead so much, especially about, she speaks about the behavioral changes that Tanisha underwent, that she started calling
Yes.
Shizam's mother as Amma, and the uncle has previously said
Yes,
that
Vinay,
she
I'm going
started
to
wearing the
request you
hijab.
to continue to stay with us because I'm also joined in by Mr. Anand Dubey, who belongs to the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray faction. आनंद दुबे, अगर आपसे मैं पूछ सकूं कि जो भी बड़े शॉकिंग रेवलेशंस आए हैं अभी, विनीता शर्मा ने जो कहा है, उन्होंने कहा है कि बड़े तगड़े बिहेवियरल चेंजेस उन्होंने नोटिस किए थे तनीषा की जब रिलेशनशिप हुई शिजान के साथ, उसके बाद उस पे प्रेशर डाला जा रहा था उर्दू बोलने का, वो उनके तौर तरीके अडॉप्ट करने लगी थी, उनकी माताजी को भी अम्मा के तौर पे बोलने लगी थी, शिजान की सिस्टर बहुत टाइम स्पेंड करती थी। तो आपका क्या असेसमेंट है इस पूरी सिचुएशन में?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि किसी परिवार की बिटिया यदि अल्प आयु में उसकी मृत्यु हो जाती है तो उस परिवार पर क्या बीतती है ये सब भली भांति जानते हैं। अगर किसी की माँ खुद, पीड़िता की माँ खुद ये कह रही है कि मेरी बेटी के साथ अन्याय हुआ है, इसकी जांच सही तरीके से नहीं हो रही है, दोषियों पर जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए नहीं हो रही है, पुलिस कहीं न कहीं लापरवाही बरत रही है, तभी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति होता है। वैसे आप जानती हैं कि हमारे महाराष्ट्र की पुलिस सर्वोत्तम पुलिस में गिनी जाती है, वैसे ही पुलिस खास करके। लेकिन जब सरकार ही निराशाजनक स्थिति में हो, सरकार ही संवेदनशील न हो, तो पुलिस बेचारी क्या करेगी? मेरा तो आरोप है कि सरकार में बैठे जो आला अधिकारी या आला मंत्री
पर
हैं,
आनंद
वो
दुबे,
क्या कर रहे हैं?
अगर आप वसई पुलिस की बात करें तो ये वही वसई पुलिस है जिसने बहुत ज्यादा आराम तलबी बरती थी। चाहे श्रद्धा वलकर का केस देखा जाए तो ये सेम वसई पुलिस है।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि उस केस में आपको ज्ञात होगा कि पीड़िता ने खुद जाकर पुलिस स्टेशन में अपनी कंप्लेंट वापस लेने की
हाँ, तो सवाल यही उठाया जा रहा था ना कि अगर उस टाइम पे वो टाइमली एक्शन लेते।
यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है। यदि कोई जांच हो रही है और पीड़िता की मां कह रही है बार बार कि मेरी बेटी जो है वो किसी मर्डर का शिकार हुई है, किसी दबाव का शिकार हुई है, तो उसकी जांच पुलिस को सही तरीके से करनी चाहिए। और पुलिस ये जांच तब सही तरीके से करेगी जब मंत्री महोदय, सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री का इस पर बहुत अच्छी निगाह होगी।
अभी एक दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी बढ़ाई गई है, अभी सिर्फ एक दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी बढ़ाई गई है। आनंद दुबे, आपको लगता है कि इस एक दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी में क्या उस तरह की जांच हो सकती है जिस तरह डिमांड कर रहे हैं तनीषा की फैमिली मेंबर, स्पेशली अंकल ने कहा है बहुत सारे एंगल्स हैं जिनको प्रोब किया जाना चाहिए?
एक दिन बहुत कम होता है मैम, कम से कम 10-5 दिन उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, गहन पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, कड़ाई बरती जानी चाहिए, सारे सबूतों को इकट्ठा करना चाहिए, तब जाकर यह केस मजबूत बनेगा। खाली खाना पूर्ति करना है तो आप 10 मिनट भी करके खत्म कर दीजिए। मेरा वही प्रश्न है कि यदि पीड़िता की मां बार बार चीख रही है कि मेरी बेटी के साथ अन्याय हुआ है, हो सकता है कि उस पर दबाव बनाया गया ताकि वो अपने आप को मार ले, ये भी एक प्रकार का मर्डर ही होता है ना, तो क्यों नहीं जाकर उस एंगल से भी इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए?
क्या आपको
सिंपल सी बात है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार पे और दबाव बनेगा तभी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ पाएगा?
ये सरकार न पुलिस पर ध्यान दे रही है, न किसानों पर ध्यान दे रही है, न नौजवानों पर ध्यान दे रही है। यह सरकार पूरी तरह से खोखे में लिप्त है। इसका नाम ही अब जनता कह रही है, खोखे सरकार। क्या उम्मीद करेंगे ऐसी सरकार से हम? मैं तो आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आप लोग इसको उठा रहे हैं, तो कम से कम थोड़ा बहुत दबाव बन रहा है। अन्यथा इस केस में बिल्कुल कोई भी कार्रवाई होने के आसार नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं।
All right, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आनंद जी। And with that we have some breaking inputs coming in from Chhattisgarh. Let's quickly go across to this piece of breaking news that we are getting in. There's been a clarification that is coming from the Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel's office in Chhattisgarh. We are learning that Chhattisgarh CM's office has reacted to the video which has gone viral, saying that watch the full version of the video to understand the truth. The CM's office has clarified that after the war of words over an incident that took place at a public event between Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Bagel and the youth. For more details, I'm joined in by senior political editor Pallavi on the phone line. Pallavi, this is a clarification that was expected, but is this going to do the kind of damage control it's already, the damage that it's already caused?
Well, I mean, the Chief Minister's office makes it very clear that this has been blown out of proportions, and it's a clear case of the BJP making a mountain out of a molehill and raising up an issue when it doesn't exist. So what they have done is that they've issued an entire video, and which they say is the actual video of the entire sequence of events, which goes on to show that there was no such humiliation which was given out by the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, and therefore the BJP's allegations are completely baseless.
Right, but in the video, one can clearly make out by the tone and tenor adopted by the CM that he's losing his calm when he does that at a young boy. Having said that, why should this become an issue, especially as you were earlier mentioning, this is rather ironical at a time when the Bharat Jodo Yatra is taking place and Congress has gone all out to call for, for sort of uniting the nation, and this is a sharp contradiction.
Well, that's exactly what the Congress is saying. Why should this be made into an issue when it's a non-issue? Because the entire video and the sequence of events shows that he was not losing his cool or he was being discourteous. He was trying to explain, and it was a heated exchange maybe. But it was just his way of explaining to the youth the entire facts about the reservation. And therefore, to say that he was deliberately humiliating a young boy is absolutely wrong. So as far as the Congress is concerned, it's an absolute non-issue, deliberately raked by the BJP, because the BJP, according to the Congress party, is so unnerved by the Bharat Jodo Yatra that they're looking for information every day to try and target the Congress, and very often not getting the facts right.
All right. Many thanks to you, Pallavi, for putting that entire controversy into perspective for us. Now, Heeraba Modi, the Prime Minister's mother, passed away today morning at around 3:30 a.m. local time. She had been admitted to the Mehta Hospital on Tuesday night when her health deteriorated.
Glorious century rests at feet of God. That's how the Prime Minister bid the final goodbye to his mother, his constant source of inspiration. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours at an Ahmedabad hospital. Within a few hours, Prime Minister Modi was in Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty and stand with his siblings in this time of grief. The Prime Minister, along with his brothers, lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains and lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his teacher of life. His bond with his mother was often recalled by the Prime Minister. His mother's early struggle, her strong principles which stood the test of time, and the life committed to values. The Prime Minister spoke of the extraordinary life a simple human being lived.
जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Heeraba's life never changed even after her son took oath as the Prime Minister of the country, from queuing up outside an ATM like every other citizen, to casting her vote in a wheelchair in the recently held elections and fulfilling her duty towards her country, celebrating the festival of democracy. Heeraba led a life of simplicity and humility. Heeraba's principles have been the guiding light for the Prime Minister, not just in his personal life but also in the policy decisions he's made. Her struggle prompted the Prime Minister and his government to initiate multiple schemes to empower women and enable them to live a life of dignity. Her love for cleanliness and stress on sanitation guided the Swachh Bharat campaign. The Prime Minister in his blog recalled their house in Vadnagar became famous among Safai Karmacharis for tea after work. Condolences poured in from all quarters, giving strength to the Prime Minister. From union ministers to state chief ministers, everyone stood with the Modi family during this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines, messages poured in on social media from top leaders for the Prime Minister, recalling the bond between any mother and son.
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son, we could have seen, and we have seen it from his chief minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son.
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी।
जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
A simple soul, a karma yogi leaving this world, but her values will always guide the Prime Minister and his family. Walk with intelligence and live life with purity. That's the message Heeraba leaves to the world.
Hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this segment, but let's get you started with the horrific accident that cricketer Rishabh Pant was early in this morning. He was driving from the national capital to Roorkee, where he was going to surprise his mother for New Year's. That is when at 5:30 a.m. this morning, he met with an accident about 90 kilometers from Dehradun. According to the police, the star wicketkeeper batsman of the Indian cricket team was alone in the car when the accident took place. His car collided with the divider railings on the Delhi-Haridwar highway. And then you see the fireball that the car turned into. The moment Rishabh Pant's car crashed into the divider was caught on CCTV camera, and CNN News 18 has accessed some of those exclusive visuals which show Pant's Mercedes GL hitting the divider at high speed. He has several injuries that he has suffered, but he is stable now and out of danger, as confirmed by the hospital that he is currently receiving treatment in.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं।
ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
इस वक्त हम उस जगह मौजूद हैं जहां पर ऋषभ पंत की कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। ये तस्वीर जो फिलहाल आप देख रहे हैं जिसे टेप कर दिया गया है, एग्जैक्टली यहीं पर जो कार के विजुअल्स हम आपको सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं, धुआं धू धू कर जो कार जली है वो ठीक इसी जगह पे जली है जिसको अभी भी रास्ते को साफ करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल तो आपको राख और ये सब चीजें ही दिख रही हैं, जो गाड़ी के पार्ट जले हुए वही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से पिलर्स जो लगे हुए हैं साइड में, जो ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है वो भी टूटी हुई हैं। ये जो आप साइड में पिलर देख रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर खास बात ये है कि जिस सड़क पर मैं फिलहाल मौजूद हूँ ये सड़क देहरादून से दिल्ली की तरफ जाने वाली है, जबकि ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रही थी।
Now, Rishabh Pant at the moment is recuperating in a hospital in Dehradun. He is stable. He does have several injuries, several burn marks as well, especially on his back. All of that is under treatment, but he is conscious, he's well oriented, he's speaking to his mother. There are some defining moments as far as this entire accident goes. It happened at 5:30 a.m. this morning, and this is that CCTV footage of the time of the attack. There you see the speeding car coming in and ramming into the divider on your right. That is when the accident happened, the moment where it hit the divider at about 5:30 a.m. After that happens, after it hits the divider is when the car goes up in flames. That is the fireball. That is what was left of Rishabh Pant's car as far as the minutes after the collision was concerned. That is what it looked like, and that is when there were several passers-by who actually stopped and helped Rishabh Pant out of his car. That is when he walked out himself of that particular car. This is the aftermath. You see ashes there completely. His car too had turned to ashes right after that blaze was put out. Rishabh Pant, meanwhile, by this time had actually been taken to the nearest hospital, mostly by passers-by. There was, of course, assistance of the police also that had kicked in by then. Now, there are several injuries that this cricketer has faced, especially the injury in his head, because in this video where you see Rishabh Pant coming out of his car, he's speaking to those people who stopped by to help him out. You can see blood oozing out of his forehead. So that is the biggest injury perhaps that he has faced, which was on his head. He, of course, has many more other injuries as well. And going back to detailing those injuries, all of which are non-threatening, they're not life-threatening. Yes, they are serious in nature. Some of them, they're burn injuries. As you can see, that's the head injury that is being treated. There are also burn marks on his back, which are being treated. Amit Mishra, former cricketer, also joining us on this broadcast. धन्यवाद अमित मिश्रा जी बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ यहाँ CNN News 18 पे. ऋषभ पंत इज नाउ रिकूपरेटिंग. उनकी हालात अभी ठीक हैं, वो स्थिर है, ऐसा बताया जा रहा है.
हाँ बिल्कुल, जो मेरे को भी थोड़े बहुत सोर्सेज से पता लगा कि कोई उनको मेजर इंजरी नहीं हुई है. आई वाज वेरी डिस्टर्ब कि कोई मेजर इंजरी ना हुई हो, ऐसा आई वाज लिटिल वेरी कंसर्न अबाउट इट. और मुझे बहुत खुश मतलब अच्छा भी लग रहा है सुन के कि वो बहुत नॉर्मल है. कोई ऐसी मेजर इंजरी का अभी तक तो कोई न्यूज नहीं आई है. कि बाकी उनकी बॉडी का स्कैन चल रहे हैं और सबको दिखा जा रहा है. जो हल्का फुल्का जो पता लगा है कि उन्होंने उनके सर पे भी चोट आई है थोड़ी बहुत, लेकिन उसके बाद भी दिमाग में.
Gee, we'll try and reconnect that line, Amit Mishra, with the former cricketer, and try and get in a word from him. We seem to have some connection issues there, but my colleagues continue to be with us on this broadcast, getting us the latest as far as not just the accident goes, but the health update of Rishabh Pant is also there. Anshul, my colleague, joins us. Binesh Panwar, live from the Delhi-Dehradun highway, also joins us on this broadcast, and that is where the accident took place. एंड बिनेश जी, कुछ देर पहले आप कुछ आई विटनेसेस से बात कर रहे थे, उन लोगों से बात कर रहे थे जिन्होंने ऋषभ पंत को देखा जब उनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ, उस हादसे से ऋषभ पंत को बचाया और उन्हें अस्पताल ले गए. उनका भी ये कहना था कि जब ऋषभ पंत गाड़ी से निकले तो वो वेल ओरिएंटेड थे, उनको पता था उनके साथ क्या हुआ है, बट शायद उनकी कहीं आंख लग गई हो क्योंकि सुबह के 5:30 बज रहे थे, उस वजह से यह हादसा हुआ.
बिल्कुल, जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी है उनका तो साफ तौर पर यही कहना है कि जिस समय जो हादसा हुआ उस समय जो उनकी कार जो डिवाइडर से टकराई थी उस समय वो वहाँ तीनों लड़के जो कि शुगर मिल में अपनी जॉब करने के लिए जा रहे थे वो वहाँ पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने ऋषभ पंत को कंबल उड़ाया, जो चूंकि उसकी जो कार थी उसमें ऋषभ पंत की कार में आग लग चुकी थी। तो उन्होंने उस दौरान जब बात की तो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी अगर माने तो उनका साफ तौर पर यही कहना है कि उन्होंने बताया कि उनकी आंख लग गई थी। लेकिन हमने जब पूरी जो दुर्घटना है, इस दुर्घटना के बाद यहाँ के कुछ लोग थे जो स्थानीय व्यक्ति हैं, उनका साफ तौर पर यही कहना था कि इस जगह को एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट कहने जाने लगा है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति इस जगह से गुजरता है तो एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट कहकर उसको कहा जाता है कि एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट पर पहुंचना है। तो क्यों इसको एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट कहा जाने लगा? जब हमने इसकी पड़ताल की तो अभी जानकारी में आया कि पिछले 2 साल के भीतर 500 से ज्यादा एक्सीडेंट यहाँ हो चुके हैं और सैकड़ों मौतें यहाँ हो चुकी हैं। तो उसकी मुख्य वजह आखिर क्या थी, यहाँ के लोगों से जाना, और जानते जानते यहाँ से तकरीबन 50 मीटर की दूरी पर, चूंकि हादसा वहां मेरे सामने आप देख सकते हैं, हादसा वहां पर हुआ था और उसके बाद 50 मीटर की दूरी पर जहां मैं मौजूद हूं वहां मैं पहुंचा हूं। चूंकि ये वो जगह है, एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट की मुख्य वजह और मुख्य कारण यही है जिस वजह से यहाँ हादसे होते हैं। आप देखिए, मैं कैमरामैन को कहूंगा कि सर्विस रोड इधर से दिखाए। ये जो अब इस समय का रास्ता आप देख रहे हैं, ये समय देहरादून को जाने वाला रास्ता, हरिद्वार देहरादून रुड़की को जाने वाला रास्ता है। ये सर्विस रोड जब हाईवे के किनारे से जो वाहन आ रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं, इधर से जब आएंगे तो इनको ये बीच में एक रजवाया है जो सिंचाई विभाग का, उत्तराखंड विभाग का जो सिंचाई विभाग है उसी का ये रजवाया है। और इसी वजह से, रजवाए की वजह से ये जो सर्विस रोड है, इधर की सर्विस रोड से ये लिंक नहीं हो पाई है और लिंक ना होने की वजह से जो यहाँ से गुजरने वाले वाहन हैं वो रोंग साइड जाते हैं। क्योंकि जो रजवाए से होते हुए जो ये रास्ते आप देख रहे हैं, यहाँ से दर्जनों ऐसे गांव हैं जो इस हाईवे को टच करते हैं। ये गुरुकुल नारसन का कस्बा है और इसी कस्बे पे ये यहाँ पर रजवाया है और इसी रजवाए की वजह से NH 58 हाईवे का जो सर्विस मार्ग है वो पूरा नहीं बन पा रहा है, जिस वजह से यहाँ से रोंग साइड से जब वाहन आते हैं तो निश्चित तौर पर जब हाईवे से बड़ी तेज गति से कोई वाहन गुजरता है तो वो कहीं ना कहीं अनियंत्रित हो जाता है और यही वजह रही है। अनियंत्रित होने की वजह से लगातार यहाँ पर हादसे होते चले आ रहे हैं। अब देखिए, ये यहाँ पर क्यों नहीं बन पा रहा है, ये सर्विस रोड क्यों पूरा नहीं हो पा रहा है? जो बराबर में कहा जा रहा है, जो एक खेत है, इस खेत के किसान को चूंकि मुआवजा चाहिएगा, जब ये रजवाया साइड से हाईवे से पीछे हटेगा तभी ये लिंक मार्ग जुड़ेगा। लेकिन इसको मुआवजा कौन दे? ना तो यहाँ का उत्तराखंड का सिंचाई विभाग इस मुआवजा देने के लिए हाँ करता है और ना ही NH 58 मुआवजे के लिए। बस बात यहाँ अटकी हुई है और यही वजह है लोगों की मौत का कारण बन रहा है रजवाया, और इसीलिए इसको जो यहाँ पॉइंट है इसको एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट कहा जाता है। मेरे साथ कुछ लोग भी मौजूद हैं, मैं उनसे भी बात करूंगा, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आपको कुछ खास तस्वीर अपने मोबाइल में दिखाना चाहूंगा। मैंने अभी कुछ समय पहले यहीं के एक CCTV कैमरे से एक तस्वीर ली है। जो वो तस्वीर थी वो कुछ दिन पहले हुए हादसे की तस्वीर है। इस तस्वीर से आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जिस तरह से देखिए कार जा रही है और उस कार के सामने से एक अचानक से एक बाइक आ जाती है और जो यही वजह है, इसी रजवाई की वजह से बाइक रोंग साइड बाइक जाएगी और बाइक को से अनियंत्रित होकर ये देखिए कार किस तरह पलट जाती है। यही रोज का नज़ारा आए दिन यहाँ हाईवे पर होता चला आता है और जो कारण बनता है यहाँ हादसों का, तो प्रत्यक्ष को प्रमाण की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से जो सामने डिवाइडर है लगातार होते रहे, जो हादसे होते रहते हैं यहाँ पर, ये सारे डिवाइडर टूट चुके हैं। क्योंकि जब वाहन यहाँ से टकराते हैं, टकराने के बाद लगातार या तो दूसरी रोंग साइड चले जाते हैं डिवाइडर से टकराकर, या दूसरी रोड चले जाते हैं, जिस वजह से बड़े हादसे होते चले आ रहे हैं। अब देखिए, यहाँ पर मेरे साथ जो स्थानीय लोग हैं जिनके माध्यम से मुझे मुख्य जानकारी मिल पाई है कि आखिर हादसों की वजह क्या है, उनसे हम बात करेंगे। वो बताएंगे क्या वजह है, क्या ये यहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट क्यों कहा जाता है इसको?
यहाँ NH वालों की लापरवाही और प्रशासन की लापरवाही कारण हो रहा है। ये सर्विस रोड इन्होंने कंप्लीट नहीं कर, हाईवे भी आधा गिरा हुआ है, इसमें बहुत सारे गड्ढे, हाईवे की लापरवाही है, ये ना तो गड्ढे भरवाते हैं। और 9 अक्टूबर में यहाँ दौरा आया था SDM का, SDM ने भी NH वालों को और नहरवाई वालों को कहा था, लेकिन लापरवाही हर चीज़ में लापरवाही करते हैं। दोनों की मिली भगत हो रही है, ना नहरवाई वाले कर रहे हैं ना NH वाले कर रहे हैं। उसकी वजह से कम से कम 500 आदमी मर चुके हैं और हज़ारों एक्सीडेंट यहाँ हो गए। रोज एक एक्सीडेंट होता है और रात में ढेर ज़्यादा हो रही है और इन्हीं दोनों की लापरवाही के कारण हो रहा है।
क्या वजह है? जब आपने कई बार जो यहाँ के सिंचाई विभाग है उसको भी सूचित किया, धरने भी दिया आप लोगों ने, NH विभाग को भी कहा, क्या वजह, क्यों ये काम नहीं हो पा रहा?
भाई एक दूसरे के पल्ले में झाड़ दे, आज वो नहीं आ रहा आज वो आ रहा, इकट्ठे मिल नहीं पाते, प्रशासन इन बदला नहीं करता। SDM जो लापरवाही पर जांच चीज में, अगर प्रशासन इस पर लापरवाही करेगा, जो इसके यहाँ के PD गोस्वामी वे बिल्कुल लापरवाह, उन्होंने हाँ कर क्या कि जब भी उन्हें बुला कर लाते हैं आओ और देख कर भाग जा, 8 दिन का टाइम मांग।
आप क्या कहना?
हमारी ये राजा महेंद्र प्रताप स्पोर्ट एकेडमी की स्कूल की गाड़ी है। हम यहाँ से चलते हैं, पर डे हम देखते हैं, ये अगर ये सीधा हो जाए ना ये रोड यहाँ पे, ये जो कट हो रहा है, ये से टर्न एकदम लेती है गाड़ी, और पीछे वाली गाड़ियों को यहाँ बीच का लगता है। यहाँ से आए दिन एक्सीडेंट का कारण, मेन कारण यही है। अगर ये यहाँ से सीधा हो जाए तो ये एक्सीडेंट मतलब जो आगे बंद हो सकते हैं।
तो आप देखते हैं आए दिन, आप तो अपनी ये जो बच्चों के वाहन है ये लेकर, तो इनको तो बच्चों की जान को भी खतरा है जिस तरह से।
हाँ बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल बच्चों की जान को खतरा भी नहीं है। आम आदमी पर डे मतलब होता रहता है यहाँ से, डेली का यही काम है। अगर ये सीधा हो जाए ना कटिए, ये राजवाई का ये सीधा हो जाए तो ये एक्सीडेंट होने बंद हो सकते हैं।
देखिए किस तरह से आप सामने देख सकते हैं, जो एक कार है मजबूरी से सर्विस रोड से जब दूसरी सर्विस रोड पर जाना चाह रही थी तो ये रोंग साइड हाईवे पर इसको आना पड़ा, और जब हाईवे पर अचानक से एकदम रोंग साइड पहुंचेगी तो सामने से गुजरने वाला जो वाहन होगा बड़ी तेजी से आएगा, तो निश्चित तौर पर अनियंत्रित होकर हादसे का शिकार हो जाएगा। ये कार भी ये सामने जो स्कूल बस देख रहे हैं इसमें बच्चे सवार हैं, तो कई जिंदगी से खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है। सिंचाई विभाग और NH विभाग इस ओर ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है।
So there seems to be some sort of communication gap between the state and the centre there, which is why that road seems to not be built. And it's not just Rishabh Pant, but several other accidents have also taken place. But as far as Rishabh Pant is concerned, there are messages pouring in for his speedy recovery, and Virat Kohli is the latest one who's taken to Twitter, where he's tweeted and says that get well soon, praying for your recovery. And tweets like this have been pouring in from not just team members or colleagues of Rishabh Pant, but former cricketers, his coaches, legends from outside the country as well have been tweeting, have been going on social media to wish Rishabh Pant a speedy recovery. And Anshul, we've seen even the BCCI release a statement a short while ago. They've also said that we assure all assistance in terms of treatment, both right now and after when he has to recuperate, and also all assistance to the family would be given from the cricketing board as well.
So yes, the main focus of the BCCI at this point in time is to make sure that Rishabh Pant is back on his feet and goes ahead and represents India yet again, because he is a very, very important part of this Indian cricket team at this point in time, especially when Rishabh Pant has gotten injured. He was not selected for the India tour, for the Sri Lanka tour that is happening in India from in the month of January, and in fact he had some injuries, because of which he was asked to go report at the National Cricket Academy in Bangalore, from where he would again be rehabilitated, and after securing his injury he would have come back and played for India. But yes, this incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shockwaves across the globe, especially in the BCCI, whereas the BCCI was expecting that Rishabh Pant would play for India in the upcoming Test series. But yes, now since this injury has happened, the BCCI would be looking towards other options. But yes, if you talk about Rishabh Pant, his health at this point in time is what doctors are telling us, that his health is very, very stable. He is conscious and he is talking to people. But yes, an MRI scan is still pending, and once that MRI scan is done, then the doctors would be able to come out with a more detailed bulletin as to if there are any internal injuries that has been sustained by Rishabh Pant. But yes, at this point in time, the kind of injuries that he has sustained mostly are superficial, especially the injuries in his back are all superficial and on his face. But yes, one of the biggest concern for sports fan and for BCCI at this point in time is the ligament tear that has happened in his right knee, and also the injury that has happened on his toe. So yes, it generally takes 4 to 6 weeks to recover from a ligament tear, but yes, it remains to be seen, since this accident has happened, how quickly can Rishabh Pant finally get back on his feet, after which the BCCI, once Rishabh Pant is fine, he gets back on his feet, he would be sent to the National Cricket Academy for rehabilitation, and once the rehabilitation process is done, then we can expect Rishabh Pant back on the cricketing field representing India and making sure that India wins many more matches like he has done in the past.
Yes, but that is going to take a while for his full recovery. Of course, wishes are pouring in for his speedy recovery, but his injuries are multifold, and all of which are being looked into as we speak. Binesh, my colleague, also continues to be with us. And Binesh ji, जैसे आप हमें दिखा रहे थे, जो जगह है वहाँ ये पहला एक्सीडेंट नहीं हुआ, ऐसे काफ़ी सारे हादसे हो चुके हैं पिछले कुछ महीनों में, पिछले 1-1.5 सालों में। जैसे कि आप जिन लोगों से बात कर रहे थे वो भी बता रहे थे, प्रशासन का क्या रिस्पांस रहा है उस बारे में अब तक?
देखिए, जब ऋषभ पंत के हादसे की सूचना सभी को मिली तो तमाम न्यूज एजेंसियां और न्यूज चैनल यहां पहुंचे, दौड़े दौड़े यहां पहुंचे और सबने यहां पर कवरेज दिखाने का प्रयास किया कि यहां पर यही हादसा हुआ, यही घटना स्थल है, यहीं पर चोट लगी। लेकिन हम जब यहां पहुंचे, हमने ये कवरेज करने के बाद ये अनुमान लगाया कि आखिर यहाँ हादसे क्यों होते हैं, क्यों एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट इसको कहा जाता है, ताकि शायद हो सकता है हमारी रिपोर्ट दिखाने के माध्यम से के बाद यहाँ का प्रशासन, जो उत्तराखंड प्रशासन है या केंद्र का जो NH हाईवे अथॉरिटी है, वो जाग जाए और शायद हो सकता है ये हाईवे पर जो हादसे हो रहे हैं ये होने बंद हो जाए। इसीलिए हम यहाँ तकरीबन मात्र 50 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ पहुंचे। यहीं से ये गड्ढे जो आप देख रहे हैं और ये रजवाए का जो मोड़ है, यहीं से सबसे पहले अनियंत्रित होती है जो वाहन होता है और फिर उसके बाद सामने डिवाइडर से टकराकर दूसरे रुख पहुंच जाता है या फिर सर्विस रोड पर जाकर वाहन टकरा जाता है। जो आज हादसा सुबह हुआ वो भी कुछ इसी तरह हुआ। हालांकि कहा जा रहा है कि ऋषभ पंत को की आंख लग गई थी, लेकिन यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों का मानना यह है कि आंख लगी थी या नहीं, लेकिन हादसे की मुख्य वजह, आज से पहले भी जितने हादसे हुए हैं उनकी मुख्य वजह यही एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट के समीप रजवाया है और इसी के वजह से यहाँ पर हादसे होते हैं। तो निश्चित तौर पर शायद ये हादसे के पीछे भी यही वजह रही होगी। इन्होंने प्रमाण भी दिया और हमें कई तस्वीरें भी दिखाई कि यहाँ पर जिस तरह से वाहन बड़ी तेजी से NH 58 हाईवे दिल्ली से देहरादून को जाते हैं, तो यहाँ से सामने से जिस तरह दुपहिया वाहन भी आप देख रहे हैं, मजबूरी में इनको सर्विस रोड से हाईवे पर आना पड़ता है और सामने से जब तेजी से कोई वाहन आता है, अचानक से जब रोंग साइड से कोई वाहन जाता है, तो निश्चित तौर पर हादसे का शिकार हो सकता है कोई भी वाहन, और ऐसा होता रहा है और होता चला आ रहा है। मगर अभी तक जो राज्य सरकारें हैं या NH हाईवे की अथॉरिटी है वो जागने को तैयार नहीं है कि आखिर इन हादसों पर किस तरह रोकथाम लगाई जा सके। हमारे देश का जो क्रिकेट स्टार था, क्रिकेट स्टार है, वो आज भी इन्हीं की लापरवाही का आज शिकार हुए हैं। जिस तरह चपेट में आए हैं, आज गंभीर रूप से घायल हुए हैं, यही उनकी गाड़ी क्षतिग्रस्त हुई है इसी वजह से, लेकिन अभी भी इसको सुधार करने की तैयार नहीं है। जब मैं यहाँ पूरा जायजा ले रहा था, यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों की देखो भीड़ देख सकते हैं आप, काफी लोग इकट्ठा हो गए और वो चाहते हैं इस समस्या का किसी भी तरह समाधान हो। उन्होंने हमारा धन्यवाद भी किया कि हम इस समस्या को उच्च स्तर तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं और शायद हो सकता है अब इसका समाधान हो जाए। बराबर में जो खेत आप देख रहे हैं, मैंने अभी आपको दिखाया, ये खेत के जो किसान हैं, इनके किसान के खेत में ये रजवाया जब घूमेगा, जब पीछे की साइड पहुंचेगा, यहाँ से दूसरी स्तर पर पहुंचेगा, तो ये जो सर्विस रोड है इस रजवाए के साथ पहुंचेगी। लेकिन वजह सिर्फ समस्या ये आ रही है कि रजवाया राज्य सरकार के सिंचाई विभाग का है और जो हाईवे है वो NH हाईवे है, वो उसकी जगह ये नहीं है, इसीलिए ये रजवाया नहीं बन पा रहा है। किसान को मुआवजा आखिर कौन दे, सिर्फ इसी बात पर, इसी वजह से ये हाईवे पूरा नहीं हो पा रहा है और लगातार हादसों का शिकार यहाँ लोग हो रहे हैं, लगातार हादसे हो रहे हैं। जैसा कि बताया, पिछले 2 सालों के भीतर 500 से ज्यादा हादसे हो चुके हैं, सैकड़ों लोग अपनी जिंदगी गंवा चुके हैं। आखिर कब तक इस तरह हादसे लगातार होते रहेंगे? क्यों इसको NH 58 हाईवे के बजाय यहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट के नाम से जाना जाने लगा है? जिस तरह पहाड़ों में आपने देखा होगा सुसाइड पॉइंट हमेशा देखते हैं, लेकिन इस हाईवे पर पहाड़ों से पहले यहाँ एक्सीडेंट पॉइंट के नाम से मशहूर हो चुका है ये मोड़, और लगातार इस ओर कोई ध्यान देने को तैयार नहीं है। लगातार यहाँ पर हादसे हो रहे हैं। आज भी ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी का जो हादसा हुआ, जो यहीं इसी मोड़ के पास हुआ, डिवाइडर से यहाँ से कार टकराई और टकराने के बाद दूसरी ओर जा गिरी और वहां पर गिरने के बाद कार में भयानक आग लग गई। गनीमत ये रही कि 3 युवा जो नौजवान थे वो यहाँ से गुजर रहे थे। शुगर मिल, जो उत्तम शुगर मिल यहाँ नजदीक पड़ता है, वहाँ अपनी ड्यूटी को जा रहे थे सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग, और वहां पर जाते समय उन्होंने जब हादसे से शिकार कार को देखा तो उन्होंने दौड़कर ऋषभ पंत की जान बचाई। जब बाहर ऋषभ पंत कार से बाहर आए तब उनको जानकारी मिली कि ऋषभ पंत है, यानी कि कहीं ना कहीं मानवता के आधार पर वो बचाने के लिए पहुंचे थे। लेकिन उन्होंने ये भी बताया कि बहुत राहगीर जो यहाँ से गुजर रहे थे वो मात्र एक वीडियो बना रहे थे, लेकिन कोई उनको बचाने या मदद करने को तैयार नहीं था। उन्होंने हमारे चैनल के माध्यम से अनुरोध भी किया है और गुहार भी लगाई है कि इस तरह से हाईवे पर अगर किसी के साथ हादसा हो तो निश्चित तौर पर जाएं और उनकी मदद करें। जी
बिल्कुल Binesh ji, धन्यवाद for getting us those details from on ground there. Anshul, my colleague, continues to be with us even as we are keeping a track of the developments as far as his health bulletin is concerned. It is expected sometime now. The BCCI, Anshul, had detailed out some of the injuries that he has, and they are multifold. He has burn injuries, he has a ligament tear as well, and of course some scratches and bruises, and the big injury that is on his head, the bleeding from his forehead image is something that we have been showing to our viewers as well.
So yes, there are 2 injuries in his head in what the BCCI has in the BCCI statement that has come out. There are 2 injuries in his head and there are superficial injuries in his back as well. And the main point of concern for the BCCI at this point is the ligament tear that Rishabh Pant has suffered now and the injury in his toe. These injuries are of sort of serious nature when you talk about these sorts of injuries happening to an athlete, because yes, Rishabh Pant plays international cricket and hence it is very crucial for him to stay at top of his fitness. So yes, it is going to take a long time for him to recover from these injuries, especially the injury on his leg and his toe. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant get back to his feet and continue to represent India. But yet, yes, at this point in time, the BCCI is in constant touch with the team of doctors that is attending Rishabh Pant. They are making sure that anything that is required by these doctors or any assistant that in any way or any form the BCCI could come in, they are ready for that. The Jai Shah himself had tweeted out, the BCCI secretary has tweeted that the BCCI stands with the family members of Rishabh Pant. In fact, what we are being told is that officials of the BCCI have also spoken to the family members of Rishabh Pant, just making sure that they are also all fine and any sort of help or any issues they are facing while Rishabh Pant is in the hospital. So yes, the BCCI is making sure that it stays in constant touch with the star cricketer and make sure that he gets back on his feet and gets back on the field and continue to represent India.
Yes, he will be back on his feet soon enough, but at the moment he is recuperating in a hospital in Dehradun and wishes are pouring in for the moment. Anshul, thank you so much. With that, it's time for a quick break here on this edition, but lots lined up for you on CNN News 18. Do stay tuned.
As well as a brand ambassador of the state. So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if he is needed to be airlifted to another higher center, or say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirmed that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens where you see a fireball. That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant though had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does though have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access. It clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car behaved in flames also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन.
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ है? जी,
अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो इवैल्यूएशन करेंगे. सो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं. बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है. फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है. अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है.
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया, यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे. नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है, एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम.
बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे सर? बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे, किन किन हिस्सों में, क्या कुछ थोड़ा
एक बार पूरे डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएट कर ले उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता दीजिए सर. आप
डॉक्टर आशीष यादव. एक बार इवैल्यूएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है.
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He of course went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very, very crucial matches where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes, currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries and it is going to take a very, very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है. एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान.
Welcome back. In a major development in the Tanisha Sharma death investigation, co-star and ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan's police custody has been extended yet again, this time for 1 day till tomorrow. Meanwhile, Tanisha's mother has made some shocking claims against Shizan Khan. Tanisha's mother claims that Shizan and his family are responsible for her death, and she alleged that the two had a fight while Shizan slapped Tanisha on the sets. She addressed the media a short while ago, and in which she said that Tanisha's that Tunisha cannot die by suicide and God knows what he did to my child is what she said. Remember, TV actor Tunisha died by suicide. She was found hanging on the sets of her show on 24th of December. Now listen in to the sensational claims that have been made by Tunisha's mother.
शिजान को जब तक सज़ा नहीं मिलती मैं चैन से बैठने वाली नहीं हूँ। मेरे को उसने बताया मम्मा मेरे को शिजान से है और शिजान भी मेरे से करता है। फिर एक दिन अचानक उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शिजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा शिजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शिजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा, सेट पे रूम में थप्पड़ मारा। तो वो कहता तू कर ले जो कुछ करना है, मेरा तेरे साथ कोई रिश्ता नहीं है। उससे महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स मंगवाता था वो। मैंने शिजान से बात की, मैं क्या शिजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया। कहता आंटी सॉरी मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। उसकी फैमिली की इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत रही है, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन और शिजान खुद। उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको। उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तो घर पे आ, उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर, केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार के गिफ्ट दे रही है टुनीशा उनको। ये सब चल रहा था। ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मेरे को टुनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शिजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे। इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टुनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए। उन्होंने टुनीशा को यूज़ बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टुनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही।
Some grave allegations there coming to the fore from Tunisha Sharma's mother against Tunisha's co-actor and ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan, who is currently in custody. He was booked by the Maharashtra police for abetment to suicide. Remember, Tunisha Sharma was found hanging on the sets of her TV serial on the 24th of December. Shizan Khan was one of the people that actually took her to the hospital, but she was declared dead on arrival. The mother now making some claims. This also comes at a time when the BJP has also been giving this a love jihad angle. But now the family, Tunisha's mother, coming out and saying that Shizan and his family should be held responsible. Vinaya, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Vinaya, what more details can you share with us about the investigation?
Well, with respect to the investigation, the police have told the court that they are probing with respect to Shizan's involvement, because remember, he has been booked for abetment of suicide, and that is why they need to know the details about the last conversation that took place between Tunisha and Shizan. That conversation holds the key to several aspects. The family too has claimed that it was this last conversation where something went wrong. The police too want to know the details, and that is where they claim that there isn't much of a cooperation while knowing about that. So several aspects. Firstly, that Shizan's police custody ended today. He was produced in front of the court today, which granted him extension of custody for another day, while the family of Tunisha also spoke to the media, saying that not just did Shizan deceive Tunisha, but also that there were behavioral changes in Tunisha, and that till the time Tunisha left home on the morning of the day when she died, till that time she was in a good mood. She was in an upbeat mood. In fact, even from the set, she had called her mother, telling her that she would get an off for 2 days. That is when she would want to fly to Chandigarh, for which the mother started making plans when she got called from the set requesting her to come immediately. So the mother has said that Shizan, physically abused Tunisha. He in fact slapped her on the set as well when Tunisha had accessed the chats allegedly between Shizan and another girlfriend. There are allegations that have been leveled against the family of Shizan as well, saying that expensive gifts were taken from Tunisha and that a lot of involvement had taken place at a time when Tunisha had started believing that this relationship was going strong. Shizan suddenly withdrew, and that in fact Shizan's mother continuously kept pressurizing Tunisha by talking about the other girlfriend that Shizan had. So several allegations which have been made by the family now.
Yes, so the investigation is on in that case. Some allegations being made even as Shizan's custody has been extended till tomorrow. For the moment, Vinaya, thank you so much. Shifting focus now to more news coming in, and amid the crackdown on the PFI, at least the one that is taking place in Kerala yesterday, Union Home Minister, who is in Karnataka today, has lashed out at the Siddaramaiah government, the former Congress government in the state. Amit Shah went on to slam the Siddaramaiah government for withdrawing cases against 1,700 PFI workers when he was the chief minister. He also went on to say that it was only the BJP that went ahead and banned the radical organization.
PFI कैडर को इनके ऊपर हुए केस वापस लेने का काम किया था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने PFI को बैन कर सबको जेल में डालने का काम।
Ritu, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Ritu, this is not the first time the BJP has made this allegation. Yes, Amit Shah is there in Mandya and that is where he made this comment. But the BJP has been accusing the Congress, especially former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, of going soft on the PFI.
Well, as you pointed out very rightly, the Amit Shah being in Mandya district today, and while he was addressing the public, the huge public, in fact, there he went on openly to say Mandya people that it was the Siddaramaiah government, in fact, the Congress government in the Karnataka when it was in a power had withdrew almost 1,700 cases of PFI leaders, and that is somewhere clearly shows that how the Congress government has went on to give a shut to these kind of radicalized organizations, but it's the BJP government who has not taken a second chance on it and has been very firm with the decision, and therein the BJP government has banned the PFI organization. So that's a clear-cut attack that the Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister in Mandya, had made while playing that way in a soft Hindutva card as well there, because in the Mandya district the BJP government is finding it difficult to make its inroads. So with this kind of statements coming out and attacking Congress is a clear cut that the Amit Shah wanted to give that straight message to the people, saying that the Congress and JDS is not doing enough for the safety of the country, and thus the people of Mandya should vote. In fact, the old Mysuru region should vote for BJP government to ensure that the nation is in the hand of a safe party, and especially under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But yes, it's the Congress and the JDS party which has the strong hold in the old Mysuru region, where BJP is finding it difficult to make its inroad. So in that attempt today, you see the Amit Shah has continuously went on to attack the opposition party, especially the Siddaramaiah's party, because in the state as well, back we had seen how CM Basuraj Bommai and the other BJP leaders in fact had attacked Congress party, saying that whatever had taken place with the in case related to the Praveen Nataru murder case, or for that matter what took place in the Shimoga as well, the clash that had erupted between the two communities, there was a link that was clearly been identified with the banned PFI organization and other organizations as well. So that's a clear-cut indication that you see the Amit Shah making out, saying that these kind of incidents of communal violence in fact taking place here in the Karnataka, the Congress party is responsible for it, and thus you see it's the BJP party which is in fact the BJP who is looking after the safety of the people and ensuring that such organizations are being banned.
Right, and the repeated references that the BJP with the Amit Shah, with the Home Minister also raking up today, Ritu, is about the Siddaramaiah government, the former Congress government back in 2015 actually withdrawing about 175 cases against PFI cadre. The rationale back then of the state government was that there was not enough evidence, even though the police back then had said that this is a wrong move to do, and yet the government had gone ahead and withdrawn those cases.
Well, true. You see, for that whole reason itself, the BJP leaders had in fact went on to say that a Congress party wants the one community to be on its side and nowhere wants to upset that community. So that has been the reason in that the community, the Congress party is in fact trying to safeguard the minority community, especially by backing these kind of leaders of these organization, and therein somewhere leading to the violence here in the Karnataka as well. But yes, as you also pointed out rightly, the Congress party in fact withdrew these cases even after police had said that it is a wrong move in a way, because there were some sort of an evidence that the police also had it in hands. Might not be with the complete the leaders, but of course there was a clear links that had been seen, because in the Karnataka the kind of incidents that had taken place, moreover the links with these kind of organizations were being identified, and even after all that the Congress party did not look up to the safety of the people and went ahead to ban, in fact to withdraw the cases against the PFI leader, is somewhat that has been now questioned by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well.
Right, do keep a track of how the Congress responds to this. But for the moment, Ritu, thank you so much for getting us the latest. But now shifting focus to the unfortunate news that broke this morning, where the Prime Minister lost his mother at the age of 99. Heeraba Modi, the Prime Minister's mother, passed away this morning at around 3:30 a.m. She had been admitted to the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad on Tuesday night when her health deteriorated. She was undergoing treatment there, but unfortunately this morning she lost her battle with life. She passed away at the age of 99, and tributes are pouring in from across the country, cutting across political party lines.
Glorious century rests at feet of God. That's how the Prime Minister bid the final goodbye to his mother, his constant source of inspiration. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours at an Ahmedabad hospital. Within a few hours, Prime Minister Modi was in Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty and stand with his siblings in this time of grief. The Prime Minister, along with his brothers, lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains and lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his teacher of life. His bond with his mother was often recalled by the Prime Minister. His mother's early struggle, her strong principles which stood the test of time, and the life committed to values. The Prime Minister spoke of the extraordinary life a simple human being lived.
जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Heeraba's life never changed even after her son took oath as the Prime Minister of the country, from queuing up outside an ATM like every other citizen, to casting her vote in a wheelchair in the recently held elections and fulfilling her duty towards her country, celebrating the festival of democracy. Heeraba led a life of simplicity and humility. Heeraba's principles have been the guiding light for the Prime Minister, not just in his personal life but also in the policy decisions he's made. Her struggle prompted the Prime Minister and his government to initiate multiple schemes to empower women and enable them to live a life of dignity. Her love for cleanliness and stress on sanitation guided the Swachh Bharat campaign. The Prime Minister in his blog recalled their house in Vadnagar became famous among Safai Karmacharis for tea after work. Condolences poured in from all quarters, giving strength to the Prime Minister. From union ministers to state chief ministers, everyone stood with the Modi family during this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines, messages poured in on social media from top leaders for the Prime Minister, recalling the bond between any mother and son.
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son. We could have seen, and we have seen it from his Chief Minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son.
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी।
जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
A simple soul, a karma yogi leaving this world, but her values will always guide the Prime Minister and his family. Walk with intelligence and live life with purity. That's the message Heeraba leaves to the world.
आज हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के माता जी का निधन हुआ है। इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा देश मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा है। हम सब भी मोदी जी के साथ खड़े हैं, उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं। उनको श्रद्धांजलि देकर मेरी बात की मैं समाप्ति करता हूं।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माता श्री हीराबेन जी का आज निधन का समाचार प्राप्त हुआ है और ये बहुत दुखद है, क्योंकि किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा। जीवन में माँ के अभावों को देखा, उन संघर्षों को देखा, जिसके कारण से आज पूरे देश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद तमाम प्रकार की योजनाओं को देश की जनता को समर्पित किया।
Prime Minister Modi was slated to attend the inauguration of multiple railway projects in West Bengal today, but he only attended via video conferencing because he was in Ahmedabad. He had just about concluded the final rites for his mother early this morning. That is something that the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also raked up. Not only did she extend her condolences to the Prime Minister, she also did speak of how he did take the time out to actually attend that event, even though he could not be present there physically.
And it's a great loss of your personal life. I do not know how to give my condolences message to your family members and the others, because mother is no substitute to any other. Your mother means our mother also. I remember my mother also. Sir, may God give you the strength to continue your work with this. This is a very sad day for you, but you are coming virtually. It is your great honor, and you pay respect through your activities to your mother.
के बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी, बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं।
My sincere and deepest condolences to Prime Minister Modi and his family members. May they be blessed with strength and courage to bear this loss. Our prayers are with them.
इस शोक की बेला में हम सब प्रधानमंत्री जी और पूरे मोदी परिवार के साथ हैं। ईश्वर से प्रार्थना कि मृतक आत्मा को शांति मिले और दुखी परिवार को ईश्वर शक्ति प्रदान करे कि इस दुख को सहन कर सके।
बेटे की उम्र, बेटे का पद, इनके साथ में भी माँ के संबंध और रिश्तों का कोई प्रभाव पड़ता नहीं है। श्रद्धेय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की माता जी स्वर्गीय हीराबा एक कर्मयोगी महिला थी और उन्होंने जिस तरह से खुद जीवन भर कर्म और परिश्रम को अपने जीवन में प्राधान्यता दी, ठीक वही संस्कार उन्होंने माननीय मोदी जी को दिए और आज इस बात का उद्घाटन एक बार फिर हुआ है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आग्रह पूर्वक सारी कार्यक्रम एज इट इज हों, इनको सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कहा है।
मोदी जी की मां का निधन हो जाने की खबर जैसे ही सुबह सुबह हम सबको मिली, हम सब हतप्रभ रह गए। पूरे प्रदेश से हजारों लोगों के लगातार फ़ोन आ रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ। हम सब टेलीविज़न के माध्यम से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मां की अंतिम यात्रा को देख रहे हैं। पूरा प्रदेश आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ इस दुख की घड़ी में है। हम ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि मां को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और उनके पूरे परिवार को, उनके समर्थकों को इस असहनीय पीड़ा को सहने की ताकत दें।
हीराबा का दुखद निधन का समाचार मिला, हम सब स्तब्ध हैं। ऐसी माँ जिन्होंने मोदी जी को संस्कार दिया, शिक्षा दिया, आत्मविश्वास दिया, पूरे जीवन ईमानदारी से काम करने की प्रेरणा दी, आज वो उनको छोड़कर चली गई। निश्चित रूप से मोदी जी के लिए भी और उनके परिवार के लिए दुखद क्षण है। मैं अपनी ओर से, अपनी पार्टी की ओर से, छत्तीसगढ़ वासियों की ओर से विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ उस माँ के प्रति जो विनम्र सादगी की प्रतिमूर्ति थी, जिन्होंने जीवन भर सादगी के साथ जीवन जिया। ऐसी माँ की अंतिम यात्रा में मोदी जी गए हुए हैं। मैं अपनी ओर से श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ।
अभी वो हमारे बीच में नहीं, अग्नि संस्कार करके हम अभी आ रहे हैं और हीराबा के आशीर्वाद सबके साथ रहे। पुत्र प्रेम क्या होता है इसका एग्जाम्पल मिला। पुत्र प्रधानमंत्री नहीं होता, पुत्र पुत्र होता है। एक अच्छे परिवार से आई और सबकी सेवा करके सबको साथ में रखने की सीख देती थी। पहले पूछती थी खाना खाया नहीं खाया, यही माता थी, रियल माता थी।
उनका जीवन संघर्ष में रहा, हम जानते हैं, और एक ऐसे पुत्र को जन्म दिया जिसने अपने पार्टी के लिए, जिस व्यक्ति ने अपने पार्टी के लिए हमेशा संघर्ष किया, कष्ट किया। फिर वही नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री भी बन गए, देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। ऐसे पुत्र को जन्म देकर हीराबेन ने इस समाज पे और देश पे एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान भी उनका। कठिन समय होता है और हम पूरा शिवसेना परिवार, ठाकरे परिवार, हमारी जनता उनके साथ ही दुख के घड़ी में।
The Prime Minister on multiple occasions has recalled the bond that he shares with his mother. Just this year in June, on the occasion of her birthday, in fact, he had penned an emotional long blog post in which he spoke of how the struggles that she had during her childhood, during her entire life, is something that has shaped him as a person, as a human being, as a leader and as a politician. Back in 2015, this is what the Prime Minister had to say about the bond that he and his mother have shared.
हर किसी के जीवन में, आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में देखें, किसी भी की बायोग्राफी देखें, ऑटोबायोग्राफी देखें, दो चीज़ें हमेशा आती हैं कि मेरे जीवन में मेरे टीचर का क्या रोल रहा, मेरे जीवन में मेरी माता का रोल क्या रहा। हर एक के जीवन में आता है। मैं भी एक सामान्य परिवार से हूँ। मेरे जीवन में मेरे माँ बाप का बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है। माता जी है, 90 साल से भी ज़्यादा उम्र है, आज भी अपने सारे काम खुद करती हैं, सब कुछ काम खुद करती हैं। पढ़ी लिखी नहीं है, लेकिन टीवी के कारण उनको समाचारों का पता रहता है, दुनिया क्या चल रही है, वरना कुछ पता नहीं था। अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में बर्तन साफ करना, पानी भरना, मजदूरी करना, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक मां ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा। और ये सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी के केस में नहीं है, भारत में ऐसी लाखों माताएं जिन्होंने अपने बच्चों के सपनों के लिए अपना पूरा जीवन आहूत कर दिया है।
A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. We dive into this news segment with our top focus on West Bengal. A high voltage drama took place at West Bengal's Howrah station as a section of the invited crowd started raising chants of Jai Shri Ram. The sloganeering annoyed the CM Mamata Banerjee and she refused to get up on the dais from where the Vande Bharat Express to New Jalpaiguri was to be flagged off. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Governor tried to pacify Mamata Banerjee, but she chose to sit along with the audience next to the dais, but not on the dais. Mamata Banerjee chose to sit on a chair which was placed next to the dais. This simply because a section of BJP supporters were chanting Jai Shri Ram. Alright, so on the left side of your screens, as you can see, those are the BJP supporters who were chanting Jai Shri Ram. Visibly disturbed Mamata Banerjee, pacified by the Union minister over there. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika, who also joins us on the newscast. Kamalika, on a day when the Prime Minister of the country flagged off the Vande Bharat Express after performing the last rites of his mother, the question that now arises is this an issue for CM Mamata Banerjee to show her annoyance at? Kamalika,
can you please, ask the question once again?
Yes, Kamalika, my question to you is that on a day when the Prime Minister of the country virtually flagged off the Vande Bharat Express, that too after performing the last rites of his mother, should the CM be showing her annoyance for something as trivial as this?
Well, that is the question which BJP is rising, and that is the question which is there, obviously. But at the same time, there are two sides of the story. As far as BJP is concerned, they are saying that this was such a day when Prime Minister was present even after his mother passed away. And this was a very vital and a very high-profile inauguration which was taking place in Howrah Station. This would not have happened. This was an opportunity for both the central government and state government to work together to show that they are together for the development of the country. But it actually did not happen. Right now, I am joined by Shantanu Sen, the Rajya Sabha MP of BJP. If we could ask, Rajya Sabha MP of TMC, I'm so sorry. If we could ask him only what led today's incident. And today when Prime Minister Mother's passed away, he was also present. Such an incident was unacceptable.
So for the passing away of our learned Prime Minister is concerned, we are really grieved and deeply mourned by the demise of the mother of learned Prime Minister. Because losing mother is perhaps the greatest loss in the life. That's a separate part of the story, and our leader, Madam Mamata Banerjee, has also expressed her deep pain and sorrow. But in the second half of the day, what has happened? It has once again proved the genomic configuration and genetic configuration of BJP. It has once again proved that the words like political decency, political sovereignty, political discipline, political respect, these words are not at all there in the dictionary of Bharatiya Janata Party. What has happened is nothing but the repetition of 23rd of January 2021, when our Madam Chief Minister, who is the only lady Chief Minister of the country, who is the third term Chief Minister of our state of Bengal, who is the past railway minister and former...
And they are saying it's Jai Shri Ram, it comes from within. So what is the problem in Jai Shri Ram? That's what the BJP is saying.
That's a separate story, but it was not a political program, it was a government program. And the same thing has happened on 23rd of January 2021, where we have seen in presence of learned Prime Minister, our Chief Minister, Madam, was ridiculed by the BJP cadres and BJP leaders. And the same thing has happened today. I wonder it was a pre-planned story, because it was not at all a political program. The platform was not at all for the political leaders, and so many and couple of central ministers were present in that particular program. Madam Chief Minister has shown all possible courtesy and gesture.
But she did not go to the stage.
That whatever she had thought better for that point of time, she has done. But the way she was ridiculed in front of so many BJP leaders and so many central ministers is very unfortunate. It's not only an insult to the lady Chief Minister, it's not only an insult to the former railway minister, it's an insult to the people.
Are you trying to say that there was a teasing factor there?
Certainly it was, and it was an insult for the entire...
The TMC politicians have to say they are extremely irked, including the CM of West Bengal, by the chants of Jai Shri Ram. Let's also listen in to what the BJP state president, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, has to say. He's joining me on the phone line right now. Shukanto Majumdar, you heard what TMC leaders have to say. They're extremely irked, and they're constantly harking back to what happened at the Victoria Memorial back in 2021. Knowing that this is the kind of reaction that the TMC is going to give you, why would your supporters chant Jai Shri Ram again and again? I'll get into the dynamics of what is the harm in it, but why would your supporters do it?
It was the kind of government and semi-public program, because lots of public, they are present there. And it is not possible for anybody to control the voice of the public. You can't control the voice. And the problem with the TMC is that they want to control the voice of the public. They don't want to hear anything which does not suit them. So that is the problem.
Shukanta
And the
Majumdar,
public
one
want-
of the TMC politicians who was just speaking to us here at CNN News 18, said that this was a government program and this should not be politicized with religious chants of Jai Shri Ram. How do you react to that?
So see, this is what should be done in the government program. TMC is no right to say it. Why? Because this chief minister regularly organize administrative meeting in the districts, in all the districts of West Bengal. Just ask that TMC representative how many MLAs or MPs they have been called to attend that meeting in those districts. Not a single one. So they have right to say anything about the courtesy or the decorum of a government program. This chief minister, when present in a program of district level, which is called as district administrative meeting, not a single MLA from any opposition party. They are not. They did not call anyone. So that they don't have any right.
All right, Shukanta Majumdar,
Anyone.
many are also asking that on a day when the Prime Minister has lost his mother and he was flagging off the Vande Bharat Express on a day soon after performing the last rites of his mother, should Mamata Banerjee even use such a scenario to express her anger and annoyance?
That was a drama created by Mamata Banerjee, and she is very expert in that. We know that. She should go to the stage. And actually the problem is that the Mamata Banerjee did not want to share the stage with our LOP, leader of opposition, and the other central minister. That is the actual reason. And that she has used this Jai Shri Ram as the alibi, nothing else than.
All right. Many thanks to you, Shukanta Majumdar, for joining in on CNN News 18 and sharing your precious insights. Let's quickly go back to Kamalika, who continues to stay with me on this news broadcast. Kamalika, you heard what Shukanta Majumdar had to say. He's saying that Mamata Banerjee over there using this as an opportunity to avoid sharing the dais with the leader of opposition and other central ministers.
Yeah, the question which Shukanta Majumdar, the statement which Shukanta Majumdar said right now in our channel, since we have TMC Rajya Sabha MP Shantanu Sen with us, we are going to ask to him once again. Shukanta Majumdar to CNN News 18, he has said that it is just because she did not wanted to share the stage with leader of opposition and other central ministers of BJP. That's why Jai Shri Ram is an alibi. What do you have to say to that?
Whom you are talking about? The BJP president who is being called as most incompetent president by his own party MP. Whom you are talking about? The BJP president who is ignored by his own immediate past president. Whom you are talking about? The BJP state president who is ignored by his own leader of opposition of West Bengal. Actually, it's his perception. He knows it very well. His conscience says to himself, whatever has been done to our lady chief minister is absolutely unbelievable, and it's absolutely like it's not expected at all in today's central government's program.
They are also saying that when Prime Minister just completed his mother's last rites, then he came and then such scene was made, so it was absolutely unacceptable for them to.
Mamata Banerjee doesn't need to be taught regarding any political gesture. She has shown her all possible gestures. She has tweeted, she has expressed her grief and sorrow. Even in her speech today, if you have heard carefully, she has categorically spoken about the grief that has been felt by Prime Minister because of his maternal loss. So that's a separate part of the story. But whatever has been done due to vendetta politics and because of this, like ridiculing Chief Minister in front of so many central ministers, is absolutely unfortunate and shameful. They believe in this culture. But at the same time, let me tell you, people of Bengal do not believe in this culture. That's why the more they do it, the more they get rejected by the people of Bengal.
So here was TMC was completely saying that this was a pre-planned thing. This was a pre-planned ploy of BJP to tease Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and that is why the reaction was like that. And TMC and
Kamalika, could you also ask Mr. Sen, could you also ask Shantanu Sen that the BJP has to say, they are highlighting the fact that, you know, these were only certain cadres and that they did not have control over those sections of the supporters, and at an event which should be about Vande Bharat and the presence of the Prime Minister as well as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, why should this something as trivial as this even be blown out of proportion?
Yeah, absolutely. The question which is coming is also from BJP is like they did not knew that this type of incident will happen, and this was a government program, and you know this was a very trivial issue which is blown out of proportion by you all.
Was that program of Victoria Memorial one was not of a government one? Was in presence of what has been taken place on 23rd of January 2021 in presence of learned Prime Minister. Didn't they know that this thing might happen once again? It is absolutely a pre-planned story. See, if we would have been given such instruction by our Chief Minister, by our party supremo, we would have been present in a huge number. But it's absolutely not a political program. It was a government program, and nothing of this type of thing should be done in a government program using the platform where so many central ministers are there, where the Prime Minister is joining virtually. Had he been there physically, the same thing would have happened. What would have been the reaction of our
It was also a security issue.
Come again?
It was a security issue also.
Absolutely. You tell me, had our learned Prime Minister been in the same event, the same incident would have taken place. Then what would have been the reply of our learned Prime Minister? The same as he has shown his expression in the month of January 2021.
So here they are absolutely, they are not ready to say that this is a very trivial issue, because Trinamool Congress, as what Shantanu Sen was saying, that this is absolutely pre-planned to tease Mamata Banerjee, to demean Bengal. That's what their side of the story is.
All right.
Saying
I'm going to request you, Kamalika, to stay with us, because I'm also joined in by Priyanka Tibrewal of the BJP. Priyanka, you heard what Shantanu Sen of the TMC has to say. The TMC is viewing this entire gesture as a deliberate sort of act which was only meant to demean West Bengal, which was also meant to tease the TMC.
I do not understand that how can a slogan which says Jai Shri Ram or which is in the praise of Lord Ram demean anyone for that matter. You see, Ms. Banerjee, if she has an issue with the name of God, then the public at large cannot help. And the other slogan which was there, which was Bharat Mata Ki Jai, that was said in the honor of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, because today also on a day where he has lost his mother, he was present there because he very well knew what are his duties towards the nation, and we have seen his commitments towards the nation, and that is the reason people were praising him. And we greet our Prime Minister and public at large when they are saying Jai Shri Ram. You cannot stop their mouth. But yes, for some of the other reasons, we have always seen that the Chief Minister of West Bengal never appreciates the same, and she has certain issues with the slogan of Ram.
Right. Priyanka, at the same time, we are hearing the TMC constantly allude to the year 2021 when at the Victoria Memorial also a similar sort of incident took place. A, should this even be an incident which should be compared with again? B, should the focus not be on the kind of infrastructural boost that the Prime Minister is giving to the state of West Bengal instead of what party cadres are chanting over there?
See, I won't be shocked or aghast if the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal tomorrow brings out a notification where the timings are written that you can take Ram's name in certain places and on certain timings. That also can be done by this government, because I don't know. As I said, they have certain allergies with the name of Ram, and you cannot tell the public that please do not take out that slogan, because the more she does all that, the more the public at large, you can't stop them. And you see, even on such an event, she did not go up on the stage. And that had nothing to do with the slogan of Jai Shri Ram. I am telling you the allergy was because the leader of opposition, Mr. Shuvendu Adhikari, was there on the stage, and every time she sees him, he reminds her
So,
of her
Priyanka,
defeat
are you
with
saying that,
1,956
yes, that is
votes.
similar to what even Shukanto Majumdar had to state. Are you saying that this was a deliberate ploy? This matter is being blown out of proportion only to justify the fact that the CM of West Bengal did not share the dais with union ministers and the leader of opposition in Bengal?
TMC is doing it purposely. That is what I'm telling you. And see, Mamata Banerjee hasn't done it for the first time. She is famous for doing all these kind of dramas, especially when there is anything in concern to West Bengal. She is always famous to do all the same. So this is not the first time that she has done it. And you see, we have seen that the railway minister was waiting for her 10 minutes, and then she arrived and he was standing there to receive her. Thereafter, if she did not step on the stage, what does that mean? Who did not follow the protocol? It is she who did not follow the protocol. The leader of opposition was present there. What was her allergy? Why couldn't she share the stage with him? That is the entire story, and now they are trying to cover it up under Jai Shri Ram.
How do you
Because if
contrast?
she was so unhappy
Right.
with the slogan of Jai Shri Ram, why was she even present? Why didn't she leave?
How do you contrast Mamata Banerjee's behavior with, say, the Prime Minister who was present at a virtual ceremony to flag off the Vande Bharat Express shortly after performing his mother's last rites?
That is what I will say, that is the commitment, and it is the Prime Minister's commitment which inspires us, and that is why we say that for BJP, for the BJP party and its workers, it is the nation first, party second and self last. But for Mamata Banerjee, we have seen it is only she, and it is only I what matters for her, and
The
nothing else.
TMC is alleging that you were aware of what kind of an effect such kind of sloganeering has on Mamata Banerjee and the TMC at large, and yet why was such an incident repeated after 2021?
That is what I'll tell you. Now, not only me or for that matter any other person, it is the entire nation who is aware of what is the effect of Jai Shri Ram on Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool.
All
so
right.
I said it is the anti-Hindu attitude which they hold.
All right, many thanks to you, Priyanka, for joining in and sharing your insights. Let me quickly go back to Kamalika, who continues to stay live with us. Kamalika, you heard what Priyanka Tibrewal had to say. She's also sort of echoed what Shukanto Majumdar was saying. And the question that now the BJP, of course, is raising is, see the kind of effect Jai Shri Ram as a chant has on Mamata Banerjee.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what the BJP will be trying, because BJP has been from 2019. This has been the BJP stand that whenever there is this Jai Shri Ram thing coming up, and that takes up a controversy if Mamata Banerjee reacts. But, obviously there is a BJP side of a story, there is a TMC side of a story. For BJP, they are obviously coming up with this issue that this is an anti-Hindu act by Mamata Banerjee. We will again ask Shantanu Sen, because, we will be putting both the sides of the story. That's why if there is a BJP side to TMC is also there with me. Shantanu Sen, please answer this, that, BJP is saying, Priyanka Tibrewal is saying, this is an anti-Hindu this is an anti-Hindu act by Mamata Banerjee. What do you have to say to that?
Whatever thing, whatever words, whatever activities, do not suit them. They stamp them as anti-national, anti-Hindu, and they always try to portray themselves as the most pro-Hindu people, which they are actually not. We believe in saffron of Swami Vivekananda, which speaks about devotion. We doesn't believe the saffron of Yogi Adityanath. We doesn't believe the saffron of BJP. And saffron and Ram is not only the property of Bharatiya Janata Party. Why don't they speak out Jai Siya Ram? Why they are avoiding Mata Siya, Sita Ram, Sita Maya? Is it not a disrespect to the women of the country, if I say like this? It is absolutely, they are improper portraying. And once again, they are trying to play religious card whenever they want to.
See, this was TMC side where said that this is a religious card which BJP has always played, and this time also they are trying to play the religious card. But TMC absolutely, Jai Shri Ram is for everybody, Ram is for everybody, Ram is everybody's God. That's what TMC General Secretary Kunal Ghosh also said. So they have their side of the story saying that it has nothing to do with Jai Shri Ram. It has to do with something which was a pre-planned teasing, pre-planned teasing plan for on Mamata Banerjee. That's
All
what
right.
the TMC side of the story is. On the other hand, the BJP side, absolutely, they are saying that whenever there is a Jai Shri Ram, then Mamata Banerjee reacts, then TMC reacts. That also gives a signal. That's what the BJP side of the story is.
All right, many thanks to you, Kamalika, for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to Chhattisgarh. There's a war of words erupting over an incident that took place at a public event between Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel and a youth. Now, the youth reportedly appealed to the Chief Minister to not provide reservations on the basis of population. He went on to say that those in the general category who are literate and who control the population are being punished. To this, Bhupesh Baghel hit out, saying that the youth was prejudiced and that false accusations are currently being made. The BJP has lashed out, calling the Chief Minister's response arrogant and demanding his apology.
इसको मैं बोलता हूँ वो हाथ उठाते सबको मौका दे रहा हूँ नहीं दे रहा हूँ। ये गलत आरोप लगा रहा है कि नहीं लगा रहा है? वो आपको वापस लो, समझ गए? और ये मौका मिला है तो किस मुख्यमंत्री के पास तुम्हारे पिताजी की बात की है? तुमको मौका मिला है तो तुम मुझ पर आरोप लगाओगे? मैं कोर्ट में विरुद्ध जा रहा हूँ, ये बात बोले ना? माइक दो वापस।
सोशल मीडिया में एक वीडियो वायरल है जिसमें कि छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेश बघेल अपना आपा खोते हुए और धमकी भरे लहजे से बड़े असंवैधानिक तरीके से और अभद्र तरीके से, अमर्यादित तरीके से एक युवक से बात करते नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि युवक ने उनसे एक कठिन सवाल पूछा। उसकी केवल इतनी गलती थी कि उसने अपने समस्या का समाधान मुख्यमंत्री जी से पूछा, तो मुख्यमंत्री उनको धमकी देते हुए कहते हैं, तुम्हारे माँ बाप ने कभी मुख्यमंत्री से बात की है? इस प्रकार की मानसिकता दिखाती है कि यह मोहब्बत की दुकान नहीं, कांग्रेस के एरोगेंस की दुकान है। क्या माफी मांगने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करेगी?
All right, and with that, we slip into a quick break, but news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Capital to his residence, but yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very, very crucial matches where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes, currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very, very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है। एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है। उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं, उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है। लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे। लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर यह है कि खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ पंत, उनके तमाम फैंस जो हैं वो इस बात के लिए ईश्वर का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो परेशानी जैसे इस खबर को मिली थी कि उनका ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जैसी तस्वीरें हम सब ने देखी, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। उसके बाद रुड़की से उन्हें यहाँ लाया गया, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। टीम यहाँ पर पूरी अंदर मौजूद है, चाहे पुलिस की टीम की बात कर ली जाए या प्रशासन की टीम की बात कर ली जाए, सभी लोग अंदर मौजूद हैं और डिटेल जानकारी यहाँ पर ली जा रही है। जी,
those visuals on your screen not only show the moment of the accident, the aftermath, and of course Rishabh Pant now recuperating. We're given to understand, Anupam, that the Chief Minister himself is also personally monitoring. We had a statement coming to the fore from Pushkar Singh Dhami's office as well.
Yeah, of course, CM is out of station today. He's in Kolkata to attend a meeting, but he has issued a statement and he has said since Rishabh also belongs to Uttarakhand and he's a famed cricketer as well as a brand ambassador of the state. So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if he's needed to be airlifted to another higher center, or say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirmed that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens where you see a fireball. That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant though had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does though have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed, and what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car behaved in planes also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact,
Welcome back. Now, cricketer Rishabh Pant was seriously injured in a road accident while driving home from Delhi to Roorkee at about 90 kilometers from Dehradun. According to the police, the star wicketkeeper batsman of Indian cricket team was alone in the car when his Mercedes car hit the divider railings on the Delhi-Haridwar highway early this morning. The moment the cricketer Rishabh Pant's car crashed into a divider was also caught on the CCTV camera. Now, CNN News 18 accessed some exclusive visuals from Uttarakhand showing Pant's Mercedes hitting the divider at high speed. And we're getting in some breaking inputs on the same story. We're learning that Prime Minister Modi has tweeted out, sending out prayers for Rishabh Pant's speedy recovery. He's saying that, "I'm distressed by the accident of noted cricketer Rishabh Pant. I pray for his good health and well-being." All right. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul, who's bringing us more details. Anshul, all right, let's quickly go across to Binesh, who's joining us live. Binesh, अभी खबर आई है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी ट्वीट किया है अपनी प्रेस भेजते हुए ऋषभ पंत के लिए। क्या रिएक्शन रहा है पूरी क्रिकेट फ्रेटर्निटी का भी? किस किस ने अपनी प्रेस भेजी हैं, कुछ हमें बताएंगे?
बिल्कुल, अभी देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी ट्वीट किया है जिसमें प्रार्थना की है ऋषभ पंत के जल्द स्वस्थ होने के लिए। और इसके अलावा कई ऐसे क्रिकेटर हैं जिन्होंने भी अपने ट्विटर के माध्यम से अपना प्रेयर की है कि जल्द से जल्द वो स्वस्थ हों। मैं इस वक्त जो मौजूद हूं, मेरे साथ यहाँ पर एक ऐसे शख्स मौजूद हैं जो जब ये हादसा हुआ था उसके प्रत्यक्षदर्शी हैं, जो पूरी जानकारी के सामने पूरी घटना क्या हुई थी पूरी जानकारी देंगे। क्या जो घटना हुई थी, आप उस समय मौजूद थे, आपने क्या देखा?
50 मीटर मेरा घर है, वहाँ जहाँ हादसा हुआ तो आवाज़ आई, बहुत तकड़ी आवाज़ आई ज़ोर से, भाई कोई नहीं एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। तो मैं घर से बाहर निकलता हूँ तो लास्ट पॉइंट पे जहाँ गाड़ी पड़ी हुई थी आग लगी हुई थी। अब वो डिवाइडर कैसे कूद दी पीछे, क्या कुछ जानकारी नहीं थी। जैसे मैं पैदल वहाँ पहुँचता हूँ, पैदल पहुँचने के अलावा हरियाणा रोडवेज एक गाड़ी रुकी वहाँ पे और 2-3 बाइक और रुकी, बंदे मतलब कई बंदे हो गए, अकेला बंदा तो हिम्मत नहीं कर पाता था। सभी ने मिलकर उनको निकाल लिया बाहर और जो सेफ जगह दूसरी साइड पर जाके बैठा दिया। बात कर रहे थे, वो बोल रहे थे, पूछा उनको कहाँ से आए, दिल्ली से, कहाँ जा रहे हैं, घर पे। उन्होंने अपना बताया कि मैं ऋषभ हूँ क्रिकेटर, पर वो माहौल ही ऐसा था कि हम लोग पूरा नहीं समझ पा रहे थे क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि स्थिति हो ऐसी थी। फिर उनको साइड पे जाके बैठा दिया। तबीयत ठीक थी, ब्लीडिंग चल रही थी, उनको हल्की यहाँ पे थी, कमर में थी, पैर में थी। फिर हमने पुलिस चौकी सूचना दी। मैं तो एक बाइक पे बैठ के किसी लड़के को हिमाचल चौकी चलते हैं, यहाँ पे सूचना दी, तुरंत पुलिस पहुँच गई। उसके बाद एम्बुलेंस को कई लोगों ने फ़ोन किए हुए थे, वो बोल रहे थे आ रहे वो आए नहीं। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि सिविल हॉस्पिटल में एम्बुलेंस खड़ी रहती है। जैसे हम वहाँ के लिए पहुंचे तो गाड़ी हमें बाहर ही निकलती हुई मिली, या तो किसी बंदे ने फ़ोन किया होगा, सूचना दी हो, कुछ ना कुछ हुआ होगा। हमने सूचना दी गई थी पहले। हाँ, तो हमने उनको इशारा किया, वो साथ साथ एम्बुलेंस वहाँ चली गई। बस उनको फिर एम्बुलेंस में बैठा के रुड़की के लिए रेफर कर दिया। और एक उनका बड़ा बैग था, क्या था नहीं पता, वो एम्बुलेंस में रख दिया था। और एक हरियाणा के सज्जन थे, कौन थे, उन्होंने उनका कुछ कैश भी दिया है। बाद में एम्बुलेंस में जैसे उनको बैठा दिया गया था तो उन्होंने उनको कुछ कैश दिया, वो कितना था ये जानकारी देंगे।
निश्चित तौर पर आम जनमानस के सहयोग और एकता की वजह से, मदद की वजह से समय से मदद मिल पाई, इसीलिए समय रहते उनको एक निजी चिकित्सालय में जब भर्ती कराया गया, उसी के बाद उनको देहरादून भेजा गया। आप बता रहे थे जिस तरह से जो रोडवेज बस थी उसमें भी जितने भी राहगीर थे, सवारियां थी, जितने भी लोग थे, सबने मदद की और उसी मदद की वजह से जल्द उनको स्वास्थ्य लाभ मिल सका।
जी विनेश, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। I'll also take my next question from Anshul Singh. Anshul, important talk about how we are hearing reports that there's also a ligament tear which is being reported by the doctors who are attending to Rishabh Pant at the moment, and how is this ligament tear, which we all know takes time to heal, could just impact his upcoming cricketing schedule?
So yes, Rishabh Pant was already injured and he was supposed to go to NCA where the rehabilitation process was about to start for Rishabh Pant. Now remember, Rishabh Pant was not selected for the upcoming India series of Sri Lanka because of the injury, and hence he had to report to NCA. But yes, this ligament tear that the BCCI has come out and said in their official statement that Rishabh Pant has a ligament tear in his right knee, and also there are injuries to his toe and also on his right wrist as well. So yes, this entire thing for Rishabh Pant to get fit entirely, this is at least going to take anywhere around 4 to 6 weeks or probably more than that, because that is the general time that is required to fix the ligament tear. And once that ligament tear is fixed and Rishabh Pant is back on his feet, then he would be reporting to the National Cricket Academy where the rehabilitation process would start again, and the physios then would make sure that Rishabh Pant is fit at the earliest and it's a peak of his fitness so that he could join India back again. But yes, that is going to be a very, very long haul for Rishabh Pant now, because the next few months that are going to be very, very crucial for his fitness. Now remember, the BCCI was expecting that Rishabh Pant would be fit for the upcoming test series at home against New Zealand, but yes, that remains to be seen if but that is something that is out of the vision now. But yes, we are expecting that within the next few months Rishabh Pant might get fit as well. But the good thing is that the injuries that Rishabh Pant has had, most of them are superficial, be it the injuries on his head or the injuries on his back. All these injuries are superficial, and it could be recovered he could recover from them very, very easily. But yes, the ligament tear that has happened, that could take a few months for Rishabh Pant to get back on his feet yet again and get back on the cricketing field.
All right, many thanks to you, Anshul and Vinesh Panwar, for bringing in all the latest updates. And as Anshul was highlighting the fact that a ligament tear will take time, it is important to also listen in to what the doctors at Max Dehradun have had to say. At the same time, some very significant reactions have poured in, including Uttarakhand's Chief Minister. We just also broke the tweet that's been shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's listen in to these reactions.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा एवोल्यूशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं है ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं। ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
इस वक्त हम उस जगह मौजूद हैं जहां पर ऋषभ पंत की कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। ये तस्वीर जो फिलहाल आप देख रहे हैं जिसे टेप कर दिया गया है, एग्जैक्टली यहीं पर जो कार के विजुअल्स हम आपको सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं, धुआं धू कर जो कार जली है वो ठीक इसी जगह पे जली है, जिसको अभी भी रास्ते को साफ करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल तो आपको राख और ये सब चीजें ही दिख रही हैं, जो गाड़ी के पार्ट जले हुए वही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से पिलर्स जो लगे हुए हैं साइड में, जो ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है वो भी टूटी हुई हैं। ये जो आप साइड में पिलर देख रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर खास बात ये है कि जिस सड़क पर मैं फिलहाल मौजूद हूँ ये सड़क देहरादून से दिल्ली की तरफ जाने वाली है, जबकि ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रही थी।
ये जो पूरा मामला है ये क्या किस समय की ये घटना है और क्या इसके बारे में जानकारी?
सुबह 5 बजे की घटना है।
अच्छा, क्या पता चला आपको? फिर आपने
पहले आवाज़ आई जोर से, फिर उसके बाद जैसे मैं बाहर निकला तो गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी।
अच्छा,
तब तक मैं वहाँ पे पहुँचा गाड़ी के पास। एक गाड़ी और रोडवेज थी हरियाणा की, वो भी रुकी थी। 2 बंदे बाइक वाले थे, फिर काफ़ी हो गए थे, तब उन्होंने निकाल लिया गाड़ी शीशा तोड़ के उनको।
गाड़ी में उस समय आग लगी हुई थी? जो
गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी।
तो जो सवारी थी यानी कि जो ऋषभ पंत थे वो वहाँ पे अंदर थे बाहर थे उस समय?
उस समय अंदर थे।
अच्छा,
अंदर थे, वो कांच तोड़ के उनको निकाल लिया तुरंत ही। और उनका एक बैग था काफ़ी बड़ा, बैग भी निकाल लिया था उन्होंने।
और भी कोई था गाड़ी में? अकेले थे?
अकेले थे।
तो फिर भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई होगी वहाँ पर?
काफ़ी इकट्ठा हो गई भीड़।
पुलिस लगभग कितने समय बाद आई होगी?
पुलिस तब तुरंत आ गई थी, 10-15 मिनट में जैसे उनको सूचना मिली तुरंत पुलिस आ गई।
तो फिर लोगों ने उनको बाहर निकाला ऋषभ पंत को?
हाँ, बाहर निकाल लिया, एक साइड पर उनको बैठा दिया और फिर हम लोग, मैं तो तुरंत वहीं से वापस चला गया। पब्लिक वहीं थी क्योंकि एम्बुलेंस को फ़ोन किया किसी सज्जन ने, वो यही कह रहे थे कि आ रहे हैं, तो हम इंतज़ार ना करते हमने उनसे पूछा आप कौन है, कहाँ से आए, तब उन्होंने बताया कि मैं ऋषभ पंत हूँ, मतलब क्रिकेटर। सर पे चोट थी, एक पैर में ब्लीडिंग हो रही थी और थोड़ी कमर में इस साइड से छिले जैसे छिल जाते हैं, इस तरह से उनको था। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ, तो वही बोल रहे थे कि हल्की सी मतलब नींद आने की वजह से ये सब कुछ हादसा हुआ।
And with that, let's now shift our attention over to another big story we've been tracking in a major development in the Tanisha Sharma death investigation. Co-star and ex-boyfriend Shahzan Khan's police custody has now been extended by 1 day till tomorrow. Tanisha's mother made some shocking claims against Shahzan Khan. Tanisha's mother held Shahzan and his family responsible for her death. She alleged that the two had a fight while Shizan slapped Tanisha on the sets. While addressing the media, Tanisha's mother said, and I quote, "Tanisha cannot die by suicide. God knows what he did with my child since it happened in Shizan's makeup room." Remember, TV actor Tanisha died by allegedly hanging herself on the sets of her show Ali Baba on December 24th. Let's also listen in to the sensational claims made by Tanisha Sharma's mother against actor Shizan Khan.
शिजान को जब तक सज़ा नहीं मिलती मैं चैन से बैठने वाली नहीं हूँ। मेरे को उसने बताया, मम्मा मेरे को शिजान से है और शिजान भी मेरे से करता है। फिर एक दिन अचानक उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शिजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा, शिजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शिजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा, सेट पे रूम में थप्पड़ मारा। तो वो कहता तू कर ले जो कुछ करना है, मेरा तेरे साथ कोई रिश्ता नहीं है। उससे महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स मंगवाता था वो। मैंने शिजान से बात की, मैं क्या शिजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया। कहता आंटी सॉरी मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। उसकी फैमिली की इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत रही है, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन और शिजान खुद। उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको। उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तू घर पे आ। उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर, केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार के गिफ्ट दे रही है टुनीशा उनको। ये सब चल रहा था। ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मेरे को टुनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शिजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे। इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टुनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए। उन्होंने टुनीशा को यूज़ बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टुनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही।
Right, Mumbai Bureau Chief Vinay Deshpande is on the phone line with me. Vinay, important to talk about all these alarming pieces of information that have been surfacing throughout the investigation so far. Take us through all these pieces of information that are also being referred to by Tanisha's mother, Vinita Sharma.
Well, yes, several important disclosures made by Vinisha Sharma during that press interaction today. She has expressed apprehension that this may not really be a case of death by suicide. She says that the day when Tanisha went to the set for shooting, she was in fact in a good mood, that she was quite cheerful. She had even called the mother in the morning itself from the set, saying that she was getting holidays for 2 days for Christmas, and that is why she would want to go to Chandigarh. So while the mother was planning that trip and how to book the tickets and go ahead with that, she says that she got a call from the set. So one thing that is common between the police probe and what the mother says is the last conversation. Now remember, this is really the missing piece that even the police have been saying time and again. And I myself was in the court when Shizan was produced in the court. Even then the police kept referring to this last conversation between Tanisha and Shizan, which gets immense importance in view of the step taken thereafter, because now the mother says that till the time that conversation happened, Tanisha was actually in a good mood. Police say that that conversation is key to the whole investigation, and that Shizan has not been cooperating with the investigation, not giving details. The fact that the mother says that Tanisha was physically assaulted, she was slapped by Shizan when she accessed the chat between him and another girlfriend. The fact that the family says that she was being physically and emotionally tortured because, she was continuously in touch with the family members of Shizan. And at the time when the breakup did take place, Tunisha could not really process it that the family was being so close, that she was getting expensive gifts from them, planning birthdays, decorating their rooms, and at such a time, there is another girl about whom Shizan's mother continuously keeps talking to Tunisha, because of which Tunisha keeps getting upset. So several such key points have come up through the mother's statements in front of the media today. The common point being the last conversation, about which the police are also probing and about which the mother also says that there are serious concerns.
Absolutely, and that is why perhaps Tunisha's uncle has also called for investigation to take place from various angles which need to be covered in this entire case. Many thanks to you, Vinaya Deshpande, for bringing in all those details. And with that, we slip into a quick break. News and updates follow on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Out of danger. He does, though, have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car we have been playing also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन.
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ है?
जी, अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो इवैल्यूएशन होगी. सो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं. बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है. फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है. अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है.
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया, यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे.
सर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड में तो कोई
नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है. एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम
बॉडी पेन
अभी
कितना बता रहे सर, बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे, किन किन हिस्सों में, क्या कुछ थोड़ा
एक बार पूरी डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएट कर ले, उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता दीजिए सर आप.
डॉक्टर आशीष याग्निक. एक बार इवैल्यूएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है.
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He, of course, went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons, and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very, very crucial matches where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes, currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very, very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है। एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है। उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं, उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है। लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे। लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर यह है कि खतरे से बाहर।
Welcome back. Staying with our focus on Rishabh Pant's accident, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Sources are telling CNN News 18 that some BCCI officials might be visiting the hospital, that is Max in Dehradun, to check in on cricketer Rishabh Pant and his recovery status. That is the latest that we are learning. Let's quickly go across to our correspondent Anupam Trivedi, who's joining us on the phone line. Anupam, we also... All right, I'm sorry, we have our correspondent Bharti Saklani on the phone line with me. Bharti, क्या जानकारी दे सकती हैं? पहले हमने एक ट्वीट भी देखा था बीसीसीआई सेक्रेटरी जय शाह, जिन्होंने अपनी प्रेस भेजी थी ऋषभ पंत के लिए। अब क्या सुनने में आ रहा है, कौन है ये ऑफिशियल्स?
देखिए, बीसीसीआई के अधिकारी जो है वो आ सकते हैं, इसके अलावा उसमें कुछ फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट भी हो सकते हैं, ये कहा जा रहा है। जो अभी प्राइमरी स्टेज में हमें इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल पा रही है उसके मुताबिक ये कि डॉक्टर्स की एक टीम जो है वो आ सकती है, क्योंकि मैक्स की तरफ से जो टेस्ट किए गए हैं उनके रिपोर्ट वो एग्जामिन करेंगे, वो भी देखेंगे। और क्या ये भी अभी फैसला लिया जा सकता है कि क्या मैक्स में ही आगे का इलाज ऋषभ का चलेगा या फिर उन्हें यहाँ से शिफ्ट किया जाएगा। लेकिन जो अभी इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसके मुताबिक आज रात मैक्स के आईसीयू में ही एडमिट रहेंगे ऋषभ पंत। अंदर उनकी मदर वो मौजूद है और अभी तक जो इलाज दिया गया है ऋषभ को, उससे उन्होंने संतुष्टि जाहिर की है। उनके फेस में इंजरी आई है, उनके टो में इंजरी है, थाई में इंजरी है, रिस्ट में इंजरी है, ये वो तमाम इंजरीज हैं जो अभी पता चली है। लेकिन सबसे राहत की बात है कि अभी उनको कोई हेड इंजरी यहाँ पर नहीं रही, जिस वजह से वो खतरे से बाहर है। बात कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं उनके साथ क्या कुछ हुआ। उन्होंने खुद ये माना था कि उनको नींद की झपकी शायद आई, जिस वजह से ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हो गया है। लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि वो आज अभी खतरे से बाहर है, मैक्स अस्पताल में ही आज रात वो रहने वाले हैं और हो सकता है कि कल उन्हें यहाँ से शिफ्ट किया जाए। लेकिन ये भी अभी प्राइमरी स्टेज की इन्फॉर्मेशन है, अभी पुख्ता तौर पर नहीं किया जा सकता। जो हॉस्पिटल के सोर्सेज है उनकी तरफ से इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें मिल रही है और हॉस्पिटल में उनसे मिलने के लिए बीसीसीआई की टीम का एक डेलीगेशन भी यहाँ पर पहुंच सकता है।
जी भारती जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए और जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। And with that, let's now shift our attention over to other stories. Hiraba Modi, the Prime Minister's mother, passed away today morning at around 3:30 a.m. She had been admitted to Mehta Hospital on Tuesday night when her health deteriorated and she was undergoing treatment. She passed away at the age of 99, and ever since tributes have been pouring in from across the country. Those are the live visuals that we are bringing to you of Heeraben residence. As we know that earlier during the day, she was consigned to flames by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who shortly after performing her last rites took to his work, wherein he also inaugurated the Vande Bharat Express. But now we are learning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to return to this residence of his late mother. And as we all know, he was very close to his mother, a key figure in his life who's known to have influenced the values and beliefs that he embodies, and taking to the spirit that was embodied by his mother, as he called her an eternal karma yogi. That is the sort of value that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also embodied today, and in a befitting tribute to his mother, he took to work being that eternal karma yogi that he also addressed his mother and compared her mother with. And those are the visuals. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Siddhant, who's joining me on the phone line. Siddhant, if you could take us through what's happening at Narendra Modi's late mother's residence. Is the Prime Minister already there?
Yes, Prime Minister has just arrived, and in fact, this is his second visit to Pankaj Modi's residence. In the morning, he was there for the Antim Darshan of Heeraba, and later he only took Heeraba along with him, Heeraba's mortal remains, in an ambulance to the crematorium. And now, after completing his professional commitments, after chairing National Ganga Council meeting, Namami Gange meeting, and flagging off Vande Bharat, he is again back to his personal commitments, and he is at Pankaj Modi's residence. So there are a lot of rituals post the demise of a mother, and Prime Minister is there to fulfill all those rituals, to do all those rituals. And we're being told that the gurus and the pandits are being concerned, and their guidance will be sought for what needs to be done as far as rituals are concerned. So Prime Minister is going to be there in Ahmedabad today, and tomorrow, depending on his schedule, he is going to plan whether he will extend his stay in Ahmedabad, or he will come back to the national capital or go back again. So that is up to the Prime Minister to decide. But he is going to fulfill all the rituals which are required. He is going to do it, and this is the reason that today, instead of taking a flight to Kolkata, he decided to attend the meetings through video conferencing, so that he can again head back to Pankaj Modi's residence and can be with the family in these sad times. So, right. Yes, he's again at Pankaj Modi's residence.
Right. And Siddhant, what everybody is talking about is the fact that how Narendra Modi most aptly addressed his mother as being an eternal karma yogi, and that is something he has also embodied, and perhaps in the best, most befitting tribute, continued with his day's work. And not just him, in fact, the Bharatiya Janata Party also sent out this message that nobody's work should be hampered and everybody should carry on with the day's activities as they were planned. I'm going to request you to stay with me, Siddhant. Let's also listen in to the kind of reactions that have poured in, because remember, not only senior politicians from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but several other senior politicians, be it the West Bengal Chief Minister or the likes of actors like Rajnikant or Jammu and Kashmir and Lieutenant Governor, former CM also Mehbooba Mufti, have reacted to the sad demise of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraben. Let's also listen into the reactions that have poured in.
आज मुझे आप सबके बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी, बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं।
आज हमारे प्रिय प्रधानमंत्री
मोदी जी के माता जी का निधन हुआ है। इस दुख की घड़ी में पूरा देश मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा है। हम सब भी मोदी जी के साथ खड़े हैं, उनके परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं। उनको श्रद्धांजलि देकर मेरी बात की मैं समाप्ति करता हूं।
Of your personal life, I do not know how to give my condolences message to your family members and the others, because mother is no substitute to any other. Your mother means our mother also. I remember my mother also. Sir, may God give you the strength to continue your work with this. This is a very sad day for you, but you are coming virtually. It is your great honor, and you pay respect through your activities to your mother.
My sincere and deepest condolences to Prime Minister Modi and his family members. May they be blessed with strength and courage to bear this loss. Our prayers are with them.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. This is Nation at 5 with me, Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with breaking news coming in from Telangana. Protests have now erupted after a controversial remark was made by a local Dalit leader and president of the Atheist Association. He has been arrested for making controversial comments against Lord Ayyappa at a public congregation. Political fight has also erupted over that, with the BJP hitting out at KCR and the government accusing it of encouraging anti-Hindu elements in the state. Bandi Sanjay of the BJP taking to Twitter to put the onus on the state government and on KCR. Protests erupted in Telangana across multiple locations over a controversial comment that was made by this particular leader, who is now arrested, who is behind bars. The remark was made against Lord Ayyappa that has irked sentiments. There were fisticuffs that were exchanged as well. Protesters clashed with those on ground there. BJP now raking it up, making it political. Swastika, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Swastika, the particular person in this video who's made that controversial comment has already been arrested by the police. But we still are seeing protests and a political fight that is erupting.
Protests are happening because of his incendiary remarks against Lord Ayyappa Swami. He has made a really controversial remark which has not gone down well with devotees here in the state of Telangana. As a result, they staged protests across the state. Massive brunt of the protests happened in Kodangal. It happened in Heeraba district, where people trashed him, in fact, and burned his effigies, demanding the implementation of a PD act against him. On a parallel development, the police also had come under fire for not jumping into action immediately. In fact, devotees say after protests started taking place across the state, that is when the administration allegedly took the person into their custody. And simultaneously, the issue has also taken a political turn with Bandi Sanjay Kumar, BJP State Telangana President, who said that DRS government gives security to Munawar Farooqi, who insults goddesses, and permission to others to hold meetings and make derogatory remarks. He has hit out at the DRS government for encouraging blasphemy without taking any action. So on ground, protests do continue, as well as political war of words as well.
Absolutely, the political war of words has been escalated by the BJP now, putting Chief Minister KCR directly in the dock. He's also raked up the kind of comments that KCR has made standing for the Hindu community, and that's hypocrisy of the state is what the BJP is alleging. Swastika?
Poonam, if you could repeat your question, please.
Swastika, the BJP has raked this issue up and put KCR directly in the dock. The BJP also going on to remind KCR of the kind of comments he's made about standing for the Hindu community, and going on to say that this is nothing but hypocrisy.
They have taken a swipe at KCR. Remember, a couple of years ago, when the entire Hindutva debate had come to the fore and KCR ramping up his attack against the Modi government, he said, there cannot be any bigger Hindu than I am. Now, BJP State President Bandi Sanjay Kumar has exactly quoted that statement and attacked him in the context of Bairi Naresh, who calls himself as the self-appointed president of Indian Atheist Association, for the comments that he made on Lord Ayappa Swami. And he's made
sorry to interrupt you there, Swastika. I'll come back to you. BJP's NV Subhash is now joining us on the phone line. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Bandi Sanjay there raking up this particular issue and going on to say that it is the KCR government that is responsible because they encourage elements like this.
Exactly. What we have seen from past just 8 years, wherever there is a situation, wherever the people of other community or other religion, they make sure that they abuse the Hindu god, and then they just comment some kind of nonsense to the Hindu god. BRS government or the BRS leader never ever comment on that. We have seen some people from MIM also consistently criticizing Hindu gods in front of lakhs of people, even in the public, the public meeting also, where we have filed cases against those people. The BRS government just ignores because of to garner some few votes on that. We sincerely condemn this kind of comments on any the person commenting, especially on the Hindu, the god and goddess. We are going to make a big issue about it, and definitely we demand an apology from them, and then we demand the BRS government to arrest, and then this kind of incident should not just happen. If this continues, it will go out of hand, and then the law and order situation will be out of control, and then we accuse, and then we blame the BRS government, and then we also tell that this, the BRS government is responsible for encouraging this kind of elements in the society.
So you're saying this is because of vote bank compulsions of why the KCR government has been turning a blind eye to instances like this? Because this is not the first time that the BJP has come out and accused the KCR government or the Chief Minister himself of being anti-Hindu. Exactly. Just to get some votes, and then just to appeasement, this appeasement policy is going on against, some people of other religions. We condemn on that. Bharatiya Janata Party always respects every religion. We are not against Muslims. We are not against any other religion. But people who really comment about Hindu god and goddesses, we are not going to spare them. We are going to make sure that they will be put behind bars, and then we will go to any extent, including, just catching them and then beating them. Beating them like that. So this is not acceptable to us. We respect, because 80% of the people in this India are Hindus. So it should be very clear. People who comment on Hindu community, they should be very clear that they should not do mistakes, and the respective government should make sure that they are, the culprits should be fined, put behind bars. This kind of incident should not happen in future. This is a warning sign to the BRS government in Telangana. This is not the first time. Many times it's only the provoking gesture by other religion and other communities. Right, NV Subhash, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The BJP upping the ante against the Telangana government, against Chief Minister KCR himself. This is over a comment that came to the fore from a Dalit leader, from a president of the atheist organization. It was about Lord Ayappa. It's a controversial comment for which he is been arrested. He is behind bars even as we speak. But protests have now erupted across multiple locations in Telangana. Swastika, one of the allegations that the BJP is also making is that the arrest and the action took place only after people hit the streets in protest, and there was a delay in taking action. So put this in perspective for our viewers. When exactly did this happen?
Well, the particular person in the eye of the entire storm is Bairi Naresh, who identifies himself as the state president of Indian Atheist Association is based out of Kodangal, and at a congregation of, I believe, the ST community, he made these type of incendiary comments questioning the origins of Lord Ayyappa Swami. One of them questioning about his parentage, asking how can Lord Ayyappa Swami be born to two men. Now, these comments have riled up the Hindu community, and especially the Shabrimala devotees who hit the streets today, especially in the district of Heeraba, which is near Hyderabad. There were protests across the state. There were protests in Hyderabad as well, outside the police commissionerate's office, demanding the invocation of the PD Act against Naresh. Naresh was also beaten up by angry protesters, remember, and then subsequently taken into police custody. The charges slapped against him are Section 298, where it has been leveled that he tried to promote enmity between different communities by making blasphemous statements. He also tried to incite religious communities and create tension in the society. So under these various sections of the Indian Penal Code, he has now been taken into police custody. But however, that has not quelled the protests as far as Telangana is concerned, because different religious communities are really angry. And moreover, the BJP now giving a political turn, targeting the TRS, the BRS government here, questioning why people get a free air to make blasphemous statements. In fact, BJP had also recorded its protest when Munawar Farooqi, remember, was invited and given security cover in Hyderabad to perform. And in that context, the BJP had said, and they've mentioned it this time as well, that Munawar Farooqi, who insults Hindu gods and goddesses, was given a platform, a royal platform rather, by the Telangana government here to perform. And in that context, there is a free hand which is allegedly being given to people in the likes of Munawar Farooqi and Bairi Naresh to make blasphemous statements and insult gods and goddesses of religious community, especially the Hindu community here.
Right, Swastika, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that controversy that's brewing in Telangana. We're shifting focus now to the shocking accident that took place at about 5:30 a.m. this morning, in which cricketer Rishabh Pant was seriously injured. He was driving to his hometown in Roorkee for New Year's from the national capital. When he was at about 90 kilometers away from Dehradun is where the accident took place. According to the police, the star wicketkeeper batsman of the Indian cricket team was alone in the car when his Mercedes hit the divider railings on the Delhi-Haridwar highway early this morning. The moment Pant's car crashed into the divider was caught on CCTV camera. The aftermath was also caught on camera, where you can see a ball of fire that his car has turned into. Doctors now say that he's out of danger and stable. He is recuperating in a hospital in Dehradun as we speak. And wishes are pouring in from not just the country, from not just his teammates and colleagues, but of the players that he's played against outside of the country as well. Legend cricketers have also taken to Twitter to wish him a speedy recovery.
इस वक्त हम उस जगह मौजूद हैं जहां पर ऋषभ पंत की कार का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। ये तस्वीर जो फिलहाल आप देख रहे हैं, जिसे टेप कर दिया गया है, एग्जैक्टली यहीं पर जो कार के विजुअल्स हम आपको सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं, धुआं धू कर जो कार जली है वो ठीक इसी जगह पे जली है, जिसको अभी भी रास्ते को साफ करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से फिलहाल तो आपको राख और ये सब चीजें ही दिख रही हैं, जो गाड़ी के पार्ट्स जले हुए वही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि किस तरीके से पिलर्स जो लगे हुए हैं साइड में, जो ग्रिल्स लगी हुई है वो भी टूटी हुई हैं। ये जो आप साइड में पिलर देख रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर खास बात ये है कि जिस सड़क पर मैं फिलहाल मौजूद हूँ, ये सड़क देहरादून से दिल्ली की तरफ जाने वाली है, जबकि ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी दिल्ली से देहरादून जा रही थी।
पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है।
लोगों से बात कर ली है है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं। ऋषभ पंत का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूं और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है, उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहां पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
Now, Rishabh Pant at the moment is recuperating in a hospital in Dehradun. He is stable. He does have several injuries, several burn marks as well, especially on his back. All of that is under treatment, but he is conscious. He's well oriented. He's speaking to his mother. There are some defining moments as far as this entire accident goes. It happened at 5:30 a.m. this morning, and this is that CCTV footage of the time of the attack. There you see the speeding car coming in and ramming into the divider on your right. That is when the accident happened, the moment where it hit the divider at about 5:30 a.m. After that happens, after it hits the divider, is when the car goes up in flames. That is the fireball. That is what was left of Rishabh Pant's car as far as the minutes after the collision was concerned. That is what it looked like, and that is when there were several passers-by who actually stopped and helped Rishabh Pant out of his car. That is when he walked out himself of that particular car. This is the aftermath. You see ashes there completely. His car too had turned to ashes right after that blaze was put out. Rishabh Pant, meanwhile, by this time had actually been taken to the nearest hospital, mostly by passers-by. There was, of course, assistance of the police also that had kicked in by then. Now, there are several injuries that this cricketer has faced, especially the injury in his head, because in this video where you see Rishabh Pant coming out of his car, he's speaking to those people who stopped by to help him out. You can see blood oozing out of his forehead. So that is the biggest injury perhaps that he has faced, which was on his head. He, of course, has many more other injuries as well. And going back to detailing those injuries, all of which are non-threatening, they're not life-threatening. Yes, they are serious in nature. Some of them, they're burn injuries. As you can see, that's the head injury that is being treated. There are also burn marks on his back, which are being treated. My colleagues Anshul Singh and Binesh Panwar now join us on this broadcast. And Binesh ji, आप ऋषभ पंत की उस गाड़ी के पास हैं जो बिल्कुल जल के राख हो चुकी है। सुबह हमने देखा जब 5:30 बजे ये हादसा हुआ, जिस समय वो डिवाइडर से टकराई, कुछ ही मिनटों में उस गाड़ी में आग लग गई थी और अब बिल्कुल बची ही नहीं है वो, उसके सिर्फ एशेज रह गए हैं।
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं। जिस समय ये गाड़ी हादसे का शिकार हुई थी, उस समय गाड़ी की स्थिति कुछ और थी और अब गाड़ी बिल्कुल बुरी तरह से डैमेज हो चुकी है। अगर ऋषभ पंत खुद यहाँ आकर इस गाड़ी को अब देखेंगे तो शायद इस गाड़ी को वो भी स्वयं पहचानने में काफी देर करेंगे, बड़ी मुश्किल से पहचान पाएंगे कि आखिर यही वो गाड़ी है। जब हादसा हुआ, सबसे पहले डिवाइडर से गाड़ी टकराई, टकराने के बाद तकरीबन 200 मीटर की दूरी तक ये गाड़ी रोड पर ऐसे ही घिसती हुई चली गई और उसके बाद गाड़ी में आग लगी। देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में जिस तरह से गाड़ी का जो हाल है, इस गाड़ी के हाल को देख करके ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है तो कि हादसा कितना भयानक था। और हादसे के बाद जब इसमें आग लगी तो शायद गाड़ी की जो तस्वीर है इससे अनुमान लगा लीजिए कि कुछ भी गाड़ी में बचा नहीं है। यानी कि गनीमत सबसे बड़ी ये रही है कि जैसे कि गाड़ी इतनी बड़ी कंपनी और दावे करती है तमाम, उन पर भी सवाल खड़े होते हैं, तो कई तरह के दावे करती है, सवाल खड़े होते हैं। इतनी महंगी गाड़ी, उसके बाद भी गाड़ी का क्या हाल हुआ, इस पर भी सवाल खड़े होते हैं। लेकिन आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं, जो जानकार हैं उनका यही कहना है कि गाड़ी का शीशा तोड़ना बेहद मुश्किल था। लेकिन जिस तरह से गाड़ी पहले डिवाइडर से टकराई, टकराने के बाद फिर लोहे की कई रोडों से टच होती हुई, जबरदस्त टक्कर होती हुई बहुत आगे तक चली गई, तो निश्चित तौर पर इसका शीशा उस समय क्रैक हो गया होगा। और उसके बाद हिम्मत की दाद देनी पड़ेगी ऋषभ पंत की भी कि घायल अवस्था में भी किस तरह से वो गाड़ी से बाहर आए। साथ ही साथ स्थानीय लोगों के बारे में भी स्पष्ट रूप से उनको भी कहना होगा कि उन्होंने जिस तरह से मदद के हाथ बढ़ाए और सभी लोग एकजुट होकर ऋषभ पंत को बचाने के लिए आ गए। यही वजह रही कि स्थानीय पुलिस को भी समय से सूचना दी गई और स्वास्थ्य विभाग को भी समय से सूचना दी गई, तभी दोनों तरफ से सरकारी सेवाएं मौके पर पहुंची और ऋषभ पंत को तभी एक नजदीकी अस्पताल में ले जाया गया, जहां पर प्राथमिक उपचार के बाद ऋषभ पंत को फिर देहरादून रेफर कर दिया गया। तो सबसे बड़ी आप तस्वीरें देख करके अनुमान लगा लीजिए कि किस तरह से गाड़ी हादसे का शिकार हुई और जिस तरह से गाड़ी में आग लगी तो गाड़ी में निश्चित तौर पर ऋषभ पंत भी एक बहुत ये कह सकते हैं चमत्कार उनके साथ हुआ है। अमूमन इतनी बड़ी घटना में इतना बड़ा चमत्कार बेहद कम देखने को मिलता है, तो ये खुशी की बात है क्रिकेट के लिए भी, हमारे क्रिकेट टीम के लिए भी और प्रशंसकों के लिए भी कि हमारा क्रिकेट स्टार ऋषभ पंत अभी हालांकि हादसे का शिकार जरूर हुआ है लेकिन स्थिति अब ठीक है, स्थिर है और हमारे बीच में सकुशल मौजूद है। जी
जी बिल्कुल, ऋषभ पंत is recuperating. He is receiving treatment at a private hospital in Dehradun, and for now, Anshul, we know that even though he has multiple injuries across his body, right from his head up until his back and in knee as well, it is a miraculous escape that he has had.
Definitely, and the good news being that none of the injuries that he has faced could be career-threatening to him. This is what the doctors have been saying at this point in time. But yes, there is a ligament tear in his right knee. There are also injuries on his toe as well as his right wrist. So it is going to take some time for him to actually get back on his legs. Once he gets back on his legs, then he would be going to NCA, the National Cricket Academy, where he will be undergoing the rehabilitation process with experts and physios, and after which it is expected that Rishabh Pant would again be back on the cricketing field. So yes, this is the only silver lining in this entire incident that has happened, that yes, none of the injuries that Rishabh Pant has had that could be career threatening, because that would have been a massive loss for the Indian cricket team if something like this would have happened to Rishabh Pant. But yes, that is the reason why the BCCI at this point in time is also very closely in contact with the family members of Rishabh Pant.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Anshul, but we are shifting focus to Gujarat in Gandhinagar, where the Prime Minister is just leaving the residence of his younger brother, where his mother used to reside. Remember, Heeraba, his mother, passed away at the age of 99 at about 3:30 a.m. this morning. She was laid to rest a little later by the Prime Minister along with his brother in Gandhinagar there. He had several other engagements as the Prime Minister of the country, which he adhered to through the day. Once he had some free time from those commitments, he ensured that he went back to the place that his mother called home for the last several years, the home that he has been visiting every time he was in Gujarat, he was in Gandhinagar as well. It is the residence of his younger brother. Siddhant is with me for more on this. Siddhant, are we going to be seeing the Prime Minister return to the national capital, or is he going to be staying there for some more rituals that need to be conducted?
But honestly, I'm trying to get more clarity because there are a lot of rituals which family members can only do, and this is perhaps the reason that instead of going to Kolkata to attend those 3 meetings, Prime Minister decided to join meetings through video conferencing, because he also understands the importance of rituals and rituals which family members can only do. So right now we cannot confirm whether he is going to return to the national capital, or is he going to operate from Ahmedabad for next few days. That his office will confirm to us shortly. But one thing is for sure, that today it was his second visit to Pankaj Modi's residence. In the morning, he was there for Antim Darshan. Then he was the one who carried mortal remains along with him in ambulance to the cremation ground. And after cremation, he went and attended the meetings which were happening in Kolkata. And now again, after completing his professional commitments, PM is back to the personal commitment, and he was there for almost an hour with Pankaj Modi's family, and it's also in a way, in these times, to be with the family member is the most important thing, and Prime Minister understands that. So he was there at Pankaj Modi's residence. Now again he has left, and he is back to his professional commitments. There are some meetings which are lined up, but let's see whether he will return or he's going to stay in Ahmedabad, or he will again go back to Ahmedabad. That is up to his that he has to decide as per his appointments. So we'll get clarity on that in some time from now. But before this day ends, it was the saddest day of Prime Minister's life. But Prime Minister has not left the Kartavya Path, the Kartavya Path which he talks about, the Seva Path which he always talks about. You know, on this saddest day of his life, he was attending meetings, he was serving the nation, and nation is his priority. He has once again proved this today. Back to you.
The Prime Minister has just left the residence of his younger brother, the residence of his mother, who lived with his younger brother, her son, for the last few years. This is in Gandhinagar. The Prime Minister leaving from there. It was about a 30-minute meet or so with the family members, with the close relatives who had gathered there. It is a difficult time for the Modi family. Heeraba was someone who was a source of inspiration for the Prime Minister. He's often spoken about that as well. On multiple occasions, he's recalled the kind of bond that he shares with his mother. This morning, he laid her to rest along with his brother at a crematorium in Gandhinagar. The Prime Minister rushed to Ahmedabad this morning. 3:30 a.m. is when Heeraba breathed her last, after spending about 2.5 days in the hospital where she was getting treatment. But unfortunately, she lost the battle with life this morning at about 3:30 a.m. By 7:30 or 8, the Prime Minister was in Gujarat, and then we saw him fulfilling his duty as a son, fulfilling his duty to his family, where he stood with the family in this moment of grief, in this difficult time. And Siddhant, even though we have seen the Prime Minister get back to work almost immediately, he's had several other meetings, several other inaugurations as well. The Prime Minister and the Modi family also has come out and said that we would like everyone else to follow that pattern and follow their own schedule as well, as a befitting reply to, befitting tribute to Heeraba. But even as the Modi family does that, there seems to be controversy over the fact that the Prime Minister decided to go back to work just a few hours after he lit the funeral pyre of his mother.
By example, I would say, I have never seen, if somebody, if something of this.
Like I said, unfortunately, controversy is erupting over the Prime Minister going back to work just hours after he lit his mother's funeral pyre. And a former Samajwadi Party member of Parliament has now hit out at the Prime Minister, accusing him of insulting Hindu culture by returning to work. IP Singh, the Samajwadi Party leader and a former member of Parliament, took to Twitter to draw comparison between the Prime Minister and Akhilesh Yadav, going on to say that Akhilesh Yadav followed all customs when his father, Mulayam Singh Yadav, passed away not too long ago. But the Prime Minister insulted the Hindu faith by going back to work almost immediately. Pallavi, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Pallavi, this is definitely not the time to be making comments like these, taking pot shots like this. We've seen the kind of dignified responses that have come to the fore from across political party lines since this morning. Condolences pouring in for the Prime Minister. And unfortunately, we have a Samajwadi Party leader here who's now resorted to trivializing it all.
Absolutely, and we have to wait to see whether the Samajwadi Party distances itself and actually condemns this comment by IP6. Every person has his own way of grieving. And the second most important fact is there was a family statement which was issued saying that this is the best tribute you can pay to Heeraba, because this is exactly what you would have wanted, that you carry on with your work and your prior commitments. And therefore, the Prime Minister goes moments after the final rites back to work, inaugurating those projects. He's not just a son, he's also the Prime Minister of the country, and therefore he has a lot of responsibility and duties which he certainly fulfilled. And that's the message which he gave to all his cabinet colleagues, some of whom really wanted to come to Ahmedabad, and he told them, no, you have your work to do, complete your work, because your responsibility is to the people of the country who made you what you are. So this comment coming in from IP saying we'll have to wait to see. Ideal situation is the Samajwadi Party must be strongly condemning this comment.
That's how it ideally should turn out to be, because like you said, everyone has a different way of processing their grief. Also, the kind of responsibilities that the Prime Minister has, it's not just his duty as a son, which he duly followed. It's also his duty to the country as the Prime Minister, which is why we saw him virtually inaugurate the developmental works in West Bengal, because that's also important as far as service to the nation is concerned, and that's something that he has stressed upon. It's also something that he takes inspiration from his mother, as what he's cited on multiple occasions in the past.
In fact, yes, I mean, in fact, the tribute that he paid, he said, I learned 3 things from her: sincerity, purity, and also, staying by your values, respecting your values. I mean, he's the son, but he's also the Prime Minister. And this much I can tell you is that the word which has gone out to the government and his cabinet colleagues and across all the states is that you carry on with your program. There's no change in fact any schedule. In fact, the Prime Minister's schedule over the next few days which have been fixed are also not going to be any change. Today also the only change that took place was that instead of physically going to Bengal, he was doing it through video conferencing because there were these personal compulsions. But there was no change in the program at all. And you're absolutely right. I mean, these are projects, for example, which are very important for the development of the people. I mean, for the people of Bengal, the Jalpaiguri new metro station, all of them. And he kept that in mind and he realized that this is something which he would have to complete.
Absolutely. Stay on with me. National spokesperson of the BJP, Shehzad Poonawala, also on the phone line with us. Shehzad, there is no way that the Samajwadi Party should or could come out and defend a comment like this, wouldn't you say?
It is most unfortunate that on a day, Poonam, that we all are mourning the loss of a mother-like figure, and she was a mother to all of us. You have the Samajwadi Party abusing, insulting the Prime Minister merely because he's kept his kartavya above personal grief, because he's kept his duty to Ma Bharti on equal pedestal with Ma Hira. The only reason that he's being attacked is because he's kept nation above Parivar. And this is the mindset of these Parivarwadi parties. I'm just glad that IP Singh was not around when Sardar Patel read the note, the saddening note that his wife was no more, and kept arguing the case because he felt that his duty to his client and to his case was equally important. And at that time, Sardar Patel did that. When the Prime Minister today has discharged his duties as the son of Ma Hira, he has conducted all the funeral and all the Hindu customs that are required. And after that, he has got back to doing what his mother told him that he must always do, that is his kartavya towards his nation. At that time, instead of lauding him, you have the Samajwadi Party sponsoring this attack on him. And look who's talking about Hindus, those who fired upon Ram Bhakt. Those who stalled the Ram Mandir for decades are the ones who are talking about Hindus and Hindu culture. So this is the level of politics that Akhilesh Yadav ji, if he doesn't agree with, then he must sack this Neta, he must take action on this Neta, and he must certainly get this Neta to delete his disgusting tweet.
Right, Shehzad Poonawala, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Whether Akhilesh Yadav or the Samajwadi Party comes out and clarifies, distances themselves from IP Singh, that remains to be seen. But this definitely is in poor taste. Not only is it bad timing, but there is no reason why anyone should be comparing one situation to another. And that's exactly what this former member of parliament of the Samajwadi Party did. When IP Singh took to Twitter, he tweeted out a picture of Akhilesh Yadav in mourning right after he had cremated his father, Mulayam Singh Yadav, and made a comparison to the Prime Minister losing his mother this morning. And we'll keep an eye out on the political reactions coming over that. Before now, a quick break.
Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the manner in which he has been contributing to the Indian team from behind the stumps has definitely he has been able to make a lot of fans, and the kind of innings that he has played for the Indian cricket team in very, very crucial matches where he has come out and single-handedly won matches for India. So his fans are also praying that Rishabh Pant recovers at the earliest. But yes, currently the situation that it seems that yes, he has a lot of injuries, and it is going to take a very, very long time for him to recover back and get back on the playing field.
पर खच्चे उड़ गए हैं, पूरी तरह से जल गई है, आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो गाड़ी का पूरी तरह से जलकर खाक है। एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो नुकसान यहाँ पर हो सकता था, लेकिन राहत की बात यह है कि जो खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ, डॉक्टर्स की टीम जो है अभी तक उनको एग्जामिन कर पाई है। उसके बाद यही जानकारी दे रही कि पैर में उनके चोट है, थाई पोर्शन में जो है वो उनके यहाँ पर चोट लगी है, इसलिए हड्डी के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं वो लगातार उनको देख रहे हैं, उनके टेस्ट कुछ अभी होने बाकी हैं। इसके अलावा प्लास्टिक सर्जन, जैसा कि सर पे चोट के जो वीडियोस निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, जो जानकारी दी जा रही है, हल्की उनके सर पर चोट है और उसके लिए प्लास्टिक सर्जन की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर देख रही है। लेकिन हाँ, जो और अदर बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उनके बारे में अभी ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो टेस्ट के बाद ही कुछ कह पाएंगे। लेकिन हाँ, राहत की खबर यह है कि खतरे से बाहर है ऋषभ पंत। उनके तमाम फैंस जो हैं वो इस बात के लिए ईश्वर का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो परेशानी जैसे इस खबर को मिली थी कि उनका ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ, जैसी तस्वीरें हम सब ने देखी, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। उसके बाद रुड़की से उन्हें यहाँ लाया गया, उसके बाद सभी लोग परेशान हो गए थे। टीम यहाँ पर पूरी अंदर मौजूद है, चाहे पुलिस की टीम की बात कर ली जाए या प्रशासन की टीम की बात कर ली जाए, सभी लोग अंदर मौजूद हैं और डिटेल जानकारी यहाँ पर ली जा रही है। जी,
those visuals on your screen not only show the moment of the accident, the aftermath, and of course Rishabh Pant now recuperating. We're given to understand, Anupam, that the Chief Minister himself is also personally monitoring. We had a statement coming to the fore from Pushkar Singh Dhami's office as well.
Yeah, of course, CM is out of station today. He's in Kolkata to attend a meeting, but he has issued a statement and he has said since Rishabh also belongs to Uttarakhand and he's a famed cricketer as well as a brand ambassador of the state. So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if he's needed to be airlifted to another higher center, say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirmed that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens, where you see a fireball. That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant, though, had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does, though, have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car veered in flames also raises a lot of questions on on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable.
Thank you for staying with us. In a major development in the Tanisha Sharma death investigation, her co-star and ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan's police custody has now been extended by one more day until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Tanisha Sharma's mother has made some shocking claims and allegations against Shizan Khan. She held Shizan and his family responsible for the actor's death and alleged that the two had a fight while Shizan slapped Tanisha on the sets of the serial that they were working together. She addressed the media this afternoon, where she said that Tanisha cannot die by suicide, and it is something that was brewing between the couple that actually drove her to this.
शिजान को जब तक सज़ा नहीं मिलती मैं चैन से बैठने वाली नहीं हूँ। मेरे को उसने बताया मम्मा मेरे को शिजान से है और शिजान भी मेरे से करता है। फिर एक दिन अचानक उसने उसका मोबाइल चेक किया शिजान का, जिसमें उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कुछ चैट था, पता नहीं आई डोंट नो क्या था। तो इसने पूछा, शिजान से पूछा कि ये क्या है। शिजान ने टुनीशा के थप्पड़ मारा, सेट पे रूम में थप्पड़ मारा। तो वो कहता तू कर ले जो कुछ करना है, मेरा तेरे साथ कोई रिश्ता नहीं है। उससे महंगे महंगे गिफ्ट्स मंगवाता था वो। मैंने शिजान से बात की, मैं क्या शिजान ये क्या है कि तूने टुनीशा के साथ ऐसा क्यों किया। कहता आंटी सॉरी मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो। उसकी फैमिली की इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत रही है, उसकी माँ, उसकी बहन और शिजान खुद। उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको। उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तो घर पे आ, उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर, केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार के गिफ्ट दे रही है टुनीशा उनको। ये सब चल रहा था। ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मेरे को टुनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शिजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे। इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टुनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए। उन्होंने टुनीशा को यूज़ बहुत किया है, बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टुनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही।
Vinaya, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Vinaya, initially the extension of custody was granted because the police had claimed that he wasn't cooperating with the investigation. What is the line of questioning that the police is now depending on, which is why another extension has been granted today?
Well, see, what the police has said is that it is important to piece together the last conversation that the duo had, because if you piece together the testimonies and statements of several persons involved in this matter, the mother says she left home in a good mood, that she was happy, that she had called from the set. In fact, the police has also claimed that they have been able to get their hands on a CCTV footage which shows a heated argument between the duo, and that will really be the line of questioning, because the police wants to piece together what exactly happened towards the end. The last conversation that had taken place, around 15-minute conversation between the duo. That is what the police wants to understand. Secondly, the family has also said that there were behavioral changes with respect to Tanisha after she met Shizan. Whether, the uncle has said that she was being taught Urdu, whether that was also being done. The police are basically trying to probe, because the kind of charges that have been slapped against Shizan are about abetment to suicide, and that is why they're trying to understand if after the relationship soured, really, was there any way in which Shizam really led to mental pressure on Tunisia? Because even while the mother spoke, she kept on saying that it is likely that he must have told her that you better die, and that he doesn't care, and that seems to be something that the family has been maintaining for quite some time now. So the police have basically said that there was a heated argument between the duo, that they are trying to piece together the last conversation that happened, also about the deleted conversations between Shizan and another girl who's believed to be another girlfriend. What those deleted conversations are, because those seem to be some longish conversations on the day Tunisia unfortunately died by suicide. So all those aspects are being pieced together by the wife police at present, and that is why custody has been extended by one more day.
Right, Vinaya, thank you so much for getting us the latest on the investigation front. With that, we're slipping into a quick break here on this edition, but lots more lined up for you here on Nation at 5. Do stay tuned.
So whatever help is needed from the government side, the state will provide all the help. And if it's needed to be airlifted to another higher center, or say at Delhi or some other hospital, if the family agrees, then the state will provide all the help. This was CM as a shot to Rishabh and his family members.
Yes, that assurance coming to the fore for the family members of Rishabh Pant. We also had messages pouring in on social media from cricketers, from his teammates, from former cricketers as well, going on to wish him speedy recovery. VVS Lakshman was in fact one of the first people to have actually come out on social media and confirmed that he was out of danger and that he had spoken to someone who was monitoring the situation. Now, as far as the accident in itself goes, Anupam, I believe we do not have that line with my colleague there. We'll get you more details, but these are visuals on your screens of the moment of the accident where at a high speed, Rishabh Pant's Mercedes-Benz GL series crashes into that divider. This is at Mohammadpur Jat area where he was en route Roorkee, perhaps to spend the New Year's in his hometown, which is Roorkee. He was traveling there at 5:30 a.m. this morning is when his car hit that divider, and the aftermath is what you see on the left of your screens where you see a fireball. That's really what happened after the car hit the divider. Rishabh Pant though had managed to come out of his car before it was reduced to ashes, before it turned into that huge fireball that we now see. Immediate assistance was provided to him and he was taken to the hospital, first in Roorkee, then to Rishikesh. Now we're given to understand he is being brought to the Max Hospital in Dehradun where he is recuperating, and the health bulletin is expected shortly. But for now, we can tell our viewers and for all of Rishabh Pant's fans that he is out of danger. He does though have certain injuries to his back and to his leg. Anshul, my colleague, is now with me for more on this. Anshul, do we know if his family members are now in Dehradun? What's the situation like there?
So yes, the family members are in Heeraben and are currently in the hospital is what we have been told, and also the CCTV visuals that we have managed to access, it clearly shows that the car in which Rishabh Pant was travelling alone was at a very, very high speed. And what the initial information from the police we are getting at this point in time, that he actually slept in that car, and that is the reason why this accident went ahead and happened. And also the manner in which the car we have been playing also raises a lot of questions on the speed of the car at this point in time as well. But yes, support has been pouring in since this morning, as we have been seeing that senior cricketers, in fact the entire cricket fraternity has been coming out and supporting Rishabh Pant at this point in time, praying for his speedy recovery. And the medical bulletin that has come out at this point in time also states that Rishabh Pant is stable at this point in time and he is recovering well. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has had is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to recover and get back on that international cricket playing field. So yes, it remains to be seen as to how quickly can Rishabh Pant recuperate and yet again come out and contribute to the Indian cricket team in the manner in which he has contributed over the past few years.
Anshul, this is Akanksha. If you could take our viewers through what are the kind of injuries.
ठीक है. So cricketer ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन
सर बात कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई, कुछ बताया, कॉन्शियस हैं, क्या कुछ है?
जी, अभी टीम उनसे बात भी कर रही है और उनके कहे अनुसार उनको जहाँ के ऊपर चोट है उस हिसाब से वो इवैल्यूएशन तो अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स जो कि हड्डी रोग विशेषज्ञ होते हैं और प्लास्टिक सर्जन जो कि एब्रेजन वगैरह अगर कुछ चोट लगती है उसका मेन उसी का इलाज हम कर रहे हैं। बाकी जो अंदर की पूरा इवैल्यूएशन के बाद ही कोई हम देख पाएंगे कि अगर कोई गंभीर चोट है या नहीं है। फिलहाल कोई गंभीर चोट ऐसी लग नहीं रही है। अभी ऑर्थोपेडिक्स और प्लास्टिक सर्जन की टीम देख रही है।
सर क्या यहाँ से हायर सेंटर रेफर करने का कुछ है अभी तक, ऐसा कोई आइडिया? यही होगा सारा इलाज?
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद ही हम कुछ आगे बता पाएंगे।
सर स्पाइनल कॉर्ड में तो कोई
नहीं, अभी अंडर इवैल्यूएशन ही है, एक बार पूरा पता लग जाए फिर हम
बॉडी पेन
कितना
बता रहे सर, बॉडी पेन कितना बता रहे, किन किन हिस्सों में, क्या कुछ थोड़ा
एक बार पूरे डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएट कर ले उसके बाद हम आपको
नाम बता दीजिए सर आप।
डॉक्टर आशीष यादव।
सर ये एक बात और बता दीजिए,
एक बार इवैल्यूएशन हो जाने दीजिए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा टाइम लग सकता है।
So, Dr. Ashish over there throwing light on the current condition of Rishabh Pant. He of course went on to elaborate how he is currently under evaluation but stable, and that a team of doctors is evaluating the condition of Rishabh Pant, saying that the team includes orthopedics and plastic surgeons and they are awaiting a final evaluation of Rishabh Pant's condition. For more details, let's quickly go across to Anshul. Anshul, we heard what the doctor had to say. Of course, a detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told that he has a fractured leg at this point in time. Also, he has injured his back as well, and also there are injury marks on his face as well. So yes, what we have been told that Rishabh Pant initially dozed off while he was driving that car, and while he was returning from the national capital to his residence. But yes, the kind of injuries that he has sustained is definitely going to take a very, very long time for him to finally recuperate and join back the Indian team. But yes, the good news at this point in time is that he is in a very, very stable conditions, and the team of doctors that is looking into the entire matter are also very, very confident that he would be discharged from the hospital in the next few weeks, is what we have been told. But yes, the kind of incident that has happened, that has definitely sent shock waves across the globe, because remember, Rishabh Pant is a very, very popular figure and has a lot of friends when it comes to the cricket fraternity itself, because the man.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lost his mother this morning at about 3:30 a.m. Heeraba was aged 99 when she breathed her last in Ahmedabad this morning. The entire nation stands with the Prime Minister and the Modi family in this difficult time.
Glorious century rests at feet of God. That's how the Prime Minister bid the final goodbye to his mother, his constant source of inspiration. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours at an Ahmedabad hospital. Within a few hours, Prime Minister Modi was in Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty and stand with his siblings in this time of grief. The Prime Minister, along with his brothers, lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains and lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his teacher of life. His bond with his mother was often recalled by the Prime Minister. His mother's early struggle, her strong principles which stood the test of time, and the life committed to values. The Prime Minister spoke of the extraordinary life a simple human being lived.
जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Heeraba's life never changed even after her son took oath as the Prime Minister of the country, from queuing up outside an ATM like every other citizen, to casting her vote in a wheelchair in the recently held elections and fulfilling her duty towards her country, celebrating the festival of democracy. Heeraba led a life of simplicity and humility. Heeraba's principles have been the guiding light for the Prime Minister, not just in his personal life but also in the policy decisions he's made. Her struggle prompted the Prime Minister and his government to initiate multiple schemes to empower women and enable them to live a life of dignity. Her love for cleanliness and stress on sanitation guided the Swachh Bharat campaign. The Prime Minister in his blog recalled their house in Vadnagar became famous among Safai Karmacharis for tea after work. Condolences poured in from all quarters, giving strength to the Prime Minister. From union ministers to state chief ministers, everyone stood with the Modi family during this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines, messages poured in on social media from top leaders for the Prime Minister, recalling the bond between any mother and son.
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son, we could have seen, and we have seen it from his chief minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son.
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया। उन्हीं के संस्कारों से जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी।
जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
A simple soul, a karma yogi leaving this world, but her values will always guide the Prime Minister and his family. Work with intelligence and live life with purity. That's the message Heeraba leaves to the world.
Grief engulfed the world of football as well this morning when Pelé, the Brazilian football legend who rose from poverty to become one of the greatest athletes, died at the age of 82. Tributes continued to pour in from the sports fraternity across the world.
When the world knows you by just one name, you have truly succeeded. Pelé is regarded by many as the greatest footballer of all time. His humble demeanour and generous spirit have guaranteed his legacy as a global icon.
This is a big responsibility, you know. I feel very comfortable because something I cannot answer was why God gave me this, this gift. This was a gift from God, and I try to be my best. I try to respect people. I try to prepare myself. I try to be always in good shape. The most important, respect people.
Raised in the slums of Sao Paulo in the 1940s, Edson Arantes de Nascimento discovered football at a young age. He made his debut for Santos at the age of just 16, and within a year he was scoring goals for the Brazilian national team. By this time he was better known by his nickname, Pelé, and in 1958, at 17, he became the youngest man to play in a World Cup final, scoring twice as Brazil beat Sweden. It was the first of 3 world titles he'd helped win for his country. He electrified audiences with his fancy footwork and ability to score seemingly impossible goals, so it was something of a disappointment that his 1000th goal was a penalty.
A friend of mine, he's a comic guy in Brazil. He say, listen, God stopped the game because everyone has to see your 1000 goal. That's the reason it was the penalty kick.
After his goal, the game against Vasco da Gama was stopped for several minutes to celebrate his landmark achievement. In 1967, Pelé learned that he and his team had the power to stop other things too, when their visit to Nigeria prompted warring factions to call a 48-hour ceasefire in the country's civil war.
We stopped war because the people are so crazy for football. So they love football. They stopped the war to see Santos play in Africa. This is a fantastic, it's something you cannot explain.
By the time Pelé retired as a footballer in 1977, playing his final years for the Cosmos in New York, he'd amassed a career total of 1,281 goals. For Pelé, that was half a lifetime ago, but his infectious love of the game ensured that he remained relevant. He served as a UN ambassador for ecology and the environment. He rubbed shoulders with state leaders all over the world, and he received an honorary knighthood from Queen Elizabeth in 1997. And who could forget his appearance in the cult movie Escape to Victory?
Go. After giving me ball, here I do these, go. Easy.
When he starred alongside Michael Caine and Sylvester Stallone, playing a prisoner of war who scored a spectacular, morale-boosting goal in a game against the Germans.
I think, first of all, is a gift from God. Second, I think it was a lot of hard work and training. And I have to say thanks to God, because my father was a football player, was a center forward. And then my father was a very, perfectionist, And then everything who I used to do, I tried to do, he used to say, listen, you must to be better than that.
He's always been a global icon, but in his native Brazil, he will always be regarded as a national treasure. His passing is cause for national mourning, and as he so humorously put it himself, there will never be another Pelé.
To be the new Pelé would be very difficult, because my mother and my father, they closed the machine.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. India's star wicketkeeper and batsman Rishabh Pant met with a major accident as his Mercedes collided with a divider. He fell asleep while driving, which caused this major accident. Pant was travelling from Delhi to Roorkee. The cricketer has suffered injuries on his back, forehead and leg. He is currently receiving treatment at the Max Hospital in Dehradun. Fortunately, he is stable, recovering well. We'll tell you more about this major story. First up, a special report about all that transpired so far, his medical condition and the details of the accident.
This is the moment when cricketer Rishabh Pant met with a horrific accident near Roorkee. His Mercedes collided with a divider and caught fire while he was travelling from Delhi to Uttarakhand. Pant was alone in the car and dozed off while driving.
देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में जिस तरह से गाड़ी का जो हाल है, इस गाड़ी के हाल को देख करके ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि हादसा कितना भयानक था। और हादसे के बाद जब इसमें आग लगी तो शायद गाड़ी की जो तस्वीर है इससे अनुमान लगा लीजिए कि कुछ भी गाड़ी में बचा नहीं है।
Pant had to break the windscreen to escape from the vehicle after it caught fire and burned to ashes.
सुबह 5 बजे की घटना है। अच्छा, क्या पता चला आपको? फिर आपने पहले आवाज आई जोर से, फिर उसके बाद जैसे मैं बाहर निकला तो गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी। अच्छा, तब तक मैं वहाँ पे पहुँचा गाड़ी के पास। एक गाड़ी और रोडवेज थी हरियाणा की, वो भी रुकी थी। 2 बंदे बाइक वाले थे, फिर काफी हो गए थे। तब उन्होंने निकाल लिया गाड़ी, शीशा तोड़ के उनको। गाड़ी में उस समय आग लगी हुई थी, गाड़ी में आग लगी हुई थी।
This video of Pant right after the accident shows him bleeding but otherwise conscious. He had 2 cuts on his forehead. He suffered a ligament tear on his right knee and hurt his right wrist, ankle and toe. He also has abrasion injuries on his back. Despite all this, his condition remains stable and he's been shifted to a hospital in Dehradun.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami spoke to Pant after the accident and said the cost of his treatment will be borne by the state.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं।
Pant has been India's regular wicketkeeper across all formats, but was recently dropped from the T20I team announced for the series against Sri Lanka. According to the police, he was lucky to survive today's crash.
Well, those images of the car tell us how difficult and how bad that accident really was. If you have a message for Rishabh Pant, you want to wish him a speedy recovery, or you have a thought about road accidents, the manner in which, a lot of norms are not followed in this country, call us live, share your thoughts with us, 0120-434-1895. We look forward to hearing from all of you. Opening this discussion to our guest as well, Mr. Bertrand D'Souza is joining us on the broadcast. He is the editor of Overdrive. We also have Rashmi Urdhvashe, who is the director of Automotive Research Association of India. She'll be with us in just a minute from now. Dr. Rajiv Verma, who is the HOD and consultant of joint replacement and orthopedics at the Manipal Hospital, is with us on the broadcast. And Ajay Ratra, who is a former cricketer, is also joining us on the show. Good evening to all of you. We are all very happy that Rishabh Pant survived this major accident. It was a really bad accident that happened today. Those images and eyewitness account have really tell us. Ajay, coming to you first, the first concern, of course, is the recovery of it. And more importantly, this has happened to a sports person, a cricketer who has a wonderful record, a stellar record, and so much more to look forward to.
Yes, Anusha, and I think he's a fortunate after having so terrible accident. And he's stable. That's a really good news for all of us and sports lovers. And yes, it will take time. Like if they have injuries, and I'm thinking about the psychological part of that also. Whenever you have such kind of incidents in your life, sometimes that make a put a mark on your mind. And like he has happened with that accident, but really happy that he's stable and he will recover, and hopefully we'll see him playing again for the Indian team soon.
Yep. Dr. Verma, the recovery can be a long process with a ligament injury and with an accident of this nature. We're very happy and he's very fortunate. Everybody is saying touch wood that, this could have gone worse, but by God's grace, he's survived, he's doing well, recovering very well. But all said and done, the recovery can take its own time. Nobody knows how long.
Yeah, and we are not exactly sure what kind of exactly injuries are there, but whatever we have heard or seen in the report also that are not too dangerous.
And I want Dr. Rajiv Verma also to tell us a bit more about it. Dr. Rajiv Verma.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
After seeing such a horrendous accident and after reading whatever is available on the news feed, he's been lucky and he's actually got injuries to his right side of the body, mainly right knee ligament injuries and some injuries to his right wrist and foot. So one of the most common injuries which sports persons suffer, which we dealt with, which we as orthopedic surgeon and sports specialists deal with quite frequently, is ligament injuries to the knee. It is very common in football, in cricket, and other sports as well. This ligament injuries, if it's a multi-ligament injury, it can take up to 9 months to a year to recover fully, and even after surgery. And if it's just an anterior cruciate ligament, which is one of the most common injuries, can take up to around 6 months for a sports person to get back to his normal activity and sports. But as we have seen the pictures of the car, I guess he probably has multi-ligament injuries. And according to the reports, he at the moment, I don't know for sure, but what I have read is probably no fractures. Then I think we are looking at almost 9 months to a year
9 months to a
after the
year.
treatment of his
That's
multi-ligament injuries.
9 months to
But
a year.
one thing I can tell you,
sure,
and I think we are all cricket lovers, including me. So one thing I can tell you is if he gets a good treatment, obviously he will get a good treatment and best treatment,
yeah.
then we should see him on the cricket field fit and well.
We should see him on the cricket field fit and well. That's the message we're putting across, wishing him a very speedy recovery. If you have a thought, please call us live and tell us what exactly you think. If you have a thought for Rishabh Pant, you want him to recover very well. We have 2 callers already, I'm being told. Krishna from Ghaziabad and Sharan from Bengaluru. Krishna, first you. Tell us what you think. You have a message? Krishna,
Hello.
can you hear me? I can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I can. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to wish Rishabh a speedy recovery and sad to hear about his accident.
Yeah.
But my thought is not about the incident that has happened. It is purely the carelessness which Rishabh showed by overspeeding his vehicle. The amount of impact that is a luxury vehicle shown today, the BMW in particular, clearly shows the way he was careless behind the wheel. Now, my question directly to anyone and everyone is, are the traffic rules meant only for the common man who is walking on the street or riding his scooter or his four-wheeler? Or is it for all these people who claim to be celebrities in the country, including the politicians?
Well, I take your point in the right spirit, Krishna, but we'd also have to await, some kind of inquiry, some kind of report to come in on that. But yes, on a principle of overspeeding, careless driving, yes, these are issues in this country, especially the lack of lane driving, how norms are not followed. These are the major causes of accidents in our country. And we do have experts on the broadcast with whom I'm going to take this point. Sharan from Bengaluru is also with us. Sharan, what's your point? Tell us.
Ma'am, I'm Sharan from Bengaluru. I'm a fan of Rishabh Pant.
Yeah.
I wish to God that Rishabh Pant recovers and have heard that he had met with a great accident.
Sharan, you should mute your television and then talk to me. That would be better.
Yeah. I wish Rishabh Pant sir a speed recovery. It is a sad news that he had met with an accident. And I am his great fan from Bangalore.
Okay. I'm sure your wishes and your prayers will reach Rishabh Pant. A lot of people are praying for him that he should recover as soon as possible. I want to take one more caller and then go back to the guest. Muthu from Bengaluru is calling us. Muthu, tell us what you think.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone. So he will be fine. I think he will get soon very quickly. No doubt in that. Because he has that kind of guts actually. That's the reason God grace he survived. Definitely he will be fine. So actually for all the traffic rules that India has to bring lot of strict rules actually. So that we are not doing it, but no problem. But Rishabh will be get soon. That's it. Yeah.
Rishabh will get well very soon. Those are the prayers we are sending. I want also to cut across Bertrand D'Souza and Rashmi Urdhvarshe who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Bertrand, first to you. The kind of damages the car has suffered, the Mercedes has suffered, tells us that the nature of the accident was very, very severe. Looking at those images and eyewitness account, what more do we know? I mean, the situation of the car tells us that it must have been at a great speed.
Well, absolutely. The car was at a great speed when the impact occurred. And to be honest, this has got nothing to do with whether Rishabh was, reckless behind the wheel or, it is more to do with the fact that, like he mentioned, he dozed off behind the steering wheel.
Yeah.
And in that situation, it's quite likely that he would have no control over the steering or any control over the car in which direction it was going, nor over his foot, which is on the accelerator pedal, which could have, accelerated because he had fallen asleep. He wouldn't have realized this happening until the time of impact. So it's quite likely the only thing would be to kind of make sure that, for anybody out there who's driving in such conditions, and especially those who are leaving very early in the morning, is to make sure that you've got a good night's rest. You're fully alert and awake when you're heading out on these on long journeys. to be aware of the conditions that we're going to be driving in, because it is dark. The roads are also quite empty.
Yeah.
And without any company in the car, Rishabh was driving all alone. So it's quite likely that, boredom would have set in, exhaustion could have set in, a lot of factors could have set in that would have, put him to sleep on that journey.
Absolutely, a lot of factors at play that have led to that accident. Rashmi, coming to you, the safety features of luxury cars have been in discussion for good and bad. I mean, people spend so much money on luxury cars precisely for these untoward instances that, God forbid, an instance like this happens, there are safety features that can save them. When it comes to this particular accident, prima facie, what are your observations?
Yes, safety features on the vehicles will protect the occupant only up to a certain level. In cases like this, where the vehicle speed is extremely high, the impact angles are very, very acute, and in such cases, even the safest of the vehicles will find it difficult to completely protect against the injuries. I'm seeing that, no lives are lost in such accidents. That's something which we should be really happy about. In fact, the nature of injuries speak for themselves. In case of any other accidents, if the impact is so high, it's very difficult to even protect the occupant against the frontal collision, against the impact on the windscreen and such. So the analysis will speak for itself. But I think that is the foremost thing to be borne in view, that more and more safety features are available now on vehicles. But it's not not something
100%
which
proof. Yeah, it's not 100% foolproof. I mean, of course, there would be external factors, as you pointed out. Rashmi ji, I'll come back to you and we'll discuss more about how these luxury cars have performed on Indian roads, Indian conditions, and the safety features. I have a lot of callers with us on the broadcast. Ankit from Delhi. Ankit, tell us what you think.
Yes, ma'am. I want to comment on looking at the remains of the car, what it shows on TV. The way the car has been damaged, I'm just curious, what was the last speed which the car was running before it got into the accident? I mean, it's just very interesting how the DGP gave a comment before even any traffic report, what was the car running just before the accident? Because just simply saying it, let's say if I was driving the car, I would say, oh, I just fell asleep. I would have hit someone on the road. So I'm just curious to know what was the last speed of the car before it overturned. I don't think we have seen any such kind of report on TV.
All right. I'll speak to the experts about the concerns around overspeeding, because you're the second caller who's raising this concern. Vishwajit from Bengaluru is also with us. Vishwajit, tell us what you think.
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I mean to say, I think Rishabh should thank his stars that he's still alive with the second life. And it is very surprising that, cricketer of his class, early morning, he leaves for his native place from Delhi, alone in a car, and that too, he was half dozing. And probably it was definitely a case of overspeeding, that too a foggy road. And most importantly, he also dozed off. Now, I mean to say, this should make an example for all, youngsters, who drive wee hours, that is not only dangerous for them, it could be dangerous for even other people.
Absolutely.
And that's a very important road safety measure that, Government of India should come out with ASAP. Because we have seen this time and again crashing on the divider or, going and banging, other vehicles. This has to stop now. And Rishabh's, this savior, today was basically those people who could see him. Just imagine if he could have got locked inside the car, he would have been burnt alive, nothing else.
Well, in situations like these, there's no end to the worst that can happen. We're glad he survived, he's doing well. And the different concerns around road safety that you've raised as a responsible citizens, we'll discuss that as well. I want to take two more callers. Sachi from Gurugram is also with us. Sachi, tell us what you think.
Hello, everyone. I totally agree with all the panelists and the two callers prior to me. I do agree that Rishabh did have a very, very narrow escape today. And I do wish him a speedy recovery in the coming days because they are crucial, the treatment that he's undergoing. And for him as a sportsman, it's very important that he gets the correct treatment. But moving on to the traffic rules and the overspeeding that he was doing, I agree that he was driving at wee hours. And we must ensure, and all the people who have to drive at these odd hours, they need to be very, very conscious of the fact that they cannot fall asleep. Today, it's just about one person. Tomorrow, it can be about multiple people at stake whose lives would be endangered by this reckless driving. So I would want to question that to the panelist on the TV today, and would want to also wish Mr. Pant a very speedy recovery.
All right. Before I take in more callers, I want to go back to Bertrand and Rashmi both. Rashmi, do the images or the CCTV footage that has come out, or the images post the accident, is this a conclusive evidence, or perhaps the first witness account, what they've told us, is this conclusive enough to tell us that he was in fact overspeeding? Because a lot of callers have this concern that you can only have an accident of this nature if you were overspeeding. Is that hypothesis correct?
Usually in all these accidents, the post-accident data analysis is done more scientifically than just the visual images to be verified. So there are data available on the vehicle themselves in something called black box, which talks about the max speed at the time of impact. So that data access will be available to the vehicle manufacturers and those who analyze the accidents. That is actually the authentic information available. But looking at the images, obviously it is seen that the vehicle was driven at very high speeds. Also, what happens is whenever there is an impact, if the occupant or the driver has an opportunity to apply brakes, that reduces the impact speed, which may not have happened in this case, as we all know, that he was dozing off, or he was not in a position to sense the impact.
But it's equally possible that he was not overspeeding and this could have still happened because he fell asleep. Is that a possibility?
That's a possibility, but that has to be quantified with the data.
Quantified with the data. I appreciate that. Bertrand, taking the same point to you, what do you think? Because a lot of callers are raising this concern of overspeeding. It's consistent with all our callers.
It's quite likely that the speed of the vehicle increased considerably, and this could have happened after he dozed off. As I mentioned earlier, also once you're in a state of slumber, your body reacts involuntarily. The weight on the accelerator pedal from your foot increases. That would have increased the pace of the car. He had no control over the steering. He had no idea where he was going. All of these factors clearly indicate that yes, the vehicle was at a higher state of speed. Even the video footage that we've seen from the CCTV, for that matter, there literally looks like there is no attempt to brake at that point of collision, which clearly indicates that he probably wasn't aware that something of this sort was happening at all. All of them indicate to me that yes, he had fallen asleep, or he was distracted from the actual purpose of driving the car, which led to this incident.
Right, absolutely. But as Rashmi rightly pointed out, that we need to have some kind of conclusive data to reach to that kind of conclusion, and to say it with certainty. I want to take a few more callers. Bikas Chandra from Puri is joining us. Bikas, tell us what you think.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, sir, ma'am.
Good evening. Please tell us, Bikas, what do you think?
Good evening. मैम, आज जो हादसा हुआ ऋषभ पंत जी से,
जी,
ये बहुत ही दुखदायक और बहुत ही शर्मनाक चीज है, क्योंकि हम लोग कभी नहीं सोचते कि हम लोग जो कार चलाते हैं, कि साइकिल भी चलाते हैं, जो भी चलाते हैं, हमारे चारों तरफ जो भी लोग रहते हैं उनके ऊपर क्या इफेक्ट रहेगा इसका। हम लोग तो चलाते हैं, लेकिन जो भी कारण होता है हमारे वजह से औरों को जो दुख पहुंचता है, हम लोग ये नहीं सोचते, क्योंकि ट्रैफिक रूल बनाया गया है, लेकिन ट्रैफिक रूल मानते बहुत कम लोग। अगर यही काम एक साधारण व्यक्ति कर लेता तो पुलिस में उसको बैठा के रखते या ट्रैफिक उसे फाइन करता, जो भी हो, लेकिन यहाँ पर क्या कदम उठाएंगे सरकार, मुझे बताइए। अभी ये जो लॉस हुआ है इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम को, किसके लिए? वो बहुत ही दुखदायक है जिन्होंने फैन फॉलोइंग है, जो क्रिकेट को पसंद करते हैं। आगे भी जो 2023 के साल में जो आने वाला है क्रिकेट में, अगर एक भी बंदा अगर कुछ भी हो जाता है तो इंडिया के लिए ग्रेट लॉस होगा।
जी बिल्कुल, और ये दोनों ही पहलू हम ये इसी के बारे में बात कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से हमें ड्राइव करना चाहिए, क्या सावधानियां बरतनी चाहिए। आपने सही बोला कि भारतीय क्रिकेट के लिए अगर 8-9 महीने के लिए ऋषभ पंत नहीं रहेंगे तो एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान भी होगा। वो एक बहुत ही अच्छे खिलाड़ी रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कॉलिंग अस। आई वांट टू कट अक्रॉस टू अनदर कॉलर। अकुल फ्रॉम कन्नूर इज विद अस। Akul, tell us what you think.
Yes, good evening. First of all, I'm a huge fan of Pant and a great cricket enthusiast. Very sad and shocking story that came today morning. I don't know. I just wish him a speedy recovery and he's back in field fit and well. And
yeah, we all hope that he gets better very, very soon. Thank you for calling us. Two more callers before I go back to my guest. Balaji from Chennai is calling us. Balaji, tell us what you think.
Yeah, good evening. First of all, I want to thank CNN News, which is the only channel which is covering Pant, the India's or the world's greatest cricketer, test cricketer, Pant's injury. Thank you for that first. And the second thing is, like, Pant is closest to our heart. I'm a cricketer and I know what is the value he has brought to the world test cricket.
Yeah.
And I wish him speedy recovery, one thing. And second thing, when the car, what I see the footage, it shows that he has dozed off, going from Delhi to meet his mother at Roorkee, whatever. See, he cannot be drunk or something like that. To be honest, I know about the cricketer's mind. 5:30 in the morning, he slept for some time, and the speed at which the car was ramming into the side, this thing shows that he has slept off. And God and everyone in this world should pray for Pant.
Wishing him a speedy recovery. The exact causes and what led to the accident would be known once the data is retrieved from the black box, as one of the experts were pointing out. My last caller, Captain A.K. Singh from Jabalpur, is also with us. Captain Singh, please tell us what you think.
Yeah, ma'am, good evening. Hello to everyone. I have traveled on number of highways across length and breadth. Am I audible to you?
You're perfectly audible, sir. Please go ahead.
So I have traveled on all these roads across various states. So one thing which is lacking, I think one of the previous callers spoke about traffic rules. What happens, I have noticed, is there is no lane rule being followed by anyway. So I want this forum to take up this issue so that highway police or somebody can take a note of it, so that trucks can ply in one lane, cars in one lane, and followed by
you're absolutely right, sir, in pointing that out. In fact, there's a lot of discussion about it in social media also. That overdriving, overspeeding and not following the lane driving are the two major causes of accidents, especially on highways in this country. We'll take that question to our experts as well. Ajay Ratra and Dr. Rajiv Verma are also with us on the broadcast. Dr. Verma pointed out, Ajay, that it could take about 6 to 9 months at least for his recovery. Talking from his cricketing career, from that point of view, how is this accident likely to impact his career? The recovery period of 6 to 9 months.
Yes, Anusha, I think the injury which worrying me is the injury on his right knee. And being a wicketkeeper has to do squatting all the time in wicket keeping. He has to go down in the squatting position and get up. And the test match is like 90 overs per day, and a wicketkeeper has to do it for 540 times a day also. And being a left-hander, while batting also, his front foot is like right foot only, so he has to bend all the time while playing on the front foot. So it's not easy, because there is quite a lot of load on his knees, being a wicket keeper, especially lower part, and which includes knees. So it has to be once they get clear that how serious there are injuries like level tier 1, 2, 3. So I hope that injury is not that much serious.
We hope so too.
Otherwise, for a keeper, that knee injury is not a good sign. But hopefully now these days, we have a very good medical team, and the technology is there, a lot of facilities, and I'm sure he will get the best of the best.
The best of the treatment. And I have very few more minutes left on the show, and I have 3 more callers to go. But before that, Dr. Verma, quickly from you. You must be, as an expert, as a trauma expert, seeing multiple cases of this nature, the road accidents. A lot of callers pointed out that, over speeding, not following the lane driving, or some basic rules that we should follow while driving are the key causes. What has your experience been really like?
Yeah, obviously, as we all know, I think we have got the highest rate of road traffic accidents in our country.
Yeah.
And we see very, very serious injuries. I think what the injuries have been described till now in Mr. Rishabh Pant's case probably are not that severe. And looking at the car, as I said earlier, he is very lucky. And if he gets away with the injuries which have been described, I think he should be fit and well in few months' time, and he should be ready to serve our country while playing cricket on the field.
Well, God bless him, and I really hope he recovers very, very soon. As you point out that, it could have been far worse. You must have seen far worse cases, the condition of the car and many other things. The last 2 minutes on the show, I want to cut across to some callers who are still with us. Sampath from Chennai. Sampath, tell us what you think.
Good evening. I wish Rishabh Pant very speedy recovery. I want to bring a different perspective. The Haryana Roadways driver and passengers, conductor who showed presence of mind and acted responsibly and gave a first aid and called the ambulance. I want to thank them and appreciate them.
Absolutely. You put that very good message, because in any tragedy, sir, the first respondents are the local people and who are present around you. And if they act responsibly, they can save you from a lot of problems. And in this case, they can save your life as well. Tejas from Bengaluru is also with us. Tejas, tell us what you think.
Very good evening to you. I think that most kids today are not driving on the road. They are flying on the road. They go at breakneck speeds, and all this talk about being under control within the limits is all bull. My own kid drives completely out of speed. Yes, and there are no deterrents.
I hope you've told your kid to drive safely and carefully for his own benefit and for others as well, sir. Sharad from Ghaziabad is also with us on the show. Sharad, good evening. Tell us what you think.
Very good evening, ma'am. First of all, I feel really bad. I would like to congratulate to all those people who have helped Rishabh Pant to reach to the hospital as soon as possible. And the other part is, I was a little bit more into that area, that everyone who's just condemning and they are criticizing the Mr. Pant about that he was very speeding and this could be the reason of the damage what he has sustained on the body. But I feel like what the pictures which I can see on the television right now, that the chassis of the car and the other part of the car, only I can see the damages on the seats and all which due to the car got burnt. But the chassis and the frame of the car is not very well damaged. So this could have actually can happen.
No, and you're right. You're right. That's what the experts also said, Sharad, that there is right now no conclusive proof to say that he was overspeeding. We'd have to wait for the post-accident report, the data from the black box to come out, and only then we'll know. For now, we are wishing Rishabh Pant a speedy recovery. Hope he gets well very, very soon. Our thoughts and prayers with him and his family. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this discussion. Moving on to another important story. And now moving on to another important story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Heeraba, passed away today early morning. The nation pays its respect to the departed soul and fondly cherishes the journey of Heeraba, whose life was a living testament of simplicity and sacrifice. In her 100th year, she went to the heavenly abode peacefully. Like any other son, the Prime Minister was by the side of his mother in her last days. He finished the last rites and then returned to the duties as the Prime Minister of the country in no time. Heeraba, as I said, led a life of humility and simplicity in their family home of Vadnagar. Let's begin the story. Let's tell you more about this with a special report.
This emotional tweet from Prime Minister Modi early on Friday morning, announcing the death of his mother and his pillar of strength, Heeraba. Heeraba Modi was undergoing treatment at the UN Mehta Heart Hospital, where she had been admitted since Wednesday. She breathed her last around 3:40 a.m. on Friday. As the country mourned the passing away of Heeraba, a grief-stricken Prime Minister landed in Ahmedabad to bid farewell to his mother. He went straight to her house in Gandhinagar, where just a few weeks ago, during the Gujarat elections, he had visited Heeraba and had taken her blessings. But today, Prime Minister Modi paid his last respects as his mother's body lay in state. With folded hands, he bowed his head at her feet. He then proceeded to carry her mortal remains on his shoulder for the last rites. As Heeraba's body was placed in an ambulance for her final journey, Prime Minister Modi was right by her side. In his stoic silence, the heartbreak and irreparable loss was felt by the whole nation. Prime Minister Modi led the funeral procession to the crematorium in Gandhinagar. The last rites were attended by close family and friends, including former Gujarat Chief Minister Shankar Singh Waghela, who consoled Prime Minister Modi and embraced him. Holding back tears, Prime Minister Modi set fire to his mother's funeral pyre. And then, with folded hands, he paid his final respects to a woman who embodied a life of simplicity and purity. And as a fitting tribute to her, Prime Minister Modi got right back to work hours after Heerabai's funeral, virtually flagging off the Vande Bharat Express in West Bengal.
आज मुझे आप सबके बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं।
Prime Minister Modi called Heeraba a symbol of selflessness and described her life as one dedicated to values. She was not just an inspiration to him, but for the whole country.
Well, a life of simplicity and sacrifice, that's what Heeraba symbolized. Remembering that journey and cherishing those memories, I also have with me a guest joining us on the broadcast, Professor Madhav Nalapat, who's the Vice Chair of Manipal Advanced Research Group, is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Deshratan Nigam, who's a lawyer and political analyst, also with us on the show. Kailash Adhikari, who's the Managing Director of Governance, now is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Nigam, the fascinating bit about Heeraba's life and her journey is that, quote unquote, there's nothing extraordinary, yet everything she did in her life simplified and exemplified the greatest virtues of our culture. Simplicity, despite her son being the Prime Minister of the country, she lived a very ordinary middle-class life like you and I would. And those are the values, perhaps, that touch the heart of each and every Indian.
Yes, absolutely, Anusha. In fact, these are the Sanatan Indian cultural civilizational values which she epitomized. In fact, she only once came to the Prime Minister's house in Delhi, I remember. And she was so content living there with one of her sons and lived an as ordinary life as she had earlier also. She went through a lot of struggles, in a very difficult times, raised sons, and one of them became the Prime Minister also. The the status of the Prime Minister or the whatever comes with the Prime Minister's post never touched the sons. They lived their own life happily and very contented. And let me tell you, Prime Minister's mother, Heeraben, may have gone. But as I've said, and I always believed, parents and gurus never die. They are always with you. And the tweet was so emotional from the Prime Minister when he said, "I see the trinity of asceticism and selfless karma yogi and commitment to values, and especially the quote, "Kaam karo buddhi se, jeevan jiyo shuddhi se." I think the Prime Minister clearly understands, and he calls himself Pradhan Sevak. He believes in duties and responsibilities, and after cremation, the predetermined programs which were already there, he went about it very efficiently and dedicated the projects to the people of Bengal. In fact, the arch rival Mamta Banerjee did recognize in her speech while thanking the Prime Minister and the projects that were actually started during her tenure as a railway minister. At least this Prime Minister completed them. That's a great tribute to the Prime Minister coming from Mamta Banerjee, and also asking him to take rest. And let me tell you, our Prime Minister is in a lot of hurry. to make India a Vishwaguru. And this is his enormous work hours and traveling 5 countries in 5 days, coming back and then taking cabinet meeting in the morning is something is humongous. It's superhuman, and especially at this hour of grief, he has learnt a lot, and the strength that he has always gained from his mother will always remain with him. She may not be there, but the fact remains she'll always be a constant source of pillar. The way if you look at the Prime Minister's journey of life, it is from nothing to the Prime Minister's post, and he thinks he's nothing.
Yeah.
He considers himself to be Pradhan Sevak, and and that is the lesson for the bureaucracy and the entire leadership of this country, whichever party you may belong.
Yeah.
Yes, people should not consider themselves as dynastic and entitlements that they have. No.
And I also want to talk about the aspect, Kailash Adhikari, coming to you. The silent work of our mothers in whatever we end up becoming in our lives. And more importantly, this is exemplified in Heeraba's life. She struggled, she did what she could to make her ends meet. She raised sons, and one of them is the Prime Minister of our country. And her life, without any noise, is the life of various other mothers in our country who do this silent, constant, persistent and never-ending work of raising us and how we turn out to be.
Absolutely. Firstly, condolences to Honorable Prime Minister on the loss of his mother. And mother is, is such an element or such a person in a person's life that there can be no replacement for it. And in Heeraba's, as you rightly mentioned, that the life was very simple as you and I would live.
Yeah.
But the kind of values that she had, which we can see in Honorable Prime Minister, about unflinching commitment. Now we see that after doing the crematorium and the final riots, Honorable Prime Minister continued with his schedule. Now this only talks about the values, that is unflinching commitment, humility, sincerity, dedication towards work, and all this we see in the kind of values that our Honorable Prime Minister embodies. And this is what Heeraben actually taught the entire family, and that we see in our own culture. So I mean, it is a sad day, not only for Honorable Prime Minister but for all of us, but I mean, God give us all the strength.
God gave the Prime Minister also the strength to cope up with this loss. Professor Madhav Nalapat, I'm coming to you and taking in a word from you. A very special bond that the Prime Minister had with his mother. And like any other son, he was there by her side in her last days. He finished the last rites, returned to work. His life and how he conducts himself as the Prime Minister, as a person in public life, exemplifies the virtues that were handed down by his mother.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I'd like to say that I never had the good fortune of meeting Hiraba Modi, but I'd just like to say that I have seen her images on television. I've seen her images from the time Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister. If I recall, maybe even at the time when he was the General Secretary of the BJP, and then when he was Prime Minister, I saw no change in her at all. And secondly, there was no change in where she lived. There was no change in what she ate. There was no change in her lifestyle or anything of the kind. And there was absolutely no change in the way she reacted to first, he has gone through a very long life with a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
But he reacted to the General Secretary, to the Chief Minister, to the Prime Minister. To her, he was her beloved son, her Naru. That was it. He was not Prime Minister. He was not Chief Minister. He was her son. And that was the most important job for her that Narendra Modi had, of being her son, her beloved son. So I just like to say that, I've witnessed some of these heartbreaking scenes, frankly, today on television. And I just want to say this is an example to the whole country. And in India, unfortunately, we mistake expenditure for feeling. We mistake pomp for passion.
Yeah.
Whereas the reality is that, for example, weddings, the more lavish they are, the more extravagant they are, well, the more feeling they're supposed to show. And families bankrupt themselves as a consequence. Heeraba has given us an example of what true feeling is like. And Prime Minister Modi has given us an example of what true passion is like for his biggest love. And I've said from the very beginning, when he became Prime Minister, this is a man with two loves. One is Mother India, and the second is his own beloved mother. And that is the point. And that is the passion that is driven.
And our mothers have a very special place in our culture, in our ethos, and what we end up becoming, especially in Indian culture. I want you all to stay with us on the broadcast. We're playing out this special report. The nation woke up to the grim news that we were talking about of passing away of Prime Minister's mother, Heeraba, at around 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. Prime Minister penned an emotional tribute after her demise, and he said, I'm quoting, "A glorious century rests at the feet of God," unquote. Leaders across party lines stood by the Prime Minister and the family at this hour of grief. How her values and teachings have guided the Prime Minister even in key decisions that he has taken as the Prime Minister of the nation, and how he continues to lead the country. Here's a special report.
Glorious century rests at feet of God. That's how the Prime Minister bid the final goodbye to his mother, his constant source of inspiration. In her 100th year, Heeraba passed away in the wee hours at an Ahmedabad hospital. Within a few hours, Prime Minister Modi was in Ahmedabad to fulfill his duty and stand with his siblings in this time of grief. The Prime Minister, along with his brothers, lent a shoulder to his mother's mortal remains and lit the funeral pyre, bidding the final goodbye to his teacher of life. His bond with his mother was often recalled by the Prime Minister. His mother's early struggle, her strong principles which stood the test of time, and the life committed to values. The Prime Minister spoke of the extraordinary life a simple human being lived.
जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक माँ ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा।
Heeraba's life never changed even after her son took oath as the Prime Minister of the country, from queuing up outside an ATM like every other citizen, to casting her vote in a wheelchair in the recently held elections and fulfilling her duty towards her country, celebrating the festival of democracy. Heeraba led a life of simplicity and humility. Heeraba's principles have been the guiding light for the Prime Minister, not just in his personal life but also in the policy decisions he's made. Her struggle prompted the Prime Minister and his government to initiate multiple schemes to empower women and enable them to live a life of dignity. Her love for cleanliness and stress on sanitation guided the Swachh Bharat campaign. The Prime Minister, in his blog, recalled their house in Vadnagar became famous among Safai Karmacharis for tea after work. Condolences poured in from all quarters, giving strength to the Prime Minister. From union ministers to state chief ministers, everyone stood with the Modi family during this time of grief. Cutting across political party lines, messages poured in on social media from top leaders for the Prime Minister, recalling the bond between any mother and son.
There was a very, very strong bondage between mother and son, we could have seen, and we have seen it from his chief minister days. The love and affection was really ideal mother and ideal son.
किसी भी व्यक्ति के जीवन में माँ का जो साया है वो आसमान की छाया की तरह होता है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जैसा व्यक्तित्व उन्होंने भारत को देने का काम किया, अपनी कोख से जनने का काम किया, उन्हीं के संस्कारों से, जो शिक्षा, जो सादगी, सरलता, जीवन में अनुशासन, ईमानदारी का जो पाठ है, उन्होंने अपनी माँ से ही सीखा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपनी माता जी के साथ एक बहुत ही आत्मीय इस प्रकार का कनेक्ट था। उनके लिए वो बहुत प्रेरणादायी थी।
जिन्होंने इस देश को सबसे लोकप्रिय, जनप्रिय और सेवा में समर्पित रहने वाले प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया है, ऐसी पूज्य माता जी अब हम सबको छोड़ करके गई हैं।
A simple soul, a karma yogi leaving this world, but her values will always guide the Prime Minister and his family. Walk with intelligence and live life with purity. That's the message Heeraba leaves to the world.
Well, the story of a woman who worked very hard to raise her kids, and one of the sons became the Prime Minister of the country. What a proud journey, what a wonderful journey she has had to see the day when her own son became the Prime Minister, but yet she continued to live a life of simplicity. I want to cut across once again to Mr. Deshratan Nigam. Mr. Nigam, if you track the journey of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his years within the RSS and the BJP and his entire journey up to the top, becoming the Chief Minister of the state and eventually the Prime Minister of the country, for a very long time he has had to live away from his family. For a very long time, he has had to dedicate his entire time and energy to the public activities that he was doing. Despite that, this special bond is unwavering, and this is not a bond that can break away just because you've lived few years away from each other. That happens, I think, with most children and parents these days.
Obviously, because if you follow the journey of Prime Minister, it was not so smooth, very difficult childhood. Then joining RSS, becoming a pracharak means leaving the family and moving all over India, understanding the country, which is keeping him in good stead today. The values he learned from his mother and the RSS and the BJP. If you recall, he used to stay in one room behind the main office of the BJP in Delhi, and continued there and tried to strengthen the BJP. The values which he learned in his childhood while being with his mother, that's a growing up years, and they always remain with you throughout your life. And the sacrifices that he had seen and the commitments towards his duties and responsibilities is the most important thing. That is what probably he gained from his mother and the RSS, and where he considers himself to be Pradhan Sevak, not an occupier of a post, but as his dharma, a duty, as we call it in Sanatan culture. And that is what he still thinks. He still lives a very ordinary life in the Prime Minister's house, because that's the paraphernalia which the Prime Minister is supposed to have. But I believe he still lives in one room like a pracharak, and the other paraphernalia, security, is a compulsion that he has to go through. But a very simple life, high ideals, and the values that he ingrained himself during his childhood and his journey kept him in good stead during COVID times. Today the world is appreciating his entire efforts. He gave vaccine to 100+ nations, and today the World Bank, IMF and United Nations are saying India is the only shining example in this world of recession.
And as I said earlier, we have to celebrate and talk more often about the silent work that our mothers put behind us, and never really spoke about it, never made a song and dance about it. And it's a given that mothers would do that for you. We don't celebrate and cherish it that often. Kailash Adhikari, Heeraba never shifted to Delhi. She visited the Prime Minister here briefly, but she continued to live at her family home.
That is the greatest sacrifice, that the greatest commitment towards nation that anyone can make. And I'd like to salute Heeraba for that, because of the simple fact that Honorable Prime Minister was not the only son. There were other sons. When your one son is Prime Minister, but still you lead the simple life in Gujarat, where she was living, and along with her other sons, they are also leading a simple life. They are like an average middle class Indian, and nothing has got into them also that their brother or is the Prime Minister. And that is what speaks volumes about the kind of values that Heeraba stood for in the family. And I'd like to, I read a quote somewhere. This is about how a mother and child relationship is, that if you see any infant or any child or any person crying, and it was written that if you just go near to him or her, and with full compassion, if you say the word ma, or mother, in whatever language that person, that child understands, he will immediately stop crying. So this speaks volumes about the gravity of what a relation that a mother and that child shares. And I mean, how much ever we speak is less about the kind of commitment that Honorable Prime Minister shows towards this nation, that even after being the Prime Minister, as the gentleman who spoke before me spoke, that the paraphernalia is his compulsion, but the kind of with simplicity that he lives, and even by the fact that within after being 8 years of Prime Minister, now it's the 8th year, but still Heeraba only visited Honorable Prime Minister once in Delhi. So I mean, we not only the entire nation, but the entire world needs to learn from this.
Professor Nalapat, talking about the similar values of simplicity. In today's day and age, a lot of women like me have access to education, we have degrees, we have professional careers, and I think all women raise family, irrespective of whether you're working outside your house or you're working inside your house. But talking about the women of generation of Heeraba, and a woman like Heeraba, despite the absence of any great formal education, they worked very, very hard to make the ends meet. They did what it took to get their children education, food, shelter, clothing, and to ensure that no kind of financial difficulties come in the way of children. And there are millions of women who still continue to do that for their own children.
Well, I'd like to say you're perfectly right. There is a very special bond between a son and a mother, a very, very special bond. And I'd like to say again about Heeraba. The point about her, and you can see that reflected in the children, in her son Narendra Modi, is that she was very proud of being an Indian. The fact is that there are individuals, unfortunately or whatever, who feel, well, you're coming from a country which is not the richest in the world, and this problem, that problem, the streets are not so clean. But the reality is, it's a country with a very noble tradition of civilization. And if you understand that, you don't need to, unfortunately, that they don't teach you that in school, they don't teach you that in the university. They don't do that even now. But the reality is, she was proud of being an Indian. And very importantly, I'd like to point out, there was no change in her behavior. I mean, frankly, let's say that you are even a passing acquaintance of a VIP. Your behavior changes almost instinctively. You become a little more egotistical. You become a little more, I would use the word, arrogant. In her case, she was the mother, the most beloved mother. And for her, of course, I would say, I don't think there was any change in her mind. Whatever happened to her son, whatever positions he held or did not held, she treated him the same way, because after all, the most important relationship is that of the son, not of a prime minister.
Well, when you're grounded in the right values, when your parents give you the right values at the right age, and your experiences can further cement them, then perhaps success doesn't get to your head. You know how to deal with it, and you continue to remain level-headed. That's what Prime Minister has exemplified. That's what her other sons have exemplified, and more importantly, Heeraba's own life is an example of that. Deshrata Nigamji, I'm coming back to you when talking more about Heeraba's life. The Prime Minister on one occasion also got very emotional when he spoke about the different kind of jobs his mother had to do just so that they could, get better food, better education and a better life.
Yes, certainly. And that was an emotional moment for all of us, because he looked back and the way he was raised, and the mother washing utensils in other people's house, and then looking back at the entire journey, it can make anybody emotional. Even a stranger can become emotional the way the journey has taken place. But the fact is, the values that were ingrained in him did not affect his entire family. In a time where a person becomes a politician, his entire family becomes billionaire overnight. In this era, and you have a person who has no assets. The Prime Minister, his brothers are staying the way they were, and happily staying, still very happy the way they are, and very contented in life, and have no aspirations or expectations from the Prime Minister in their personal life. So a great achievement and a lesson for everybody to learn, and to keep duties and responsibilities above everything. And that is what our Prime Minister probably learned from her mother, and the fact remains, he is continuing to follow them despite passing a huge amount of years. And the world is appreciating, and he's one of the most honest person, full of integrity, and nobody has been able to point a finger towards him. And all this is learned from mother, the parents, and the siblings, the way they grew up. They saw the struggle, they became self-reliant, they started living in minimum, not being extravagant. And that is what we need. We need to not to be extravagant. I was with Madhav Nalapatji in another program where he clearly said today's weddings have become so lavish and wasting of money. It is, and then you have a person like Prime Minister Modi and his mother with simplicity personified. We have to learn a lot, and be very concerned of our society. Yes, he's in a hurry. He's full of passion and commitment to take India forward and to make Vishwaguru. That is why he works, humongously. 17 hours a day, is not humanly possible, but he does. And as I said, visiting so many countries, 7 countries in 5 days is something unheard of. And doing meetings in the plane, and then coming in the morning, and having a cabinet meeting, unheard of. It's a salute to him and the values that he ingrained from his parents.
Absolutely. My last question to you, Kailash Adhikari, very briefly. If we look around, there are a lot of women who do these odd jobs. The Prime Minister got very emotional when he spoke about how his mother had to clean dishes at other people's home to just raise him and get them a better life. And yes, that was a very difficult moment for any son to share that experience with. But look at that example. A woman who toiled so hard, somebody who worked so hard to make ends meet, has had her son become the Prime Minister of the country. What bigger inspiration can you really have?
Absolutely. The life of Heeraba is an inspiration to millions and millions of people, not only in our country, but worldwide. And as, it takes a lot of courage. And that courage was shown by Honorable Prime Minister in saying that late Heeraba had to do a lot of odd jobs in raising the family. And that is the kind of love and commitment that a mother shows towards her family.
And as you rightly pointed out, Kailash, that the values that Heeraba leaves behind is something we'll remember, cherish, and try to follow in our life as well. Condolences to the Prime Minister. And yes, this is a journey which a life well lived, values best exemplified. I thank all my guests for joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching this side.
A detailed evaluation is still awaited.
So yes, a detailed evaluation is still awaited as to what is the kind of injuries that he has ascertained. But yes, what we have been told.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, and you're watching Plain Speak. A lot of people are very uncomfortable with the Gyanvapi survey mandated by court, and with it, the unraveling of true history of the structure in Kashi. There are the deniers, of course, who want to bury their head in the sand and refuse to accept the destruction of the ancient temple in Kashi. The same was done against proof for decades in Ayodhya too, mind you. Then there are others who will question the timing. But the reality is, both Kashi and Mathura claims are not new. This fight has been on for centuries. Remember the Committee of Management of Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid had gone to the Supreme Court seeking relief against the proceedings of the lower court in this case. They had argued against not only the maintainability of the suit itself, but specifically the ordering of a survey by a commission and any orders that may follow from the findings of that survey, which has, of course, come into public domain. Claims of a shivling in the Wazu Khana, which is today's mosque premise, and now even a claim that the shivling has been desecrated and that there have been attempts to destroy evidence of the Hindu temple. The first and biggest takeaway is that the matter will continue. The Muslim side wanted the matter to be completely declared unmaintainable, but there is no bar on the proceedings by the Supreme Court, although it has been shifted from the civil court in Varanasi that was hearing the matter to the district judge in Varanasi. What possibly stole the most headlines today was this observation by the court that effectively ratified the survey, which is the bone of contention, that determining the character of a religious place is not barred by the Places of Worship Act. All that one is asking for is that the most holy, the holiest of holy Hindu places, which were destroyed, Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura, must be returned to them. Is that really too much to ask? Remember, the case is a civil suit filed by Hindu devotees seeking the right to worship inside the premises of the Gyanvapi mosque, or on the grounds that it was a Hindu temple and still houses Hindu deities. But there are multiple other pleas, including a title suit, that are ongoing in various courts. And the decision on the right to worship plea can have ripple effects on other cases as well. Not to forget, the larger Hindu temple reclamation movement, which includes Kashi and Mathura most prominently, will also be impacted by whether the district court in Varanasi declares this plea to be maintainable in law. The main objection by the mosque committee is that such pleas are now barred under Places of Worship Act 1991. The claim in Kashi does not rest upon the finding of the shivling. It's incidental. Everybody knows the recorded history of the temple in Kashi.
Shivani, that a temple to Vishwanath was demolished and the Gyanvapi mosque was built has not been disputed by anybody. Why are we even discussing that?
What bothers me most about this debate and how Sumant framed the situation is why are Hindus being put in the dock? We are the victims here. Why are you asking what are you going to do next? No. The first question is we are the aggrieved party all around the world, be it the Native Americans in Canada, in the United States, Aboriginal peoples of Australia. Everybody is looking to them and apologizing.
हजारों वर्षों के इतिहास का जिसका इतिहास रहा हो, सभ्यता रही हो, ऐसे महान राष्ट्र को उसको अपना सांस्कृतिक न्याय पाने का नैसर्गिक अधिकार है और उस राष्ट्र के प्रत्येक नागरिकों का कर्तव्य है कि उसको वो सांस्कृतिक न्याय दिलाएं।
मैडम, ये बात तो कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा कि मंदिर तोड़ी गई और वहां पर मस्जिद बनाई गई।
आप नहीं मानते कि मंदिर तोड़ा गया?
कैसे मान लूं? वो कोर्ट फैसला करेगा ना। कोर्ट में जब बात है, अंडर द ट्रायल जब केस है, आप कैसे कहेंगे, मैं कैसे कहूंगा? कतई नहीं कह सकते आप ये।
मौलाना जी, ये हिस्ट्री की बात है, ये लॉ की बात नहीं है। हर चीज कोर्ट से नहीं आती है।
देखिए सर, आप लोगों का ये संवैधानिक हक था कि आप कोर्ट को गए और कोर्ट ने आपकी सुनवाई की और वहां पर सर्वे हुआ। हम इसको मानते हैं कि आपका संवैधानिक हक था, आप गए। अब मेरा संवैधानिक हक है कि मैं उसको अपोज करूं, मैं हाई कोर्ट जाऊं, मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाऊं। जैसे कि अंजुमन मस्जिद वाले जा रहे हैं, चले गए हैं कोर्ट को, तो उनका वो संवैधानिक हक है।
निरंतर वहां पे उसके आसपास पूजा, श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा होती थी, पंचमुखी हनुमान, कुबेर जी की मूर्ति, गंगा जी की मूर्तियां, वो सब पूजा वगैरह होती थी। उसके तहखाने में जाके पूजा करते थे, वहां पे व्यास परिवार है, वो सब करते थे। इसलिए उसका चरित्र कभी समाप्त नहीं होता।
When the character, the conversion cannot take place in a protected site, what will be the outcome of survey? What will be the utility of the survey?
नहीं, सही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं अश्विनी।
नंबर 1,